Mission for justice. A months-long search for her missing adult son came up empty until it was revealed police took matters into their own hands. The steps she's taking for accountability.
A different kind of sugar high. How parents are taking precautions as officials warn of cannabis-laced candy that can pose dangers to trick-or-treaters.
And a holiday head start. We are joined by the chief toy officer of Toy Insider to break down the hottest items for the shopping season. It's Tuesday, October 31st. Happy Halloween. Early Today starts right now.
Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. A child is killed in Gaza every 10 minutes. That's according to the charity Save the Children. Despite that, calls for a ceasefire are falling on deaf ears in Israel. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu dismissed the idea outright in a speech where he invoked September 11th, Pearl Harbor, and the Holocaust.
For the latest, let's bring in our Chapman Bell. Chapman, good morning. What else did Netanyahu say?
Good morning, Francis and Philip. You know, it's not just what he said, but how he said it and who he addressed. Speaking in English to an international audience and taking questions from the international press, saying that Israel's fight is your fight and that if Hamas and Iran win, you will be the next target. Quoting the Bible, saying that the Bible says there is a time for peace and a time for war. Right now is a time for war. Also drawing parallels to past attacks on the United States, having this to say. Take a listen.
Just as the United States would not agree to a ceasefire after the bombing of Pearl Harbor or after the terrorist attack of 9/11, Israel will not agree to a cessation of hostilities with Hamas after the horrific attacks of October 7th. Calls for a ceasefire are calls for Israel to surrender to Hamas, to surrender to terrorism.
Now, as you heard from the Israeli Prime Minister there, not wanting to surrender to Hamas. This as a hostage video was released by Hamas showing 3 Israeli hostages being very critical of Netanyahu and the Israeli government, though it's likely these comments were made under duress. Also, this coming as an Israeli soldier was freed by Israeli forces in Gaza. Netanyahu saying it looks like these methods may work, and this is how we're going to continue for now, Francis and Philip, as this humanitarian crisis unfolds also in Gaza. It's going to be a long road, it appears.
All right, Chapman Bell for us. Chapman, thank you.
This war has fueled an alarming rise in anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Here in the U.S., the White House is taking new steps to address hate on college campuses. The administration shared the new plan exclusively with NBC News. Drew Petrimo joins us now from Washington, D.C. Drew, good morning. So how is the White House hoping to make universities safer?
Well, good morning. Campus police across the nation will be getting help from federal agencies. The Department of Justice and Homeland Security will provide resources to schools, like helping them track and assess credible threats online. The Education Department has already started conducting site visits to learn more about anti-Semitism reported on some campuses. On Monday, Cornell University had to send its campus police to its Jewish center. The university's president said horrendous anti-Semitic messages threatening violence were posted online over the weekend. That case was referred to police as a hate crime. The spike in anti-Semitism incidents is alarming. The Anti-Defamation League says reports are up nearly 400% from the same period last year. The Justice Department announced charges against a man in Nevada. He's accused of threatening to exterminate a Jewish U.S. senator. Senator Jackie Rosen of Nevada confirmed that the threats were sent to her voicemail. Rosen has been active in her push in the Senate to get more aid for Israel. Also on Monday, an Illinois man accused of killing a Palestinian-American boy and seriously injuring his mother appeared in court. Joseph Hutzpah pleaded not guilty in the stabbing death of Wadea El-Fayoume. Muslim leaders are also reporting an uptick in Islamophobia. The Council on American Islamic Relations says there have been nearly 800 complaints this month alone. Back to you.
And social media is also, unfortunately, a breeding ground to spew that hate. All right, Drew Petrimo for us. Drew, thank you.
A newly sworn-in House Speaker is picking a fight with the president. Speaker Mike Johnson and House Republicans released a new bill Monday that would send more than $14 billion in funding to Israel. The bill is paid for by slashing the same amount out of IRS funding in the Inflation Reduction Act. That was a key piece of legislation the Biden administration passed last year. The White House pushed back, saying the Republicans are trying to help the wealthy cheat on their taxes.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. A mother in Mississippi searched for months for her missing son, only to learn he had been struck and killed on an interstate, hit by a car driven by an off-duty police officer. And now she wants accountability. Here's NBC's Blaine Alexander.
The last time Betterstein Wade saw her son Dexter, the two had an argument and he left the house. But 3 days later, when her 37-year-old still hadn't come home, she knew something was wrong.
He's never disappeared like that.
He never disappeared like that. He never.
Within 2 weeks, she filed a police report. For months, her calls to police got the same response: no update.
Help me understand what that time was like for you.
That time was horrible. You would lay in your bed. You would think he might have been out there suffering. Somebody might have had him, tortured him. You just want that call to say, Mom, I'm all right. I'm all right. All you want to do is see your child.
Then, in August, nearly 6 months after Dexter went missing, an investigator finally told her Dexter had been hit and killed by an off-duty Jackson police officer while crossing a highway. It had happened less than an hour after he left home that day in March. Then, another bombshell. Dexter had already been buried in an unmarked grave behind the county jail. The only sign, a pole with the number 672.
Dexter, I tried to find you, and I couldn't. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry you're here.
You saw buzzards circling, and you're talking about a frightening thought. Did they even put him in a wood box? Or did they just put him in a body bag and drop him in the ground?
Jackson police have not responded to NBC's request for comment. According to the coroner's office, an investigator identified Dexter and shared contact information for his mother with police. But she says she never received a call. After NBC News broke this story last week, Jackson's mayor said this:
that at no point have we identified or did any investigation reveal that there was any police misconduct in this process and that there was any malicious intent.
Do you believe that?
No.
Attorney Ben Crump says they're asking for the DOJ to open a civil rights investigation. They also plan to exhume the body and perform a private autopsy before giving Dexter a proper burial.
And lay some flowers there, and just to know he's in a safe place.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News, Jackson, Mississippi.
Well, rain didn't get in the way of trick-or-treating at the White House on Monday. President Joe Biden and the First Lady handed out candy and books at the Hello Read event. Dr. Jill Biden got some feline inspiration for her costume, dressing as the first cat, Willow. She read 10 spooky pumpkins to children on the South Lawn. Thousands attended the festive pre-Halloween event. And now millions of Americans are waking up to a cold morning this Halloween. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman will let us know if you might need a jacket to cover up that costume. But Angie, I would rather have a jacket than an umbrella on Halloween.
That is, you know what? I love when you look on the bright side, Francis. That is exactly right. That's a great perspective to have. And some spots are going to need the umbrella, and some spots are going to have to deal with some blustery conditions along with some snow showers. But yes, a lot of us dealing with that chill in the air this morning, especially 95 million people are included in these freeze and frost alerts that we see across much of the country, and for good reason. These temperatures into the 30s in Chicago, feels like 26 degrees in St. Louis right now, mid-20s as well for the feels like temperature in Cincinnati, and as far south as places like Texas, Dallas specifically, dealing with those feels like temperatures mid-30s this morning. By this afternoon, doesn't get much better. We're into the 40s for St. Louis, 55 for the high in Dallas. These temperatures running below normal for this time of year. It continues into tomorrow, but by the time we get to the end of the work week, we're going to start to see things kind of moderating out. We'll have that steady climb. As far as the trick-or-treating forecast, we will watch for some snow showers across the Great Lakes and some light drizzle in places like Cincinnati. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Ending up into the high 30s for the high today in Kansas City. A whole lot of sunshine expected in Denver with a high of 45 degrees. Partly cloudy skies expected for Pittsburgh. You'll end up at 43 degrees in Cleveland and a few snow showers to deal with in Grand Rapids. And that is a look at your spooky forecast, guys. Back over to you.
All right, Angie, thank you. Matthew Perry's fellow castmates are mourning the loss of their close friend. The cast of the hit 90s sitcom Friends released a joint statement stating, quote, "We are all so utterly devastated by the loss of Matthew. We were more than just castmates, we were family." The actors have remained close since the show ended in 2004. The statement went on to say, "Our thoughts and our love are with Maddie's family, his friends, and everyone who loved him around the world." Perry was 54 years old.
Early today is back in 1 minute with a real-life Halloween scare. Why one Long Island community is warning parents to take a closer look at their kids' candy.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, as you prep your kids for trick-or-treating today, police have a warning about Halloween candy. Pei Chang from our NBC News New York has the details.
Who you calling a clown? You don't know who you're messing with.
Among the ghosts and ghouls of Halloween, a new trick police are telling parents could be mixed in with the treats.
There's a danger that the candy that they think is candy could be adulterated.
Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman sounding the warning on what looks like candy but could make kids ill.
This is packaging right here on edibles, and they're cannabis. They have a high THC content, and they will get your children sick.
Emergency room visits for cannabis-based events are on the rise nationwide and in Nassau County. In 2017, 42 kids between 15 and 19 went to the ER for marijuana-related sickness. In 2021, that number jumped to 812, nearly a 20-fold increase. Nassau's health commissioner says the consequences can be dangerous.
We're talking about ICU admissions. We're talking about children that have been in a comatose state when they present. So we're actually talking about grave consequences, not just vomiting, nausea.
Oh, yes, I have 4 boys, so I have to be really careful.
Parents we spoke with say they are used to screening candy, but now they have to watch out for something new.
I wasn't even aware of that. So, yeah, I guess I would really have to check everything this year and make sure.
Other safety tips include trick-or-treating in a neighborhood that you know, wear bright clothing, travel in pairs or in a group, and for drivers to be extra careful when driving and watch out for pedestrians.
All Our thanks to Paisley Chang for the heads up.
Still to come here on Early Today. We've talked tricks and treats. Up next, toys. Toy Insiders here with a look at the best gadgets and gizmos for kids this holiday season.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Happy Halloween and happy holidays, because we're getting a head start here. And thankfully, Lori Schatt, President and Chief Toy Officer at Toy Insider, is with us now for a look at the toys that make science and learning fun. And Lori, when you can combine those two, then like mission accomplished.
Right? So STEM toys so important. It makes those subjects that are challenging fun and easy. And we also love experiences. So we're going to start with some virtual reality and Abacus. So they have these amazing sets. And actually, while I speak, I'm going to introduce you to the world of the Albatross. And if you look around, you're going to see 360 degrees.
that is so cool.
It is so cool. So we have animals, dinos, and we have ocean. And basically, each kit comes with a 96-page book. You look at one of the icons with the app that you've downloaded, and you have an entire virtual experience going on. Kids are learning about habitats, what these animals eat, where they go, how they live. So they see it firsthand.
That's so cool. And you just attach your
It's just my phone. It's just my phone in there. It's a free app. You scan it. That's it. It is so cool.
That's the screen time, I will say. All right, you get some screen time like this.
This is great learning screen time. It's so much fun.
And a lot more cost-effective than one of those Meta quests.
Yeah, you know,
it's
you can read about this stuff, but it's so much more fun and interesting when you're part of it. And that's exactly what happens.
Okay,
all right.
More for the STEM kid.
So let's talk about Pixel, because we know that coding is the language that everybody speaks now. So Pixel is your best coding friend. Pixel is a favorite pup, and right out of the box, kids can play because there's a code activator. The signal in here is interfering with my code activator today. But what happens is there's codes in here. I can push a button and he'll go into happy mode, or maybe he's got to go to the bathroom, but he does have sensors. You can pet him. He's very happy.
He likes you.
But more important, kids are going to go online on the computer in the app, and they're going to learn Blockly and then Python. Those are the real coding languages that professionals use when they're writing programs. Wow. And that's what our kids are going to learn with this pup.
That is so helpful. I mean, I had never even heard of those. Yet our kids are going to be experts in creating this. It's such a fun.
And finally, and if you don't mind, I'm going to switch with you because let's see if we can make this work. Kai, this is all about AI. So Kai is an artificial intelligence robot, and it begins with the kids building it. Once they build it, they get to do a few things. They can just go into the controls and play with it, or they can start training it. So let's see if this one, because I have an iPad right here, and we've programmed him to do a few things. I don't know if it's going to pick it up. Maybe not. But what would happen is you can do movements. Kai picks it up and will learn. So if I raise my right hand and I teach him to walk to the left, that's what he would do.
Wow.
Once you get through all of the movement motions, you can do voice activations. You can tell Kai something. So kids are really getting a full lesson on artificial intelligence. There's a book that comes with it. It takes them through step by step the building of it, and it also talks about the human brain and the robot brain and how this whole thing works. It's amazing.
That is beyond my brain. These kids are doing it. These toys here are perfect to let them do that.
Yeah.
Lori, thank you so much. For more, go to the toyinsider.com. Lori Schatt, always appreciate it. Thank you.
And coming up here in early today, Facebook and Instagram users in Europe will soon have an ad-free option, but it's going to cost you.
And President Biden is making history with a new executive order.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it. Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
We're We're back with what you need to know early today. President Biden has signed the first of its kind executive order on artificial intelligence. It'll require new safety and security standards and provide guidance on equity and civil rights.
The FDA is warning consumers not to use certain eye drops due to a risk of infection that could lead to blindness. The agency says it found unsanitary conditions and bacteria at a manufacturing facility.
Facebook and Instagram users in Europe will be able to soon scroll ad-free if they subscribe to a new monthly plan. It is $13 a month for iOS and Android, $10 for desktop.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just fit too.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Whether it's a grinning jack-o'-lantern or an elaborate spooky-themed masterpiece, we all have fond memories of pumpkin carving. But the process of emptying and slicing up your pumpkin always carries risk. Barbara Morse from our Rhode Island affiliate has a list of the tips to make sure this fall pastime remains fun and keeps you away from the doctor's office.
Identified about 20,000 that showed up over 9 years. So it's a pretty common thing. 90% of those happened in the last 2 weeks of October.
And it's mostly children between the ages of 10 and 19.
It's really tempting to take that really large butcher knife and kind of say, oh, this will be easy.
Until
you either drive it through the pumpkin and through the other side into your hand, or it slips off the pumpkin and it lacerates the hand.
Doctors Christopher Gott and Joseph Gill are hand surgeons at University Orthopedics. First off, if your child is under the age of 10, you do the carving, or better yet, paint the pumpkin. For those 10 and older,
these small kits are great. You can cut yourself. They're not foolproof, but you have to work a lot harder.
You would open up a small area, and then you can use these variable size blades to kind of make your way across the top. Again, not super sharp, but sharp enough to open up the top of the pumpkin.
If you or your child gets cut, tend to it as quickly as possible. Check for numbness or persistent bleeding.
Bleeding happens, the nerve is right next to the vessel. So a lot of times in the young kids, they won't tell you they're numb, because there'll just be one part of a thing where they won't necessarily be feeling for.
Anything that kind of persistently gaps open is something that would be worrisome, just for risk of, infection, and making sure that people, appropriate tetanus boosters and things like that, depending on their age.
It's all important information. Our thanks to Barbara Morse for the warning. I would stick to the painting and the drawing. It's less messy, but at a certain age, all those kids always want to play with the blade.
Yeah, and and all the guts that come out of the pumpkin too. It's always so fun to rip that up. Here's the thing, when it comes to Halloween, usually the hazards are with the candy. Be careful, watch the candy. We never really think about the pumpkin aspect of it too. And it might be kind of too late, because right now the focus is full on candy and how much you're going to get when it comes to the treats, but still the reminder we all need to know.
It's all fun and games till somebody gets hurt, they get poked, there's crying involved, we're never going to do this again. So
and in that case, happy Halloween, everybody.
That's right. Heed the warning. Stay safe, everybody.
Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Have a great time out there. Please be safe. We'll see you tomorrow.
As bombs fall on Gaza, hate surges here at home. Now the White House is unveiling a new strategy to address campus anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Our D.C. reporter breaks it all down for us.
The Bible says that there is a time for peace and a time for war. This is a time for war.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu invokes the Old Testament as he explains there will be no ceasefire in Gaza. We have a live report ahead.
President Biden signs an executive order to rein in artificial intelligence. CNBC's Jumana Bersetchi tells us how the administration plans to protect Americans.
For an inside look at the top toys for the holidays, we are joined in studio by a chief toy officer.
And it's a reunion, decades in the making. We'll tell you about two college sweethearts who got back together in their old age. It's Tuesday, October 31st. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin with new efforts to address a rise in hate and threats on college campuses. As the war between Israel and Hamas escalates, the White House is taking new steps to address Islamophobia and anti-Semitism at universities. Drew Petrimo joins us now from Washington, D.C. Drew, good morning. So how is the White House hoping to make schools safer?
Good morning. Campus police across the nation will be getting help from federal agencies. The Department of Justice and Homeland Security will provide resources to schools, like helping them track and assess credible online threats. The Education Department has already started conducting site visits to learn more about anti-Semitism reported on some campuses. On Monday, Cornell University had to send its campus police to its Jewish center. The university's president said horrendous anti-Semitic messages threatening violence were posted online over the weekend. That case was referred to police as a hate crime. The spike in anti-Semitism incidents is alarming. The Anti-Defamation League says reports are up nearly 400% from the same period last year. The Justice Department just announced charges against a man in Nevada. He's accused of threatening to exterminate a Jewish U.S. senator. Senator Jackie Rosen of Nevada confirmed the threats were sent to her voicemail. Rosen has been active in her push in the Senate to get more aid to Israel. Also on Monday, the Illinois man accused of killing a Palestinian-American boy and seriously injuring his mother appeared in court. Joseph Chuba pleaded not guilty in the stabbing death of Wadea al-Fayoume. Muslim leaders are also reporting an uptick in Islamophobia. The Council on American Islamic Relations says there have been nearly 800 complaints this month alone. Back to you.
Dehumanization is not going to be the way out of this. All right, Drew, thank you.
Every 10 minutes, a child is killed in Gaza. That's according to the charity Save the Children. Despite that, calls for a ceasefire are falling on deaf ears in Israel. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu dismissed the idea outright in a speech where he invoked September 11th, Pearl Harbor, and the Holocaust. For the latest, we want to bring in our Chapman Bell. Chapman, good morning. What else did Netanyahu say?
Good morning, Francis. Well, it's not just what he said, but how he said it. Speaking in English and addressing an international audience and inviting international journalists to ask questions, speaking to the world, saying that Israel's fight is your fight, and saying if Hamas and what he says the axis of evil with Iran win, you will be the next target. Saying the Bible says there's a time for peace and a time for war. This is a time for war, as he rejects calls for a ceasefire, even drawing parallels to past attacks on America. Take a listen here.
Just as the United States would not agree to a ceasefire after the bombing of Pearl Harbor or after the terrorist attack of 9/11, Israel will not agree to a cessation of hostilities with Hamas after the horrific attacks of October 7th. Calls for a ceasefire are calls for Israel to surrender to Hamas, to surrender to terrorism.
Now, as airstrikes continue in Gaza and the ground troops go deeper into Gaza, the IDF saying that this will continue to intensify. Hamas releasing a video of 3 hostages, though it's assumed that their statement and them being critical of the Israeli government, Netanyahu, was made under duress, but Israeli forces freeing one Israeli soldier being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza, saying that they will continue, that these methods seem to be working. And this as the humanitarian crisis continues to unfold in Gaza, it looks like this will be a long road for both sides. Francis?
Chapman Belforest. Chapman, thank you.
Israel is still reeling from the most devastating attack in its history. More than 3 weeks later, we're learning new details about the atrocities committed by Hamas in Israel's south, including the fate of a German-Israeli woman taken at a music festival. Here's Ralph Sanchez.
A chilling reminder of the brutality of Hamas's terror attack. Israel announcing 23-year-old Shani Luke, last seen in this video being carried into Gaza by Hamas terrorists, has been found dead. Israel's president said she was beheaded. Her mom saying, "This is not an act of war, this is just pure terror, cruel and brutal." Shani was one of more than 250 young Israelis murdered by Hamas at the Supernova Music Festival. Many of them tried to escape along Road 232, now referred to in Israel as the Road of Death.
Israeli civilians fleeing from the music festival reached this bomb shelter. They thought they'd be safe here, but Israel's military says a Hamas terrorist threw a grenade inside and it turned into a death trap.
As Israeli forces push deeper into Gaza, their goal is to topple Hamas. Polls before the terror attack showed just a quarter of the Palestinian public supported Hamas. But with thousands of Gazan civilians killed and 1 million more displaced, even Palestinian critics of Hamas warn Israel's military response is creating the conditions for the group's ideology to survive.
Hamas equals people's frustration. If the Palestinian people are more frustrated that means Hamas is more popular.
And a new report that while Palestinian civilians desperately struggle for basic necessities, Hamas is well supplied and refusing to give it away. Arab and Western officials tell the New York Times the group has stockpiled hundreds of thousands of gallons of fuel for vehicles and rockets, and enough food, water, and medicine to last for months.
Hamas still believes that they can put up a fight.
Gershon Baskin is an Israeli negotiator who has dealt with Hamas.
Even if Hamas as an organization can be defeated, can its ideology?
No. The only way we can replace the reality of the horrible life that the people in Gaza and in Palestine have had over the last 75 years is to create a new reality.
Well, thanks to Raf for that powerful report.
Inside Israel, there is a small but growing group trying to bring peace to their community. In the city of Jaffa, the population is 37% Arab. That's where the Arab-Jewish Partnership Guard has been created. Israeli Arabs and Jews are working together trying to reduce violence within their community. The group offers to help escort any Israelis who were scared to travel across neighborhoods. And they send supplies to people who've been displaced. They tell NBC News more than 3,000 people have joined their group online.
As the war in Gaza escalates, it's not only aid workers and healthcare personnel who risk their lives on the job, but also journalists. The nonprofit Committee to Protect Journalists says that 31 journalists have been killed in the conflict so far. 26 were Palestinian, 4 were Israeli, and 1 Lebanese. The majority of the deaths have been in Gaza, where international journalists currently cannot enter. A group of French journalists wrote an open letter encouraging Israel and Egypt to allow foreign reporters into Gaza.
A federal judge has blocked California's ban on gun shows at county fairs. U.S. District Judge Mark Holcomb ruled the state is in violation of the rights of vendors by customers by banning firearms legally available in regular gun shops. The state senator who authorized the 2 laws in question said he was confident the ruling would be overturned on appeal. Gun safety groups say gun shows at county fairs make firearms more attractive to children and often result in so-called straw purchases, where people barred from owning guns have someone else buy them for them.
Big day to be outside, and millions of Americans are waking up this morning to freeze alerts. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is here tracking just how cold that commute is looking. Morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys, and you're exactly right. Some chilly temperatures have taken shape across much of the middle of the country. Notice where we end up right now for Chicago, getting out the door early this morning. Low 30s. You're feeling even cooler than that with that wind chill coming in around 23 degrees. These temperatures are going to stick around for the next couple of hours. We do have some really blustery conditions expected across parts of the Great Lakes, so heads up for that. That wind is only going to make it feel even chillier. You'll need the extra layers in that region. Also, it'll be a whole lot different than it was just 24 hours ago as we get into the afternoon hours across parts of the East Coast. The Mid-Atlantic especially, we were into the 80s in some spots yesterday. Now we've seen a 20 to 30, even 35 degree temperature drop in just a 24-hour period when it comes to our afternoon temperatures. So just 51 degrees for Raleigh later today. Columbia hits 61 degrees. So cool for sure. Looking at the trick-or-treat forecast, spells of snow possible across the Great Lakes. Heads up for that. We'll see some mid-50s expected in Skull Valley, Arizona. That's a tongue twister, apparently. Devil's Elbow, California ends up at 66 degrees. And of course, we deal with some showers and maybe even some frightening lightning across parts of Florida this evening. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Ending up into the high 30s across Kansas City today. We'll hit 37 degrees with some mostly cloudy conditions for Chicago. Grand Rapids will deal with some snow showers along with Green Bay. Temperatures along the East Coast, though, into the 50s with plenty of sunshine expected in Boston. And that's a look at your forecast, guys. Back to you.
Okay, Angie, thank you. Early today is Back in 1 Minute with the new deals that just ended the auto workers' strike.
And President Biden takes on AI, how the new technology will be regulated.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
The auto workers' strike is finally coming to an end. After 46 days of picketing, the union employees who walked off the job can go back to work. The UAW announced a tentative agreement with General Motors, the last of the big three automakers to reach a deal. The union says all three offers include cost of living allowances and better retirement benefits. Members will also get an initial wage increase, and their pay will be bumped up by 25% by the time the new contract ends in 2028. President Biden, who made history by joining a UAW picket line in September, gave the new deal a big thumbs up.
President Biden made more history on Monday when he signed an executive order taking on artificial intelligence. CNBC's Jumana Bersetchi joins us now. Jumana, good morning. So what does this first of its kind order do?
Yeah, that's right. So President Biden did sign that executive order yesterday in what he hailed as the most significant action any government has taken with the rollout of artificial intelligence and to ensure that its deployment is safe. And it comes after months of negotiations between the White House and big tech. And of course, big tech have been pouring billions of dollars into artificial intelligence since that viral launch of ChatGPT last November. So the executive orders contains several directives. Here are some of them. Mainly that tech companies developing artificial intelligence models that pose a threat to national or economic security will be required to show those models to the U.S. government before they're rolled out more broadly. Guidelines will be set for so-called red team testing, where rogue actors will be emulated in testing. And then also there'll be strict guidelines around watermarking so that users can differentiate between what is being authentically generated versus artificial intelligence generated in order to combat the threat of deepfakes and fraud. So many in the sector have hailed this as a milestone in terms of AI regulation, but some of the sector is saying that it could stifle innovation and the desire for startups to get involved in AI space as well.
Yes, something new we're all facing, right? All right, Jumana, thank you.
Still ahead, sometimes the most stressful part of holiday shopping is the price tag. Toy Insider joins us next to show us the best toys that won't break the bank.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Even though today is Halloween, holiday shopping is already underway, and we know that finding that perfect holiday gift can be daunting, not to mention expensive. But before you break the bank, Lori Schacht, President and Chief Toy Officer at Toy Insider, is here in studio to help us out, to show us some toys that will not hurt our wallet. So let's start off over there by you. This is a toy it's a dress-up toy without having to actually go shopping.
But let me just say, I promise that these will be some of your kids' favorite toys, all for under $20.
Wow.
So we're going to start with Style Base. So this is brand new, and I want you to hold her, because what I want you to notice is that her body is 2D, flat, and her head is sculpted with this beautiful rooted hair. And her clothing is peel off and stick on.
Oh, it's like the old-fashioned, like, I forget, color forms.
Color forms.
Right?
So it's kind of like, I feel like color forms meets paper dolls, right? Except this one's not paper.
Even
so
better.
each doll comes with 7 outfits. If you use all the accessories and outfits, you're going to get over 850 different looks for each doll. There's 4 of them to collect. They are so fun. Everything's reusable. It's a great fashionista gift for $19.99.
That is the best. Never mind holiday gifts, for birthday gifts.
Yeah,
Stock
for
your
anything,
cabinet right
anything.
now,
It's such
Mom.
great prices. And we love a great game. So this is Mr. Bendy. Here's how this works. Kind of like a charade-like game, except instead of us, what we do is we pick up a card. It's got prompts. There's over 300 prompts to choose from. Let's say I was the creator. There's 1 creator per round, and everyone else is a guesser. So I just created something. Can you see this picture, or else I'll pick him up? Can you see what
This guy?
Yeah.
This little Mr. Bendy.
Mr. Bendy. So pick him up, look at him, and tell me what you think he's doing.
Eating spaghetti.
No.
That would be my guess, yeah.
Come on, one more.
Let's see, he's picking spaghetti.
Oh, I thought you were going to say picking.
I was
Picking
picking his nose.
Oh, I didn't know we could go there, but I guess so.
yes, you can. Of course, it's funny. It's fun. It's for everybody. So basically, I would have had 45 seconds to set that up. I did it in less time. You guys had 45 seconds to guess. And then each prompt has a certain amount of points, so the winner gets whatever points are on them.
I love
so
that.
it's a lot of fun.
Wheel,
A lot of laughing.
blowing bubbles.
And what
These
I
are
love is
cute.
that it's for all ages. You know, your younger kids will be able to create different fun things and the guessing, so really fun.
That is just fantastic. So my little one she's just obsessed with the finger family. Anything that you put on your finger.
Well, this is the most fun your fingers will ever have. So give me this finger. There you go. Yeah.
So cute.
So these are fingerlings. So fingerlings were around a while ago, but they are back better than ever. Go ahead and put that one on your finger. So there's a little heart. It knows when it's on your finger. If you blow on its face and then put it to your cheek, it'll give you a kiss. Shake your hand around. So there's 4 different fingerlings. They're all flocked now. The tail allows them to sit. They have over 70 different reactions and sounds. They react to your movement. They'll react to your touch. They are so cute. Spin them upside down.
This
Yep.
is great. And this one's under $15.
Under $15. You can't beat it.
And then when the kids start going, can I get a little puppy? You're like, you got your fingerlings.
You
These are
got your
cute, Mom.
fingerlings.
That's it. All right, Lori, you've done it again. We appreciate it. For more of these top toys, go to thetoyinsider.com.
All right, when we come back, Travis Kelce doing something we could put in our fridge. We'll be right back.
That's a tease.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back with what you need to know early today. The federal judge has issued a temporary order for Border Patrol agents to stop cutting the razor wire at a Mexico border crossing in Texas. The ruling only allows it to be cut during medical emergencies.
A new study shows that banned books often get a bump in readership. Data found circulation of those books increased around 12%.
Travis Kelce is making moves off the field and into the kitchen with his new line of meals now sold at Walmart. They're inspired by Kansas City barbecue.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Reunited, and it feels so good. Two college sweethearts were able to reconnect after being apart for nearly 6 decades. Drew Mickelson from our Washington affiliate has more on their sweet reunion.
I think about her all the time.
Everyone at Revel Issaquah has been looking forward to this day.
Claude has a very special guest coming over.
But no one has waited as long as Claude.
I have not seen her since 1958. That's her. She won the prettiest lady on campus when she went to college. And they would bus the girls up to Fort Devens for dances. And that's how I met her.
Claude and Marita spent just 4 weekends together in 1953, right before he shipped off to Germany with the Army. They never talked again until Claude found Marita's phone number in 2009.
I said, "You can't guess who this is." She said, "Claude Frabel?" Amazing. And she remembered my voice for that length of time.
They chatted regularly and exchanged pictures of their families, but haven't seen each other since the 1950s.
She just is flying in right now to SeaTac.
Claude landed this special date thanks to help from his independent living community. Marita lives at Revel in Scottsdale, Arizona, and the company paid for this reunion.
It was 70 years of anticipation.
Hey, Claude, your sweetheart's here. Let's go get her.
It's happening.
Welcome, welcome.
It's been a lifetime, a moment.
It's kind of exciting.
Where's Claude?
7 decades in the making.
I really am trying not to cry.
I love you too.
Oh, God. So good to see you. Oh, what a beautiful.
Oh, it's sweet. It's a sweet story. They haven't seen each other in 70 years. Yeah.
Their spouses have passed. They have grandchildren. Marita survived brain and lung cancer.
Well,
so much to talk about.
I was so fortunate to, you know, a little old farm kid from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, well, he was a tall and very handsome and a good dancer.
This story will not end with a wedding. These two long-lost lovers are going to keep things simple and just stay friends.
And our thanks to Drew Mickelson for that report. I don't know, maybe that could be sparking something more than just friends.
You heard that, friend-zoned after all these years. You know, hey, look, kudos to Claude for shooting his shot. You know, it didn't matter. He tried.
It's like something out of a Nicholas Sparks movie right there. Hopefully there are some sparks with the two of them.
Yeah, thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great day. Happy Halloween.
Right now on Morning News Now, a fierce fight intensifying in Gaza. This morning, Israel increasing its attacks by air and land, with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu refusing to back down. Protests from the Middle East and across the U.S. prompting a new plan by the White House to fight anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on college campuses. We have team coverage. Also this morning, auto workers and Detroit's Big Three near the finish line after a crippling weeks-long strike. We'll break down the deal, plus what happens next and why you could soon see the impact at the dealership. Plus, feeling lonely? Well, researchers say you are far from alone. We'll share the findings from an eye-opening new poll and what you can do if you're feeling isolated. And of course, it is Halloween, a spooky time of year for your teeth. We'll talk to a dentist and get some trick-or-treating tips that'll help everyone keep smiling.
Wah, wah. No, it's important. We'll talk about that.
Happy Halloween, though, by the way.
These are our
Headline.
costumes for wearing orange.
Yes. We'll get a little bit more fun later in the show.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to begin this morning with the violence in Gaza, where Israel is heightening its ground and air attacks.
Overnight, the IDF launched a wave of airstrikes on all parts of the sealed-off region, while at the same time engaging Hamas militants on the ground. This video, released by the IDF, shows Israeli troops fighting inside Gaza. Hamas says it has been responding with machine guns and anti-tank missiles. It comes a day after Israel secured the release of a soldier held hostage by Hamas. Well, the group also released a video showing 3 women in captivity. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has dismissed calls for a ceasefire after UN aid organizations pleaded with the Security Council at an emergency meeting yesterday to do more to end the hostilities.
The current siege imposed on Gaza is collective punishment. 2 weeks of full siege followed by the trickle of aid last week mean that basic services are crumbling, medicine is running out, food and water are running out, fuel is running out. A further breakdown in civil order will make it extremely difficult, if not impossible, for the largest UN agency in Gaza to continue operating.
We, of course, have a team standing by on this story. We're going to start with NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobayea, who joins us from Eilat, Israel.
So, Kelly, what is the latest on Israel's ground and air attacks on Gaza this morning?
Well, Joe and Savannah, the IDF, the Israeli military, reports engaging in fierce battles with Hamas militants deep inside the Gaza Strip. They say that they struck some 300 targets just in the past 24 hours, saying those targets included command centers inside tunnels. They also claim to have killed a top Hamas commander who they say was involved, very much involved in planning that October 7th attack. The IDF also said that some Hamas fighters have barricaded themselves inside buildings in Gaza, and they are engaging with those militants as well. And there are reports of tanks on the outskirts of Gaza by a freelance photographer, for example, who believes that he saw a tank firing on a vehicle on a street on the outskirts of Gaza. And not only in Gaza overnight, Joe and Savannah, there was also activity on that northern border with Lebanon. The IDF said that they struck Hezbollah targets in the north, airstrikes, fighter jets carrying out strikes on targets in the north as well. Savannah, Joe?
Hey, Kelly, if we could talk a little bit now about these calls for a ceasefire. Just moments ago, we heard from a UN official warning about the devastation, saying that that was necessary from Israel. We have heard that that cannot happen. Of course, this back and forth comes with the backdrop of this unfolding humanitarian crisis. Where are we at in terms of calls for a ceasefire and also for more aid to get in?
Yeah, calls for a ceasefire from a number of countries, but that is falling on deaf ears here in Israel anyway. Prime Minister Netanyahu flatly rejecting it, saying a ceasefire is akin to surrender in the eyes of Israel, and it's just not going to happen. There have been, reports from senior U.S. officials, John Kirby, saying that the U.S. is talking to Israel about getting more humanitarian aid in, about getting more trucks inside Gaza. So far, we're talking about a number just over 100 in terms of the number of aid trucks that have gotten in since all of this started. And it simply isn't enough, the UN says. They need, before the war, some 500 trucks, according to one UN official, were getting in every day to accommodate the needs of the people inside Gaza. And now we're talking about just over 100 over the course of more than 3 weeks. The UN official who you heard from at the top of this segment, who's in charge of UNRWA, which is the UN agency which helps Palestinian refugees, said that at this point this is a matter of life and death for millions. The UN now calling for another border crossing to be opened. It's a crossing in the south with the border between Gaza and Egypt, but it's east of that Rafah border crossing, and it's primarily used to ship goods in normal times. We simply don't know if Israel will be willing to agree to allow large volumes of trucks to enter into Gaza through a different crossing, but that is now being floated. Savannah, Joe.
Kelly, let's talk specifically about where you are right now. We understand there were reports of a drone shot down there earlier. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so we're in Eilat in the south, which is basically a resort town in normal times. It's now become an evacuation center for a lot of communities in the south. So in those kibbutzim and the other communities that were evacuated after the October 7th attacks. There are tens of thousands of people here from those communities in the south. Survivors who have friends and family who are kidnapped. They have friends and family and neighbors who they are still burying, who are still being identified. And they're in a lot of these hotels. Earlier this morning, there was an alarm, a warning siren, and the alert was for some sort of aircraft. And what we have subsequently learned is that the IDF believes that this was some sort of drone. Not clear where it was sent from, but the IDF says that it was shot down before it reached Israeli borders. We do know that about 12 days ago, there were a number of drones, we don't know how many, sent allegedly from Yemen toward Israel, those shot down by a U.S. Navy destroyer. So it is something that has happened before, but this is not a common occurrence here. It's not often that sirens sound here, and it's certainly not often that we get that kind of alert saying, take cover. There's a possible unidentified aircraft heading toward Israeli airspace.
Right. Kelly, before we let you go, let's talk about the hostage situation. We know Israel says they were able to free the soldier during ground operations last night. What's the latest here?
Yeah, so the IDF is now saying that 240 people are being held hostage. That is one more than they had said even last night. And they continue to receive intelligence and update those numbers as they are able to confirm that people who have been missing for these more than 3 weeks are actually held hostage. So that number now stands at 240. When that soldier, when news of that soldier's release arrived in these hotels and other places where families are waiting for word from their loved ones, there was a huge amount of relief, of sort of momentary joy of hope that perhaps their loved one will be next. There still is a lot of hope in a lot of these communities that more people will be released or will be rescued. And we also know that a video came out around the same time, released by Hamas. We're not showing it, we're not playing the audio because it appears as though the women in the video were under duress while making the statement. But once again, you know, those three women are people whose loved ones now have, you know, a sign of life. They have a bit of consolation, I guess. Maybe that's not the right word, but a hope maybe that their relatives at least are alive and are able to communicate, and there may still be hope for them. A lot of people, you know, have really mixed feelings about this ground operation. They, on one level, think, well, maybe this is the best way and their loved ones will be rescued, as that soldier was. On the other hand, they're worried about their safety.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much. Appreciate your reporting this morning. Hundreds of day laborers from the Gaza Strip have been left stranded in the occupied West Bank. That's because their work permits were suddenly revoked by Israel after October 7th, immediately after the Hamas attacks. Now, with Gaza sealed off, many are anxious to return home and have no idea if their loved ones are still alive. NBC's Hala Gorani has that story.
Hundreds of men stranded, sleeping where they can in what was once a sports center. Day laborers from Gaza now stuck in Ramallah in the West Bank, dozens of miles away from home. Mostly construction workers. Rights groups say their permits to be in Israel were suddenly revoked after Hamas's bloody October 7th attacks. With Gaza now sealed off, the men are struggling to communicate with their families. Their wives, children, and parents are now facing displacement and destruction alone.
This is my wife.
We meet Nael at the center.
Where's your family?
Now?
Yeah.
I don't know.
In Gaza?
In Gaza, but I don't know in Gaza where, I don't know.
Have you been able to talk to them on the phone?
No connection, no information.
Nael says he hasn't heard from his wife and 4 children.
I don't know my family leaving or not leaving. I don't know.
You don't know if they're alive or
don't
if they're
know.
not alive?
Yes, I don't know.
Rights groups say around 18,500 Gazans had permits to work in Israel before the war. Now considered illegal aliens, many have gone missing. Hundreds have ended up here in this Palestinian Authority facility aided by volunteers. There's little left for them to do other than constantly check for news from home. We want to die with our families, our children, this man says. While they're dying in Gaza, we're here eating and drinking. We want to go back. But with communications patchy or non-existent, the lack of information is agonizing.
No service, no service.
Pictures on their phone are sometimes the only connection to home. Day laborer Fathi proudly shows me a photo of one of his sons graduating.
This is the one who's an engineer.
Yes, engineer.
And he's now in Gaza.
This is number 5 from my sons.
Number 5 of
Yes,
9.
nice.
Where
Have a
was
college.
this?
Islamia University, now destroy university.
So this is one of the young men. You don't know how
I
he's
don't know.
doing.
I don't know about him anything.
Some have been here almost 3 weeks, drying clothes on sports equipment, sleeping on concrete bleachers, and passing the time any way they can. For some, all that's left to do is pray.
Our thanks to Hala Gorani for that report.
Well, the war between Israel and Hamas has sparked a rise in both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in the U.S. and around the world. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez reports on the rise of hate and what the Biden administration is doing about it.
The U.S. is condemning this pro-Palestinian mob that stormed an airport in Russia looking for Jews. Hundreds of men, some carrying banners with anti-Semitic slogans, rushed onto the tarmac, searching for Israeli passengers. Around the world, demonstrations calling for a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. In Pakistan, some protesters burned Israeli and American flags.
How concerned is the White House that
these demonstrations will spiral out of control?
No, we believe in the right of peaceful protest. Nobody wants to see peaceful protest turn violent or turn dangerous.
In the U.S., the Biden administration is announcing new steps to fight anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on college campuses, including federal agencies improving coordination between campus law enforcement and state and local counterparts. At Columbia University,
there are Jewish students who do not feel physically safe on campus.
At Cornell, police are guarding the Center for Jewish Living after the university says a series of horrendous anti-Semitic messages threatening violence were posted online. Junior Molly Goldstein is the center's president. What's the sense of fear like on campus right now?
I would say all students are absolutely terrified. People don't know what to do with themselves and whether they should stay or leave campus.
The Anti-Defamation League reports since the war began, anti-Semitic incidents in the U.S. are up nearly 400% from the same period last year. As the man accused of stabbing a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy to death near Chicago pleaded not guilty, Muslim leaders are reporting an uptick in Islamophobia nationwide, with the Council on American Islamic Relations citing nearly 800 complaints this month. Incidents like this one at American University, where a Palestinian IT specialist says someone slid a note under his door threatening, "Go back to where you came from. You might get lucky with a missile and meet your Allah sooner."
This whole eerie feeling just took over. My heart sank.
As the White House tries to get a grip on rising displays of hate, the Justice Department just announced charges against a Nevada man who's now accused of threatening to exterminate a U.S. senator for supporting Israel. Back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you very much.
Over on Capitol Hill, newly elected House Speaker Mike Johnson has a very full plate on this, his first full week on the job.
That's right. Johnson announced Monday he is breaking with the White House and the Senate by having the House take up aid to Israel as a standalone measure and not tying it to any additional aid for Ukraine.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now with the latest from Washington. Ali, good morning. So we know that the new bill revealed by House Republicans includes more than $14 billion in emergency funding for Israel. What else can you tell us about this package, and what are we hearing from the White House?
Well, look, the bulk of this, Joe, is going towards increased military aid for Israel amid this ongoing crisis. And this was always what was going to be the first test for the newly minted speaker. It also highlights, though, the realities between House Republicans and Senate Republicans, especially as Johnson's strategy in moving forward on this Israel aid is in stark contrast to, of course, what the White House and Democrats have laid out. They wanted this Israel aid package to be combined with Ukraine aid package, an attempt to get potentially more House Republicans to go along with getting more aid to Ukraine while simultaneously getting that aid to Israel. That's also something that Senate Republican leadership, including Mitch McConnell, wanted to see. But by Speaker Johnson saying that he was decoupling these things, that's him showing his allegiance to his House Republican ranks and really jamming the Senate Republican.
So, Ali, if the bill passes the GOP-controlled House, my first question is, does it have any chance of passing the Senate with those Republican provisions? But then also, with this conflict raging in Israel, and of course what we still have is the backdrop of the war in Ukraine, is this the fight he wants to have newly in this role?
Yes, this is the fight that he is happy to have at this point. You got to remember that even though this is a very urgent time, we see crises on every front, especially on the geopolitical stage. This is still a House Republican conference that went through multiple overtures of absolute dysfunction and chaos to even pick the current speaker that they have sitting there with the gavel. They're not going to be bogged down, if you will, with the geopolitical urgency of this moment. Instead, you've got some on the House Republican side who are saying they want to make sure that they see funds in this Israel aid bill be offset or paid for. That's something that the current speaker says he's going to be able to do by clawing back some unused funds in the democratically passed inflation reduction package. You'll remember that from earlier in the last Congress. They say they're going to claw back some of the money from that to pay for this. That's got some Democrats in the House upset, people who would otherwise support aid to Israel, saying, hey, wait a minute, that's not how we usually handle aid. Then on the Senate side of this building, you're right to point out that this decoupling of Ukraine and Israel aid is, yes, flying in the face of what some Senate Republican leadership wanted, but it's also going to make it very difficult for some of these other senators on the Democratic side who would otherwise support both of these aid packages packages, but they say that they need to use this moment as leverage to ensure that Ukraine does get the aid that it also needs. We're going to see that fight brewing. We've got at this point the House vote on this teed up for later in the week. It's going to go through a necessary committee on Wednesday. We'll see what boils over in the intervening days, but certainly this was or should have been easy. Now it's looking like it's going to be a thorny fight.
Real quickly, let's talk about the other side of the equation here, and that is the funding for Ukraine. What's Speaker Johnson saying about that?
Yeah. Well, look, he's in the middle of a real, frankly, mess within his conference. No surprise there, given the dynamics that we've seen play out over the course of the year. But what we're watching him do by saying that he's going to decouple Israel and Ukraine funding, we're watching him say that he is fully aware of the realities within his House Republican conference and, frankly, the unease that a majority of his members have on sending continued aid to Ukraine. Again, this is a real stark contrast between the way that House Republicans, by and large, are thinking about the Ukraine aid issue and House Republicans are thinking about the Ukraine issue. This was always going to be a battle that they were going to face. And again, it puts him at direct odds with his, in theory, counterpart and otherwise partner on the Republican side in the Senate, Mitch McConnell, who has been a steadfast ally of sending more and continued aid to Ukraine. But because of Johnson and the realities within the House Republican side, we know that they're going to be at odds on that.
All right, Allie Vitale, a lot to cover this morning. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Allie. Well, it looks like the United Auto Workers Union has struck a deal with General Motors, which would bring an end to the union's unprecedented strike against the nation's big three automakers. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the details.
46 days after the United Auto Workers' historic strike began, the union and all of the big three are finally near the finish line.
Once again, we have won several astonishing victories.
The UAW announcing a tentative agreement with General Motors after reaching similar deals last week with Jeep owner Stellantis and with Ford. The UAW says all three offers include 25% base wage increases through April 2028, cost of living allowances, and better retirement benefits. Welcome news to workers like Will Prohaska, a husband and father who has been striking at Stellantis' parts distribution center outside Cleveland.
What was it like going the last month plus without your paycheck?
It was actually pretty horrid. I went to salvage shopping, which is like expired canned food, so that way we could save a little extra money.
He says a new contract, which still has to be ratified by union members like him, would mean he can finally make as much money as longtime workers. Now, roughly 50,000 striking members are returning to work. President Biden, who made history walking a UAW picket line, gave the thumbs up.
These record agreements reward auto workers who gave up much to keep the industry working and going during the financial crisis more than a decade ago.
But higher labor costs could mean higher sticker prices at the dealership.
There's no doubt that all of the automakers will be facing higher costs when it comes to building a vehicle, and they've got to figure out how to make that up at some point.
Those costs could benefit non-unionized automakers, but those companies' workers could also be enticed to join the UAW following these historic deals.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much. Well, those contracts are expected to be voted on and approved by rank-and-file union members in the coming days.
As tributes pour in for actor Matthew Perry, for the first time we are hearing from his friends, co-stars. Jennifer Aniston, Courtney Cox, Lisa Kudrow, Matt LeBlanc, and David Schwimmer released a joint statement. It reads in part, "We are all so utterly devastated by the loss of Matthew. We were more than just castmates. We are a family." There is so much to say, but right now we're going to take a moment to grieve and process this unfathomable loss.
Perry played Chandler Bing during the hit series' 10-year run, and he earned an Emmy nomination for his performance. Perry was found dead at his Los Angeles area home on Saturday. Autopsy results are pending a toxicology report. He was 54 years old.
All right, bundle up. We are expecting some spooky cold temps this Halloween. Let's get a closer look with your Halloween edition of the Morning News Now weather forecast.
That's right. This morning when I was heading out, Angie, I think it was in the 40s earlier. Ooh, good morning.
I hope you brought your jacket, and I hope a lot of people are grabbing the jacket this morning, and even later today, you're going to need it too. We've got 115 million people under these alerts this morning. They include frost advisories, freeze watches, and freeze warnings. So heads up if you're headed out really across much of the country. We're dealing with these chilly conditions. Notice Minneapolis Minneapolis, it's 30 degrees for the actual temperature, but you add in those elevated winds, and you've got a wind chill in the teens. Chicago feeling like 23 degrees right now. Even Little Rock, you're feeling like the 20s as you get out the door this morning. So extra layers for sure as you go through the morning hours. And even in the afternoon hours, we don't get much better in some of these spots. Places like Detroit barely get into the 40s. We've got 57 in Birmingham. Corpus Christi will stay into the 50s through the afternoon hours today. And we keep this going kind of into tomorrow as well. We look ahead to the early morning hours of your November 1st, the start of your November, and we've got plenty of folks that could see some record lows for the early morning hours tomorrow. Places like Springfield, St. Louis, Fort Smith, all included in that, as well as Dallas for your early morning temperature as we get into the beginning of November. There's what those lows will look like. 30s for Dallas, upper 20s in Columbus, teens for Chicago. Once again, our afternoon temperatures will be about 10 to 20 degrees below where we should be for this time of year. But then by the end of the week and into the weekend, we start to kind of moderate things out. The 60s will return for Lexington, upper 60s for Raleigh by the time Saturday rolls around. And we'll go from the low 50s on Thursday in New York to the low 60s by Saturday. And of course, we save the best for last. Here's your trick-or-treat forecast. Chicago, unfortunately, you guys are going to contend with some snow showers. We'll see blustery conditions. It's the extra layers kind of trick-or-treating forecast. It could be in the top 5 of coldest Halloweens in Chicago. So we'll watch for that. Light drizzle in Cincinnati and some cold rain in Raleigh, unfortunately, with temperatures just in the 40s. But check out Orlando. Clear, warm, 80 degrees.
80.
Mainly clear in LA with a temperature of 75 and 53 for Houston.
Wow.
So unfortunately, the jacket needed there.
It's still hard to believe Saturday. It seems so long ago now when it was like so warm.
80, I know.
So weird. I like the chill. I know I always
We
say that,
know.
but
You always
I know.
like the opposite of what everyone else
We
likes.
know. Oh my God. All right. Thanks, Angie.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, it's a dental nightmare. Our Halloween coverage continues with some trick-or-treating tips for your teeth.
First, though, after the break, an intense cross-examination for the so-called crypto king. We'll take you to court for the latest in Sam Bankman-Fried's federal fraud trial. We'll be right back.
coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It was a tense day in court for FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried, who took the stand for his cross-examination in his federal fraud trial.
Prosecutors used exhibits of Bankman-Fried's own words, like public statements and online posts, to dispute some key moments of his testimony.
For more, let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savelis. Danny, good morning. So this is always sort of a gamble, right? The defendant taking the stand in their own trial, the defense putting him up there. How's he doing so far?
Poorly to really poorly, but this was to be expected. There are no surprises here. I could have told you before he took the stand 3 things that would have happened. Number 1, the prosecution would confront him with every word he's spoken in all of these ill-advised interviews over the past year. And number 2, the defendant would think that he would be able to explain everything away on the stand. This is very typical for white-collar type defendants. They often think, if I can just get in front of everyone, I'll explain everything away. And number 3, what was no surprise at all, is the paradox of here's a witness taking the stand to provide information, and that information is that he doesn't have information. Basically, we all knew it was going to be some variation of I don't know, I don't remember, that's not how I remember it, and sure enough, that's exactly what happened, because the only path to convincing a jury that he's not guilty is showing that he was so ignorant and so out of it and so not in control of his own business that he shouldn't be held criminally responsible.
So that strategy of ignorance, I don't remember, maybe blaming his colleagues, given all of the public pronouncements he's made and his social media posts about his lavish lifestyle, how effective or perhaps ineffective is that strategy?
Not effective. So that would lead someone to believe that the only reason you call your client in a situation like this is because it doesn't feel like the case is going well for the defense and they have to try anything. There are a couple other reasons. I mean, Sam Bankman-Fried has a constitutional right to take the stand. And like I said before, you'd be amazed how often, especially white-collar criminal defendants, believe that they know best, that they can explain everything away, that these lawyers don't know anything. I mean, after all, when you think about it, believing that they know how to do everything the right way is what landed them in this hot water in the first place, and they totally miss the irony there. So no surprise at all that Sam Bankman-Fried thinks he can explain it, but by explaining it, he means, I don't know, I don't remember, I don't recall, that's not the way I remember it. Doesn't look that good for a jury, to the jury.
Given what we are seeing in cross-examination, how do you think this impacts the defense's strategy from here? What might we see from them next?
I mean, the defense's strategy appears to have been basically that Sam Bankman-Fried was at the top of the company but didn't know enough because he delegated everything out. And so if the jury believes what he's saying, it's consistent with their theory, which is here's this guy, he's a figurehead, but he's basically, that's all he is. He's a symbolic figurehead. Look at the crazy hair, the cargo shorts. He's kind of our mascot, like the Philly Fanatic. That's who he is. He doesn't know anything. So that's their theory. Will it work? Highly unlikely.
Mascot. Danny, you crack me up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Danny. Let's get to some international headlines after that violent anti-Israel riot at an airport in Russia. Russia's President Vladimir Putin is blaming the West.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Levanga joins us with the latest on that and other world headlines. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. Well, Vladimir Putin is not only blaming the West, but also Ukraine of being behind that anti-Israel riot at the airport of Dagestan, a Russian republic, a claim the U.S. has dismissed as absurd. Now, on Sunday, hundreds of people stormed the small airport ahead of a flight from Tel Aviv, waving Palestinian flags and chanting anti-Semitic slogans. Dagestan has a majority Muslim population, and it is believed the riot was sparked by anger over the conflict in Gaza. Eventually, local authorities brought the situation under control and arrested 60 people. Now let's go to Spain, where the former vice president of the country's soccer federation was banned for 3 years by the sport's global governing body. Luis Rubiales caused outrage after he kissed a Spanish player on the lips at the trophy ceremony after Spain won the World Cup in Australia at the end of August. Spanish prosecutors have formally accused Rubiales of sexual assault and coercion. He denies any wrongdoing, but was also ordered not to contact the player, Jenny Hermoso, who accused him to pressure her to speak out in his defense. And there is no Halloween without a vampire story. So here's a real one from Poland, where since the summer of 2022, a team of archaeologists have made an unsettling discovery. The burial of a young woman and a child thought to be vampires 400 years ago. The two were buried in unmarked graveyards on unconsecrated ground with a padlock on their feet. Experts say victims of disease, unbaptized children, and those who died under tragic circumstances were especially feared during that time, and back then they will have been buried with a padlock on their feet so they will not return back from the dead. Happy Halloween, guys.
Yeah, well, that was a perfect one for the day.
Exactly, Claudia. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Coming up, a Mississippi mother living her worst nightmare.
She spent 6 months looking for her missing son, only to find that he had been killed and his body buried. Why she's blaming police, plus the new demands for an investigation next on Morning News Now.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We're back now with an NBC News exclusive. A mother in Mississippi spent months searching for her missing son, only to learn he had been struck and killed by a police car. And no one told her for nearly 6 months. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander has the story.
The last time Betterstein Wade saw her son Dexter, the two had an argument and he left the house. But 3 days later, when her 37-year-old still hadn't come home, she knew something was wrong.
He's never disappeared like that.
He never disappeared like that. He never.
Within 2 weeks, she filed a police report. For months, her calls to police got the same response, no update.
Help me understand what that time was like for you.
That time was horrible. You would lay in your bed. You would think he might have been out there suffering. Somebody might have had him, tortured him. You just want that call to say, Mom, I'm all right. I'm all right. All you want to do is see your child.
Then, in August, nearly 6 months after Dexter went missing, an investigator finally told her Dexter had been hit and killed by an off-duty Jackson police officer while crossing a highway. It had happened less than an hour after he left home that day in March. Then, another bombshell. Dexter had already been buried in an unmarked grave behind the county jail. The only sign, a pole with the number 672.
Dexter, I tried to find you, and I couldn't. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry you're here.
You saw buzzards circling, and you're talking about a frightening thought. Did they even put him in a wood box? Or did they just put him in a body bag and drop him in the ground?
Jackson police have not responded to NBC's request for comment. According to the coroner's office, an investigator identified Dexter and shared contact information for his mother with police. But she says she never received a call. After NBC News broke this story last week, Jackson's mayor said this.
That at no point have we identified or did any investigation reveal that there was any police misconduct in this process, and that there was any malicious intent.
Do you believe that?
No.
Attorney Ben Crump says they're asking for the DOJ to open a civil rights investigation. They also plan to exhume the body and perform a private autopsy before giving Dexter a proper burial.
And lay some flowers there, and just to know he's in a safe place.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News, Jackson, Mississippi.
Time now for our mental health check-in. We're taking a look at a study of loneliness among adults around the world.
Yeah, plus young adults are struggling with mental health at a higher rate than teens. We'll break down some of the reasons why.
Let's bring in Dr. George James for more on this. He's a licensed marriage and family therapist. Doctor, good to have you with us. So let's start with a study on loneliness. Gallup polled adults from 142 countries, found 24% of people reported feeling very or fairly lonely. We know loneliness is becoming an epidemic. So what are some of the dangers of experiencing loneliness, and what's the best things to do to combat it?
Yes, in this worldwide study, when we see that people are experiencing loneliness, it can have an impact. It can increase feelings of anxiety and depression, and people can also feel like they don't know what to do. And we see that it impacts our young adults in a high rate. If some folks are trying to figure out what to do, one of the things that people can do, they can volunteer, they can take courses, they can connect with others. You could even just say hi to people you see every day. And overall, trying to make those connections can start to help you feel more connected and not as lonely, because we don't want people to feel isolated or to continue being that way.
Doctor, we talk a lot about depression among kids and teens on this show because we've got a lot of studies about them, and a new one from Harvard University's Graduate School of Education found 36% of young adults are struggling with their mental health, which is twice as high as kids between the ages of 14 and 17. Why is it that young adults are suffering, do you think?
You know, during the ages of 18 to 25, so much is going on and so much is changing in your life. You're trying to figure out what is a romantic relationship, maybe. You're trying to also figure out what is a career or future. You're also trying to separate a little bit from your parents. So there's so much, it can be overwhelming, and that can lead people to feeling more anxious and depressed. You want to make sure you get support and help. You want to talk to those that you can and recognize that you're not alone in this and that there is some support out there for you.
Let's turn to mental health among mothers. A new survey from Peanut, that is an app that connects pregnant women and new moms, found 72% of them feel invisible once they have their children. 93% feel unappreciated in their new roles. Talk about the impact this has on moms, and then what can loved ones do to step in and help?
You know, for many mothers, they're probably saying, duh, like this is something that they've been feeling for so long, in terms of that the focus becomes on their child or childcare or all these other things where they feel like they are not the person that is looked at. Some of the reasons might be because of unfair labor, because of just the different challenges that might be in their home or in society, or they just don't get invited out. So think about when we see mothers as a human being and being able to think about what they want and what they need as well, not just their child or childcare, and hopefully there'll be some fairness in the division of labor at home and outside as well.
Definitely. All right, Doctor, those are all pretty heavy topics. Let's try to end on something sort of positive. I know you have some tips to help cultivate hope. Walk us through how we can find positivity during a tough time.
Hope is so important to us, and we need to find ways to be able to channel that. So one of the ways is that we can, think about a goal. We can brainstorm some ideas. We can find a support team, but really seek success stories, learn what other people are doing, and most importantly, give yourself permission to have hope, to have that goal, to believe that it is possible for whatever you're looking forward to.
Some great advice. Also, remember, the holidays start at midnight tonight. Basically.
Yes, they do.
According to Mariah, at least.
Christmas music starts.
All right. Dr. George James, as always, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, return of the Mac. Apple showing off its new and improved line of Macs. They'll cost you. We're going to tell you how much.
And we're sitting down for some French cuisine. Hear from award-winning chef Erin French about what makes her dishes so special. That's next on Morning News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday, November 8th at 8 p.m.
We're back now with some money news, and get your wallets ready because Apple just unveiled some new Mac products.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Apple's always making us get our wallets ready, right? All right, well, the company revamps the Mac lineup, unveiling 2 new MacBook Pro models and an iMac desktop powered by its faster M3 semiconductor chips. The 14-inch MacBook Pro starts at $1,599. That's cheaper than the previous version. The 16-inch model starts at about $2,500, while the 24-inch iMac starts at around $1,300. Now, Apple has seen a boost in its Mac business, nearly doubling the market share to 11% over the past 3 years when it started using its own custom-designed chips. X is now worth less than half what Elon Musk paid for the former Twitter a year ago. Internal documents reportedly show employees were awarded stock grants in the company valued at a total of $19 billion. That's a 55% discount to Musk's purchase price of $44 billion. Until now, employees haven't fully known what the company is worth. Fidelity, which is a big investor, believes X is worth 2/3 less than when Musk bought it. And you can get a lot more than free candy today. Several fast food chains are offering Halloween-themed deals, starting with Krispy Kreme, which will give a free donut to anyone who shows up at a store wearing a costume. McDonald's recently brought back the iconic Boo Buckets, which are free with the purchase of a kid's combo meal. Chipotle is giving rewards members any entree for just $6 when they use the code burrito at checkout. I have many stops to make today, guys.
I know, really. Didn't you used to get a free burrito at Chipotle?
That's how it used to be. Yes, it used to be free.
Wow, from free to
Sign
$6.
of the times.
Quite a jump. Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, Savannah.
Thank you.
You got it.
Well, the Lost Kitchen is an intimate restaurant that's tucked into the woods near a small town in Maine. It may also be one of the most difficult places in the country to get a reservation. Well, now you can get a taste of what owner and award-winning chef Erin French is bringing to the table because her cookbook, Big Heart, Little Stove, hit shelves today.
NBC News correspondent Harry Smith sat down for lunch with French, who got a sneak peek at the recipes that make her kitchen feel magical.
Fall in Freedom, Maine is as beautiful as one would imagine. The tiny hamlet, home to a restaurant where a reservation is as valued as a winning lottery ticket. Our host, Erin French, owner of the Lost Kitchen.
You made it. Thank you for coming. I made you a nice lunch today.
Did you really?
Yeah. Figure if you've come all this way, you're expecting to have something to eat.
I am.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
Let's go. Erin welcomed us with a mocktail.
A wonderful afternoon. Cheers.
And we shucked oysters.
Please, have a shot.
Definitely. Oh my gosh. Ready? Total game changer.
Yeah.
Total. Wow.
I'm excited because food is my tool for pulling out emotion. How lucky are we?
So fortunate.
That's the way you're supposed to feel when you sit at that table, you know?
What do you think it is that's inside you that is this deep desire to make people happy or feel fulfilled?
I've questioned that, and for a while, I thought that it was because I was a woman. And because as a woman, we want to give people love. That's been the feelings that I've innately just felt inside of me, wanting to care for people deeply.
I'm feeling there's something really sort of unfair about this, because I'm actually having lunch with you in a room that's normally filled with how many people?
53.
53.
Yeah.
Who've been waiting for months and years to have this
Lifetime.
chance. Should you be lucky enough to dine here, the meal, or should we say the experience, lasts 5 hours or more.
And the moment just, it slips away because you're having the best time and you're making people feel warm and you're making them feel like they belong here.
Potatoes first. I would say it tastes like home, but it's better. Lunch exceeded all expectations. Delicious seemed too puny a word to use under the circumstances.
The chicken's moist, flavorful.
So good. Wow. Erin's new cookbook, Big Heart, Little Stove, is filled with recipes from her restaurant and childhood. You say love can be tasted.
You can't make delicious food if you're in a bad mood.
So the key then would be, if you're in a bad mood and you're having people over, just order pizza.
It's probably a good idea.
With each recipe is a sentence or two, like an invitation to give it a try.
I wanted people to feel like they weren't alone and that they were able to make mistakes. And you will make mistakes in the kitchen, and that's part of how you become a better cook.
Is a cookbook a way for you to communicate with the people who may never get a chance to eat here?
100%. People break down and cry in here. And it still mystifies me. And that's part of this book, was like unlocking what was mystifying me and saying, what is it? Why are 60,000 people wanting to come here to eat? Why are they crying when they get here? Why are they staying 5 hours and not wanting to leave?
Because in its own way, it's almost food as therapy.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Food saved me.
Food saved you.
Oh, yeah. It was the only place that I could find something that I could feel like I was any good at something.
Our thanks to Harry Smith for that story. Poor guy just had to try all that
assignment.
food.
So
God.
tough.
Well, if you're feeling hungry after that again, check out Erin's new cookbook, Big Heart, Little Stove, which is on sale now. Coming up, it's almost time to trick or treat, but don't forget to take care of your teeth.
So before you and the kids head out, we're going to check in with a dentist on the dental do's and don'ts this Halloween. Stick with us. This is Morning News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. After 20 years, the original stars of the blockbuster Broadway musical Wicked have reunited. Kristen Chenoweth and Idina Menzel celebrated the 20th anniversary of the smash hit show last night by taking to the red carpet outside New York's famed Gershwin Theater. That's where the show is performed. They weren't alone. Other storied Wicked stars, including Shoshana Bean and Jackie Burns, were also in attendance. And the Empire State Building even shined that familiar emerald green tone overnight to commemorate the lasting success of the 4th longest running Broadway show in history. Looks like Glinda and Elphaba are pretty popular on the great.
Love that. Oh my gosh, how cool. All right, finally this hour. When you think of Halloween, you probably think of maybe a handful of tricks, but a whole lot of treats, right? From the candy that you get trick-or-treating to leftovers people bring to the office. Bound to be everywhere, all this candy over the next few days. I know this is going to be a downer, you know. We're not going to talk about all that. Instead, we're going to talk about your teeth and how to keep them healthy through all of this.
Joining us now with some tips is Dr. Sharon Huang. She is the founder of Les Belles NYC Dentistry. Good to have you with us. So we know, obviously, candy can lead to cavities. Explain to us exactly how that works.
Well, cavities need 3 things to form. It needs a tooth, it needs bacteria, and needs sugar. And that's a cavity.
Got it.
So it's from sugar, pretty much exclusively?
Yes. So the sugar, so the bacteria eats the sugar, it produces the acid, and the acid eats away the tooth, eats away the enamel of the tooth, makes the tooth softer, and over time that starts to become a cavity, which is like little voids if you look at it under a microscope.
Ooh, wow. All right. So I know you've got a few tips on how you can cut down the chances of getting them. I think you've got kind of like a little acronym or something, 3 W's.
Yes. And also go trick-or-treating, but don't eat any of the candy.
Great.
3 W's. So when, When the box is open, eat as much as you want, but don't snack. The worst is to snack. So immediately, for example, if you have a bag of candy, you can eat it all in one setting. For the next 30 minutes, the teeth are softer. So the acid is attacking the teeth. But if you snack on that bag throughout the day, the acid's going to be attacking the teeth throughout the day. So if you snack on it for 8 hours, that's 8 hours of acid attack. So that will lead to a cavity. So second W is to wait. Wait 30 minutes before brushing, because immediately after, your teeth are softer. So that's the acid attack. 3 is water. You could drink water immediately after eating sugar, just don't brush.
Got it. I have a feeling a gastroenterologist might have different viewpoints on what to do with eating it all at once.
Yeah, 30 minutes, go in on it.
Well, just for today.
Got it. Not all candies are created equal, right? I mean, are there some safer for your teeth?
Yes, so the best type of candy, if you had to choose one, is chocolate. And that's my personal favorite.
Same. Lucky us.
The darker, the better.
Okay.
It's less likely to get stuck in the grooves of the teeth. The worst candy is sticky candy, things like caramel, taffy, like Milky Way, Snickers, because it's very sticky. It'll get into the grooves of the teeth and it'll stick on for much longer. And if you stagger candy after a meal, it's always better because there's more saliva to rinse the sugar away.
Got it. And hard candy, you're not a fan?
Hard candy, just don't bite down on it because it can crack your tooth. You can suck on a hard candy, but just try not to bite.
What about gummies? Is that one of those bad ones or not as bad as like a tacky chocolate?
Gummies are like somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
And if you could choose a gummy that has less artificial flavoring, less sugar, like an alternative rather than the heavy sugar with artificial flavor, it's better. I love gummy bears, so I can't.
Well, here's what I learned. Eat as much as you want tonight, at once. Drink some water, and then brush your teeth before bed.
And yes, that's very important. Brushing before bed.
You may have
that's
a stomach
everything.
Yeah, that's for a different doctor to address.
Exactly. All right, Dr. Sharon Wong, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. Happy Halloween. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, a relentless Israeli assault pushing deeper into Gaza as the humanitarian crisis there worsens. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu now rejecting calls from world leaders to stop the violence and allow more vital aid to enter. It all comes after Gaza was plunged into darkness with no access to electricity or communications. We're covering it all in just a moment. Coming together to mourn the loss of a true friend, what the cast of Friends is now saying about the sudden loss of beloved actor Matthew Perry. Also on this Halloween, we're talking about a different chill down your spine. Trick-or-treaters in some parts of the country now preparing for record cold, even some spells of snow. It's all thanks to a ghoulish Arctic blast that's impacting millions. We've got your full forecast coming up. And since it's Halloween, later in the hour, we're going to feature a culinary cavalcade of sweet and sour confections that'll have you screaming for more, or maybe not, because I tasted some things that I did not enjoy at all.
Well, I hope that you waited to brush your teeth and that you drank water.
I think I did. We got some good tips for you. All right, we are going to begin this hour with the war in Gaza. Israeli warplanes pounded the besieged strip overnight, while IDF troops and Hamas militants exchanged fire on the ground.
Gaza's health ministry says more than 8,000 Palestinians have been killed. But last night, Israel's prime minister dismissed calls for a ceasefire after rescuing a soldier held captive by Hamas. NBC's Richard Engel has the latest from southern Israel.
Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu says there will be no ceasefire with Hamas. And here in southern Israel, we've seen a steady flow of soldiers heading toward the Gaza Strip.
This morning, Israeli troops are pushing deeper into Gaza in a war the Israeli government describes as a fight for its survival. Last night, the families of Israeli hostages gathered in Tel Aviv to pressure the government not to forget their loved ones amid the fury to destroy Hamas. But during the protest and vigil, they received word that a hostage had been freed, the first one. Private Ori Magidish was captured from a watchtower and freed by Israeli troops in Gaza Sunday night. Israel says she's doing well medically and has met with her family. But Hamas has 240 more hostages by this morning's count, including dozens of children. And Hamas is taunting Israel with them, releasing a video of 3 Israeli captives speaking under duress. The woman on the right is Lina Turpanov. We met Netta, a friend of the Turpanov family. She's speaking for them because everyone in the family was killed or kidnapped by Hamas.
How do you watch this war and watch all those explosions and not think they might be underground under one of those bombs?
We think about it. And we saw that Lena is alive now. And this is the reason why we want her back now. Not tomorrow, not next week, not in a few days. We don't know what's going to happen in Gaza. If she's alive now, and we hope that other family members are also, we want them back.
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu under fire for not taking responsibility for being unprepared for Hamas's surprise attack, says there will be no ceasefire, that Israel must retaliate for the killing of 1,400 Israelis.
This is a time for war.
Israel says it's created a safe zone for Palestinian civilians in southern Gaza, but Israel is continuing airstrikes in the south too. We filmed inside the Nasser hospital in Han Yunis right after an Israeli strike on a home. This is southern Gaza, and there's nothing safe about it. Many of the injured are children. One girl appears lifeless, but comes around. Another girl with an oxygen mask at least has her father nearby. Don't be scared. It's not bad, my love. Daddy is with you. It's okay, he tells her. Palestinian civilians are suffering and dying in a war they didn't start, and with Gaza completely sealed off, they can't escape.
As to why the Palestinians can't leave the Gaza Strip, both of its international borders to Egypt and Israel are blocked. And in terms of movement within Gaza, Israel says that Hamas is deliberately keeping people in the north where the fighting is the most intense. But our teams in Gaza saw no evidence of Hamas checkpoints or fighters blocking people from moving.
All right, Richard, thank you very much. Well, Gershon Baskin joins us now. He's the Middle East director for the International Communities Organization. He also helped free Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit, excuse me, who was held hostage by Hamas for 5 years. Gershon, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Let's start with these latest developments regarding the hostage situation. So Israel, as we've said, says it freed a hostage, an IDF soldier who was being held by Hamas. This was during the ground operation in Gaza yesterday. Also, just hours before that, some more news. Hamas released video that purports to show 3 female hostages, one of them delivering a message critical of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his government, though it's unclear if this woman was speaking of her own volition or whether the marks were scripted by Hamas. But what do you make of these developments we've seen over the last 24 hours?
This is all part of the negotiations that are going on between Israel and Hamas through the mediation of Qatar and Egypt. And of course, the release of the videotape is part of the negotiation strategy to put pressure on Israeli society, to pressure the government, in the same way that the Israeli military incursion into Gaza, which is slow and measured at this time, is aimed at putting pressure on Hamas to move forward with the hostage negotiations. The voices in Israel are growing louder to the government to not enable a ceasefire or to not engage in the full-scale incursion until the hostages are brought home. 240 Israelis, women, children, infants, senior citizens, elderly people sick and wounded are being held as hostages. 240 families are affected here directly, and this is a major blow to Israeli society. If 3 weeks ago, when the Hamas terrorist attack took place across the border, there was resolve within Israel that the first thing that needed to be done was to attack Hamas and dismantle their ability to govern and threaten Israel ever again, today the voices are much louder to deal with the hostage situation before making the final blow to Hamas. That's why, as we understand, the negotiations today are focused on an impossible dilemma for the Israeli government is called all for all. All the hostages for all the Israeli prisoners in Israeli prison, including 559 people who have murdered Israelis and are serving life sentences.
So what do you expect is happening behind the scenes right now, especially as we see Israel press deeper into Gaza?
Well, what's happening behind the scenes that we have no idea what's happening in the negotiations conducted by Qatar and Egypt. Egypt presumably has more direct contacts with the Hamas military wing. The leadership of Hamas is located in Doha, the capital of Qatar, and the Qatari government, under extreme American pressure, is pushing the Hamas leadership to release hostages. Hamas has no intention of releasing hostages without a severe payment from Israel. And as I said, this is a huge dilemma for the Israeli government to make, releasing all these people who Israel designates as terrorists and threaten Israel's security. Where do we release them to? Do they get sent to Gaza? Most of them are from the West Bank. Are they allowed to go back to their homes where they will threaten Israelis again? So this is what I think what we're seeing, and the Israeli delay on the major operation going into Gaza is being held off until every avenue is exhausted for the hostages to be returned.
Gershon Baskin, thank you very much. Your expertise is so appreciated this morning.
An aid worker inside Gaza is giving us a rare look at the devastation inside the besieged enclave, recording the horrifying moments the Israeli bombing was at its worst. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray has that story.
There was a total electricity blackout.
Darkness and explosions in the distance were the first signs for Mohammed Shalabi that things were changing in northern Gaza.
This was all coupled with the rumors that the Israelis were about to have a very vast ground invasion. So you can imagine the level of anxiety that the people were living in.
That night, the rumors became reality.
We witnessed the most vicious attacks on the north of Gaza. They were aerial bombardments, naval fire, and border fire altogether. Every once in a while, the sky would turn into an orange color. We weren't sure whether those were targeting residential areas. We weren't sure whether those were targeting the borders. We were just hoping that this bombardment would never reach us.
But hours later, it did.
I was sitting with my kids on the sofa, and suddenly there was a huge explosion. A huge explosion. I've never heard this sound before. My child, my daughter, Misk, she started screaming and panically, hysterically crying. I rushed outside immediately to see what was happening. I opened the door, and I honestly could not see in front of me and could not breathe. My neighborhood was destroyed. One simple rocket, just one rocket, that hit a neighbor's home without warning. At least 10 of my neighbors were killed, including children, and many others were injured. Let alone the panic that happened in the children and the women, the fear I saw in the eyes of the people.
The life his family had known, gone.
I'm still safe. My family is all safe. But I'm not sure what's going to happen next.
Food, water, and hope in his village now running dangerously low.
There is nothing, and it becomes even emptier and emptier as the days pass.
Our thanks to Jay Gray for that report. Shalabi says the only solution to the situation is an immediate ceasefire and more humanitarian aid, echoing calls from human rights groups.
Well, staying in the region, defense officials say U.S. targets in Syria and Iraq have been attacked at least 23 times in the past 2 weeks.
The Pentagon said last week that those behind the attacks are supported by Iran and its Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And this morning, a senior U.S. military official with direct knowledge tells NBC News there were 4 attacks on bases with U.S. troops in the Middle East just yesterday.
For more, we're joined by NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby. Courtney, good morning. So tell us what we're learning about these attacks from U.S. officials and how it relates to the conflict in Israel.
So fortunately, most of these attacks are not successful, meaning that if they even reach the base, there haven't been any that have really damaged much infrastructure and, more importantly, have injured or killed many American personnel. Now, there were 2 last week, one at al-Assad, one in southern Syria at a garrison at Tanf, that led to several service members being injured. Most of them were minor, but there were 19 traumatic brain injuries within that. That was midweek last week, about a week ago. There haven't been any successful since then. And in fact, the majority of the ones that we're talking about here include drones or rockets or mortars that don't even really come within the base perimeter. So they, in some cases, they're several miles away. So that being said, while the U.S. military is saying this has nothing to do with what's going on in Israel and Gaza, the reality is none of this happens in a vacuum. And we had not seen attacks or attempts like this against U.S. bases since March. Now, the U.S., as an effort to deter against these sorts of attacks, conducted a series of airstrikes in northeastern Syria last week. So far, we have seen a slowdown in attempts on U.S. bases, but the reality is they have not stopped, Joe.
So, yeah, I guess the question, I guess the question is, you talked about those retaliatory strikes. Any other responses planned? What are you hearing?
So right now, the U.S. is keeping all their options open. The reality is, if these escalate, so if we see more than 1, 2, even 3 a day, or if we see a successful attack, if there is real damage to infrastructure, multiple casualties, or there is a death of an American on one of these bases, I do fully expect the U.S. military will respond again.
And Courtney, what is Iran saying about these U.S. claims?
So very little. I mean, at this point, they're not really denying it. They're not denying it. The reality is these are Iranian-backed groups that are carrying these out. When we're talking about Iraq, it's mainly Kataib Hezbollah, frankly, mainly in Syria as well. The big question that we've been asking is, how much did Iran know or even direct some of these militia groups to restart these attacks and then maybe even accelerate them? And we don't have direct links, but I will say senior defense officials, when you ask about them, about these sorts of attacks, they say they are calling on Iran to direct these groups to stop them, Savannah.
All right, Courtney Kuby, thank you so much.
Back in the U.S., we are seeing an alarming increase in anti-Semitic and Islamophobic incidents on college campuses since the start of the Israel-Hamas war. Now the Biden administration is rolling out a plan designed to try and combat that. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us with more on that. Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. You know, college campuses are where the issues of the day are supposed to be debated, including here at Columbia. But in the last 3 weeks, students, faculty, and staff say the debate over the war between Israel and Hamas has been drowned out by hateful speech, threats, and even violence.
On college campuses nationwide, Jewish and Muslim students worry the war overseas is fueling hate here at home.
I do not feel safe. It's not just me. It's most of the Jews on our college campus.
Earlier this month at Columbia University, an Israeli student was allegedly assaulted while posting images of Israeli hostages. A suspect has been charged with a hate crime. These Jewish students say it's just one of many anti-Semitic incidents on campus, and they're calling on school leaders to do more to protect them.
Have you felt a change in tone on campus since the war began?
Absolutely. People are being spit on. We're seeing swastikas.
Muslim students tell us they're worried, too. The group Columbia Students for Justice in Palestine said they had safety concerns about doing an interview, adding Muslim students have had hijabs ripped off. Students wearing keffiyehs are jeered at, photographed, and followed. On Monday, the Biden administration unveiled new steps to combat anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on campuses, including improving coordination between law enforcement agencies and making it easier to file a discrimination complaint.
President Biden has been clear. We can't stand by and stand silent in the face of hate.
The kind of hate that Cornell University says it is facing after anti-Semitic messages threatening violence were posted online. Campus police now protecting the Center for Jewish Living, but students are rattled.
Most of us aren't able to focus on our studies.
And it's not just students. The conflict on campuses affecting faculty and staff, too. 70-year-old Erwin Chemerinsky is the dean of UC Berkeley Law School.
I've certainly seen anti-Semitic incidents through my life, but I've never seen anything like the last 3 weeks on my campus.
He supports freedom of speech, however hateful, but says the key is how schools respond.
We've got to speak out against hate when it occurs.
Here at Columbia University, the leadership says they've increased security, but they're also calling on students to step forward and report these hate incidents, that they can't respond to them adequately if they don't know they're going on. Savannah.
Oh, Stephanie, thank you so much. Well, now let's switch gears and get to some Halloween news. The weather for today's festivities is said to be frightfully cold from coast to coast. This morning, millions of Americans are under frost and freeze alerts, with some areas experiencing temperatures 30 degrees below normal, making conditions for trick-or-treating tonight chillingly cold. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Wilmette, Illinois, with more on this cold, cold Halloween. Maggie, good morning. How are the temperatures where you are? I see you're bundled up. We hear the Windy City is also bracing for a blast of snow even.
Savannah, it's terrible. I'm going to be real with you. I thought this was months away, and yet here we are on Halloween. The proof is in the lawn decorations. These people clearly went all out. This one talks, making for extra fun. But yeah, this is a shockingly early, frigid forecast. We're talking about possibly the first snowfall of the season, about an inch at the most here in Chicago. It's like a light dusting, but it could be among the top 5 coldest Halloweens on record here in the Windy City. It's about 30 degrees, so just below freezing right now in Wilmette. We're in a suburb here. You can just see the breadth of the decorations behind me. And yeah, you said some cities close to 30 degrees below average. This is a huge Arctic blast affecting more than 100 million Americans coast to coast. And it's really just forcing everybody to tailor a lot of their Halloween plans, which, as you know, is so heartbreaking if you're a kid having to cover up that costume that you worked so hard on, Savannah. But it's just good to have the information, if nothing else.
Yeah, that's true. I'm very impressed by those decorations behind you. All right, so Maggie, if people do want to go out, they are going to be trick-or-treating anyway. They want to show off costumes if they can. What do people need to keep in mind to stay warm?
I know. It wouldn't be a weather segment without props, right? So we have some right here. You can take out some hot hands, put those in your mittens, possibly your boots. Also a thermos with some hot cocoa, hot cider, whatever you want to put in here, parents, is absolutely fine to help keep warm. And then also we have, I think, a list of the most popular costumes this year from the National Retail Federation. You'll notice a lot of them, be it superheroes, ghouls, goblins, potentially princesses. They can lend themselves to under-costume layering, so you preserve the aesthetic appeal of the costume that you worked so hard on. Princesses wear capes. Maybe think of something like that. We know that, you know, Barbie had every job on the planet, so there's a lot of room for mixing and matching there as well. And then I'm told that, you know, orange hats are all the rage this year, so if you want to go this route, this is an option too, especially if you're going as a reporter who, again, thought snow live shots were a long ways down the road, and you have since found out otherwise.
There you go. You've just given everyone a DIY costume idea. Be Maggie Vespa outside of that house. Okay, also your Barbie comment really cracked me up. I'm like wheezing. Okay, Maggie, thank you. Stay warm, get inside. Well, from California and Connecticut, temperatures are dropping. Angie Lastman's going to tell us more about what we can expect when you head out to trick-or-treat. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, Savannah. Yeah, Maggie's exactly right. Some chilly conditions and even some snowy conditions across parts of the Great Lakes. We're really going to see that lake effect snow kind of enhance the western portions of Michigan to pick up on some good amount of snow here when it's all said and done. But just the snow flurries that we're dealing with from Green Bay to Minneapolis down to La Crosse, Milwaukee in on that, and Chicago eventually going to see some of that as well. Nothing that's going to say cancel school or anything like that, but it's more just kind of a nuisance, especially on a day when a lot of folks want to be outdoors. Here's the deal through the rest of the evening and into tomorrow. We'll see that kind of system work its way to the east. Some higher elevations across the Northeast could pick up on some maybe snow showers, but otherwise most of the heavy rain is going to stay offshore. That's good for folks as we get into November. Speaking of the snowy conditions, we've also got chilly conditions. 115 million people are waking up under advisories, alerts, frost, freeze, warnings, watches, you name it, we've got it out there. It goes from Washington, D.C. down to Wilmington, over to Jackson. You can see parts of the Southwest included in this as well, with temperatures right now sitting into the 30s in a lot of spots, 20s for some, and feeling like the teens in a couple of locations as well. We're looking at Dodge City, Kansas City, Minneapolis, feeling like the teens with those elevated winds expected through the day today. You can see as we get into the afternoon hours for our day today, we're going to end up in the mid-50s for Dallas. Charlotte hits 53, 41 in Detroit. So unfortunately, I'm so sorry, this does mean that jackets are going to be needed, or the underlayering, as Maggie said. Some snowy spells, though, are in the forecast for trick-or-treating across the Great Lakes. We've got scary cold, of course. I told you about that. The frightening lightning expected across parts of the Sunshine State. But look at this. Skull Valley, Arizona, 54. Clear skies, no problems there. Just maybe, some hot cocoa along the way. Devil's Elbow, California at 66 degrees. Savannah.
I see what you're doing here.
And
I have just now caught on.
Thank you. It took only 4 cities. Graves and New York.
I think that was only the second.
It's up in the upper 40s. Scary.
You're not very good at delivering this scary. Listen to you.
Dangerfield, Texas. I sound like an announcer, sports announcer.
Oh my God, I love
gotta
it.
work on that.
Okay, that's cute. Love the graphics, as always. Angie, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We've got a lot more Halloween coming up for you on this hour of Morning News Now, including Joe's culinary voyage through the latest and greatest in all things spooky, sweet, and sour. First, though, after the break, more legal trouble for former President Trump, who's now lashing out at a reimposed gag order in that federal election interference case. More on that after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We are back in Hollywood, and fans around the world are honoring Friends star Matthew Perry after his sudden death over the weekend. And now for the first time, his former castmates are speaking out. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Molas, who I did not call to wear this outfit, though we are pretty much identically matching. She's here with more on the tributes. Hi, Chloe. Good morning.
I know. It's like, who's who this morning? Happy Halloween.
Yes.
Still reeling from the shock of Matthew Perry's sudden passing, the cast of Friends is speaking out this morning for the very first time, saying that they are utterly devastated by his loss.
The cast of Friends coming together again to grieve the sudden loss of their beloved Matthew Perry and issue a joint statement. We were more than just castmates. We are a family. Jennifer Aniston, Courtney Cox, Lisa Kudrow, Matt LeBlanc, and David Schwimmer writing, "There is so much to say, but right now we're going to take a moment to grieve and process this unfathomable loss." The 54-year-old actor was found unresponsive in a hot tub Saturday afternoon at his Pacific Palisades home. Sources familiar telling NBC News that Perry's assistant had left to run an errand and returned to find Perry unresponsive and called 911. The Los Angeles Fire Department said that firefighters removed Perry from the hot tub, but that he was already dead when they arrived.
I'm not great at the advice. Can I interest you in a sarcastic comment?
While he will always be remembered for his signature role as Chandler Bing on Friends,
someone at work ate my sandwich.
Well, what did the police say?
Perry also starred in movies like The Whole Nine Yards, 17 Again, and Fools Rush In, which he once called his best film work. His co-star Salma Hayek posting, "I will continue to cherish your silliness, your perseverance, and your lovely heart." Behind that trademark wit and charming smile, there was darkness. In his 2022 memoir, Perry opened up about his decades-long battle with drugs and alcohol. But more recently, the sport of pickleball had become an outlet during his recovery journey, according to his friend and former coach.
And he brought people to the court that had struggles, similar struggles to his own.
Just hours before his death, the star had been playing with mutual friends at a nearby country club. Broken-hearted fans have been laying flowers outside his LA home. And last night, pop singer Charlie Puth leading his audience in an emotional version of the Friends theme song.
I'll be there for you when the rain starts to fall. I'll be there for you.
There have been no reports indicating foul play, but the cause of death is being investigated by the LAPD and the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office. Officials say that they will await toxicology results, which could take about 3 to 4 months before we learn that cause of death and what has happened. But obviously, very poignant words from the cast of Friends.
Definitely.
Just such a sad, sad situation.
Oh, and what a performance with Charlie Puth to be in that audience. Just so emotional. All right, Chloe, thank you so much. Let's get you some international news now. Starting in Mexico, where the death toll from Hurricane Otis keeps climbing. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lubanga has the details on that, as well as other international headlines. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. That's right. Mexican authorities are saying that so far nearly 100 people have either died or are still missing after Hurricane Otis battered Acapulco last week. Now, last Wednesday, the Category 5 storm hit the Mexican resort city with winds of up to 165 miles per hour, destroying buildings, flooding roads, and tearing roofs from homes. Looting broke out as the city when over 1 million people were left without access to food and water. As locals help authorities search for the missing, 17,000 members of the armed forces have been deployed to maintain order and distribute food and supplies. According to estimates, the cost of damage from the hurricane could climb to $15 billion. Let's now go to Japan, where the U.S. military has started to bulk buy the country's seafood following China's import ban. China stopped importing fish from Japan after the release of treated water from the Fukushima nuclear plant, despite reassurances it was safe for the environment. The U.S. ambassador to Japan, Rahm Emanuel, said the decision by the U.S. military will help counter China's ban and that the fish will be used to feed military personnel and be sold in shops and restaurants on military bases in Japan. On Monday, China's foreign ministry spokesperson reacted to the news by saying, quote, "The responsibility of diplomats is to promote friendship between countries rather than smearing other countries and stirring up trouble." And let's end this tour of the world in Paris, where legend Lionel Messi was awarded once again the Ballon d'Or, assigned every year to the best soccer player in the world for a record 8 times. The Argentinian soccer legend, who now plays for Inter Miami, becomes the first MLS-based player to claim the prize. But the decision was mostly based on his other achievements the past year, including winning the World Cup and the Copa America with his home nation, Argentina. Upon receiving the prize, he dedicated it also to another soccer legend, Diego Armando Maradona, the late Diego Armando Maradona, whose birthday was yesterday when he received the prize. So congratulations to Lionel and happy birthday to Dieguito.
Yes,
to you.
Exactly. Claudia, thank you so much. Well, coming up, fresh legal trouble for former President Trump this morning. Why a federal judge reimposed a gag order on Mr. Trump in that election interference case, and what the former president himself is saying about it. That is all next. Stick around.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with the latest on the legal troubles surrounding former President Trump. A federal judge over the weekend reimposed a gag order on Trump in the federal election interference case, but the ruling did not stop Trump from lashing out on social media about his former Attorney General Bill Barr. NBC News legal analyst Danny Sapolis is here to break this down for us.
I'm dressed as Chloe Mellis.
He just couldn't stand that Chloe and I were matching and had to get in. So he borrowed hers, which is why he looks like he's being tortured.
Yes, it's ready to burst, and particularly at the biceps area. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh, that's exactly right.
Absolutely,
And I like the little, okay.
I got very jealous of the photo op, and I want one with you.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
Happy Halloween.
Yes, that's your costume. All right, explain to us what prompted this gag order in the first
Can you take me seriously?
Reimposed. I can. I'm interested to hear how serious you can deliver this.
The judge, no surprise here, the Trump team asked the judge, hey, can you put your own decision on pause while we appeal it? And you're essentially saying to the judge, hey, we're likely to beat your case on appeal, so do you mind hitting the pause button on it? And not surprisingly, Judge Chutkan said, no thanks, I think my decision was just fine the way it is. So really, whenever a stay motion is denied, all that really means is that there isn't going to be a pause button. The case will move forward temporarily until it's resolved on the merits.
So as I mentioned, this didn't appear to stop the former president from criticizing Bill Barr, using adjectives like weak, among some other ones. Barr is also part of the election subversion case. Did that violate the gag order? And if so, now what?
Well, that's the problem with these gag orders, is how do you know whether or not Donald Trump is violating the gag order? Because you can't possibly anticipate every set of words that Donald Trump will say. And what I think is really happening here is Trump is essentially daring these judges to hold him in contempt. Sure, they'll fine him, what he's been fined $15,000 in the last week, but he doesn't care about that. In a sense, I wonder if he's daring these judges to actually incarcerate him, which is almost a procedural administrative impossibility, because this is somebody who has to be flanked at all times by Secret Service members. It wouldn't surprise me if it's something that is part of his end game to see if these judges will actually do it and to push the limits right up until the edge.
Okay, do you want to switch gears here and talk about another Trump case? Because we could see some big stuff happen in the next week or so.
I'm losing blood flow in my arm, so we really need to wrap this up.
All you. So this New York $250 million lawsuit from the state attorney general's office. But here's some information. His sons, Don Jr., Eric, set to take the stand this week. Trump himself, as well as his daughter, Ivanka, scheduled to testify next week. What can we expect to hear from them? And how big of a deal is it that all four of them are scheduled to be on the stand?
You know, look, after the Michael Cohen testimony last week, I wonder if the Attorney General hasn't called some of these witnesses for splash value, for headline value, because Michael Cohen, at least in this New York Attorney General's civil fraud case, really didn't have that much substantive information to add. He's a huge witness in the New York State criminal case, but in this case, not so much. The kids of Donald Trump may have some information about the inside workings of the company, whether or not he inflated values or deflated them when it suited him. But this is mostly a documents case. I think this is just a case of celebrity witness calling, not so much necessary to prove the government's case. They have everything they need in the documents.
Got it. Danny Spells, we've been doing some Halloween safety segments this morning, like about your teeth and safe in the cold and stuff. We need to do one about wearing blazers that are too small.
Yes, it's very important. Don't wear unsafe
no
costumes. This is an unsafe costume, my Chloe Melas costume. I should have ordered one size or 10 sizes larger, because this one, I hope I haven't ruined it for her.
Danny, thank you very much for all of it. All right, former Olympic gold medalist Mary Lou Retton is in recovery after spending nearly 3 weeks battling a severe case of pneumonia. The superstar athlete is now speaking out for the first time since falling ill. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung has the details.
Hey, good morning, guys. We still don't have many details on the specific health challenges she's faced, but the beloved gymnast says she's now home recovering, posting on her own behalf that she's feeling positive and grateful for all the support.
After spending more than 2 weeks in the ICU fighting a rare, life-threatening form of pneumonia, Olympic hero Mary Lou Retton is speaking out for the first time. Writing on social media, "I'm beyond blessed to have the opportunity to make this statement." The 4'9" gymnastics dynamo, who's now at home recovering, posted on Instagram Monday, "I'm with family, continuing to slowly recover and staying very positive as I know this recovery is a long and slow process." Earlier this month, her daughter McKenna Kelly first revealing her mother Mary Lou was fighting for her life and not able to breathe on her own. Less than 2 weeks ago, Retton's eldest daughter Shayla sharing news of possible complications.
And yesterday we had a pretty scary setback. She is still in ICU, and we're just working through some things.
Her family asking the public for donations, explaining that Retton is not insured. Their call was answered, more than 8,000 donors contributing nearly $500,000, far surpassing the family's $50,000 goal. Fans continuing to wish her well online. And Mary Lou responding, "I am overwhelmed with all the love and support from the world as I fight. I am forever grateful to you all."
Mary Lou herself has posted, "I know this recovery is a long and slow process." What could that potentially look like?
Anytime you've been in the ICU with your lungs battling some type of infection or inflammatory disease, it needs time to heal that scar tissue. And as her lungs recover, she's going to start to feel like herself again.
It's been nearly 4 decades since Mary Lou Retton won gold at the 1984 Olympics, becoming America's sweetheart at just 16 years old.
It's always been a lifetime dream for anyone, I think, any athlete, to be on the Olympic team.
Now at 55, Retton is asking for privacy, but says she hopes her story can help others who may face the same battle.
And guys, we may learn more about Retton's condition soon. In her post, she also promised when the time is right, she will share more information about her health issues. For now, though, it's certainly good to hear she's on the mend. Guys.
Oh, it is. Kaylee Hartung, thank you so much. Well, coming up, a new labor movement in America that's being called Pharmageddon. Why workers at some of the nation's largest pharmacy chains are walking off the job. That's up next. You're watching Morning News Now.
on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Employees at some of the largest drug chain stores, places like CVS, Walgreens, they launched a new series of walkouts yesterday. It's a 3-day walkout being called Pharmageddon by workers, so it's set to go until tomorrow. The move has even received support from the American Pharmacists Association, who wrote in a statement saying they stand, quote, with every pharmacist who participated in the walkout. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo, who's been following this for us. Hi, Stephen. Good morning. So big news here. So tell us, why are they walking out? What are the conditions that they're under? But then also, since they're not part of a union, what type of repercussions could they face for a walkout?
Yeah, that's made it more complicated since they are not part of a union. But all the pharmacists we've talked to, they really emphasize just how much they're working. They say this is not about money. It is about workload. They say they're being asked to do so much more. Vaccinations have been a big part of it ever since. It was actually before the pandemic. But since COVID, it has just been so much focused on the actual vaccination instead of they want to spend more time on each and individual prescription they have to fill. They say they're not getting enough time to actually do that. They're also, of course, fielding phone calls. And the repercussion part of this, they aren't protected by a union. So a lot of pharmacists that we've talked to are either afraid to give their first and last names in this situation because they don't know exactly what's going to happen. Others, though, they are giving their names. They're saying this is a big enough issue that they do want their names out there. And they do emphasize that it is about patient safety and not about pay.
You know, even anecdotally, I think you can feel it sometimes when you go to a pharmacy, how stressed they seem, how long it can take to get something filled. I totally understand. Have we heard from any of the pharmacies regarding this strike or any of them responding to it? I know workers at both CVS and Walgreens have staged separate walkouts, which actually led to the stores being closed. Are we hearing anything on that front?
Yeah, mostly these walkouts are affecting the big pharmacies, CVS, Walgreens, and Rite Aid. We have heard from each of the three of them, all saying along the same lines that they are hearing their pharmacists and their pharma technicians, and they are working to try to make things more efficient, to utilize the staff that they have while recruiting more staff as well to try to balance things out. But what the workers actually want are firm answers and policy changes in writing and not just statements released to the media about how they're working toward it. They'd like some solid answers about how to reduce this workload and keep their stores open. We have heard about some pharmacies having to close because of these staffing issues, and that could be something that affects patients.
So, Stephen, what does this mean for customers? If you've got a medication that you need, it's at the counter. Some cases, of course, it might be medicine that's life-saving. What does this mean for a customer? Yeah,
well, this strike will continue until tomorrow with people walking out. That could mean the closures of some pharmacies. So they are asking patients, advising them, go ahead and call ahead before you go in just to make sure. But ultimately, overall, this issue with the industry as a whole has created a lot of concerns. You mentioned the wait times. We've talked to customers who say they experience a long wait at many of these places or getting text messages that their prescription's ready only to show up and the prescription's actually not ready. So a lot of frustration both on behalf of pharmacy workers and customers about the situation at pharmacies asking for some change here. So,
All right, Stephen Romo, important stuff. Thank you so much. Well, let's get you some financial headlines. Major automaker Stellantis said this ongoing UAW strike is costing the industry billions. CNBC's Silvana Henao has more on that and other money news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, so Stellantis, that's the parent company of Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeep, says the 6-week UAW strike cost him more than $3 billion in revenue. The world's third largest automaker says the strike will impact profit by less than $800 million, which is actually the smallest amount of the big three. Now, the strike is ending this week after the union reached tentative contract deals with Stellantis, Ford, and General Motors. Oil prices are edging up today, recovering some of yesterday's sharp losses when crude fell more than 3%. Weaker than expected data on China's manufacturing and services sectors are raising worries about slowing fuel demand from the world's second largest consumer of oil. That's offsetting concerns about an escalation of the Israel-Hamas war to other parts of the Middle East. Kim Kardashian is teaming up with the NBA, her Skims shapewear brand striking a multi-year deal to become the official underwear of the league, as well as the WNBA and USA Basketball. Skims, which was recently valued at $4 billion, released its first men's collection last week. The brand will now get more media exposure on the NBA's various platforms and on-court virtual ads during NBA nationally televised games. Savannah.
All right, that's pretty impressive. Savannah, thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, coming up, we're getting a behind the sweets look at some cutting edge confections that are making quite the spooky splash this Halloween. Joe got a taste test. Look at that. Up next, stick around.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer deliberations.
All right, it just me too.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in. Here.
Welcome back.
Notice anything?
You're in like a full change. I just. Well, as many of you prepare to dress up for Halloween, we wanted to show you some of our costumes from this year at Team Morning News Now.
I decided to put mine on again. I was transformed into Ken on today's show on Saturday alongside our meteorologist Angie as Barbie. Hi, Barbie.
How cute you guys look. Well, this is my 4th annual, actually, Halloween murder mystery party on Saturday night. I was not the murderer. I was the fairy godmother. It was like a fairy tale themed Once Upon a Murder, and I was the fairy godmother. So there's those creepy ear things.
And you got the wings on now. I love it. And finally, here is our Morning News Now team just before we went on the air today. Yeah, this is how they're dressed right now. You can spot another Barbie, newscaster Barbie.
Newscaster Barbie, Anna, it's so cute. Oh my God, here they are now in our control room. Tina Turner.
The director.
Oh my God. Can we do it again?
Director for money.
All right, everybody have fun dressing up later. Okay, this is fun. Well, while many kids across the country will go trick-or-treating later today, other people are actually hitting the road to look for a little Halloween adventure. A number of holiday hotspots are seeing big jumps in tourism for some of that spooky fun.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from Salem, Massachusetts, which is incredibly popular this time of year. Emily, happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween to you guys. Salem on Halloween is truly a bucket list item, with many people gathering for historic sites like this that date back to the 1600s. I've talked to people in Boston, from Ohio, all the way from Venezuela, in what has been a record month for tourism here in the area. And Salem's not alone. More Americans than ever are leaning into the spooky spirit, so it's only right I get in on the fun, too. This October 31st, witches are swarming the streets of Salem again. I just love the vibe of it. There's no shortage of ghost schools and everything in between either. The city of Salem, Massachusetts, known for its dark history of witch trials centuries ago, has transformed into a history lover's must-see and one of the Halloween destinations in America, with 100,000 plus visitors on a single day and more than 1 million this month.
For a city of 44,000 people, it's a lot. It's over 35% more than we had in 2019.
A boom for businesses like Black Cat Tours, which just expanded to open a store.
It's just wonderful to see that on people's faces, that moment of, I don't have to be a grown-up anymore. I can be a kid here.
Dance with me, my darling. Also home to parts of big screen Halloween hit Hocus Pocus, the city proudly laying claim to the haunted season. But it's not the only spot recording a spike in Halloween tourism. Cities like New Orleans and Las Vegas also seeing a surge compared to a typical fall weekend.
Gen Z and millennial prioritize spending on travel, and not just travel for those big summer vacations or long weekends, but celebrations of more micro holidays like Halloween.
Total Halloween spending is expected to reach monster levels, $12.2 billion, exceeding last year's record of $10.6 billion. Popular Halloween attractions like Universal Studios' Halloween Horror Nights in Orlando have been sold out for over a month, according to amusement park app The Touring Plans. The events attract 30,000 to 35,000 people per night. Social media also driving tourism to Halloween hotspots. Feeds filled with colorful frights in the best decorated neighborhoods, including New York's Sleepy Hollow, home of the Headless Horseman.
You're seeing a lot of tourists, you're seeing a lot of decorations, and you're seeing a lot of traffic.
Happy Halloween! Back in Salem, officials urging visitors to use public transportation to ease traffic, so there's room for everyone to relish in the spooky fun.
We'd like to say, if you're going to come to Salem, come by train, come by ferry, come by bike, come by broom. Don't come by car.
And if you don't have a beautiful fall day like this to celebrate Halloween, there's always the option to watch a good old scary movie, whether it be from the comfort of your couch or you head to the big screen. I hear Five Nights at Freddy's had a big weekend at the box office. But guys, the question of the hour, am I a carrot? Am I a gnome, a candy corn, a witch? You know, I'm not really sure.
But that's it. It can be whatever you want and whatever everyone thinks you are. It'll work.
Thank you. If you don't know, we don't know. But it's cute. Emily, thank you very much.
So when it comes to trick-or-treating, you might expect candy bars, Skittles, Smarties, that occasional neighbor who gives you an apple. But these days, candy has many dimensions. So I went on a taste test to check out some surprising sweets.
For many, Halloween is like a saccharine scavenger hunt.
Sadly, as you can see, my trick-or-treat bucket is empty right now, but we are going to fix that starting at Dylan's Candy Bar.
Here, they're selling the Dylan Dares You Tackle Box, capitalizing on the food challenge trend.
I feel like I'm gonna die.
I know.
With their creepy collection of confections.
What are some of the things that people might be a little, what is that?
Everything?
Dylan Lawrence says it's like a game. Just spin the wheel. Small one on the package or the big one in the store.
Ah, it's one of the best and grossest.
Yeah, I got chicken feet gummies.
What does that taste? It's not horrible.
It's not horrible.
It's not horrible.
But that's
this is not bad.
But Dylan would not let me get away that easily, so I sampled a sour candy called Toxic Waste.
Yes, I think my tongue wants to leave my mouth now.
A hard candy that tastes like sour cream and onion.
You like it? Make you like it.
No, I don't. I do not like this one.
And this salty starfish made of black licorice. It's the candy equivalent of a horror movie.
This brings you joy, doesn't it?
I love it.
Okay, we've stocked up on some daring sweets. Let's see what other trendy candy we can find inside its sugar.
Here you can eat like an astronaut with candy that's freeze-dried. These are peach rings. that are clearly crunchy, not gummy.
You can really taste the peach. It's like a super strong peach flavor.
They also freeze-dried Skittles, Starburst, and gummy worms.
That is super flavorful too. That's like really fruity. What does this do to the flavors?
You take the moisture out of it, it really makes the flavors more intensified.
These days, the freeze-dried candy trend is especially popular on social media.
Nerd gummies, the crunch.
Perhaps such goodies will make it into trick-or-treat buckets, with candy spending expected to reach $3.6 billion this Halloween, up from $3.1 billion last year. I still have room in my bucket and some unfinished business, which takes me to Bon Bon, and the man in the top hat known as Mr. Licorice.
I have to admit, I had a not-so-positive black licorice experience earlier today. What do you think when you hear that?
I see it as a challenge. It's something I hear daily.
In Sweden, black licorice is huge, while in America, it's more divisive. Theo Schultz wants to change that by easing me in with gateway licorice that's heavy on chocolate.
Very good. I like the chocolate. And I can taste a little of the licorice, right?
Little hint.
Gradually, I build up.
I taste the salty, but it's not bothering me.
To a black Swedish fish.
I taste the salt. I do taste that black licorice, which isn't my favorite, but it's not like bothering me. I don't want to spit it out.
My God, I'm another convert.
I learned mixing black licorice with other sweets makes it less scary, ensuring your treat is no trick.
As you can hear, I'm a convert, so I've changed my costume. I am now Mr. Licorice for Halloween.
From Candy Ken.
Exactly. The key is a little salty, a little sweet. That's the key. So.
There you go. I would have to try it because I don't like it either. So interesting.
Gateway licorice.
Give it a shot.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Happy Halloween. The news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, a fierce fight intensifying in Gaza this morning. Israel increasing its attacks by air and land, with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu refusing to back down.
Calls for a ceasefire are calls for Israel to surrender to Hamas, to surrender to terrorism, to surrender to barbarism. That will not happen.
The war sparking protests from the Middle East and across the U.S., prompting a new plan by the White House to fight anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on college campuses. We have team coverage. Also this morning, auto workers and Detroit's Big Three near the finish line after a crippling weeks-long strike. We'll break down the deal, plus what happens next and why you could see the impact at the dealership soon. Plus, feeling lonely? Well, researchers say you are far from alone. We'll share the findings from an eye-opening new poll and what you can do if you're feeling isolated. And of course, it is Halloween, a spooky time of year for your teeth. We'll talk to a dentist and get some trick-or-treating tips. We'll keep everyone smiling.
Wah, wah. No, it's important. We'll talk about that.
Happy Halloween, though, by the way.
These are our
Headline.
costumes we're wearing.
Yes, yes. We'll get a little bit more fun later in the show.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to begin this morning with the violence in Gaza, where Israel is heightening its ground and air attacks.
Overnight, the IDF launched a wave of airstrikes on all parts of the sealed-off region, while at the same time engaging Hamas militants on the ground. This video, released by the IDF, shows Israeli troops fighting inside Gaza. Hamas says it has been responding with machine guns and anti-tank missiles. It comes a day after Israel secured the release of a soldier held hostage by Hamas. Well, the group also released a video showing 3 women in captivity. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has dismissed calls for a ceasefire after UN aid organizations pleaded with the Security Council at an emergency meeting yesterday to do more to end the hostilities.
The current siege imposed on Gaza is collective punishment. 2 weeks of full siege followed by the trickle of aid last week mean that basic services are crumbling, medicine is running out, food and water are running out, fuel is running out. A further breakdown in civil order will make it extremely difficult, if not impossible, for the largest UN agency in Gaza to continue operating.
We, of course, have a team standing by on this story. We're going to start with NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobayea, who joins us from Eilat, Israel.
So, Kelly, what is the latest on Israel's ground and air attacks on Gaza this morning?
Well, Joe and Savannah, the IDF, the Israeli military, reports engaging in fierce battles with Hamas militants deep inside the Gaza Strip. They say that they struck some 300 targets just in the past 24 hours, saying those targets included command centers inside tunnels. They also claim to have killed a top Hamas commander who they say was involved, very much involved in planning that October 7th attack. The IDF also said that some Hamas fighters have barricaded themselves inside buildings in Gaza, and they are engaging with those militants as well. And there are reports of tanks on the outskirts of Gaza by a freelance photographer, for example, who believes that he saw a tank firing on a vehicle on a street on the outskirts of Gaza. And not only in Gaza overnight, Joe and Savannah, there was also activity on that northern border with Lebanon. The IDF said that they struck Hezbollah targets in the north, airstrikes, fighter jets carrying out strikes on targets in the north as well. Savannah, Joe?
Hey, Kelly, if we could talk a little bit now about these calls for a ceasefire. Just moments ago, we heard from a UN official warning about the devastation, saying that that was necessary from Israel. We have heard that that cannot happen. Of course, this back and forth comes with the backdrop of this unfolding humanitarian crisis. Where are we at in terms of calls for a ceasefire and also for more aid to get in?
Yeah, calls for a ceasefire from a number of countries, but that is falling on deaf ears here in Israel anyway. Prime Minister Netanyahu flatly rejecting it, saying a ceasefire is akin to surrender in the eyes of Israel, and it's just not going to happen. There have been, reports from senior U.S. officials, John Kirby, saying that the U.S. is talking to Israel about getting more humanitarian aid in, about getting more trucks inside Gaza. So far, we're talking about a number just over 100 in terms of the number of aid trucks that have gotten in since all of this started. And it simply isn't enough, the UN says. They need, before the war, some 500 trucks, according to one UN official, were getting in every day to accommodate the needs of the people inside Gaza. And now we're talking about just over 100 over the course of more than 3 weeks. The UN official who you heard from at the top of this segment, who's in charge of UNRWA, which is the UN agency which helps Palestinian refugees, said that at this point this is a matter of life and death for millions. The UN now calling for another border crossing to be opened. It's a crossing in the south with the border between Gaza and Egypt, but it's east of that Rafah border crossing, and it's primarily used to ship goods in normal times. We simply don't know if Israel will be willing to agree to allow large volumes of trucks to enter into Gaza through a different crossing, but that is now being floated. Savannah, Joe.
Kelly, let's talk specifically about where you are right now. We understand there were reports of a drone shot down there earlier. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so we're in Eilat in the south, which is basically a resort town in normal times. It's now become an evacuation center for a lot of communities in the south. So in those kibbutzim and the other communities that were evacuated after the October 7th attacks. There are tens of thousands of people here from those communities in the south. Survivors who have friends and family who are kidnapped. They have friends and family and neighbors who they are still burying, who are still being identified. And they're in a lot of these hotels. Earlier this morning, there was an alarm, a warning siren, and the alert was for some sort of aircraft. And what we have subsequently learned is that the IDF believes that this was some sort of drone. Not clear where it was sent from, but the IDF says that it was shot down before it reached Israeli borders. We do know that about 12 days ago there were a number of drones, we don't know how many, sent from allegedly from Yemen toward Israel, those shot down by a U.S. Navy destroyer. So it is something that has happened before, but this is not a common occurrence here. It's not often that sirens sound here, and it's certainly not often that we get that kind of alert saying, you know, take cover. There's a possible unidentified aircraft heading toward Israeli airspace.
Right. Kelly, before we let you go, let's talk about the hostage situation. We know Israel says they were able to free this soldier during ground operations last night. What's the latest here?
Yeah, so the IDF is now saying that 240 people are being held hostage. That is one more than they had said even last night. And they continue to receive intelligence and update those numbers as they are able to confirm that people who have been missing for these more than 3 weeks are actually held hostage. So that number now stands at 240. When that soldier, when news of that soldier's release arrived in these hotels and other places where families are waiting for word from their loved ones, there was a huge amount of relief, of sort of momentary joy, of hope that perhaps their loved one will be next. There still is a lot of hope in a lot of these communities that more people will be released or will be rescued. And we also know that a video came out around the same time, released by Hamas. We're not showing it. We're not playing the audio because it appears as though the women in the video were under duress while making the statement. But once again, you know, those three women are people whose loved ones now have, you know, a sign of life. They have a bit of consolation, I guess. Maybe that's not the right word, but a hope maybe that their relatives at least are alive and are able to communicate, and there may still be hope for them. A lot of people, you know, have really mixed feelings about this ground operation. They, on one level, think, well, maybe this is the best way and their loved ones will be rescued, as that soldier was. On the other hand, they're worried about their safety.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much. Appreciate your reporting this morning. Hundreds of day laborers from the Gaza Strip have been left stranded in the occupied West Bank. That's because their work permits were suddenly revoked by Israel after October 7th, immediately after the Hamas attacks. Now, with Gaza sealed off, many are anxious to return home and have no idea if their loved ones are still alive. NBC's Hala Gorani has that story.
Hundreds of men stranded, sleeping where they can in what was once a sports center. Day laborers from Gaza now stuck in Ramallah in the West Bank, dozens of miles away from home. Mostly construction workers. Rights groups say their permits to be in Israel were suddenly revoked after Hamas's bloody October 7th attacks. With Gaza now sealed off, the men are struggling to communicate with their families. Their wives, children, and parents are now facing displacement and destruction alone.
This is my wife.
We meet Nael at the center.
Where's your family?
Now?
Yeah.
I don't know.
In Gaza?
In Gaza, but I don't know. In Gaza where? I don't know.
Have you been able to talk to them on the phone?
No connection, no information.
Nael says he hasn't heard from his wife and 4 children.
I don't know my family leaving or not leaving. I don't know.
You don't know if they're alive or
I don't
if they're
know.
not alive?
Yes, I don't know.
Rights groups say around 18,500 Gazans had permits to work in Israel before the war. Now considered illegal aliens, many have gone missing. Hundreds have ended up here in this Palestinian Authority facility aided by volunteers. There's little left for them to do other than constantly check for news from home. We want to die with our families, our children, this man says. While they're dying in Gaza, we're here eating and drinking. We want to go back. But with communications patchy or non-existent, the lack of information is agonizing.
No service. No service.
Pictures on their phone are sometimes the only connection to home. Day laborer Fathi proudly shows me a photo of one of his sons graduating.
This is the the one who's an engineer.
Yes, engineer.
And he's now in Gaza.
This is number 5 from my sons.
Number 5 of
Yes,
9.
nice.
Where was
college.
this?
Islamia University. Now destroy university.
So this is one of the young men. You don't know how he's doing.
I don't know about him anything.
Some have been here almost 3 weeks, drying clothes on sports equipment, sleeping on concrete bleachers, and passing the time any way they can. For some, all that's left to do is pray.
Our thanks to Hala Gorani for that report.
Well, the war between Israel and Hamas has sparked a rise in both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in the U.S. and around the world. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez reports on the rise of hate and what the Biden administration is doing about it.
The U.S. is condemning this pro-Palestinian mob that stormed an airport in Russia looking for Jews. Hundreds of men, some carrying banners with anti-Semitic slogans, rushed onto the tarmac, searching for Israeli passengers. Around the world, demonstrations calling for a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. In Pakistan, some protesters burned Israeli and American flags.
How concerned is the White House that these demonstrations will spiral out of control?
No, we believe in the right of peaceful protest. Nobody wants to see peaceful protest turn violent or turn dangerous.
In the U.S., the Biden administration is announcing new steps to fight anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on college campuses, including federal agencies improving coordination between campus law enforcement and state and local counterparts. At Columbia University,
there are Jewish students who do not feel physically safe on campus.
At Cornell, police are guarding the Center for Jewish Living after the university says a series of horrendous anti-Semitic messages threatening violence were posted online. Junior Molly Goldstein is the center's president. What's the sense of fear like on campus right now?
I would say all students are absolutely terrified. People don't know what to do with themselves and whether they should stay or leave campus.
The Anti-Defamation League reports since the war began, anti-Semitic incidents in the U.S. are up nearly 400% from the same period last year. As the man accused of stabbing a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy to death near Chicago pleaded not guilty, Muslim leaders are reporting an uptick in Islamophobia nationwide, with the Council on American Islamic Relations citing nearly 800 complaints this month. Incidents like this one at American University, where a Palestinian IT specialist says someone slid a note under his door threatening, "Go back to where you came from. You might get lucky with a missile and meet your Allah sooner."
This whole eerie feeling just took over. My heart sank.
As the White House tries to get a grip on rising displays of hate, the Justice Department just announced charges against a Nevada man who's now accused of threatening to exterminate a U.S. senator for supporting Israel. Back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you very much.
Over on Capitol Hill, newly elected House Speaker Mike Johnson has a very full plate on this, his first full week on the job.
That's right. Johnson announced Monday he is breaking with the White House and the Senate by having the House take up aid to Israel as a standalone measure and not tying it to any additional aid for Ukraine.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now with the latest from Washington. Ali, good morning. So we know that the new bill revealed by House Republicans includes more than $14 billion in emergency funding for Israel. What else can you tell us about this package, and what are we hearing from the White House?
Well, look, the bulk of this, Joe, is going towards increased military aid for Israel amid this ongoing crisis. And this was always what was going to be the first test for the newly minted speaker. It also highlights, though, the realities between House Republicans and Senate Republicans, especially as Johnson's strategy in moving forward on this Israel aid is in stark contrast to, of course, what the White House and Democrats have laid out. They wanted this Israel aid package to be combined with Ukraine aid package, an attempt to get potentially more House Republicans to go along with getting more aid to Ukraine while simultaneously getting that aid to Israel. That's also something that Senate Republican leadership, including Mitch McConnell, wanted to see. But by Speaker Johnson saying that he was decoupling these things, that's him showing his allegiance to his House Republican ranks and really jamming the Senate Republican.
So, Ali, if the bill passes the GOP-controlled House, my first question is, does it have any chance of passing the Senate with those Republican provisions? But then also, with this conflict raging in Israel, and of course what we still have is the backdrop of the war in Ukraine, is this the fight he wants to have newly in this role?
yes, this is the fight that he is happy to have at this point. You got to remember that even though this is a very urgent time, we see crises on every front, especially on the geopolitical stage. This is still a House Republican conference that went through multiple overtures of absolute dysfunction and chaos to even pick the current speaker that they have sitting there with the gavel. They're not going to be bogged down, if you will, with the geopolitical urgency of this moment. Instead, you've got some on the House Republican side who are saying they want to make sure that they see funds in this Israel aid bill be offset or paid for. That's something that the current speaker says he's going to be able to do by clawing back some unused funds in the democratically passed inflation reduction package. You'll remember that from earlier in the last Congress. They say they're going to claw back some of the money from that to pay for this. That's got some Democrats in the House upset, people who would otherwise support aid to Israel saying, hey, wait a minute, that's not how we usually handle aid. Then on the Senate side of this building, you're right to point out that this decoupling of Ukraine and Israel aid is, yes, flying in the face of what some Senate Republican leadership wanted, but it's also going to make it very difficult for some of these other senators on the Democratic side who would otherwise support both of these aid packages, but they say that they need to use this moment as leverage to ensure that Ukraine does get the aid that it also needs. We're going to see that fight brewing. We've got at this point the House vote on this teed up for later in the week. It's going to go through a necessary committee on Wednesday. We'll see what boils over in the intervening days, but certainly this was or should have been easy. Now it's looking like it's going to be a thorny fight.
Real quickly, let's talk about the other side of the equation here, and that is the funding for Ukraine. What's Speaker Johnson saying about that?
Yeah. Well, look, he's in the middle of a real, frankly, mess within his conference. No surprise there, given the dynamics that we've seen play out over the course of the year. But what we're watching him do by saying that he's going to decouple Israel and Ukraine funding, we're watching him say that he is fully aware of the realities within his House Republican conference and, frankly, the unease that a majority of his members have on sending continued aid to Ukraine. Again, this is a real stark contrast between the way that House Republicans, by and large, are thinking about the Ukraine aid issue and House Republicans are thinking about the Ukraine issue. This was always going to be a battle that they were going to face. And again, it puts him at direct odds with his, in theory, counterpart and otherwise partner on the Republican side in the Senate, Mitch McConnell, who has been a steadfast ally of sending more and continued aid to Ukraine. But because of Johnson and the realities within the House Republican side, we know that they're going to be at odds on that.
All right, Ali Vitale, a lot to cover this morning. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ali. Well, it looks like the United Auto Workers Union has struck a deal with General Motors, which would bring an end to the union's unprecedented strike against the nation's big three automakers. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the details.
46 days after the United Auto Workers' historic strike began, the union and all of the big three are finally near the finish line.
Once again, we have won several astonishing victories.
The UAW announcing a tentative agreement with General Motors after reaching similar deals last week with Jeep owner Stellantis and with Ford. The UAW says all three offers include 25% base wage increases through April 2028, cost of living allowances, and better retirement benefits. Welcome news to workers like Will Prohaska, a husband and father who has been striking at Stellantis' parts distribution center outside Cleveland.
What was it like going the last month plus without your paycheck?
It was actually pretty horrid. I went to salvage shopping, which is like expired canned food, so that way we could save a little extra money.
He says a new contract, which still has to be ratified by union members like him, would mean he can finally make as much money as longtime workers. Now, roughly 50,000 striking members are returning to work. President Biden, who made history walking a UAW picket line, gave the thumbs up.
These record agreements reward auto workers who gave up much to keep the industry working and going during the financial crisis more than a decade ago.
But higher labor costs could mean higher sticker prices at the dealership.
There's no doubt that all of the automakers will be facing higher costs when it comes to building a vehicle, and they've got to figure out how to make that up at some point.
Those costs could benefit non-unionized automakers, but those companies' workers could also be enticed to join the UAW following these historic deals.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much. Well, those contracts are expected to be voted on and approved by rank-and-file union members in the coming days.
As tributes pour in for actor Matthew Perry, for the first time we are hearing from his friends, co-stars. Jennifer Aniston, Courtney Cox, Lisa Kudrow, Matt LeBlanc, and David Schwimmer released a joint statement. It reads in part, "We are all so utterly devastated by the loss of Matthew. We were more than just castmates. We are a family." There is so much to say, but right now we're going to take a moment to grieve and process this unfathomable loss.
Perry played Chandler Bing during the hit series' 10-year run, and he earned an Emmy nomination for his performance. Perry was found dead at his Los Angeles area home on Saturday. Autopsy results are pending a toxicology report. He was 54 years old.
All right, bundle up. We are expecting some spooky cold temps this Halloween. Let's get a closer look with your Halloween edition of the Morning News Now weather forecast.
That's right. This morning when I was hanging out, Angie, I think it was in the 40s earlier. Ooh, good morning.
I hope you brought your jacket, and I hope a lot of people are grabbing the jacket this morning, and even later today, you're going to need it too. We've got 115 million people under these alerts this morning. They include frost advisories, freeze watches, and freeze warnings. So heads up if you're headed out really across much of the country. We're dealing with these chilly conditions. Notice Minneapolis. It's 30 degrees for the actual temperature, but you add in those elevated winds, and you've got a wind chill in the teens. Chicago feeling like 23 degrees right now. Even Little Rock, you're feeling like the 20s as you get out the door this morning. So extra layers for sure as you go through the morning hours, and even in the afternoon hours, we don't get much better in some of these spots. Places like Detroit barely get into the 40s. We've got 57 in Birmingham. Corpus Christi will stay into the 50s through the afternoon hours today. And we keep this going kind of into tomorrow as well. We look ahead to the early morning hours of your November 1st, the start of your November, and we've got plenty of folks that could see some record lows for the early morning hours tomorrow. Places like Springfield, St. Louis, Fort Smith, all included in that, as well as Dallas for your early morning temperature as we get into the beginning of November. There's what those lows will look like. 30s for Dallas, upper 20s in Columbus, teens for Chicago. Once again, our afternoon temperatures will be about 10 to 20 degrees below where we should be for this time of year. But then by the end of the week and into the weekend, we start to kind of moderate things out. The 60s will return for Lexington, upper 60s for Raleigh by the time Saturday rolls around. And we'll go from the low 50s on Thursday in New York to the low 60s by Saturday. And of course, we save the best for last. Here's your trick-or-treat forecast. Chicago, unfortunately, you guys are going to contend with some snow showers. We'll see blustery conditions. It's the extra layers kind of trick-or-treating forecast. It could be in the top 5 of coldest Halloweens in Chicago. So we'll watch for that. Light drizzle in Cincinnati and some cold rain in Raleigh, unfortunately, with temperatures just in the 40s. But check out Orlando. Clear, warm, 80 degrees.
80.
Mainly clear in LA with a temperature of 75 and 53 for Houston.
Wow.
So unfortunately, the jacket needed there.
It's still hard to believe Saturday. It seems so long ago now when it was like so warm.
80.
So weird. So weird. I like the chill. I know I always say that, but
you always
I know.
like the opposite of what everyone else
know.
likes.
Oh my God. All right, thanks, Angie.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, it's a dental nightmare. Our Halloween coverage continues with some trick-or-treating tips for your teeth.
First, though, after the break, an intense cross-examination for the so-called crypto king. We'll take you to court for the latest in Sam Bankman-Fried's federal fraud trial. We'll be right back.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It was a tense day in court for FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried, who took the stand for his cross-examination in his federal fraud trial.
Prosecutors used exhibits of Bankman-Fried's own words, like public statements and online posts, to dispute some key moments of his testimony.
For more, let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savelis. Danny, good morning. So this is always sort of a gamble, right? The defendant taking the stand in their own trial, the defense putting him up there. How's he doing so far?
Poorly to really poorly, but this was to be expected. There are no surprises here. I could have told you before he took the stand 3 things that would have happened. Number 1, the prosecution would confront him with every word he's spoken in all of these ill-advised interviews over the past year. And number 2, the defendant would think that he would be able to explain everything away on the stand. This is very typical for white-collar type defendants. They often think, if I can just get in front of everyone, I'll explain everything away. And number 3, what was no surprise at all, is the paradox of here's a witness taking the stand to provide information, and that information is that he doesn't have information. Basically, we all knew it was going to be some variation of I don't know, I don't remember, that's not how I remember it, and sure enough, that's exactly what happened, because the only path to convincing a jury that he's not guilty is showing that he was so ignorant and so out of it and so not in control of his own business that he shouldn't be held criminally responsible.
So that strategy of ignorance, I don't remember, or maybe blaming his colleagues, given all of the public pronouncements he's made and his social media posts about his lavish lifestyle, how effective or perhaps ineffective is that strategy?
Not effective. So that would lead someone to believe that the only reason you call your client in a situation like this is because it doesn't feel like the case is going well for the defense and they have to try anything. There are a couple other reasons. I mean, Sam Bankman-Fried has a constitutional right to take the stand. And like I said before, you'd be amazed how often, especially white-collar criminal defendants, believe that they know best, that they can explain everything away, that these lawyers don't know anything. I mean, after all, when you think about it, believing that they know how to do everything the right way is what landed them in this hot water in the first place, and they totally miss the irony there. So no surprise at all that Sam Bankman-Fried thinks he can explain it, but by explaining it, he means, I don't know, I don't remember, I don't recall, that's not the way I remember it. Doesn't look that good for a jury, to the jury.
Given what we are seeing in cross-examination, how do you think this impacts the defense's strategy from here? What might we see from them next?
I mean, the defense's strategy appears to have been basically that Sam Bankman-Fried was at the top of the company but didn't know enough because he delegated everything out. And so if the jury believes what he's saying, it's consistent with their theory, which is here's this guy, he's a figurehead, but he's basically, that's all he is. He's a symbolic figurehead. Look at the crazy hair, the cargo shorts. He's kind of our mascot, like the Philly fanatic. That's who he is. He doesn't know anything. So that's their theory. Will it work? Highly unlikely.
Mascot. Danny, you crack me up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Danny. Let's get to some international headlines after that violent anti-Israel riot at an airport in Russia. Russia's President Vladimir Putin is blaming the West.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Levanga joins us with the latest on that and other world headlines. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. Well, Vladimir Putin is not only blaming the West, but also Ukraine of being behind that anti-Israel riot at the airport of Dagestan, a Russian republic, a claim the U.S. has dismissed as absurd. Now, on Sunday, hundreds of people stormed the small airport ahead of a flight from Tel Aviv, waving Palestinian flags and chanting anti-Semitic slogans. Dagestan has a majority Muslim population, and it is believed the riot was sparked by anger over the conflict in Gaza. Eventually, local authorities brought the situation under control and arrested 60 people. Now let's go to Spain, where the former vice president of the country's soccer federation was banned for 3 years by the sport's global governing body. Luis Rubiales caused outrage after he kissed a Spanish player on the lips at the trophy ceremony after Spain won the World Cup in Australia at the end of August. Spanish prosecutors have formally accused Rubiales of sexual assault and coercion. He denies any wrongdoing, but was also ordered not to contact the player, Jenny Hermoso, who accused him to pressure her to speak out in his defense. And there is no Halloween without a vampire story. So here's a real one from Poland, where since the summer of 2022, a team of archaeologists have made an unsettling discovery. The burial of a young woman and a child thought to be vampires 400 years ago. The two were buried in unmarked graveyards on unconsecrated ground with a padlock on their feet. Experts say victims of disease, unbaptized children, and those who died under tragic circumstances were especially feared during that time. And back then, they will have been buried with a padlock on their feet, so they will not return back from the dead. Happy Halloween, guys.
Yeah, well, that was a perfect one for the day.
Exactly, Claudia. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Coming up, a Mississippi mother living her worst nightmare.
She spent 6 months looking for her missing son, only to find that he had been killed and his body buried. Why she's blaming police, plus the new demands for an investigation next on Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with an NBC News exclusive. A mother in Mississippi spent months searching for her missing son, only to learn he had been struck and killed by a police car. And no one told her for nearly 6 months. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander has the story.
The last time Betterstein Wade saw her son Dexter, the two had an argument and he left the house. But 3 days later, when her 37-year-old still hadn't come home, she knew something was wrong.
He's never disappeared like that.
He never disappeared like that. He never.
Within 2 weeks, she filed a police report. For months, her calls to police got the same response, no update.
Help me understand what that time was like for you.
That time was horrible. You would lay in your bed. You would think he might have been out there suffering. Somebody might have had him, tortured him. You just want that call to say, Mom, I'm all right. I'm all right. All you want to do is see your child.
Then, in August, nearly 6 months after Dexter went missing, an investigator finally told her Dexter had been hit and killed by an off-duty Jackson police officer while crossing a highway. It had happened less than an hour after he left home that day in March. Then, another bombshell. Dexter had already been buried in an unmarked grave behind the county jail. The only sign, a pole with the number 672.
Dexter, I tried to find you, and I couldn't. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry you're here.
You saw buzzards circling, and you're talking about a frightening thought. Did they even put him in a wood box? Or did they just put him in a body bag and drop him in the ground?
Jackson police have not responded to NBC's request for comment. According to the coroner's office, an investigator identified Dexter and shared contact information for his mother with police. But she says she never received a call. After NBC News broke this story last week, Jackson's mayor said this.
That at no point have we identified or did any investigation reveal that there was any police misconduct in this process and that there was any malicious intent.
Do you believe that?
No.
Attorney Ben Crump says they're asking for the DOJ to open a civil rights investigation. They also plan to exhume the body and perform a private autopsy before giving Dexter a proper burial.
And lay some flowers there, and just to know he's in a safe place.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News, Jackson, Mississippi.
Time now for our mental health check-in. We're taking a look at a study of loneliness among adults around the world.
Yeah, plus young adults are struggling with mental health at a higher rate than teens. We'll break down some of the reasons why.
Let's bring in Dr. George James for more on this. He's a licensed marriage and family therapist. Doctor, good to have you with us. So let's start with this study on loneliness. Gallup polled adults from 142 countries, found 24% of people reported feeling very or fairly lonely. We know loneliness is becoming an epidemic. So what are some of the dangers of experiencing loneliness, and what's the best things to do to combat it?
Yes, in this worldwide study, when we see that people are experiencing loneliness, it can have an impact. It can increase feelings of anxiety and depression, and people can also feel like they don't know what to do. And we see that it impacts our young adults in a high rate. If some folks are trying to figure out what to do, one of the things that people can do, they can volunteer, they can take courses, they can connect with others. You could even just say hi to people you see every day. And overall, trying to make those connections can start to help you feel more connected and not as lonely, because we don't want people to feel isolated or to continue to be in that way.
Doctor, we talk a lot about depression among kids and teens on this show because we've got a lot of studies about them, and a new one from Harvard University's Graduate School of Education found 36% of young adults are struggling with their mental health, which is twice as high as kids between the ages of 14 and 17. Why is it that young adults are suffering, do you think?
You know, during the ages of 18 to 25, so much is going on and so much is changing in your life. You're trying to figure out what is a romantic relationship, maybe. You're trying to also figure out what is a career or future. You're also trying to separate a little bit from your parents. So there's so much, it can be overwhelming, and that can lead people to feeling more anxious and depressed. You want to make sure you get support and help. You want to talk to those that you can and recognize that you're not alone in this and that there is some support out there for you.
Let's turn to mental health among mothers. A new survey from Peanut. That is an app that connects pregnant women and new moms. Found 72% of them feel invisible once they have their children. 93% feel unappreciated in their new roles. Talk about the impact this has on moms, and then what can loved ones do to step in and help?
You know, for many mothers, they're probably saying, duh, like this is something that they've been feeling for so long. In terms of that, the focus becomes on their child or childcare or all these other things where they feel like they are not the person that is looked at. Some of the reasons might be because of unfair labor, because of just the different challenges that might be in their home or in society, or they just don't get invited out. So think about when we see mothers as a human being and being able to think about what they want and what they need as well, not just their child or childcare, and hopefully there'll be some fairness in the division of labor at home and outside as well.
Definitely. All right, Doctor, those are all pretty heavy topics. Let's try to end on something sort of positive. I know you have some tips to help cultivate hope. Walk us through how we can find positivity during a tough time.
Hope is so important to us, and we need to find ways to be able to channel that. So one of the ways is that we can, think about a goal. We can brainstorm some ideas. We can find a support team, but really seek success stories, learn what other people are doing, and most importantly, give yourself permission to have hope, to have that goal, to believe that it is possible for whatever you're looking forward to.
Some great advice. Also, remember, the holidays start at midnight tonight. Basically.
Yes, they do.
According to Mariah, at least.
Music starts.
All right. Dr. George James, as always, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, return of the Mac. Apple showing off its new and improved line of Macs. It will cost you. We're going to tell you how much.
And we're sitting down for some French cuisine. Hear from award-winning chef Erin French about what makes her dishes so special. That's next on Morning News Now.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday, November 8th at 8 p.m.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now.
We're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back now with some money news, and get your wallets ready because Apple just unveiled some new Mac products.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Apple's always making us get our wallets ready, right? All right, well, the company revamped the Mac lineup, unveiling 2 new MacBook Pro models and an iMac desktop powered by its faster M3 semiconductor chips. The 14-inch MacBook Pro starts at $1,599. That's cheaper than the previous version. The 16-inch model starts at about $2,500, while the 24-inch iMac starts at around $1,300. Now, Apple has seen a boost in its Mac business, nearly doubling the market share to 11% over the past 3 years when it started using its own custom-designed chips. X is now worth less than half what Elon Musk paid for the former Twitter a year ago. Internal documents reportedly show employees were awarded stock grants in the company valued at a total of $19 billion. That's a 55% discount to Musk's purchase price of $44 billion. Until now, employees haven't fully known what the company is worth. Fidelity, which is a big investor, believes X is worth 2/3 less than when Musk bought it. And you can get a lot more than free candy today. Several fast food chains are offering Halloween-themed deals, starting with Krispy Kreme, which will give a free donut to anyone who shows up at a store wearing a costume. McDonald's recently brought back the iconic Boo Buckets, which are free with the purchase of a kid's combo meal. Chipotle is giving rewards members any entree for just $6 when they use the code burrito at checkout. I have many stops to make today, guys.
I know, really. Didn't you used to get a free burrito at Chipotle?
That's how it used to be. Yes, it used to be free.
Wow, from free to
Sign
$6
of the
bucks.
times.
Quite a jump. Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, Silvana.
Thank you.
You got it.
Well, the Lost Kitchen is an intimate restaurant that's tucked into the woods near a small town in Maine. It may also be one of the most difficult places in the country to get a reservation. Well, now you can get a taste of what owner and award-winning chef Erin French is bringing to the table because her cookbook, Big Heart, Little Stove, hits shelves today.
NBC News correspondent Harry Smith sat down for lunch with French, who got a sneak peek at the recipes that make her kitchen feel magical.
Fall in Freedom, Maine is as beautiful as one would imagine. The tiny hamlet, home to a restaurant where a reservation is as valued as a winning lottery ticket. Our host, Erin French, owner of the Lost Kitchen.
You made it. Thank you for coming. I made you a nice lunch today.
Did you really?
Yeah. Figure if you've come all this way, you're expecting to have something to eat.
I am.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
Let's go. Erin welcomed us with a mocktail.
A wonderful afternoon. Cheers.
And we shucked oysters.
Please, have a shot.
Definitely. Oh my gosh. Ready? Total game changer.
Yeah.
Total. Wow.
I'm excited because food is my tool for pulling out emotion. How lucky are we?
So fortunate.
That's the way you're supposed to feel when you sit at that table, you know?
What do you think it is that's inside you that is this deep desire to make people happy or feel fulfilled?
I've questioned that, and for a while, I thought that it was because I was a woman. And because as a woman, we want to give people love. That's been the feelings that I've innately just felt inside of me, wanting to care for people deeply.
I'm feeling there's something really sort of unfair about this, because I'm actually having lunch with you in a room that's normally filled with how many people?
53.
53.
Yeah.
Who've been waiting for months and years to
Lifetime.
have this chance. Should you be lucky enough to dine here, the meal, or should we say the experience, lasts 5 hours or more.
And the moment just, it slips away because you're having the best time and you're making people feel warm and you're making them feel like they belong here.
Potatoes first. I would say it tastes like home, but it's better. Lunch exceeded all expectations. Delicious seemed too puny a word to use under the circumstances.
The chicken's moist, flavorful.
So good. Wow. Erin's new cookbook, Big Heart, Little Stove, is filled with recipes from her restaurant and childhood.
You say love can be tasted.
You can't make delicious food if you're in a bad mood.
So the key then would be, if you're in a bad mood and you're having people over, just order pizza.
That's probably a good idea.
With each recipe is a sentence or two, like an invitation to give it a try.
I wanted people to feel like they weren't alone and that they were able to make mistakes. And you will make mistakes in the kitchen, and that's part of how you become a better cook.
Is a cookbook a way for you to communicate with the people who may never get a chance to eat here?
100%. People break down and cry in here. And it still mystifies me. And that's part of this book, was like unlocking what was mystifying me and saying, what is it? Why are 60,000 people wanting to come here to eat? Why are they crying when they get here? Why are they staying 5 hours and not wanting to leave?
Because in its own way, it's almost food is therapy.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Food saved me.
Food saved you.
Oh, yeah. It was the only place that I could find something that I could feel like I was any good at something.
Our thanks to Harry Smith for that story. Poor guy just had to try all that food.
So
God.
tough.
Well, if you're feeling hungry after that again, check out Erin's new cookbook, Big Heart, Little Stove, which is on sale now. Coming up, it's almost time to trick or treat, but don't forget to take care of your teeth.
So before you and the kids head out, we're going to check in with a dentist on the dental do's and don'ts this Halloween. Stick with us. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in. These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Andrew Leverage.
All right, it just fit too.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. After 20 years, the original stars of the blockbuster Broadway musical Wicked have reunited. Kristen Chenoweth and Idina Menzel celebrated the 20th anniversary of the smash hit show last night by taking to the red carpet outside New York's famed Gershwin Theater. That's where the show was performed. They weren't alone. Other storied Wicked stars, including Shoshana Bean and Jackie Burns, were also in attendance. And the Empire State Building even shined that familiar emerald green tone overnight to commemorate the lasting success of the 4th longest running Broadway show in history. Looks like Glinda and Elphaba are pretty popular on the great.
I love that. Oh my gosh, how cool. All right, finally this hour. When you think of Halloween, you probably think of maybe a handful of tricks, but a whole lot of treats, right? From the candy that you get trick-or-treating to leftovers people bring to the office. bound to be everywhere, all this candy, over the next few days. I know this is going to be a downer, you know. We're not going to talk about all that. Instead, we're going to talk about your teeth and how to keep them healthy through all of this.
Joining us now with some tips is Dr. Sharon Huang. She is the founder of Label NYC Dentistry. Good to have you with us. So we know, obviously, candy can lead to cavities. Explain to us exactly how that works.
Well, cavities need three things to form. It needs a tooth, it needs bacteria, and needs sugar. And that's a cavity.
Got it.
So it's from sugar, pretty much exclusively?
Yes. So the sugar, so the bacteria eats the sugar, it produces the acid, and the acid eats away the tooth, eats away the enamel of the tooth, makes the tooth softer, and over time, that starts to become a cavity, which is like little voids if you look at it under a microscope.
Ooh, wow. All right. So I know you've got a few tips on how you can cut down the chances of getting them. I think you've got kind of like a little acronym or something, 3 W's.
Yes. And also go trick-or-treating, but don't eat any of the candy.
Great.
3 W's. So when the box is open, eat as much as you want, but don't snack. The worst is to snack. So immediately, for example, if you have a bag of candy, you can eat it all in one setting. For the next 30 minutes, the teeth are softer. So the acid is attacking the teeth. But if you snack on that bag throughout the day, the acid's going to be attacking the teeth throughout the day. So if you snack on it for 8 hours, that's 8 hours of acid attack. So that will lead to a cavity. So second W is to wait. Wait 30 minutes before brushing, because immediately after, your teeth are softer. So that's the acid attack. 3 is water. You could drink water immediately after eating sugar, just don't brush.
Got it. I have a feeling a gastroenterologist might have different viewpoints on what to do with eating it all at once.
Yeah, 30 minutes go in on it.
Well, just for today.
Got it. Not all candies are created equal, right? I mean, are there some safer for your teeth?
Yes. So the best type of candy, if you had to choose one, is chocolate. And that's my personal favorite.
Same. Lucky us.
The darker, the better.
Okay.
It's less likely to get stuck in the grooves of the teeth. The worst candy is sticky candy, things like caramel, taffy, like Milky Way, Snickers, because it's very sticky. It'll get into the grooves of the teeth and it'll stick on for much longer. And if you stagger candy after a meal, it's always better because there's more saliva to rinse the sugar away.
Got it. And hard candy, you're not a fan?
Hard candy, just don't bite down on it because it can crack your tooth. You can suck on a hard candy, but just try not to bite.
What about gummies? Is that one of those bad ones or not as bad as like a tacky chocolate?
Gummies are like somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
And if you could choose a gummy that has less artificial flavoring, less sugar, like an alternative rather than the heavy sugar with artificial flavor, it's better. I love gummy bears, so I can't.
Well, here's what I learned. Eat as much as you want tonight,
all at once.
drink some water, and then brush your teeth before bed.
And yes, that's very important. Brush your teeth before bed.
You may have
that's
a stomach
everything.
ache.
Yeah, that's for a different doctor to address.
Exactly. All right, Dr. Sharon Huang, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween.
Let's get it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. Happy Halloween. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, a relentless Israeli assault pushing deeper into Gaza as the humanitarian crisis there worsens. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu now rejecting calls from world leaders to stop the violence and allow more vital aid to enter. It all comes after Gaza was plunged into darkness with no access to electricity or communications. We're covering it all in just a moment. Coming together to mourn the loss of a true friend, what the cast of Friends is now saying about the sudden loss of beloved actor Matthew Perry. Also on this Halloween, we're talking about a different chill down your spine. Trick-or-treaters in some parts of the country now preparing for record cold, even some spells of snow. It's all thanks to a ghoulish Arctic blast that's impacting millions. We've got your full forecast coming up. And since it's Halloween, later in the hour, we're going to feature a culinary cavalcade of sweet and sour confections that'll have you screaming for more, or maybe not, because I tasted some things that I did not enjoy at all.
Well, I hope that you waited to brush your teeth and that you drink water.
I think I did. We got some good tips for you. All right, we are going to begin this hour with the war in Gaza. Israeli warplanes pounded the besieged strip overnight, while IDF troops and Hamas militants exchanged fire on the ground.
Gaza's health ministry says more than 8,000 Palestinians have been killed. But last night, Israel's prime minister dismissed calls for a ceasefire after rescuing a soldier held captive by Hamas. NBC's Richard Engel has the latest from southern Israel.
Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu says there will be no ceasefire with Hamas. And here in southern Israel, we've seen a steady flow of soldiers heading toward the Gaza Strip.
This morning, Israeli troops are pushing deeper into Gaza in a war the Israeli government describes as a fight for its survival. Last night, the families of Israeli hostages gathered in Tel Aviv to pressure the government not to forget their loved ones amid the fury to destroy Hamas. But during the protest and vigil, they received word that a hostage had been freed, the first one. Private Ori Magidish was captured from a watchtower and freed by Israeli troops in Gaza Sunday night. Israel says she's doing well medically and has met with her family. But Hamas has 240 more hostages by this morning's count, including dozens of children. And Hamas is taunting Israel with them, releasing a video of 3 Israeli captives speaking under duress. The woman on the right is Lina Turpanov. We met Netta, a friend of the Turpanov family. She's speaking for them because everyone in the family was killed or kidnapped by Hamas.
How do you watch this war and watch all those explosions and not think they might be underground under one of those bombs?
We think about it. And we saw that Lena is alive now. And this is the reason why we want her back now. Not tomorrow, not next week, not in a few days. We don't know what's going to happen in Gaza. If she's alive now, and we hope that other family members are also, we want them back.
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu under fire for not taking responsibility for being unprepared for Hamas's surprise attack, says there will be no ceasefire, that Israel must retaliate for the killing of 1,400 Israelis.
This is a time for war.
Israel says it's created a safe zone for Palestinian civilians in southern Gaza, but Israel is continuing airstrikes in the south too. We filmed inside the Nasser hospital in Han Yunis right after an Israeli strike on a home. This is southern Gaza, and there's nothing safe about it. Many of the injured are children. One girl appears lifeless, but comes around. Another girl with an oxygen mask at least has her father nearby. Don't be scared. It's not bad, my love. Daddy is with you. It's okay, he tells her. Palestinian civilians are suffering and dying in a war they didn't start, and with Gaza completely sealed off, they can't escape.
As to why the Palestinians can't leave the Gaza Strip, both of its international borders to Egypt and Israel are blocked. And in terms of movement within Gaza, Israel says that Hamas is deliberately keeping people in the north where the fighting is the most intense. But our teams in Gaza saw no evidence of Hamas checkpoints or fighters blocking people from moving.
All right, Richard, thank you very much. Well, Gershon Baskin joins us now. He's the Middle East Director for the International Communities Organization. He also helped free Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit, who was held hostage by Hamas for 5 years. Gershon, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Let's start with these latest developments regarding the hostage situation. So Israel, as we've said, says it freed a hostage, an IDF soldier who was being held by Hamas. This was during the ground operation in Gaza yesterday. Also, just hours before that, some more news. Hamas released video that purports to show 3 female hostages, one of them delivering a message critical of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his government, though it's unclear if this woman was speaking of her own volition or whether the marks were scripted by Hamas. But what do you make of these developments we've seen over the last 24 hours?
This is all part of the negotiations that are going on between Israel and Hamas through the mediation of Qatar and Egypt. And of course, the release of the videotape is part of the negotiation strategy to put pressure on Israeli society, to pressure the government, in the same way that the Israeli military incursion into Gaza, which is slow and measured at this time, is aimed at putting pressure on Hamas to move forward with the hostage negotiations. The voices in Israel are growing louder to the government to not enable a ceasefire or to not engage in a full-scale incursion until the hostages are brought home. 240 Israelis, women, children, infants, senior citizens, elderly people sick and wounded are being held as hostages. 240 families are affected here directly, and this is a major blow to Israeli society. If 3 weeks ago, when the Hamas terrorist attack took place across the border, there was resolve within Israel that the first thing that needed to be done was to attack Hamas and dismantle their ability to govern and threaten Israel ever again, today the voices are much louder to deal with the hostage situation before making the final blow to Hamas. That's why, as we understand, the negotiations today are focused on an impossible dilemma for the Israeli government is called all for all. All the hostages for all the Israeli prisoners in Israeli prison, including 559 people who have murdered Israelis and are serving life sentences.
So what do you expect is happening behind the scenes right now, especially as we see Israel press deeper into Gaza?
Well, what's happening behind the scenes that we have no idea what's happening in the negotiations conducted by Qatar and Egypt. Egypt presumably has more direct contacts with the Hamas military wing. The leadership of Hamas is located in Doha, the capital of Qatar, and the Qatari government, under extreme American pressure, is pushing the Hamas leadership to release hostages. Hamas has no intention of releasing hostages without a severe payment from Israel. And as I said, this is a huge dilemma for the Israeli government to make, releasing all these people who Israel designates as terrorists and threaten Israel's security. Where do we release them to? Do they get sent to Gaza? Most of them are from the West Bank. Are they allowed to go back to their homes where they will threaten Israelis again? So this is what I think what we're seeing, and the Israeli delay on the major operation going into Gaza is being held off until every avenue is exhausted for the hostages to be returned.
Gershon Baskin, thank you very much. Your expertise is so appreciated this morning.
An aid worker inside Gaza is giving us a rare look at the devastation inside the besieged enclave, recording the horrifying moments the Israeli bombing was at its worst. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray has that story.
There was a total electricity blackout.
Darkness and explosions in the distance were the first signs for Mohammed Shalabi that things were changing in northern Gaza.
This was all coupled with the rumors that the Israelis were about to have a very vast ground invasion. So you can imagine the level of anxiety that the people were living in.
That night, the rumors became reality.
We witnessed the most vicious attacks on the north of Gaza. They were aerial bombardments, naval fire, and border fire altogether. Every once in a while, the sky would turn into an orange color. We weren't sure whether those were targeting residential areas. We weren't sure whether those were targeting the borders. We were just hoping that this bombardment would never reach us.
But hours later, it did.
I was sitting with my kids on the sofa, and suddenly there was a huge explosion. A huge explosion. I've never heard this sound before. My child, my daughter, Misk, she started screaming and panically, hysterically crying. I rushed outside immediately to see what was happening. I opened the door, and I honestly could not see in front of me and could not breathe. My neighborhood was destroyed. One simple rocket, just one rocket, that hit a neighbor's home without warning. At least 10 of my neighbors were killed, including children, and many others were injured. Let alone the panic that happened in the children and the women, the fear I saw in the eyes of the people.
The life his family had known, gone.
I'm still safe. My family is all safe. But I'm not sure what's going to happen next.
Food, water, and hope in his village now running dangerously low.
There is nothing, and it becomes even emptier and emptier as the days pass.
Our thanks to Jay Gray for that report. Shalabi says the only solution to the situation is an immediate ceasefire and more humanitarian aid, echoing calls from human rights groups.
Well, staying in the region, defense officials say U.S. targets in Syria and Iraq have been attacked at least 23 times in the past 2 weeks.
The Pentagon said last week that those behind the attacks are supported by Iran and its Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And this morning, a senior U.S. military official with direct knowledge tells NBC News there were 4 attacks on bases with U.S. troops in the Middle East just yesterday.
For more, we're joined by NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby. Courtney, good morning. So tell us what we're learning about these attacks from U.S. officials and how it relates to the conflict in Israel.
So fortunately, most of these attacks are not successful, meaning that if they even reach the base, there haven't been any that have really damaged much infrastructure and, more importantly, have injured or killed many American personnel. Now, there were 2 last week, one at al-Assad, one in southern Syria at a garrison at Tanf, that led to several service members being injured. Most of them were minor, but there were 19 traumatic brain injuries within that. That was midweek last week, about a week ago. There haven't been any successful since then. And in fact, the majority of the ones that we're talking about here include drones or rockets or mortars that don't even really come within the base perimeter. So in some cases, they're several miles away. So that being said, while the U.S. military is saying this has nothing to do with what's going on in Israel and Gaza, the reality is none of this happens in a vacuum. And we had not seen attacks or attempts like this against U.S. bases since March. Now, the U.S., as an effort to deter against these sorts of attacks, conducted a series of airstrikes in northeastern Syria last week. So far, we have seen a slowdown in attempts on U.S. bases, but the reality is they have not stopped, Joe.
So, yeah, I guess the question is, you talked about those retaliatory strikes. Any other responses planned? What are you hearing?
So right now, the U.S. is keeping all their options open. The reality is, if these escalate, so if we see more than 1, 2, even 3 a day, or if we see a successful attack, if there is real damage to infrastructure, multiple casualties, or there is a death of an American on one of these bases, I do fully expect the U.S. military will respond again.
And Courtney, what is Iran saying about these U.S. claims?
So very little. I mean, at this point, they're not really denying it. They're not denying it. The reality is these are Iranian-backed groups that are carrying these out. When we're talking about Iraq, it's mainly Kataib Hezbollah, frankly, mainly in Syria as well. The big question that we've been asking is, how much did Iran know or even direct some of these militia groups to restart these attacks and then maybe even accelerate them? And we don't have direct links, but I will say senior defense officials, when you ask about them, about these sorts of attacks, they say they are calling on Iran to direct these groups to stop them, Savannah.
All right, Courtney Kuby, thank you so much.
Back in the U.S., we are seeing an alarming increase in anti-Semitic and Islamophobic incidents on college campuses since the start of the Israel-Hamas war. Now the Biden administration is rolling out a plan designed to try and combat that. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us with more on that. Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. You know, college campuses are where the issues of the day are supposed to be debated, including here at Columbia. But in the last 3 weeks, students, faculty, and staff say the debate over the war between Israel and Hamas has been drowned out by hateful speech, threats, and even violence.
On college campuses nationwide, Jewish and Muslim students worry the war overseas is fueling hate here at home.
I do not feel safe. It's not just me. It's most of the Jews on our college campus.
Earlier this month at Columbia University, an Israeli student was allegedly assaulted while posting images of Israeli hostages. A suspect has been charged with a hate crime. These Jewish students say it's just one of many anti-Semitic incidents on campus, and they're calling on school leaders to do more to protect them.
Have you felt a change in tone on campus since the war began?
Absolutely. People are being spit on. We're seeing swastikas.
Muslim students tell us they're worried too. The group Columbia Students for Justice in Palestine said they had safety concerns about doing an interview, adding Muslim students have had hijabs ripped off. Students wearing keffiyehs are jeered at, photographed, and followed. On Monday, the Biden administration unveiled new steps to combat anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on campuses, including improving coordination between law enforcement agencies and making it easier to file a discrimination complaint.
President Biden has been clear. We can't stand by and stand silent in the face of hate.
The kind of hate that Cornell University says it is facing after anti-Semitic messages threatening violence were posted online. Campus police now protecting the Center for Jewish Living, but students are rattled.
Most of us aren't able to focus on our studies.
And it's not just students. The conflict on campuses affecting faculty and staff, too. 70-year-old Erwin Chemerinsky is the dean of UC Berkeley Law School.
I've certainly seen anti-Semitic incidents through my life, but I've never seen anything like the last 3 weeks on my campus.
He supports freedom of speech, however hateful, but says the key is how schools respond.
We've got to speak out against hate when it occurs.
Here at Columbia University, the leadership says they've increased security, but they're also calling on students to step forward and report these hate incidents, that they can't respond to them adequately if they don't know they're going on. Savannah.
Oh, Stephanie, thank you so much. Well, now let's switch gears and get to some Halloween news. The weather for today's festivities is said to be frightfully cold from coast to coast. This morning, millions of Americans are under frost and freeze alerts, with some areas experiencing temperatures 30 degrees below normal, making conditions for trick-or-treating tonight chillingly cold. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Wilmette, Illinois, with more on this cold, cold Halloween. Maggie, good morning. How are the temperatures where you are? I see you're bundled up. We hear the Windy City is also bracing for a blast of snow even.
Savannah, it's terrible. I'm going to be real with you. I thought this was months away, and yet here we are on Halloween. The proof is in the lawn decorations. These people clearly went all out. This one talks, making for extra fun. But yeah, this is a shockingly early, frigid forecast. We're talking about possibly the first snowfall of the season, about an inch at the most here in Chicago. It's like a light dusting, but it could be among the top 5 coldest Halloweens on record here in the Windy City. It's about 30 degrees, so just below freezing right now in Wilmette. We're in a suburb here. You can just see the breadth of the decorations behind me. And yeah, you said some cities close to 30 degrees below average. This is a huge Arctic blast affecting more than 100 million Americans coast to coast. And it's really just forcing everybody to tailor a lot of their Halloween plans, which, as you know, is so heartbreaking if you're a kid having to cover up that costume that you worked so hard on, Savannah. But it's just good to have the information, if nothing else.
Yeah, that's true. I'm very impressed by those decorations behind you. All right, so Maggie, if people do want to go out, they are going to be trick-or-treating anyway. They want to show off costumes if they can. What do people need to keep in mind to stay warm?
I know. It wouldn't be a weather segment without props, right? So we have some right here. You can take out some hot hands, put those in your mittens, possibly your boots. Also a thermos with some hot cocoa, hot cider, whatever you want to put in here, parents, is absolutely fine to help keep warm. And then also we have, I think, a list of the most popular costumes this year from the National Retail Federation. You'll notice a lot of them, be it superheroes, ghouls, goblins, potentially princesses. They can lend themselves to under-costume layering, so you preserve the aesthetic appeal of the costume that you worked so hard on. Princesses wear capes. Maybe think of something like that. We know that, you know, Barbie had every job on the planet, so there's a lot of room for mixing and matching there as well. And then I'm told that, you know, orange hats are all the rage this year, so if you want to go this route, this is an option too, especially if you're going as a reporter who, again, thought snow live shots were a long ways down the road, and you have since found out otherwise.
There you go. You've just given everyone a DIY costume idea. Be Maggie Vespa outside of that house. Okay, also your Barbie comment really cracked me up. I'm like wheezing. Okay, Maggie, thank you. Stay warm, get inside. Well, from California and Connecticut, temperatures are dropping. Angie Lastman's going to tell us more about what we can expect when you head out to trick-or-treat. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, Savannah. Yeah, Maggie's exactly right. Some chilly conditions and even some snowy conditions across parts of the Great Lakes. We're really going to see that lake effect snow kind of enhance the western portions of Michigan to pick up on some good amount of snow here when it's all said and done. But just the snow flurries that we're dealing with from Green Bay to Minneapolis down to La Crosse, Milwaukee in on that, and Chicago eventually going to see some of that as well. Nothing that's going to say cancel school or anything like that, but it's more just kind of a nuisance, especially on a day when a lot of folks want to be outdoors. Here's the deal through the rest of the evening and into tomorrow. We'll see that kind of system work its way to the east. Some higher elevations across the Northeast could pick up on some maybe snow showers, but otherwise most of the heavy rain is going to stay offshore. That's good for folks as we get into November. Speaking of the snowy conditions, we've also got chilly conditions. 115 million people are waking up under advisories, alerts, frost, freeze, warnings, watches, you name it, we've got it out there. It goes from Washington, D.C. down to Wilmington, over to Jackson. You can see parts of the Southwest included in this as well, with temperatures right now sitting into the 30s in a lot of spots, 20s for some, and feeling like the teens in a couple of locations as well. We're looking at Dodge City, Kansas City, Minneapolis, feeling like the teens with those elevated winds expected through the day today. You can see as we get into the afternoon hours for our day today, we're going to end up in the mid-50s for Dallas. Charlotte hits 53, 41 in Detroit. So unfortunately, I'm so sorry, this does mean that jackets are going to be needed, or the underlayering, as Maggie said. Some snowy spells, though, are in the forecast for trick-or-treating across the Great Lakes. We've got scary cold, of course, I told you about that. The frightening lightning expected across parts of the Sunshine State. But look at this, Skull Valley, Arizona, 54, clear skies, no problems there, just maybe, some hot cocoa along the way. Devil's Elbow, California, at 66 degrees, Savannah.
I see what you're doing here.
And
I have just now caught on.
Thank you. It took only 4 cities, Graves and New York.
I think that was only the second.
It's up in the upper 40s. Scary.
You're not very good at delivering this scary. Listen to you.
Dangerfield checks. I sound like an announcer, sports announcer.
Oh my God, I love
it.
Okay, that's cute. Love the graphics, as always. Angie, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We've got a lot more Halloween coming up for you on this hour of Morning News Now, including Joe's culinary voyage through the latest and greatest in all things spooky, sweet, and sour. First, though, after the break, more legal trouble for former President Trump, who's now lashing out at a reimposed gag order in that federal election interference case. More on that after this.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We're We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back in Hollywood, and fans around the world are honoring Friends star Matthew Perry after his sudden death over the weekend. And now, for the first time, his former castmates are speaking out. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas, who I did not call to wear this outfit, though we are pretty much identically matching. She's here with more on the tributes. Hi, Chloe. Good morning.
I know. It's like, who's who this morning? Happy Halloween.
Yes.
Still reeling from the shock of Matthew Perry's sudden passing, the cast of Friends is speaking out this morning for the very first time, saying that they are utterly devastated by his loss.
The cast of Friends coming together again to grieve the sudden loss of their beloved Matthew Perry and issue a joint statement. We were more than just castmates. We are a family. Jennifer Aniston, Courtney Cox, Lisa Kudrow, Matt LeBlanc, and David Schwimmer writing, "There is so much to say, but right now we're going to take a moment to grieve and process this unfathomable loss." The 54-year-old actor was found unresponsive in a hot tub Saturday afternoon at his Pacific Palisades home. Sources familiar telling NBC News that Perry's assistant had left to run an errand and returned to find Perry unresponsive and called 911. The Los Angeles Fire Department said that firefighters removed Perry from the hot tub, but that he was already dead when they arrived.
I'm not great at the advice. Can I interest you in a sarcastic comment?
While he will always be remembered for his signature role as Chandler Bing on Friends,
someone at work ate my sandwich.
Well, what did the police say?
Perry also starred in movies like The Whole Nine Yards, 17 Again, and Fools Rush In, which he once called his best film work. His co-star Salma Hayek posting, "I will continue to cherish your silliness, your perseverance, and your lovely heart." Behind that trademark wit and charming smile, there was darkness. In his 2022 memoir, Perry opened up about his decades-long battle with drugs and alcohol. But more recently, the sport of pickleball had become an outlet during his recovery journey, according to his friend and former coach.
And he brought people to the court that had struggles, similar struggles to his own.
Just hours before his death, the star had been playing with mutual friends at a nearby country club. Broken-hearted fans have been laying flowers outside his LA home. And last night, pop singer Charlie Puth leading his audience in an emotional version of the Friends theme song.
I'll be there for you when the rain starts to fall. I'll be there for you.
There have been no reports indicating foul play, but the cause of death is being investigated by the LAPD and the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office. Officials say that they will await toxicology results, which could take about 3 to 4 months before we learn that cause of death and what has happened. But obviously, very poignant words from the cast of Friends.
Definitely.
Just such a sad, sad situation.
Oh, and what a performance with Charlie Puth to be in that audience. Just so emotional. All right, Chloe, thank you so much. Let's get you some international news now. Starting in Mexico, where the death toll from Hurricane Otis keeps climbing. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Labanga has the details on that, as well as other international headlines. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. That's right. Mexican authorities are saying that so far nearly 100 people have either died or are still missing after Hurricane Otis battered Acapulco last week. Now, last Wednesday, the Category 5 storm hit the Mexican resort city with winds of up to 165 miles per hour, destroying buildings, flooding roads, and tearing roofs from homes. Looting broke out as the city when over 1 million people were left without access to food and water. As locals help authorities search for the missing, 17,000 members of the armed forces have been deployed to maintain order and distribute food and supplies. According to estimates, the cost of damage from the hurricane could climb to $15 billion. Let's now go to Japan, where the U.S. military has started to bulk buy the country's seafood following China's import ban. China stopped importing fish from Japan after the release of treated water from the Fukushima nuclear plant, despite reassurances it was safe for the environment. The U.S. ambassador to Japan, Rahm Emanuel, said the decision by the U.S. military will help counter China's ban and that the fish will be used to feed military personnel and be sold in shops and restaurants on military bases in Japan. On Monday, China's foreign ministry spokesperson reacted to the news by saying, quote, "The responsibility of diplomats is to promote friendship between countries rather than smearing other countries and stirring up trouble." And let's end this tour of the world in Paris, where legend Lionel Messi was awarded once again the Ballon d'Or, assigned every year to the best soccer player in the world for a record 8 times. The Argentinian soccer legend, who now plays for Inter Miami, becomes the first MLS-based player to claim the prize. But the decision was mostly based on his other achievements the past year, including winning the World Cup and the Copa America with his home nation, Argentina. Upon receiving the prize, he dedicated it also to another soccer legend, Diego Armando Maradona, the late Diego Armando Maradona, whose birthday was yesterday when he received the prize. So congratulations to Lionel and happy birthday to Dieguito.
Yes,
to you.
Exactly. Claudia, thank you so much. Well, coming up, fresh legal trouble for former President Trump this morning. Why a federal judge reimposed a gag order on Mr. Trump in that election interference case, and what the former president himself is saying about it. That is all next. Stick around.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the
All right, it just needs to.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back now with the latest on the legal troubles surrounding former President Trump. A federal judge over the weekend reimposed a gag order on Trump in the federal election interference case, but the ruling did not stop Trump from lashing out on social media about his former Attorney General Bill Barr. NBC News legal analyst Danny Smalls is here to break this down for us.
I'm dressed as Chloe Mellor.
He just couldn't stand that Chloe and I were matching and had to get in. So he borrowed hers, which is why he looks like he's being tortured.
Yes, it's ready to burst, and particularly at the biceps area. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh,
yes.
That's exactly right.
Absolutely,
Yeah, and
so,
I like the little, okay.
I got very jealous of the photo op, and I want one with you.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
Happy Halloween.
Yes, that's your costume. All right, explain to us what prompted this gag order in the first
Can you take me seriously?
Reimposed. I can. I'm interested to hear how how serious you can deliver this.
The judge, no surprise here. The Trump team asked the judge, hey, can you put your own decision on pause while we appeal it? And you're essentially saying to the judge, hey, we're likely to beat your case on appeal, so do you mind hitting the pause button on it? And not surprisingly, Judge Chutkan said, no thanks. I think my decision was just fine the way it is. So really, whenever a stay motion is denied, all that really means is that there isn't going to be a pause button. The case will move forward temporarily until it's resolved on the merits.
So as I mentioned, this didn't appear to stop the former president from criticizing Bill Barr, using adjectives like weak among some other ones. Barr is also part of the election subversion case. Did that violate the gag order? And if so, now what?
Well, that's the problem with these gag orders, is how do you know whether or not Donald Trump is violating the gag order? Because you can't possibly anticipate every set of words that Donald Trump will say. And what I think is really happening here is Trump is essentially daring these judges to hold him in contempt. Sure, they'll fine him, what he's been fined $15,000 in the last week, but he doesn't care about that. In a sense, I wonder if he's daring these judges to actually incarcerate him, which is almost a procedural administrative impossibility, because this is somebody who has to be flanked at all times by Secret Service members. It wouldn't surprise me if it's something that is part of his end game to see if these judges will actually do it and to push the limits right up until the edge.
Okay, do you want to switch gears here and talk about another Trump case? Because we could see some big stuff happen in the next week or so.
I'm losing blood flow in my arms, so we really need to wrap this up.
All you. So this New York $250 million lawsuit from the state attorney general's office. But here's some information. His sons, Don Jr., Eric, set to take the stand this week. Trump himself, as well as his daughter, Ivanka, scheduled to testify next week. What can we expect to hear from them? And how big of a deal is it that all four of them are scheduled to be on the stand?
You know, look, after the Michael Cohen testimony last week, I wonder if the attorney general hasn't called some of these witnesses for splash value, for headline value, because Michael Cohen, at least in this New York attorney general's civil fraud case, really didn't have that much substantive information to add. He's a huge witness in the New York State criminal case, but in this case, not so much. The kids of Donald Trump may have some information about the inside workings of the company, whether or not he inflated values or deflated them when it suited him. But this is mostly a documents case. I think this is just a case of celebrity witness calling, not so much necessary to prove the government's case. They have everything they need in the documents.
Got it. Danny Spellis, we've been doing some Halloween safety segments this morning, like about your teeth and safe in the cold and stuff. We need to do one about wearing blazers that are too small.
Yes, it's very important. Don't wear unsafe costumes. This is an unsafe costume, my Chloe Melas costume. I should have ordered one size or 10 sizes larger, because this one, I hope I haven't ruined it for her.
Danny, thank you very much for all of it. All right, former Olympic gold medalist Mary Lou Retton is in recovery after spending nearly 3 weeks battling a severe case of pneumonia. The superstar athlete is now speaking out for the first time since falling ill. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung has the details.
Hey, good morning, guys. We still don't have many details on the specific health challenges she's faced, but the beloved gymnast says she's now home recovering, posting on her own behalf that she's feeling positive and grateful for all the support.
After spending more than 2 weeks in the ICU fighting a rare, life-threatening form of pneumonia, Olympic hero Mary Lou Retton is speaking out for the first time. Writing on social media, "I'm beyond blessed to have the opportunity to make this statement." The 4'9" gymnastics dynamo, who's now at home recovering, posted on Instagram Monday, "I'm with family, continuing to slowly recover and staying very positive, as I know this recovery is a long and slow process." Earlier this month, her daughter McKenna Kelly, first revealing her mother Mary Lou was fighting for her life and not able to breathe on her own. Less than 2 weeks ago, Retton's eldest daughter Shayla sharing news of possible complications.
And yesterday we had a pretty scary setback. She is still in ICU, and we're just working through some things.
Her family asking the public for donations, explaining that Retton is not insured. Their call was answered, more than 8,000 donors contributing nearly $500,000, far surpassing the family's $50,000 goal. Fans continuing to wish her well online. And Mary Lou responding, "I am overwhelmed with all the love and support from the world as I fight. I am forever grateful to you all."
Mary Lou herself has posted, "I know this recovery is a long and slow process." What could that potentially look like?
Anytime you've been in the ICU with your lungs battling some type of infection or inflammatory disease, it needs time to heal that scar tissue. And as her lungs recover, she's going to start to feel like herself again.
It's been nearly 4 decades since Mary Lou Retton won gold at the 1984 Olympics, becoming America's sweetheart at just 16 years old.
It's always been a lifetime dream for anyone, I think, any athlete, to be on the Olympic team.
Now at 55, Retton is asking for privacy, but says she hopes her story can help others who may face the same battle.
And guys, we may learn more about Retton's condition soon. In her post, she also promised when the time is right, she will share more information about her health issues. For now, though, it's certainly good to hear she's on the mend. Guys.
Oh, it is. Kaylee Hartung, thank you so much. Well, coming up, a new labor movement in America that's being called Pharmageddon. Why workers at some of the nation's largest pharmacy chains are walking off the job. That's up next. You're watching Morning News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand delivering.
All right, it just did too.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. Employees at some of the largest drug chain stores, places like CVS, Walgreens, they launched a new series of walkouts yesterday. It's a 3-day walkout being called Pharmageddon by workers, so it's set to go until tomorrow. The move has even received support from the American Pharmacists Association, who wrote in a statement saying they stand, quote, with every pharmacist who participated in the walkout. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo, who's been following this for us. Hi, Stephen. Good morning. So big news here. So tell us, why are they walking out? What are the conditions that they're under? But then also, since they're not part of a union, what type of repercussions could they face for a walkout?
Yeah, that's made it more complicated since they are not part of a union. But all the pharmacists we've talked to, they really emphasize just how much they're working. They say this is not about money. It is about workload. They say they're being asked to do so much more. Vaccinations have been a big part of it ever since. It was actually before the pandemic. But since COVID, it has just been so much focused on the actual vaccination instead of they want to spend more time on each individual prescription they have to fill. They say they're not getting enough time to actually do that. They're also, of course, fielding phone calls. And the repercussion part of this, they aren't protected by a union. So a lot of pharmacists that we've talked to are either afraid to give their first and last names in this situation because they don't know exactly what's going to happen. Others, though, they are giving their names. They're saying this is a big enough issue that they do want their names out there, and they do emphasize that it is about patient safety and not about pay.
You know, even anecdotally, I think you can feel it sometimes when you go to a pharmacy, how stressed they seem, how long it can take to get something filled. I totally understand. Have we heard from any of the pharmacies regarding this strike or any of them responding to it? I know workers at both CVS and Walgreens have staged separate walkouts, which actually led to the stores being closed. Are we hearing anything on that front?
Yeah, mostly these walkouts are affecting the big pharmacies, CVS, Walgreens, and Rite Aid. We have heard from each of the three of them, all saying along the same lines that they are hearing their pharmacists and their pharm technicians, and they are working to try to make things more efficient, to utilize the staff that they have while recruiting more staff as well to try to balance things out. But what the workers actually want are firm answers and policy changes in writing and not just statements released to the media about how they're working toward it. They'd like some solid answers about how to reduce this workload and keep their stores open. We have heard about some pharmacies having to close because of these staffing issues, and that could be something that affects patients.
So, Stephen, what does this mean for customers? If you've got a medication that you need, it's at the counter. Some cases, of course, it might be medicine that's life-saving. What does this mean for a customer?
Yeah, well, this strike will continue until tomorrow with people walking out. That could mean the closures of some pharmacies. So they are asking patients, advising them, go ahead and call ahead before you go in just to make sure. But ultimately, overall, this issue with the industry as a whole has created a lot of concerns. You mentioned the wait times. We've talked to customers who say they experience a long wait at many of these places or getting text messages that their prescription's ready only to show up and the prescription's actually not ready. So a lot of frustration both on behalf of pharmacy workers and customers about the situation at pharmacies asking for some change here. So,
All right, Stephen Room, important stuff. Thank you so much. Well, let's get you some financial headlines. Major automaker Stellantis said this ongoing UAW strike is costing the industry billions. CNBC's Silvana Henao has more on that and other money news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, so Stellantis, that's the parent company of Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeep, says the 6-week UAW strike cost him more than $3 billion in revenue. The world's third largest automaker says the strike will impact profit by less than $800 million, which is actually the smallest amount of the big three. Now, the strike is ending this week after the union reached tentative contract deals with Stellantis, Ford, and General Motors. Oil prices are edging up today, recovering some of yesterday's sharp losses when crude fell more than 3%. Weaker than expected data on China's manufacturing and services sectors are raising worries about slowing fuel demand from the world's second largest consumer of oil. That's offsetting concerns about an escalation of the Israel-Hamas war to other parts of the Middle East. Kim Kardashian is teaming up with the NBA, her Skims shapewear brand striking a multi-year deal to become the official underwear of the league, as well as the WNBA and USA Basketball. Skims, which was recently valued at $4 billion, released its first men's collection last week. The brand will now get more media exposure on the NBA's various platforms and on-court virtual ads during NBA nationally televised games. Savannah.
All right, that's pretty impressive. Savannah, thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, coming up, we're getting a behind-the-sweets look at some cutting-edge confections that are making quite the spooky splash this Halloween. Joe got a taste test. Look at that. Up next. Stick around.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top stories
is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Nothing
Notice
to see
anything?
You're in like a full change. Well, as many of you prepare to dress up for Halloween, we wanted to show you some of our costumes from this year at Team Morning News
I decided
Now.
to put mine on again. Yeah. I was transformed into Ken on today's show on Saturday alongside our meteorologist Angie as Barbie. Hi, Barbie.
You guys look. Well, this is my 4th annual, actually, Halloween murder mystery party on Saturday night. I was not the murderer, but I was the fairy godmother. It was like a fairy tale themed Once Upon a Murder, and I was the fairy godmother. So there's those creepy ear things.
And you got the wings on now. I love it. And finally, here is our Morning News Now team. Just before we went on the air today, this is how they're dressed right now. You can spot another Barbie, newscaster Barbie.
Newscaster Barbie, Anna, it's so cute. Oh my God, here they are now in our control room. Tina Turner.
Private director.
Oh my God. Can we do it again,
Director for money.
All right, everybody have fun dressing up later. Okay, this is fun. Well, while many kids across the country will go trick-or-treating later today, other people are actually hitting the road to look for a little Halloween adventure. A number of holiday hotspots are seeing big jumps in tourism for some of that spooky fun.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from Salem, Massachusetts, which is incredibly popular this time of year. Emily, happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween to you guys. Salem on Halloween is truly a bucket list item, with many people gathering for historic sites like this that date back to the 1600s. I've talked to people in Boston, from Ohio, all the way from Venezuela, in what has been a record month for tourism here in the area. And Salem's not alone. More Americans than ever are leaning into the spooky spirit, so it's only right I get in on the fun, too. This October 31st, witches are swarming the streets of Salem again. I just love the vibe of it. There's no shortage of ghost schools and everything in between either. The city of Salem, Massachusetts, known for its dark history of witch trials centuries ago, has transformed into a history lover's must-see and one of the Halloween destinations in America, with 100,000 plus visitors on a single day and more than 1 million this month.
For a city of 44,000 people, it's a lot. It's over 35% more than we had in 2019.
A boom for businesses like Black Cat Tours, which just expanded to open a store.
It's just wonderful to see that on people's faces, that moment of, I don't have to be a grown-up anymore. I can be a kid here.
Dazzle me, my darling. Also home to parts of big screen Halloween hit Hocus Pocus, the city proudly laying claim to the haunted season. But it's not the only spot recording a spike in Halloween tourism. Cities like New Orleans and Las Vegas also seeing a surge compared to a typical fall weekend.
Gen Z and millennial prioritize spending on travel
and not just travel for those big summer vacations or long weekends, but celebrations of more micro holidays like Halloween.
Total Halloween spending is expected to reach monster levels, $12.2 billion, exceeding last year's record of $10.6 billion. Popular Halloween attractions like Universal Studios' Halloween Horror Nights in Orlando have been sold out for over a month. According to amusement park app The Touring Plans, the events attract 30,000 to 35,000 people per night. Social media also driving tourism to Halloween hotspots. Feeds filled with colorful frights in the best decorated neighborhoods, including New York's Sleepy Hollow, home of the Headless Horseman.
You're seeing a lot of tourists, you're seeing a lot of decorations, and you're seeing a lot of traffic.
Happy Halloween! Back in Salem, officials urging visitors to use public transportation to ease traffic, so there's room for everyone to relish in the spooky fun.
I'd like to say, if you're going to come to Salem, come by train, come by ferry, come by bike, come by broom. Don't come by car.
And if you don't have a beautiful fall day like this to celebrate Halloween, there's always the option to watch a good old scary movie, whether it be from the comfort of your couch or you head to the big screen. I hear Five Nights at Freddy's had a big weekend at the box office. But guys, the question of the hour, am I a carrot? Am I a gnome, a candy corn, a witch? You know, I'm not really sure.
But that's it. It can be whatever you want and whatever everyone thinks you are. It'll work.
If you don't know, we don't know. But it's cute. Emily, thank you very much.
So when it comes to trick-or-treating, you might expect candy bars, Skittles, Smarties, that occasional neighbor who gives you an apple. But these days, candy has many dimensions. So I went on a taste test to check out some surprising sweets.
For many, Halloween is like a saccharine scavenger hunt.
Sadly, as you can see, my trick-or-treat bucket is empty right now, but we are going to fix that starting at Dylan's Candy Bar.
Here, they're selling the Dylan Dares You Tackle Box, capitalizing on the food challenge trend.
I feel like I'm gonna die.
I know.
With their creepy collection of confections.
What are some of the things that people might be a little, what is that?
Everything? Dylan Lawrence says it's like a game. Just spin the wheel. Small one on the package or the big one in the store.
Ah, it's one of the best and grossest.
Yeah, I got chicken feet gummies.
What does that taste? It's not horrible.
It's not horrible.
It's not horrible.
But that's
this is not bad.
But Dylan would not let me get away that easily, so I sampled a sour candy called Toxic Waste.
Yes, I think my tongue wants to leave my mouth now.
A hard candy that tastes like sour cream and onion.
You like it? Make you like it.
No, I don't. I do not like this one.
And this salty starfish made of black licorice. It's the candy equivalent of a horror movie.
This brings you joy, doesn't it?
I love it.
Okay, we've stocked up on some daring sweets. Let's see what other trendy candy we can find inside its sugar.
Here you can eat like an astronaut with candy that's freeze-dried. These are peach rings that are clearly crunchy, not gummy.
You can really taste the peach. It's like a super strong peach flavor.
They also freeze-dried Skittles, Starburst, and gummy worms.
That is super flavorful, too. That's like really fruity. What does this do to the flavors?
You take the moisture out of it, it really makes the flavors more intensified.
These days, the freeze-dried candy trend is especially popular on social media.
Nerd gummies, the crunch.
Perhaps such goodies will make it into trick-or-treat buckets, with candy spending expected to reach $3.6 billion this Halloween, up from $3.1 billion last year. I still have room in my bucket and some unfinished business, which takes me to Bon Bon, and the man in the top hat known as Mr. Licorice.
I have to admit, I had a not-so-positive black licorice experience earlier today. What do you think when you hear that?
I see it as a challenge. It's something I hear daily.
In Sweden, black licorice is huge. Well, in America, it's more divisive. Leo Schultz wants to change that by easing me in with gateway licorice that's heavy on chocolate.
Very good. I like the chocolate. And I can taste a little bit of licorice, right?
Little hint.
Gradually, I build up.
I taste the salty, but it's not bothering me.
To a black Swedish fish.
I taste the salt. I do taste that black licorice, which isn't my favorite, but it's not like bothering me. I don't want to spit it out.
My God, I'm another convert.
I learned mixing black licorice with other sweets makes it less scary, ensuring your treat is no trick.
As you can hear, I'm a convert, so I've changed my costume. I am now Mr. Licorice for Halloween.
From Candy Ken.
Exactly. The key is a little salty, a little sweet. That's the key. So.
There you go. I would have to try it because I don't like it either. So interesting.
Gateway Licorice.
Give it a shot.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Happy Halloween. The news continues right now. Good morning. Happy Halloween. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, a relentless Israeli assault pushing deeper into Gaza as the humanitarian crisis there worsens. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu now rejecting calls from world leaders to stop the violence and allow more vital aid to enter. It all comes after Gaza was plunged into darkness with no access to electricity or communications. We're covering it all in just a moment. Coming together to mourn the loss of a true friend, what the cast of Friends is now saying about the sudden loss of beloved actor Matthew Perry. Also on this Halloween, we're talking about a different chill down your spine. Trick-or-treaters in some parts of the country now preparing for record cold, even some spells of snow. It's all thanks to a ghoulish Arctic blast that's impacting millions. We've got your full forecast coming up. And since it's Halloween, later in the hour, we're going to feature a culinary cavalcade of sweet and sour confections that'll have you screaming for more, or maybe not, because I tasted some things that I did not enjoy at all.
Well, I hope that you waited to brush your teeth and that you drank water.
I think I did. We got some good tips for you. All right, we are going to begin this hour with the war in Gaza. Israeli warplanes pounded the besieged strip overnight, while IDF troops and Hamas militants exchanged fire on the ground.
Gaza's health ministry says more than 8,000 Palestinians have been killed. But last night, Israel's prime minister dismissed calls for a ceasefire after rescuing a soldier held captive by Hamas. NBC's Richard Engel has the latest from southern Israel.
Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu says there will be no ceasefire with Hamas. And here in southern Israel, we've seen a steady flow of soldiers heading toward the Gaza Strip.
This morning, Israeli troops are pushing deeper into Gaza in a war the Israeli government describes as a fight for its survival. Last night, the families of Israeli hostages gathered in Tel Aviv to pressure the government not to forget their loved ones amid the fury to destroy Hamas. But during the protest and vigil, they received word that a hostage had been freed, the first one. Private Ori Magidish was captured from a watchtower and freed by Israeli troops in Gaza Sunday night. Israel says she's doing well medically and has met with her family. But Hamas has 240 more hostages by this morning's count, including dozens of children. And Hamas is taunting Israel with them, releasing a video of 3 Israeli captives speaking under duress. The woman on the right is Lina Turpanov. We met Netta, a friend of the Turpanov family. She's speaking for them because everyone in the family was killed or kidnapped by Hamas.
How do you watch this war and watch all those explosions and not think they might be underground under one of those bombs?
We think about it. And we saw that Lena is alive now. And this is the reason why we want her back now. Not tomorrow, not next week, not in a few days. We don't know what's going to happen in Gaza. If she's alive now, and we hope that other family members are also, we want them back.
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu under fire for not taking responsibility for being unprepared for Hamas's surprise attack, says there will be no ceasefire, that Israel must retaliate for the killing of 1,400 Israelis.
This is a time for war.
Israel says it's created a safe zone for Palestinian civilians in southern Gaza, but Israel is continuing airstrikes in the south too. We filmed inside the Nasser hospital in Han Yunis right after an Israeli strike on a home. This is southern Gaza, and there's nothing safe about it. Many of the injured are children. One girl appears lifeless, but comes around. Another girl with an oxygen mask at least has her father nearby. Don't be scared. It's not bad, my love. Daddy is with you. It's okay, he tells her. Palestinian civilians are suffering and dying in a war they didn't start, and with Gaza completely sealed off, they can't escape.
As to why the Palestinians can't leave the Gaza Strip, Both of its international borders to Egypt and Israel are blocked. And in terms of movement within Gaza, Israel says that Hamas is deliberately keeping people in the north where the fighting is the most intense. But our teams in Gaza saw no evidence of Hamas checkpoints or fighters blocking people from moving.
All right, Richard, thank you very much. Well, Gershon Baskin joins us now. He's the Middle East director for the International Communities Organization. He also helped free Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit, who was held hostage by Hamas for 5 years. Gershon, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Let's start with these latest developments regarding the hostage situation. So Israel, as we've said, says it freed a hostage, an IDF soldier who was being held by Hamas. This was during the ground operation in Gaza yesterday. Also, just hours before that, some more news. Hamas released video that purports to show 3 female hostages, one of them delivering a message critical of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his government, though it's unclear if this woman was speaking of her own volition or whether the marks were scripted by Hamas. But what do you make of these developments we've seen over the last 24 hours?
This is all part of the negotiations that are going on between Israel and Hamas through the mediation of Qatar and Egypt. And of course, the release of the videotape is part of the negotiation strategy to put pressure on Israeli society, to pressure the government, in the same way that the Israeli military incursion into Gaza, which is slow and measured at this time, is aimed at putting pressure on Hamas to move forward with the hostage negotiations. The voices in Israel are growing louder to the government to not enable a ceasefire or to not engage in a full-scale incursion until the hostages are brought home. 240 Israelis, women, children, infants, senior citizens, elderly people sick and wounded are being held as hostages. 240 families are affected here directly, and this is a major blow to Israeli society. If 3 weeks ago, when the Hamas terrorist attack took place across the border, there was resolve within Israel that the first thing that needed to be done was to attack Hamas and dismantle their ability to govern and threaten Israel ever again. Today, the voices are much louder to deal with the hostage situation before making the final blow to Hamas. That's why, as we understand, the negotiations today are focused on an impossible dilemma for the Israeli government is called all for all. All the hostages for all the Israeli prisoners in Israeli prison, including 559 people who have murdered Israelis and are serving life sentences.
So what do you expect is happening behind the scenes right now, especially as we see Israel press deeper into Gaza?
Well, what's happening behind the scenes that we have no idea what's happening in the negotiations conducted by Qatar and Egypt. Egypt presumably has more direct contacts with the Hamas military wing. The leadership of Hamas is located in Doha, the capital of Qatar, and the Qatari government, under extreme American pressure, is pushing the Hamas leadership to release hostages. Hamas has no intention of releasing hostages without a severe payment from Israel. And as I said, this is a huge dilemma for the Israeli government to make, releasing all these people who Israel designates as terrorists and threaten Israel's security. Where do we release them to? Do they get sent to Gaza? Most of them are from the West Bank. Are they allowed to go back to their homes where they will threaten Israelis again? So this is what I think what we're seeing, and the Israeli delay on the major operation going into Gaza is being held off until every avenue is exhausted for the hostages to be returned.
Gershon Baskin, thank you very much. Your expertise is so appreciated this morning.
An aid worker inside Gaza is giving us a rare look at the devastation inside the besieged enclave, recording the horrifying moments the Israeli bombing was at its worst. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray has that story.
There was a total electricity blackout.
Darkness and explosions in the distance were the first signs for Mohammed Shalabi that things were changing in northern Gaza.
This was all coupled with the rumors that the Israelis were about to have a very vast ground invasion. So you can imagine the level of anxiety that the people were living in.
That night, the rumors became reality.
We witnessed the most vicious attacks on the north of Gaza. They were aerial bombardments, naval fire, and border fire altogether. Every once in a while, the sky would turn into an orange color. We weren't sure whether those were targeting residential areas. We weren't sure whether those were targeting the borders. We were just hoping that this bombardment would never reach us.
But hours later, it did.
I was sitting with my kids on the sofa, and suddenly there was a huge explosion. A huge explosion. I've never heard this sound before. My child, my daughter, Misk, she started screaming and panically, hysterically crying. I rushed outside immediately to see what was happening. I opened the door, and I honestly could not see in front of me and could not breathe. My neighborhood was destroyed. One simple rocket, just one rocket, that hit a neighbor's home without warning. At least 10 of my neighbors were killed, including children, and many others were injured, let alone the panic that happened in the children and the women, the fear I saw in the eyes of the people.
The life his family had known, gone.
I'm still safe. My family is all safe. But I'm not sure what's going to happen next.
Food, water, and hope in his village now running dangerously low.
There is nothing, and it becomes even emptier and emptier as the days pass.
Our thanks to Jay Gray for that report. Shalabi says the only solution to the situation is an immediate ceasefire and more humanitarian aid, echoing calls from human rights groups.
Well, staying in the region, defense officials say U.S. targets in Syria and Iraq have been attacked at least 23 times in the past 2 weeks.
The Pentagon said last week that those behind the attacks are supported by Iran and its Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And this morning, a senior U.S. military official with direct knowledge tells NBC News there were 4 attacks on bases with U.S. troops in the Middle East just yesterday.
For more, we're joined by NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby. Courtney, good morning. So tell us what we're learning about these attacks from U.S. officials and how it relates to the conflict in Israel.
So fortunately, most of these attacks are not successful, meaning that if they even reach the base, there haven't been any that have really damaged much infrastructure and, more importantly, have injured or killed many American personnel. Now, there were 2 last week, one at al-Assad, one in southern Syria at a garrison at Atanf, that led to several service members being injured. Most of them were minor, but there were 19 traumatic brain injuries within that. That was midweek last week, about a week ago. There haven't been any successful since then. And in fact, the majority of the ones that we're talking about here include drones or rockets or mortars that don't even really come within the base perimeter. So in some cases, they're several miles away. So that being said, while the U.S. military is saying this has nothing to do with what's going on in Israel and Gaza, the reality is none of this happens in a vacuum. And we had not seen attacks or attempts like this against U.S. bases since March. Now, the U.S., as an effort to deter against these sorts of attacks, conducted a series of airstrikes in northeastern Syria last week. So far, we have seen a slowdown in attempts on U.S. bases, but the reality is they have not stopped, Joe.
So, yeah, I guess the question is, you talked about those retaliatory strikes. Any other responses planned? What are you hearing?
So right now, the U.S. is keeping all their options open. The reality is, if these escalate, so if we see more than 1, 2, even 3 a day, or if we see a successful attack, if there is real damage to infrastructure, multiple casualties, or there is a death of an American on one of these bases, I do fully expect the U.S. military will respond again.
And Courtney, what is Iran saying about these U.S. claims?
So very little. I mean, at this point, they're not really denying it. They're not denying it. The reality is these are Iranian-backed groups that are carrying these out. When we're talking about Iraq, it's mainly Kataib Hezbollah, frankly, mainly in Syria as well. The big question that we've been asking is, how much did Iran know or even direct some of these militia groups to restart these attacks and then maybe even accelerate them? And we don't have direct links, but I will say senior defense officials, when you ask about them, about these sorts of attacks, they say they are calling on Iran to direct these groups to stop them, Savannah.
All right, Courtney Kuby, thank you so much.
Back in the U.S., we are seeing an alarming increase in anti-Semitic and Islamophobic incidents on college campuses since the start of the Israel-Hamas war. Now the Biden administration is rolling out a plan designed to try and combat that. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us with more on that. Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. You know, college campuses are where the issues of the day are supposed to be debated, including here at Columbia. But in the last 3 weeks, students, faculty, and staff say the debate over the war between Israel and Hamas has been drowned out by hateful speech, threats, and even violence. On college campuses nationwide, Jewish and Muslim students worry the war overseas is fueling hate here at home.
I do not feel safe. It's not just me. It's most of the Jews on our college campus.
Earlier this month at Columbia University, an Israeli student was allegedly assaulted while posting images of Israeli hostages. A suspect has been charged with a hate crime. These Jewish students say it's just one of many anti-Semitic incidents on campus, and they're calling on school leaders to do more to protect them. Have you felt a change in tone on campus since the war began?
Absolutely. People are being spit on. We're seeing swastikas.
Muslim students tell us they're worried too. The group Columbia Students for Justice in Palestine said they had safety concerns about doing an interview, adding Muslim students have had hijabs ripped off. Students wearing keffiyehs are jeered at, photographed, and followed. On Monday, the Biden administration unveiled new steps to combat anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on campuses, including improving coordination between law enforcement agencies and making it easier to file a discrimination complaint.
President Biden has been clear. We can't stand by and stand silent in the face of hate.
The kind of hate that Cornell University says it is facing after anti-Semitic messages threatening violence were posted online. Campus police now protecting the Center for Jewish Living, but students are rattled.
Most of us aren't able to focus on our studies.
And it's not just students. The conflict on campuses affecting faculty and staff, too. 70-year-old Erwin Chemerinsky is the dean of UC Berkeley Law School.
I've certainly seen anti-Semitic incidents through my life, but I've never seen anything like the last 3 weeks on my campus.
He supports freedom of speech, however hateful, but says the key is how schools respond.
We've got to speak out against hate when it occurs.
Here at Columbia University, the leadership says they've increased security, but they're also calling on students to step forward and report these hate incidents, that they can't respond to them adequately if they don't know they're going on. Savannah.
Oh, Stephanie, thank you so much. Well, now let's switch gears and get to some Halloween news. The weather for today's festivities is said to be frightfully cold from coast to coast. This morning, millions of Americans are under frost and freeze alerts, with some areas experiencing temperatures 30 degrees below normal, making conditions for trick-or-treating tonight chillingly cold. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Wilmette, Illinois, with more on this cold, cold Halloween. Maggie, good morning. How are the temperatures where you are? I see you're bundled up. We hear the Windy City is also bracing for a blast of snow even.
Savannah, it's terrible. I'm going to be real with you. I thought this was months away, and yet here we are on Halloween. The proof is in the lawn decorations. These people clearly went all out. This one talks, making for extra fun. But yeah, this is a shockingly early, frigid forecast. We're talking about possibly the first snowfall of the season, about an inch at the most here in Chicago. So like a light dusting, but it could be among the top 5 coldest Halloweens on record here in the Windy City. It's about 30 degrees, so just below freezing right now in Wilmette. We're in a suburb here. You can just see the breadth of the decorations behind me. And yeah, you said some cities close to 30 degrees below average. This is a huge Arctic blast affecting more than 100 million Americans coast to coast. And it's really just forcing everybody to tailor a lot of their Halloween plans, which, as you know, is so heartbreaking if you're a kid having to cover up that costume that you worked so hard on, Savannah. But it's just good to have the information, if nothing else.
Yeah, that's true. I'm very impressed by those decorations behind you. All right, so Maggie, if people do want to go out, they are going to be trick-or-treating anyway. They want to show off costumes if they can. What do people need to keep in mind to stay warm?
I know. It wouldn't be a weather segment without props, right? So we have some right here. You can take out some hot hands, put those in your mittens, possibly your boots. Also a thermos with some hot cocoa, hot cider, whatever you want to put in here, parents, is absolutely fine to help keep warm. And then also we have, I think, a list of the most popular costumes this year from the National Retail Federation. You'll notice a lot of them, be it superheroes, ghouls, goblins, potentially princesses. They can lend themselves to under-costume layering, so you preserve the aesthetic appeal of the costume that you worked so hard on. Princesses wear capes. Maybe think of something like that. We know that, Barbie had every job on the planet, so there's a lot of room for mixing and matching there as well. And then I'm told that, orange hats are all the rage this year, so if you want to go this route, this is an option too, especially if you're going as a reporter who, again, thought snow live shots were a long ways down the road, and you have since found out otherwise.
There you go. You've just given everyone a DIY costume idea. Be Maggie Vespa outside of that house. Okay, also your Barbie comment really cracked me up. I'm like wheezing. Okay, Maggie, thank you. Stay warm. Get inside. Well, from California and Connecticut, temperatures are dropping. Angie Lastman's going to tell us more about what we can expect when you head out to trick or treat. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, Savannah. Yeah, Maggie's exactly right. Some chilly conditions and even some snowy conditions across parts of the Great Lakes. We're really going to see that lake effect snow kind of enhance the western portions of Michigan to pick up on some good amount of snow here when it's all said and done. But just the snow flurries that we're dealing with from Green Bay to Minneapolis down to La Crosse, Milwaukee in on that, and Chicago eventually going to see some of that as well. Nothing that's going to say cancel school or anything like that, but it's more just kind of a nuisance, especially on a day when a lot of folks want to be outdoors. Here's the deal through the rest of the evening and into tomorrow. We'll see that kind of system work its way to the east. Some higher elevations across the Northeast could pick up on some maybe snow showers, but otherwise most of the heavy rain is going to stay offshore. That's good for folks as we get into November. Speaking of the snowy conditions, we've also got chilly conditions. 115 million people are waking up under advisories, alerts, frost, freeze, warnings, watches, you name it, we've got it out there. It goes from Washington, D.C. down to Wilmington, over to Jackson. You can see parts of the Southwest included in this as well, with temperatures right now sitting into the 30s in a lot of spots, 20s for some, and feeling like the teens in a couple of locations as well. We're looking at Dodge City, Kansas City, Minneapolis, feeling like the teens with those elevated winds expected through the day today. You can see as we get into the afternoon hours for our day today, we're going to end up in the mid-50s for Dallas. Charlotte hits 53, 41 in Detroit. So unfortunately, I'm so sorry, this does mean that jackets are going to be needed, or the underlayering, as Maggie said. Some snowy spells, though, are in the forecast for trick-or-treating across the Great Lakes. We've got scary cold, of course, I told you about that. The frightening lightning expected across parts of the Sunshine State. But look at this, Skull Valley, Arizona, 54, clear skies, no problems there, just maybe, some hot cocoa along the way. Devil's Elbow, California, at 66 degrees, Savannah.
I see what you're doing here.
And
I have just now caught on.
Thank you. It took only 4 cities, Graves and New York.
I think that was only the second.
Up in the upper 40s. Scary.
You're not very good at delivering this scary.
Listen to you.
Dangerfield,
I sound like an announcer, sports announcer.
Oh my God, I love
it.
Work on okay, that's cute. Love the graphics, as always. Angie, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We've got a lot more Halloween coming up for you on this hour of Morning News Now, including Joe's culinary voyage through the latest and greatest in all things spooky, sweet, and sour. First, though, after the break, more legal trouble for former President Trump, who's now lashing out at a reimposed gag order in that federal election interference case. More on that after this.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday, November 8th at 8 p.m.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we are on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back in Hollywood, and fans around the world are honoring Friends star Matthew Perry after his sudden death over the weekend. And now, for the first time, his former castmates are speaking out. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas, who I did not call to wear this outfit, though we are pretty much identically matching. She's here with more on the tributes. Hi, Chloe. Good morning.
I know. It's like, who's who this morning? Happy Halloween.
Yes.
I'm still reeling from the shock of Matthew Perry's sudden passing. The cast of Friends is speaking out this morning for the very first time, saying that they are utterly devastated by his loss.
The cast of Friends coming together again to grieve the sudden loss of their beloved Matthew Perry and issue a joint statement. We were more than just castmates. We are a family. Jennifer Aniston, Courtney Cox, Lisa Kudrow, Matt LeBlanc, and David Schwimmer writing, "There is so much to say, but right now we're going to take a moment to grieve and process this unfathomable loss." The 54-year-old actor was found unresponsive in a hot tub Saturday afternoon at his Pacific Palisades home. Sources familiar telling NBC News that Perry's assistant had left to run an errand and returned to find Perry unresponsive and called 911. The Los Angeles Fire Department said that firefighters removed Perry from the hot tub, but that he was already dead when they arrived.
I'm not great at the advice. Can I interest you in a sarcastic comment?
While he will always be remembered for his signature role as Chandler Bing on Friends,
someone at work ate my sandwich.
Well, what did the police say?
Perry also starred in movies like The Whole Nine Yards, 17 Again, and Fools Rush In, which he once called his best film work. His co-star Salma Hayek posting, "I will continue to cherish your silliness, your perseverance, and your lovely heart." Behind that trademark wit and charming smile, there was darkness. In his 2022 memoir, Perry opened up about his decades-long battle with drugs and alcohol. But more recently, the sport of pickleball had become an outlet during his recovery journey, according to his friend and former coach.
And he brought people to the court that had struggles, similar struggles to his own.
Just hours before his death, the star had been playing with mutual friends at a nearby country club. Broken-hearted fans have been laying flowers outside his LA home. And last night, pop singer Charlie Puth leading his audience in an emotional version of the Friends theme song.
There have been no reports indicating foul play, but the cause of death is being investigated by the LAPD and the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office. Officials say that they will await toxicology results, which could take about 3 to 4 months before we learn that cause of death and what has happened. But obviously, very poignant words from the cast of Friends.
Definitely.
Just such a sad, sad situation.
Oh, and what a performance with Charlie Puth to be in that audience. Just so emotional. All right, Chloe, thank you so much. Let's get to some international news now, starting in Mexico, where the death toll from Hurricane Otis keeps climbing. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Labanga has the details on that, as well as other international headlines. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. That's right. Mexican authorities are saying that so far nearly 100 people have either died or are still missing after Hurricane Otis battered Acapulco last week. Now, last Wednesday, the Category 5 storm hit the Mexican resort city with winds of up to 165 miles per hour, destroying buildings, flooding roads, and tearing roofs from homes. Looting broke out as the city when over 1 million people were left without access to food and water. As locals help authorities search for the missing, 17,000 members of the armed forces have been deployed to maintain order and distribute food and supplies. According to estimates, the cost of damage from the hurricane could climb to $15 billion. Let's now go to Japan, where the U.S. military has started to bulk buy the country's seafood following China's import ban. China stopped importing fish from Japan after the release of treated water from the Fukushima nuclear plant, despite reassurances it was safe for the environment. The U.S. ambassador to Japan, Rahm Emanuel, said the decision by the U.S. military will help counter China's ban and that the fish will be used to feed military personnel and be sold in shops and restaurants on military bases in Japan. On Monday, China's foreign ministry spokesperson reacted to the news by saying, quote, "The responsibility of diplomats is to promote friendship between countries rather than smearing other countries and stirring up trouble." And let's end this tour of the world in Paris, where legend Lionel Messi was awarded once again the Ballon d'Or, assigned every year to the best soccer player in the world for a record 8 times. The Argentinian soccer legend, who now plays for Inter Miami, becomes the first MLS-based player to claim the prize. But the decision was mostly based on his other achievements the past year, including winning the World Cup and the Copa America with his home nation, Argentina. Upon receiving the prize, he dedicated it also to another soccer legend, Diego Armando Maradona, the late Diego Armando Maradona, whose birthday was yesterday when he received the prize. So congratulations to Lionel and happy birthday to Dieguito.
Yes,
to you.
Exactly. Claudia, thank you so much. Well, coming up, fresh legal trouble for former President Trump this morning. Why a federal judge reimposed a gag order on Mr. Trump in that election interference case, and what the former president himself is saying about it. That is all next. Stick around.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday, November 8th at 8 p.m.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday, November 8th at 8 p.m.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with the latest on the legal troubles surrounding former President Trump. A federal judge over the weekend reimposed a gag order on Trump in the federal election interference case, but the ruling did not stop Trump from lashing out on social media about his former Attorney General Bill Barr. NBC News legal analyst Danny Smalls is here to break this down for us.
I'm dressed as Chloe Mellis.
He just couldn't stand that Chloe and I were matching and had to get in. So he borrowed hers, which is why he looks like he's being tortured.
Yes, it's ready to burst, and particularly at the biceps area. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh,
yes.
That's exactly
Absolutely,
right. Yeah, and
so,
I like the little, okay.
I got very jealous of the photo op, and I want one with you.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
Happy Halloween.
Yes, that's your costume. All right, explain to us what prompted this gag order in the first
Can you take me seriously?
Reimposed. I can. I'm interested to hear how serious you can deliver this.
The judge, no surprise here. The Trump team asked the judge, hey, can you put your own decision on pause while we appeal it? And you're essentially saying to the judge, hey, we're likely to beat your case on appeal, so do you mind hitting the pause button on it? And not surprisingly, Judge Chutkan said, no thanks. I think my decision was just fine the way it is. So really, whenever a stay motion is denied, all that really means is that there isn't going to be a pause button. The case will move forward temporarily until it's resolved on the merits.
So as I mentioned, this didn't appear to stop the former president from criticizing Bill Barr, using adjectives like weak, among some other ones. Barr is also part of the election subversion case. Did that violate the gag order? And if so, now what?
Well, that's the problem with these gag orders, is how do you know whether or not Donald Trump is violating the gag order? Because you can't possibly anticipate every set of words that Donald Trump will say. And what I think is really happening here is Trump is essentially daring these judges to hold him in contempt. Sure, they'll fine him, what he's been fined $15,000 in the last week, but he doesn't care about that. In a sense, I wonder if he's daring these judges to actually incarcerate him, which is almost a procedural administrative impossibility, because this is somebody who has to be flanked at all times by Secret Service members. It wouldn't surprise me if it's something that is part of his end game to see if these judges will actually do it and to push the limits right up until the edge.
Okay, do you want to switch gears here and talk about another Trump case? Because we could see some big stuff happen in the next week or so.
I'm losing blood flow in my arm, so we really need to wrap this up.
All you. So this New York $250 million lawsuit from the state attorney general's office. But here's some information. His sons, Don Jr., Eric, set to take the stand this week. Trump himself, as well as his daughter, Ivanka, scheduled to testify next week. What can we expect to hear from them? And how big of a deal is it that all four of them are scheduled to be on the stand?
You know, look, after the Michael Cohen testimony last week, I wonder if the attorney general hasn't called some of these witnesses for splash value, for headline value, because Michael Cohen, at least in this New York attorney general's civil fraud case, really didn't have that much substantive information to add. He's a huge witness in the New York State criminal case, but in this case, not so much. The kids of Donald Trump may have some information about the inside workings of the company, whether or not he inflated values or deflated them when it suited him. But this is mostly a documents case. I think this is just a case of celebrity witness calling, not so much necessary to prove the government's case. They have everything they need in the documents.
Got it. Danny Smalls, we've been doing some Halloween safety segments this morning, like about your teeth and safe in the cold and stuff. We need to do one about wearing blazers that are too small.
Yes, it's very important. Don't wear unsafe costumes. This is an unsafe costume, my Chloe Melas costume. I should have ordered one size or 10 sizes larger, because this one, I hope I haven't ruined it for her.
Danny, thank you very much for all of it. All right, former Olympic gold medalist Mary Lou Retton is in recovery after spending nearly 3 weeks battling a severe case of pneumonia. The superstar athlete is now speaking out for the first time since falling ill. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung has the details.
Hey, good morning, guys. We still don't have many details on the specific health challenges she's faced, but the beloved gymnast says she's now home recovering, posting on her own behalf that she's feeling positive and grateful for all the support.
After spending more than 2 weeks in the ICU fighting a rare, life-threatening form of pneumonia, Olympic hero Mary Lou Retton is speaking out for the first time. Writing on social media, "I'm beyond blessed to have the opportunity to make this statement." The 4'9" gymnastics dynamo, who's now at home recovering, posted on Instagram Monday, "I'm with family, continuing to slowly recover and staying very positive as I know this recovery is a long and slow process." Earlier this month, her daughter McKenna Kelly, first revealing her mother Mary Lou was fighting for her life and not able to breathe on her own. Less than 2 weeks ago, Retton's eldest daughter Shayla sharing news of possible complications.
And yesterday we had a pretty scary setback. She is still in ICU, and we're just working through some things.
Her family asking the public for donations, explaining that Retton is not insured. Their call was answered, more than 8,000 donors contributing nearly $500,000, far surpassing the family's $50,000 goal. Fans continuing to wish her well online. And Mary Lou responding, "I am overwhelmed with all the love and support from the world as I fight. I am forever grateful to you all." Mary Lou herself has posted, "I know this recovery is a long and slow process." What could that potentially look like?
Anytime you've been in the ICU with your lungs battling some type of infection or inflammatory disease, it needs time to heal that scar tissue. And as her lungs recover, she's going to start to feel like herself again.
It's been nearly 4 decades since Mary Lou Retton won gold at the 1984 Olympics, becoming America's sweetheart at just 16 years old.
It's always been a lifetime dream for anyone, I think, any athlete, to be on the Olympic team.
Now at 55, Retton is asking for privacy, but says she hopes her story can help others who may face the same battle.
And guys, we may learn more about Retton's condition soon. In her post, she also promised when the time is right, she will share more information about her health issues. For now, though, it's certainly good to hear she's on the mend. Guys.
Oh, it is. Kaylee Hartung, thank you so much. Well, coming up, a new labor movement in America that's being called Pharmageddon. Why workers at some of the nation's largest pharmacy chains are walking off the job. That's up next. You're watching Morning News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday, November 8th at 8 p.m.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Employees at some of the largest drug chain stores, places like CVS, Walgreens, they launched a new series of walkouts yesterday. It's a 3-day walkout being called Pharmageddon by workers, so it's set to go until tomorrow. The move has even received support from the American Pharmacists Association, who wrote in a statement saying they stand, quote, with every pharmacist who participated in the walkout. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo, who's been following this for us. Hi, Stephen. Good morning. So big news here. So tell us, why are they walking out? What are the conditions that they're under? But then also, since they're not part of a union, what type of repercussions could they face for a walkout?
Yeah, that's made it more complicated since they are not part of a union. But all the pharmacists we've talked to, they really emphasize just how much they're working. They say this is not about money. It is about workload. They say they're being asked to do so much more. Vaccinations have been a big part of it ever since. It was actually before the pandemic. But since COVID, it has just been so much focused on the actual vaccination instead of they want to spend more time on each and individual prescription they have to fill. They say they're not getting enough time to actually do that. They're also, of course, fielding phone calls. And the repercussion part of this, they aren't protected by a union. So a lot of pharmacists that we've talked to are either afraid to give their first and last names in this situation because they don't know exactly what's going to happen. Others, though, they are giving their names. They're saying this is a big enough issue that they do want their names out there. And they do emphasize that it is about patient safety and not about pay.
You know, even anecdotally, I think you can feel it sometimes when you go to a pharmacy, how stressed they seem, how long it can take to get something filled. I totally understand. Have we heard from any of the pharmacies regarding this strike or any of them responding to it? I know workers at both CVS and Walgreens have staged separate walkouts, which actually led to the stores being closed. Are we hearing anything on that front?
Yeah, mostly these walkouts are affecting the big pharmacies, CVS, Walgreens, and Rite Aid. We have heard from each of the three of them, all saying along the same lines that they are hearing their pharmacists and their pharma technicians, and they are working to try to make things more efficient, to utilize the staff that they have while recruiting more staff as well to try to balance things out. But what the workers actually want are firm answers and policy changes in writing and not just statements released to the media about how they're working toward it. They'd like some solid answers about how to reduce this workload and keep their stores open. We have heard about some pharmacies having to close because of these staffing issues, and that could be something that affects patients.
So, Stephen, what does this mean for customers? If you've got a medication that you need, it's at the counter. Some cases, of course, it might be medicine that's life-saving. What does this mean for a customer?
Yeah, well, this strike will continue until tomorrow with people walking out. That could mean the closures of some pharmacies. So they are asking patients, advising them, go ahead and call ahead before you go in just to make sure. But ultimately, overall, this issue with the industry as a whole has created a lot of concerns. You mentioned wait times. We've talked to customers who say they experience a long wait at many of these places or getting text messages that their prescription's ready only to show up and the prescription's actually not ready. So a lot of frustration both on behalf of pharmacy workers and customers about the situation at pharmacies asking for some change here. So.
All right, Stephen Romo, important stuff. Thank you so much. Well, let's get you some financial headlines. Major automaker Stellantis said this ongoing UAW strike is costing the industry billions. CNBC's Silvana Henao has more on that and other money news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, so Stellantis, that's the parent company of Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeep, says the 6-week UAW strike cost him more than $3 billion in revenue. The world's third largest automaker says the strike will impact profit by less than $800 million, which is actually the smallest amount of the big three. Now, the strike is ending this week after the union reached tentative contract deals with Stellantis, Ford, and General Motors. Oil prices are edging up today, recovering some of yesterday's sharp losses when crude fell more than 3%. Weaker than expected data on China's manufacturing and services sectors are raising worries about slowing fuel demand from the world's second largest consumer of oil. That's offsetting concerns about an escalation of the Israel-Hamas war to other parts of the Middle East. Kim Kardashian is teaming up with the NBA, her Skims shapewear brand striking a multi-year deal to become the official underwear of the league, as well as the WNBA and USA Basketball. Skims, which was recently valued at $4 billion, released its first men's collection last week. The brand will now get more media exposure on the NBA's various platforms and on-court virtual ads during NBA nationally televised games. Savannah.
All right, that's pretty impressive. Savannah, thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, coming up, we're getting a behind-the-sweets look at some cutting-edge confections that are making quite the spooky splash this Halloween. Joe got a taste test. Look at that. Up next. Stick around.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back.
Notice anything?
You're in like a full change. Well, as many of you prepare to dress up for Halloween, we wanted to show you some of our costumes from this year at Team Morning News Now.
I decided to put mine on again. Yeah. I was transformed into Ken on today's show on Saturday alongside our meteorologist Angie as Barbie. Hi, Barbie.
You guys look. Well, this is my 4th annual, actually, Halloween murder mystery party on Saturday night. I was not the murderer, but I was the fairy godmother. It was like a fairy tale themed Once Upon a Murder, and I was the fairy godmother. So there's those creepy creepy ear things.
And you got the wings on now. I love it. And finally, here is our Morning News Now team just before we went on the air today. Yeah, this is how they're dressed right now. You can spot another Barbie, newscaster Barbie.
Newscaster Barbie, Anna, it's so cute. Oh my God, here they are now in our control room. Tina Turner.
Private director.
Oh my God. Can we do it again,
Director for money.
All right, everybody have fun dressing up later. Okay, this is fun. Well, while many kids across the country will go trick-or-treating later today, other people are actually hitting the road to look for a little Halloween adventure. A number of holiday hotspots are seeing big jumps in tourism for some of that spooky fun.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from Salem, Massachusetts, which is incredibly popular this time of year. Emily, happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween to you guys. Salem on Halloween is truly a bucket list item, with many people gathering for historic sites like this that date back to the 1600s. I've talked to people in Boston, from Ohio, all the way from Venezuela, in what has been a record month for tourism here in the area. And Salem's not alone. More Americans than ever are leaning into the spooky spirit, so it's only right I get in on the fun, too. This October 31st, witches are swarming the streets of Salem again.
I just love the vibe of it.
There's no shortage of ghost schools and everything in between either. The city of Salem, Massachusetts, known for its dark history of witch trials centuries ago, has transformed into a history lover's must-see and one of the Halloween destinations in America, with 100,000 plus visitors on a single day and more than 1 million this month.
For a city of 44,000 people, it's a lot. It's over 35% more than we had in 2019.
A boom for businesses like Black Cat Tours, which just expanded to open a store.
It's just wonderful to see that on people's faces, that moment of, I don't have to be a grown-up anymore. I can be a kid here.
Dazzle me, my darling. Also home to parts of big screen Halloween hit Hocus Pocus, the city proudly laying claim to the haunted season. But it's not the only spot recording a spike in Halloween tourism. Cities like New Orleans and Las Vegas also seeing a surge compared to a typical fall weekend.
Gen Z and millennial prioritize spending on travel, and not just travel for those big summer vacations or long weekends, but celebrations of more micro holidays like Halloween.
Total Halloween spending is expected to reach monster levels, $12.2 billion, exceeding last year's record of $10.6 billion. Popular Halloween attractions like Universal Studios' Halloween Horror Nights in Orlando have been sold out for over a month, according to amusement park app The Touring Plans. The events attract 30,000 to 35,000 people per night. Social media also driving tourism to Halloween hotspots. Feeds filled with colorful frights in the best decorated neighborhoods, including New York's Sleepy Hollow, home of the Headless Horseman.
You're seeing a lot of tourists, you're seeing a lot of decorations, and you're seeing a lot of traffic.
Happy Halloween! Back in Salem, officials urging visitors to use public transportation to ease traffic, so there's room for everyone to relish in the spooky fun.
We'd like to say, if you're going to come to Salem, come by train, come by ferry, come by bike, come by broom. Don't come by car.
And if you don't have a beautiful fall day like this to celebrate Halloween, there's always the option to watch a good old scary movie, whether it be from the comfort of your couch or you head to the big screen. I hear Five Nights at Freddy's had a big weekend at the box office. But guys, the question of the hour, am I a carrot? Am I a gnome, a candy corn, a witch? You know, I'm not really sure.
But that's it. It can be whatever you want and whatever everyone thinks you are. It'll work.
If you don't know, we don't know. But it's cute. Emily, thank you very much.
So when it comes to trick-or-treating, you might expect candy bars, Skittles, Smarties, that occasional neighbor who gives you an apple. But these days, candy has many dimensions. So I went on a taste test to check out some surprising sweets.
For many, Halloween is like a saccharine scavenger hunt.
Sadly, as you can see, my trick-or-treat bucket is empty right now, but we are going to fix that starting at Dylan's Candy Bar.
Here, they're selling the Dylan Dares You Tackle Box, capitalizing on the food challenge trend.
I feel like I'm gonna die.
I know.
With their creepy collection of confections.
What are some of the things that people might be a little, what is that?
Everything?
Dylan Lawrence says it's like a game. Just spin the wheel. Small one on the package or the big one in the store.
It's one of the best and grossest.
Yeah, I got chicken feet gummies.
What does that taste? It's not horrible.
It's not horrible.
It's not horrible.
But that's
this is not bad.
But Dylan would not let me get away that easily, so I sampled a sour candy called Toxic Waste.
Yes, I think my tongue wants to leave my mouth now.
A hard candy that tastes like sour cream and onion.
You like it? Make you like it.
No, I don't. I do not like this one.
And this salty starfish made of black licorice. It's the candy equivalent of a horror movie.
This brings you joy, doesn't it?
I love it.
Okay, we've stocked up on some daring sweets. Let's see what other trendy candy we can find inside its sugar.
Here you can eat like an astronaut with candy that's freeze-dried. These are peach rings that are clearly crunchy, not gummy.
You can really taste the peach. It's like a super strong peach flavor.
They also freeze-dried Skittles, Starburst, and gummy worms.
That is super flavorful too. That's like really fruity. What does this do to the flavors?
You take the moisture out of it, it really makes the flavors more intensified.
These days, the freeze-dried candy trend is especially popular on social media.
Nerd gummies, the crunch.
Perhaps such goodies will make it into trick-or-treat buckets, with candy spending expected to reach $3.6 billion this Halloween, up from $3.1 billion last year. I still have room in my bucket and some unfinished business, which takes me to Bon Bon, and the man in the top hat known as Mr. Licorice.
I have to admit, I had a not-so-positive black licorice experience earlier today. What do you think when you hear that?
I see it as a challenge. It's something I hear daily.
In Sweden, black licorice is huge. Well, in America, it's more divisive. Leo Schultz wants to change that by easing me in with gateway licorice that's heavy on chocolate.
Very good. I like the chocolate. And I can taste a little of the licorice, right?
Little hint.
Gradually, I build up.
I taste the salty, but it's not bothering me.
To a black Swedish fish.
I taste the salt. I do taste that black licorice, which isn't my favorite, but it's not like bothering me. I don't want to spit it out.
My God, I'm another convert.
I learned mixing black licorice with other sweets makes it less scary, ensuring your treat is no treat.
As you can hear, I'm a convert, so I've changed my costume. I am now Mr. Licorice for Halloween.
From Candy Ken.
Exactly. The key is a little salty, a little sweet. That's the key. So.
There you go. I would have to try it because I don't like it either. So interesting.
Gateway licorice.
Give it a shot.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Happy Halloween. The news continues right now.
Everyone, happy Halloween. We're so happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining us this Tuesday. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, October 31st. Calls for a ceasefire. The Israeli military is plunging deeper into Gaza despite growing cries for a pause in the fighting. Why the United Nations is saying that a peace deal is a matter of life and death.
I'll be there for you. The cast members of Friends are breaking their silence on the unexpected death of Matthew Perry, how they're paying tribute to the hit show's funny man, who they say was part of their family.
Breaking point. Pharmacy staffers at CVS and Walgreens are walking off the job to demand the companies fix their harsh working conditions, what it means for people across the country who need to fill their prescriptions.
Witching hour. People are getting excited for costumes and candy, but Halloween is also one of the most dangerous nights of the year for young trick-or-treaters. We have some tips on how to stay safe while still getting into the spooky spirit.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start with Israel's intensifying ground offensive against Hamas militants. Israeli military officials just released this video that they say shows troops moving deeper into the Gaza Strip. Earlier today, a World Health Organization official warning the area is on the brink of a public health catastrophe. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is rejecting growing international calls for an immediate ceasefire.
Calls for a ceasefire are calls for Israel to surrender to Hamas, to surrender to terrorism, to surrender to barbarism. That will not happen. This is a time for war.
Israeli forces announced today that they killed a top Hamas commander who's accused of helping organize the initial October 7th attacks on Israel. Now, those attacks, they killed about 1,400 people there. Meanwhile, in Gaza, Palestinian health officials say more than 8,000 people have died, and nearly half of them are children. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is live in Ashdod, Israel, about 15 miles north of the Gaza Strip. Raf, first off, what's the situation inside Gaza right now?
Well, Morgan, it's catastrophic. As you just said, there are thousands, around 3,500 children who have been killed since October 7th. That's according to the Palestinian Health Ministry, which is run by Hamas. And in just the last hour, we're getting reports of a major explosion at a refugee camp in the northern end of Gaza. It's called Jabalia Refugee Camp. Palestinian officials inside Gaza are saying this was an Israeli airstrike. They're saying it caused very significant casualties. We have asked the Israeli military whether they were striking in that area. We have yet to hear back from them. But we do know that the fighting, both from the air and on the ground, is concentrated in that area in the north of Gaza. Some of the videos emerging from the scene appear to show major structural collapse, several buildings all falling in on each other. Now, we have seen this before in Gaza, and it can be one of a number of things. One, it could be a very heavy Israeli explosive that caused the foundations of not just one, but a number of buildings to collapse. But it could also be a sign of Hamas tunnels underneath those buildings, some kind of Hamas ammunition depot underneath that led to a bigger explosion. We don't know exactly what happened here, but we do know that the situation is just absolutely dire inside the Gaza Strip. Guys.
Raf, a U.S. military official is telling NBC News that 4 more bases with U.S. troops were also attacked yesterday. No American injuries were reported, but what happened there, and how is the Pentagon now responding?
Yeah, so we've been seeing this over the last couple of weeks. These are American bases in Iraq and in Syria, and they are coming under fire, usually with drones or rockets, and largely from Iranian-backed Shia militia groups. Now, these bases were getting attacked before, but there has been a significant uptick since October 7th, since the beginning of the war between Israel and Hamas. And it's a reflection that there is a lot of anger here in this region. A lot of people across not just the Middle East, but the wider Muslim world feel that the U.S. is sort of blindly supporting Israel as this death toll rises in Gaza. Guys.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez. Raf, thank you so much. We want to bring in NBC News national security analyst Clint Watts now for a closer look at Israel's offensive inside Gaza. Clint, thank you for being with us this afternoon. So you heard Raf's reporting. The Israeli military releasing video showing it is now pushing deeper into the Gaza Strip. It is engaging in, quote, fierce battles with Hamas. Break down the offensive at this point and what should be happening next.
Phase 1 of the invasion was really the airstrikes and artillery preparation for the battlefield that we saw go into Phase 2 last Thursday. So the first thing we saw was Israel set up a breach point going through that barrier, and then a second breach point just another day or so later, creating this, what we would call an assembly area inside the border fence. Then just look back the last 36 hours. We've seen Israel move in. They had some basic assembly area set up here, but then some intense fighting around an area named Juhor. But then most importantly, they came up here and blocked this main artery here, this north-south highway. Over the last 24 hours, what we've seen is Israel march down this beach in several different fighting positions, setting up with tank columns, 2 different tank columns, lots of artillery fire, advancing along this beachfront. At the same point, you've seen some Israeli military enter here into this corner. Just from a military standpoint, what you'd be seeing is blocking positions on all of these corners, trying to cut off any Hamas militants that they would deem to be leaving. The other thing to look at, which we're seeing a lot right now in terms of some of the satellite footages, here, artillery preparation, airstrikes, intense amounts of fighting in this area. And in each of these locations, here and up here, just to the north here of actual Gaza City, you're seeing some bunker complexes being engaged there with the Israelis deploying special units to go and look at and investigate and try and find what might be hostages, or it could be Hamas military and rockets, missiles, military underground complexes that are there.
Yeah, really important geographical context for us there. NBC News national security analyst Clint Watts. Clint, thank you.
Well, the Supreme Court is hearing oral arguments today about the issue of free speech online.
Now, the question before the justice is whether public officials can be sued for blocking people on social media. Thankfully, we have NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett here with us. Laura, it is great to see you this Tuesday. First off, this is an issue that largely went unsolved while President Trump was in office. So why is this now popping up again?
Yeah, it got unsettled essentially as moot since he left office. But now some lower level public officials at the state level, actually in California and Michigan, block people on social media, and their constituents said, hey, that actually violates my First Amendment rights because you're using your personal platforms to talk about policies. And the arguments are undergoing right now at the Supreme Court, and the justices seem very sympathetic to this because they say, in pointing to the former president, look, he was making policy announcements on those platforms, even though they were under his name. There were important things there, and you're restricting their ability to engage with public officials when you do that.
It is such a fascinating argument and discussion. This hearing should give us some insight into how the justices view this issue of free speech on social media. What are some of the clues they have given us so far, and what could this mean in terms of, for us, implications beyond public officials?
It's hard to know from oral argument where they're coming at it because they're pressing the lawyers always to try to make their best arguments. But look, this is not the only case they have in front of them this term. There's going to be other ones about free speech. They certainly heard some issues about social media last term, and they kind of left those undecided when it came to Twitter and Facebook. But this one, I can see them actually siding with the people who say, hey, you cannot block us on social media. If you're going to use your platform in that way, you actually have to open it for everybody.
Yeah. Fascinating. All right, NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett. Thank you so much, Laura.
Thanks, Laura. It's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Americans are feeling the weight of soaring inflation and even higher interest rates. So in a new report, 62% of U.S. adults said they were living paycheck to paycheck just last month. And that's all according to financial services company Lending Club.
CNBC Markets and investing reporter Pippa Stevens joins us now. So Pippa, how are these high interest rates now straining Americans' finances, and are these tighter budgets changing what consumers are willing to spend money on?
Well, Vicki, inflation, rising interest rates, and slim savings are adding to the stress. Nearly 75% of Americans said they are feeling about their finances. That's according to a CNBC survey. With student loan payments resuming this month, budgets are getting squeezed even tighter, and households are being forced to defer discretionary spending in order to afford necessities. Meantime, X is now worth less than half what Elon Musk paid for it 1 year ago. According to several reports, employees were awarded stock grants in the social media company, formerly known as Twitter, that value the firm at just $19 billion. That's a 55% discount to the $44 billion purchase price. And Americans are splurging on Halloween this year, and not just on candy. The National Retail Federation expects shoppers to spend $700 million on pet costumes. Combined Halloween spending is also anticipated to hit $12 billion, reaching a new record. I do got to wonder, though, what portion of that is thanks to higher prices, because those chocolate prices have really gone up.
I mean, chocolate, Laffy Taffy, Pippa, I'm ashamed to say how much I spent this year on Halloween because I love Halloween.
It's a big deal for her. What about you, Pippa? You got any pets that you dressed up this year?
I wish. Hopefully next year. Fingers crossed for that dog.
Oh, yes. All right. Awesome.
All right. CNBC Markets and Investing reporter Pippa Stevens. Pippa, thank you.
Coming up, taking a stand, CVS and Walgreens workers walking off the job, alleging harsh working conditions. What it means for you, the patient. You're watching NBC News Daily.
from across the nation to the national stage. And when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
The cast of Friends is breaking their silence after the tragic and unexpected death of their co-star Matthew Perry.
NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas tells us how the 5 actors all describe Perry as much more than just a castmate.
Hey there, still reeling from the shock of Matthew Perry's sudden passing, the cast of Friends is speaking out for the very first time, saying that they are utterly devastated by his loss.
The cast of Friends coming together again to grieve the sudden loss of their beloved Matthew Perry and issue a joint statement. We were more than just castmates. We are a family. Jennifer Aniston, Courtney Cox, Lisa Kudrow, Matt LeBlanc, and David Schwimmer writing, "There is so much to say, but right now we're going to take a moment to grieve and process this unfathomable loss." The 54-year-old actor was found unresponsive in a hot tub Saturday afternoon at his Pacific Palisades home. Sources familiar telling NBC News that Perry's assistant had left to run an errand and returned to find Perry unresponsive and called 911. The Los Angeles Fire Department said that firefighters removed Perry from the hot tub, but that he was already dead when they arrived.
I'm not great at the advice. Can I interest you in a sarcastic comment?
While he will always be remembered for his signature role as Chandler Bing on Friends,
someone at work ate my sandwich.
Well, what did the police say?
Perry also starred in movies like The Whole 9 Yards, 17 Again, and Fools Rush In, which he once called his best film work. His co-star Salma Hayek posting, "I will continue to cherish your silliness, your perseverance, and your lovely heart." Behind that trademark wit and charming smile, there was darkness. In his 2022 memoir, Perry opened up about his decades-long battle with drugs and alcohol. But more recently, the sport of pickleball had become an outlet during his recovery journey, according to his friend and former coach.
And he brought people to the court that had struggles, similar struggles to his own.
Just hours before his death, the star had been playing with mutual friends at a nearby country club. Broken-hearted fans have been laying flowers outside his LA home. And last night, pop singer Charlie Puth leading his audience in an emotional version of the Friends theme song.
I'll be there for you. When the rain starts to fall, I'll be there for you.
Although there have been no reports indicating foul play, the cause of death is being investigated by the LAPD and the LA County Medical Examiner's Office. Officials saying that they now await toxicology results, which could take up to 3 to 4 months. Back to you.
Chloe, thank you. Workers at some of the largest pharmacy chains in the country, they're walking off the job this week. Organizers tell NBC News most of the employees work at CVS, Walgreens, and Rite Aid, and they are taking part.
Now, they say the walkout started yesterday and will last until tomorrow, and they're protesting what the organizers describe as unsafe working conditions that are affecting both employees and patients. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is tracking the fallout for us right now. Stephen, look, the organizers, they're calling these walkouts Farmageddon. So what does that mean for the drugstores?
Yeah, guys, they're calling it Farmageddon, which is especially catchy on Halloween. Now, these walkouts are set to end tomorrow, but they are very serious about their statements here. the concerns that they have, they say really affect patient safety, and that is why this is getting a lot of attention. These pharmacists and farm techs say they are just spread too thin. They say between vaccines and phone calls dealing with insurance companies that they just feel like they don't have enough time to focus on making sure that they're getting everything done right. Vaccines have been a part of pharmacies for a while now, but after COVID, it really took off being a very big focus for these major chains. Now, the walkout, of course, these labor problems, we've heard of a few other walkouts just in the recent months, but this walkout is welcomed by the organizers for any pharmacy worker, a farm tech, pharmacists as well, to try to draw attention to these labor issues. Now, they're mostly affecting, as you mentioned, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid, but the problems in the industry seem to go even beyond those.
Stephen, some pharmacy employees have staged similar protests over the past few months. While they're, of course, pushing for better pay, many are also calling out safety concerns for patients. Talk to us about what these workers actually want and how the drugstores are responding.
Yeah, unlike some of these other labor movements that we've seen with unions, there's not really a union involved here that is organizing this, making specific demands. But from the pharmacists we've talked to and the organizers we've talked to, they're really asking for more help. We've actually even heard them say the pharmacists themselves are not asking for more pay. They're asking for more pay for their pharmacy technicians to get. They're also asking for more labor, just more staffing at each location so they can help focus on all the different things that they need. So many of them, as you of course know, answer questions. They're answering questions from patients and insurance companies. They just say they have too much to do. And whenever they can't focus on a patient at one time, look at possible interactions with their medications, that is where the safety mechanism comes into play here. That's where they're really concerned that there could be a safety issue for patients. And we have statements from Walgreens, Rite Aid, and CVS all saying that they're talking with their employees and that they are looking at ways that they can help make this situation better for everyone. But the workers involved here really want the policies in writing and not just the words from the companies.
Yeah, Stephen, I've talked to a lot of pharmacists, and some of them call it the bluest white-collar job in America. And so we hear their demands. It affects all of us ultimately. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo, thank you so much.
Later on this hour, we'll take you inside the world's largest underground hospital in Israel, how it's keeping patients safe from any attacks coming from above. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
A sheriff's office in Colorado is investigating after a heavily armed 20-year-old man was found dead in the restroom of an amusement park. As NBC News correspondent Tom Costello explains, the man appears to have taken his own life instead of carrying out what authorities say could have been a devastating attack.
It happened at the Glenwood Caverns Adventure Park in Glenwood Springs, Colorado, about 40 miles from Aspen. The Garfield County Sheriff says park employees discovered the body of a 20-year-old man in the ladies' restroom as they prepared to open on Saturday. The unidentified man died by suicide, found on the floor dressed in a helmet, black tactical clothing, and body armor with patches and emblems, armed with real and fake semi-automatic rifles and handguns, including ghost guns, loaded magazines, and IEDs or explosives, both real and fake. On the stall door, he'd apparently written, "I am not a killer."
Although he was very highly prepared, very highly weaponized, he chose not to take advantage of any of that, whatever his preparation was. We are, to say the least, extremely lucky that he did not fulfill whatever plan he may have intentioned.
The FBI and a nearby bomb squad searched the park and the suspect's home for any other explosives. Investigators say the suspect had no criminal history.
There was nothing to indicate any type of warning or any type of, concern on the part of family, friends, school, what have you.
The discovery came just hours after a 40-year-old shooter was discovered in Maine Friday night. He's suspected of murdering 18 people at 2 crime scenes before dying by suicide. The sheriff in Colorado says teams have combed the park property and the rides to ensure they're safe as they search for clues about what the suspect's motivations might have been. Tom Costello, NBC News.
In the Mexican resort town of Acapulco, locals are struggling after Hurricane Otis left a path of death and destruction in the popular tourist destination. NBC News correspondent Juan Venegas has the details on what people say they need in order to recover.
Sleek beachfront hotels in Acapulco now in ruins after Hurricane Otis ravaged the area.
We are living in a very difficult situation, and help has not arrived.
It's the strongest storm ever to make landfall on Mexico's Pacific coast, and the popular tourist destination, home to nearly 1 million people, now struggling to recover. The death toll jumping to 45 people, according to the state's governor, with dozens more still missing. Military officials saying dozens of boats sank and still more washed up on the shore. The marina completely devastated.
We tried to save the boats, but with these winds, we were unable to save any of them. They were big yachts, about 80 feet. They all disappeared.
Now, frustration with the government's response growing as residents say they're left to fend for themselves. Many flocking to makeshift shelters, lining up for hours for a chance to get food and water.
The government should help us with food. I only see that they are just patrolling. They should bring food and water.
Stores looted out of desperation for basic necessities. This woman pleading for help from the international community.
We don't have anything anymore. They looted everything. Not all of us looted. We really need help. There's nobody here.
The government saying 6,500 soldiers are working to keep the peace and help with the aid. Otis's rapid transition from a tropical storm to a Category 5 hurricane happened in just 12 hours, leaving Acapulco residents with little time to prepare. Winds gusting up to 165 miles per hour. The Mexican president detailing that not a single power line remains standing in the affected areas. This morning telling the country helicopters are being used to bring in new utility poles and get the power running as soon as possible, with the president also announcing a tanker carrying gasoline has arrived to help with the fuel shortage. But that will be just another early step in a long rebuilding process, with the cost of the destruction potentially reaching $15 billion. Just as this community's core tourist season approaches, the Mexican Hotel Association telling the Associated Press 80% of the hotels in the area have been damaged. Guad Venegas, NBC News.
And you are watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back this Tuesday, and thanks again for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. Police in Japan have arrested a man they say took 2 people hostage inside of a post office. It happened today in the city of Warabi, where authorities say the suspect entered the post office with a gun just an hour after police say he was involved in a shooting at a nearby hospital. 2 people were hurt in that hospital. Police say the standoff at the post office lasted more than 8 hours.
Thousands of people in Southern California evacuating as high winds fuel a growing wildfire there. Firefighters in Riverside County say the Highland fire started yesterday and it's already burned more than 2,200 acres. At least 1 home has been destroyed, and the cause of that fire still under investigation.
The FDA is warning consumers to stop using certain over-the-counter eye drops due to an infection risk. The warning includes 26 different eye drop products and brands like CVS Health, Target, and Rite Aid. This all comes after federal regulators found unsanitary conditions and harmful bacteria at the manufacturing facility where these products are made.
On Capitol Hill, Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, they're making their case for President Biden's security funding request. Now, their testimony this morning, it all happens before the Senate Appropriations Committee, and it was quickly interrupted by protesters.
Save the children of Gaza! Cease fire now! Where is your pride, America?
Cease fire now! I beg you! Cease fire now!
The secretaries are arguing that aid for Israel and Ukraine should be passed as one package. House Republicans are trying to split them up. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitali joins us now from her post. Ali, it is good to see you. So this hearing is just about wrapped up. Were Secretaries Blinken and Austin successful in persuading lawmakers that this Biden administration plan, this $105 billion funding proposal, should pass together?
Yeah, the together piece of it is what's really important, Vicki, because you're right. The House is moving on its own Israel-focused trajectory, decoupling those things. But this was the argument that top Biden administration officials tried to make as to why these packages for Ukraine and Israel need to be pushed forward together. Watch.
Many are again making the bet that we're too divided, we're too distracted at home to stay the course. That's what's at stake with President Biden's national security supplemental funding request.
In both Israel and Ukraine, democracies are fighting ruthless foes who are out to annihilate them. We will not let Hamas or Putin win.
So, guys, a lot of urgency, but not clear what the exact path forward will look like legislatively.
Speaking of that legislative sort of approach, Ali, why are the Senate and the House so split on how they'll handle the supplemental aid for our allies?
Well, first of all, this is a reality of divided government. Of course, Democrats control the Senate and Republicans control the House. But this is less a partisan split and more a bicameral split. It depends which side of the Republican conference you're on. Are you on the House side, where there's a lot more reluctance to continue support and aid to Ukraine? Or are you on the Senate side of the building, where the majority of those Republican and Democratic members do support moving these packages in tandem? The fact that we're going to see the House, though, move forward on roughly $14 billion in aid just for Israel this week really does put Senate Republicans in a jam, because they're then forced to decide, is it worth going along with what the administration wants, coupling these two aid packages together, or should they continue with their fellow Republicans from the House side, pass Israel aid, and then still keep trying for Ukraine aid?
All right, a lot of questions still ahead. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitali. Ali, thank you.
Tensions are growing along Israel's northern border with Lebanon as Iran-backed Hezbollah threatens to open a second front of the war. In response, Israel is readying a fully functioning hospital in Haifa. That is the country's third largest city.
Now they're preparing to move doctors, nurses, patients all underground. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman with a look inside the world's largest hospital located beneath the surface.
From the outside, this hospital in the northern Israeli city of Haifa looks like any other. Patients, doctors, and ambulances on the move. But buried deep underground is an entire second hospital, Israel's backup in case things go from bad to worse. As Israel's war with Hamas rages, Dr. Michael Halberthal takes me to the world's largest subterranean hospital. A 3-story bunker spanning more than 10 football fields with 2,000 hospital beds, a level 1 trauma center, and 24 operating rooms, even oncology and pediatrics units.
What is the worst case scenario that this facility was built for?
So the best case scenario is a military confrontation. The scenario is that we have to give solution for 50 days with missiles falling around us every 4 minutes.
It's not a made-up scenario. During Israel's last war with Lebanon in 2006, some 70 rockets fell within about 300 feet of this hospital, the building literally shaking while patients were inside. After the war, Israel decided it needed a hospital impervious to attack and started digging, pumping out 70 billion gallons of water from the ground and filling it with 7,000 tons of steel and 3 million cubic feet of bomb-proof concrete.
In peacetime, this is a parking lot for up to 1,500 vehicles. But check this out. They have built into the walls and the ceiling everything you'd have in a full-fledged hospital, including electricity and even oxygen.
The first patients have already arrived. Adir Enmakas is 6 with end-stage renal failure. He needs dialysis 6 days a week, war or not.
Do you feel safer knowing that if this hospital came under rocket attack, you would be safe underneath the ground?
Unequivocal, Adir's mom says. We feel better now. She tells me that if, God forbid, Hezbollah rockets rain down on this hospital in the middle of dialysis treatment, they'd have no way to safely escape. Dr. Halberthal shows me the command center. In a crisis, EMS, police, and the military's home front command are all in one room.
When you pick up that red phone, who's on the other line?
So the Army headquarters.
And if Israel is attacked by chemical or biological weapons?
We can be here, 8,000 people, without any help from the outside for 3 days. All the oxygen, electricity, water, food.
What does it say about what this country faces that you even have to have a facility like this?
Obviously, we all wish that we had peace.
Josh Letterman, NBC News.
That is absolutely remarkable. It's sad that they need it.
Absolutely.
Well, the auto workers' strike could finally be coming to an end. The union has struck deals with Detroit's big three, Ford, General Motors, and Chrysler maker Stellantis.
That's right. 40,000 employees will soon return to work, but it's not over until it's over. The agreements still have to be approved by local union leaders, then ratified by a simple majority. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett is joining us now live from Chicago. Maura, look, who are the winners? Who are the losers here? I mean, what do these new contract terms actually mean for the workers?
Well, the end of the strike, tentatively, is welcome news for both sides, as this has been ongoing for 46 days, guys. And UAW members are going to be seeing a lot of changes that they were asking for. They're getting that 25% base wage increase. That's through 2028. They're also getting an adjustment for cost of living allowances, better retirement benefits, and the right to strike over plant closures. Now, our colleague Jesse Kirsch over in Cleveland did speak with one of those workers, William Prohaska. He asked him about his reaction to the announcement of the deal on Monday.
It feels good knowing that we're getting all this stuff for ourselves, because this better helps my family, especially me, because I'm only a one salary income household and my wife's staying at home. She homeschools my kids. So this is really great because now I actually have the money to help them out and have a little extra to maybe, take her out.
Now, Prohaska echoed a lot of what we've heard from workers about their frustrations with the contracts, because they feel like they didn't get a fair deal over the last several years because they weren't getting those cost of living adjustments, especially when we're seeing record inflation. Now, on the corporate side, GM Chair and CEO Mary Barra is also pleased with the deal. She said that it, quote, reflects the contributions of the team while enabling us to continue to invest in our future and provide good jobs in the U.S. Now, individually, for each of these automakers, it is expected to cost them billions to be able to pass on that investment to their employees. And that means that could get passed on to consumers even after all of those slows in productions during the strike. And so there's a lot of question marks still around where that money is going to come from. But it is definitely something that we're going to be seeing over the next couple of weeks. But in the meantime, as this deal is ratified, all of the UAW members are going back to work immediately, guys.
And to hear the difference that makes for a single family like that gentleman Jesse interviewed, I mean, that's pretty powerful.
Yeah, tens of thousands of workers all affected by this. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett. Maura, thank you so much.
Meanwhile, down in Florida, hundreds of churches are pushing back on the controversial new African-American history standards being taught across the state.
NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson shows us how these churches are teaching their own lessons during Sunday school, Bible study, and even as part of their sermons.
Why is this important for us to talk about Black history?
It sounds a lot like a middle school history class, but it's actually Bible study at New Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church in Miami, Florida.
If you don't have an appreciation of what they've gone through, you'll never have an understanding of where they are now.
Pastor Alfonso Jackson Jr. is one of hundreds of religious leaders across the state now teaching Black history in their churches, pushing back against controversial new standards enacted in Florida schools this year.
Florida schools must now teach students about the, quote, benefit of slavery when teaching Black history.
When you heard about the new Black history standards, what was your reaction?
My initial reaction was initially of disbelief. Then it turned into anger.
Then he found this online toolkit created by social justice coalition Faith in Florida, filled with books, documentaries, and videos that churches can use to counter the new standards.
It's up to us to be able to write our own story and to tell the truth.
And that's what you feel like this is about?
Absolutely.
More than 300 churches in over 22 states have pledged to teach the material. Its creator, Rhonda Thomas, says the guide, which covers topics including from Africa to America and race, racism, and whiteness, is not about making any race feel bad, despite what some opponents of teaching this history say.
No child should be taught in a way that it's hurtful or painful for them, but to dilute a whole teaching was just totally unheard of.
The initiative is part of a storied history in Black churches. From leading the civil rights movement,
It will be a victory for democracy.
to helping establish freedom schools and historically black colleges. And much like in the 1960s, non-black faith leaders are also getting involved.
There was a procession.
Pastor Andy Oliver leads Allendale United Methodist Church in St. Petersburg, Florida, and is also teaching the Black History Toolkit to his predominantly white parishioners.
When we learn African American history, we make different decisions. We don't repeat the mistakes of the past.
Lessons in history that hold meaning for those in his community.
I think it's good for us to be uncomfortable and to talk about things and to see things from different perspectives.
And for others back in Miami. Faith leaders hope their teachings will resonate with state leaders too.
What message do you hope this will send to the Florida Department of Education and perhaps even the governor?
The black community will not be silenced. Our heritage will not be erased. Our struggle will not be watered down, and the truth will not be muted.
Priscilla Thompson, NBC News.
Trick or treating. It can be a fond memory for kids, but also a nightmare for parents. We've got tips to help celebrate Halloween safely. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Well, Halloween is all about tricks and treats, but it is also a dangerous day for pedestrians, especially children. Safe Kids Worldwide reports children are more than twice as likely to get hit by a car and killed on Halloween compared to any other day of the year.
Gosh, a parent's worst nightmare. Now officials are sounding the alarm on a new potential danger: tainted Halloween candy. Paisy Chang from NBC New York explains how you can keep a closer eye on your kids' treats.
Who you calling a clown? You don't know who you're messing with.
Among the ghosts and ghouls of Halloween, a new trick police are telling parents could be mixed in with the treats.
There's a danger that the candy that they think is candy could be adulterated.
Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman sounding the warning on what looks like candy but could make kids ill.
This is packaging right here on edibles and their cannabis. They have a high THC content, and they will get your children sick.
Emergency room visits for cannabis-based events are on the rise nationwide and in Nassau County. In 2017, 42 kids between 15 and 19 went to the ER for marijuana-related sickness. In 2021, that number jumped to 812, nearly a 20-fold increase. Nassau's health commissioner says the consequences can be dangerous.
We're talking about ICU admissions. We're talking about children that have been in a comatose state when they present. So we're actually talking about grave consequences, not just vomiting, nausea.
Oh, yes, I have 4 boys, so I have to be really careful.
Parents we spoke with say they are used to screening candy, but now they have to watch out for something new.
I wasn't even aware of that. So, yeah, I guess I would really have to check everything this year and make sure.
Other safety tips include trick-or-treating in a neighborhood that you know, wear bright clothing, travel in pairs or in a group, and for drivers to be extra careful when driving and watch out for pedestrians. Hazy Cheng, NBC News.
All right, editor-in-chief of Parents.com, Grace Bastidas, joins us now with some tips to help keep our families safe while having fun this spooky holiday. Grace, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
We know that all of us want to have fun this Halloween with our children. What are some things that parents need to keep in mind, both during and even after Halloween, to make sure it's safe?
So in terms of costumes, if your kid is dressing all spooky and dark, make sure and add reflective tape to their costumes so that they're easily seen. And if you have an older kid trick-or-treating with friends, give them a glow stick or a flashlight so that they're visible as well.
Let's talk about costumes. You mentioned the glow sticks. What else should we be thinking about when it comes to fit or fabric?
Yes, avoid potential trip hazards. So if your kid has a cape that goes past their ankle, or your other child has a dress that's dragging on the floor, just be mindful of that. Maybe rethink that outfit a little bit. And in terms of masks, they can obstruct your child's vision, so maybe steer clear of that as well.
I've heard non-toxic makeup is a good option.
Oh,
yes,
that's a good
for
one
sure.
too. Yeah, that's a great one. What about the candy there? I remember when I was growing up, my parents were very vigilant about candy. Anything that had been tampered with, worried about, people putting tricks in those treats.
Exactly. So you want to inspect everything before your child dips into their stash. Toss out anything that's unwrapped, that has a tear, pinhole, or looks suspicious to you. And definitely throw away anything homemade unless you personally know the giver. And for kids under 4, steer clear of anything that may be a potential hazard, a choking hazard. So nuts, hard candy, popcorn, get rid of those. And make sure your kid knows that you're going to inspect their candy before they can sample their treats. Maybe give them a snack before venturing out.
Yeah, that's a good, make sure you're eating something so you're not eating along the way. What about teenagers? Any tips for having your teenagers go out and safely?
Yeah, so if your teenagers are going out with their friends, make sure that they go to familiar houses that have the lights on. Remind them not to go into anybody's home. And if they're out partying with friends, talk to them about drinking and drugs so that they know to reach out to you if they are in an uncomfortable situation.
All right, editor-in-chief of Parents.com, Grace Bastidas with the great tips. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
We so appreciate it. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just fit too.
All right, setting the tone. American cities with spooky histories like Salem, Massachusetts, and New York's Sleepy Hollow. They're seeing a surge in Halloween-related tourism. NBC News correspondent Emily Akeda visited one of those areas to find out why more people are hitting the road to get into the Halloween spirit.
Witches are swarming the streets of Salem again. I just love the vibe of it. There's no shortage of ghost schools and everything in between either. The city of Salem, Massachusetts, known for its dark history of witch trials centuries ago, has transformed into a history lover's must-see and one of the Halloween destinations in America. With 100,000 plus visitors on a single day and more than 1 million this month. A boom for businesses like Black Cat Tours, which just expanded to open a store.
It's just wonderful to see that on people's faces, that moment of, I don't have to be a grown-up anymore. I can be a kid here.
Dazzle me, my darling. Also home to parts of big screen Halloween hit Hocus Pocus, the city proudly laying claim to the haunted season. But it's not the only spot recording a spike in Halloween tourism. Cities like New Orleans and Las Vegas also seeing a surge compared to a typical fall weekend.
Gen Z and millennial prioritize spending on travel, and not just travel for those big summer vacations or long weekends, but celebrations of more micro holidays like Halloween.
Total Halloween spending is expected to reach monster levels, $12.2 billion, exceeding last year's record of $10.6 billion. Popular Halloween attractions like Universal Studios' Halloween Horror Nights in Orlando have been sold out for over a month, according to amusement park app The Touring Plans. The events attract 30,000 to 35,000 people per night. Social media also driving tourism to Halloween hotspots. Feeds filled with colorful frights in the best decorated neighborhoods, including New York's Sleepy Hollow, home of the Headless Horseman. Back in Salem, officials urging visitors to use public transportation to ease traffic, so there's room for everyone to relish in the spooky fun.
We'd like to say, if you're going to come to Salem, come by train, come by ferry, come by bike, come by broom. Don't come by car.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Well, you may feel like you've seen a lot of Barbie this year, but at one Washington state home, there's a different sort of resurrection happening. Kim Holcomb from our NBC affiliate King TV shows us the horde of zombie Barbies that are taking over one front yard this Halloween.
Meet the girls and a few Kens, transformed into a zombie horde with the deepest affection by Danielle Davis.
I love it. I love it so much, and that's why continuing to make it grow and grow and grow. There are 271 Barbies as of today. I see no stopping.
All of them were donated, and the more pre-loved, the better. Only then can they live their best afterlife.
Okay.
Turning them takes several days and a lot of gray spray paint.
That's how we start. All the clothes get tea dyed. I boil them in tea water, just tinging them up, that sort of thing.
Then comes the makeup part of their makeover.
First, I yellow their eyes, and then once all that is dried, then I go back in with glow-in-the-dark. And my trick is a toothpick for the blood. We don't want that dress to be pretty.
She looks like a Mattel nightmare, but there's still one final step Danielle leaves to Mother Nature.
She'll get out in the weather and just get even more zombied. The rain, the wind, all of it just makes it even better. When they go in the ground, they're secured as good as possible, and then however they move and adjust in the weather makes it even better. It makes it perfect because that's them migrating around the yard.
There are so many small details, from a congregation of brain-eating Ariels to a recreation of the Barbie movie's Do You Ever Think of Dying dance? But Danielle doesn't want her display to be just for fellow Barbie enthusiasts. It's for anyone with a sense of play and humor.
That is epic. I know you love Halloween.
Love
Think
Halloween.
About decking out the yard too.
Ooh, maybe next year.
Maybe next year. Our thanks to Kim Holcomb.
All right, I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Good Tuesday, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, October 31st. Time for war. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu refusing calls for a ceasefire as the humanitarian crisis in Gaza grows more dire by the day. The latest on Israel's escalating ground assault and the new attacks on U.S. bases housing American troops there in the Middle East.
Weighing in, the Supreme Court hearing arguments today in a high-stakes case about social media. The key question, should public officials be allowed to block followers online? What the justices are saying.
Promising procedure. Across the country, hundreds of thousands of women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year, but a little-known form of surgery is now offering new hope.
Breaking her silence, Olympic gold medalist Mary Lou Retton speaking out for the first time since being hospitalized with a rare form of pneumonia. The inspiring message about her fight and road to recovery.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start right now with the growing humanitarian crisis in Gaza as Israel ramps up its ground assault on the Hamas-controlled territory there. Now, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken told lawmakers on Capitol Hill today that Hamas militants are blocking roughly 1,000 people from leaving Gaza. He says that includes more than 400 U.S. citizens and their family members.
UN officials warn that basic services are crumbling there as Israel continues to attack Gaza from the air and on land. International leaders are pleading for a ceasefire, but Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is rejecting those calls, saying now is the time for war. Meantime, Israel Defense Forces just announced the number of hostages held in Gaza has risen to 240. But Israel's national security advisor says there is no hostage deal in sight. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman is live in Jerusalem. Josh, the health ministry in Gaza announced today a refugee camp there was hit by a massive blast. What more do we know about the casualties and injuries at that site?
Well, this is shaping up to potentially being one of the most significant events that we've seen so far during Israel's onslaught in the Gaza Strip. We are hearing reports from Hamas and Palestinian health officials of huge numbers of casualties and fatalities. We are still working to confirm that because you'll remember when there was that strike, that explosion at that hospital a few weeks ago, there were all kinds of back and forth accusations about who was responsible and whether the death toll was inflated. So the information war is certainly geared up right now, but we are seeing long lines of bodies that have been laid out at the Indonesian hospital, which is nearby, according to video that has been posted on social media, harrowing images of babies and children being carried out of the rubble. And this is already starting to provoke a lot of international condemnation with the Jordanian foreign ministry condemning Israel for this strike. We should point out the Israeli military has not yet commented on what happened in the Jabalia refugee camp, which is really in the northern part of the Gaza Strip, but it does seem like it's going to be perceived as a significant escalation.
And Josh, speaking of that escalation, what else are you learning about Israel's ground offensive in Gaza? I know there's, a complication. We were talking about escalating that ground effort, but also acknowledging that they're still trying to get these remaining 240 hostages released in the process.
Yeah, and Morgan, whether those two goals are essentially mutually exclusive has been one of the biggest and most difficult questions that is hanging over Israel and this war right now. We know that over the last 24 hours, Israel says it has continued full bore with that operation, including wiping out, according to the Israeli military, a top commander who's responsible for one of the brigades in northern Gaza. But at the same time, Israel is now maintaining that going in very strongly, both by land and in the air, does not preclude freeing more hostages. They point to that operation just a couple days ago that was announced yesterday that freed an Israeli soldier. But the real question is if they are causing the kinds of casualties and damage that we're seeing, including in Jabalia today, does that raise the possibility that more of these hostages could end up dying, given that some of them are being held in tunnels amongst the population within the Gaza Strip, Morgan?
Which is an outcome that no one wants to see happen. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman for us there. Josh, thank you.
Morgan, American forces in other parts of the Middle East are also on high alert. U.S. officials say American troops have been attacked at least 24 times in Iraq and Syria since October 17th. The Defense Department press secretary says Iran-backed militant groups are believed to be responsible for these attacks. They're using a mix of drones and rockets. Let's bring in Colonel Steve Warren. He's a former Pentagon spokesman for the campaigns in the fight against ISIS. Thank you so much for being with us, Colonel. So right now, there's no word from the Pentagon on any potential casualties. But what do you make of this steady stream of attacks over the past couple of weeks now? Are we seeing a growing threat of a larger conflict and escalation of violence in these two countries?
Yeah, thanks, Vicki, for having me on. It is. What we're seeing is sort of what I would characterize as a minor spillover, right? This isn't major spillover. This isn't a major escalation yet. What it is a signal from Iran saying that they're still in the region and that they're still players. Obviously, American forces have been brushing up against Iranian forces really since about 2006. So this is nothing new for American forces, and they do know how to deal with it.
Colonel, last week, American forces struck targets inside Syria in retaliation for some of these attacks. But with 4 new attacks happening just yesterday, it seems like the responses from the American troops, they're really not deterring these groups. So what's next? Do we think more U.S. troops may be deployed to this region?
Well, we've seen hundreds, really thousands more troops begin to move towards that region. The United States has moved not 1, but 2 carrier strike groups into the area. And this really sends a signal to anyone, particularly the Iranians, but to anyone who would try to escalate, that the American forces are there, they're ready, and they're prepared to do what's necessary to defend themselves and to contain any escalation. Ultimately, I believe what you'll see is continued vigilance on the part of the Americans. Americans, continued demonstration of force on the part of the Americans, and ultimately continued strikes, as these proxy forces hit American forces.
It is a volatile situation. Colonel Steve Warren, thank you so much for your time today.
Well, Vicki, the Supreme Court today is hearing arguments about free speech on social media, and an issue is whether public officials should be allowed to block people online. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward joins us now. Listen, Jake, this echoes a lawsuit that we all remember was brought forward when former President Trump was in office, but then it was tossed out when Twitter actually disabled his account. So how did this all come up again? And are we just talking about public officials, or can this also affect everyday people?
Well, at this hour, we're hearing the oral arguments taking place right now. I was literally just listening to them in my other ear before we came on here. And Clarence Thomas, who is often very quiet on the bench, has been asking lots of questions this morning. And it is really his interest in the question of whether the government has the right to regulate free speech on private platforms that has interested him. That Trump decision, or excuse me, the Trump case that you mentioned there, Morgan, is one in which he took a great deal of interest. And he essentially asked in the oral arguments there that he be brought cases that would test that same question again. And so this pair of cases concerning a pair of school board members and a city manager, again, asked this question: does a public official who blocks people on a private social media platform have a responsibility to the public to not do so? But the larger question here, right, that thing is sort of, specific. But we're really interested in, the reason everybody is watching this one so closely, is to really find out whether in oral arguments Clarence Thomas and others put paid to this sort of growing ideological concept that the government really has the ability to step in and regulate free speech on these platforms. And the reason it could affect you and me is that there are cases coming up that basically ask whether or not you should have to, if you're a private platform, host hate speech and even illegal speech if it's political speech. If all of that were to happen and the Supreme Court were to uphold that in the future, it could utterly transform the way we experience social media. So the bigger questions here are really being raised in this otherwise pretty small and specific case here.
All right, but perhaps very large implications. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward for us. Jake, as always, thanks.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, Americans are becoming less optimistic about the U.S. economy. An index by the Conference Board shows U.S. consumer confidence dropping to a new 5-month low this month.
CNBC correspondent Christina Partsinevelos joins us now. Christina, this drop in confidence, it comes as prices for things like food, gasoline, they continue to rise. So what other factors could sort of be causing consumers to really worry about the state of our economy?
Well, right now, economists at the Conference Board are saying they're also worried about the political situation and higher interest rates, which we know are seeping into higher mortgages, higher debt, et cetera. The Federal Reserve is actually meeting this week, tomorrow, to decide whether to lower, raise, or keep the interest rate the same as the central bank continues its work to tame inflation. The parent of Bud Light beat expectations for the third quarter despite a boycott that unseated Bud Light as the top beer in America. It was the second quarter Anheuser-Busch dealt with the fallout of a conservative-led boycott of Bud Light over the beer's partnership with transgender influencer Dylan Mulvaney. Candy corn has long been a contested Halloween treat, but it appears its supporters' numbers are dwindling. Nielsen data shows sales of candy corn during the Halloween period have dropped every year since at least 2018. Meanwhile, sales of gummies and marshmallow candy appear to be filling the void. They've seen a 30% increase since 2018. I feel like I could have told you that just by going to visit any type of CVS store across the
candy
country.
Corn? Gummy's gonna win every time. What about you, Christina? Are you a candy corn enthusiast?
No, there's somebody watching right now that perhaps is a candy corn enthusiast, but I hated getting that when I was a kid.
Well, my littlest one can't wait to try it. She's heard so much about it. There's a lot of controversy in the house, but she is hoping to get one in her little bucket this year. You?
Me too. I agree. I'm not a huge candy corn fan. Yeah, not a huge candy corn fan. But CNBC correspondent Christina Partsinevelos, I promise never to gift you candy corn for future Halloween. So we appreciate it.
All right, coming up, hundreds of thousands of American families are impacted by breast cancer every year. Up next, we're going to show you the little-known procedure that mastectomy patients say is a game changer for them. You are watching NBC News Daily.
on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Breast cancer accounts for about 1 in 3 new female cancers each year. This is according to the American Cancer Society. This is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we want to take a closer look at a new procedure few people know about for breast reconstruction. I spoke with the doctor who developed the method and 2 women who say it changed their lives. As a ceramics student at San Diego State, Carly Foss is used to shaping something beautiful from a lump of clay. The 25-year-old leaned on her art to stay positive through 2 cancer diagnoses. Foss first beat non-Hodgkin's lymphoma at 18. A few years later, she found a lump in her left breast. It turned out to be breast cancer, and she had to undergo a mastectomy.
Automatically, your whole world changes, and you're like, what is going to happen? And really, it's an amputation of your body.
Foss didn't want a synthetic implant, but she didn't have much body fat available for the usual natural breast reconstruction methods.
I just didn't want to put something foreign inside my body that I knew does have potential risks down the line.
Her doctors at the Stanford Women's Cancer Center told her there might be another way. Surgeons combine something called omentum, a layer of tissue that hangs from the stomach, with regular body fat to create a breast implant out of a person's own tissue. Dr. Yung Win and her team developed the procedure 4 years ago for a patient in a similar situation.
She's very slim. She's physically active. She wants reconstruction, but she doesn't want to have any implants. So what are we going to do?
That patient was Kitty Wild, a nurse from Central California.
You were the first patient. It's been 4 years. How do you feel now?
I'm really happy. I didn't need to be bigger in size. I just wanted to look normal and not be sad every time I looked in the mirror. I was back in my regular bras and out doing the trail and didn't miss a beat.
Dr. Wynn says there are some key benefits to this procedure: shorter recovery time and smaller scars.
I think we've been doing fat grafting, we've been doing implants for a long time, but the challenge that was posed to us was to create something that didn't exist before. And I think sometimes we have to kind of step back and take a look at the big picture to come up with a new solution to a problem.
You've done almost 100 of these. Why are you speaking out about it now?
I think it's important for women to know that there is an option of reconstruction for every woman.
Plastic surgeon Elizabeth Potter says innovations in this space are promising, but cautions more research is needed, especially compared to more established methods like deep flap that harvest belly fat and abdominal skin, which have been performed since the 90s.
It's exciting to me that doctors are really pushing the boundaries and trying to find better options for their patients. I think that the jury is still out on whether this is going to be a viable option for the future.
Another concern?
Breast cancer oftentimes affects both the inside of the breast as well as the skin surrounding the breast. A big limitation of omentum reconstruction is that there's no skin at all involved. The omentum might fill the volume of the breast, but it doesn't solve the problem of bringing new, healthy, unradiated skin.
For patients considering any kind of breast reconstruction, Dr. Potter says seek multiple opinions. Talk to patients who've gotten the procedure to learn about their experiences, and ask your doctor how many similar surgeries they've performed. Foss and Wild say they have no regrets.
Whenever I tell people about my reconstruction, nobody has ever heard of it. And yeah, that shocks me every time.
Because you had such a positive experience?
Exactly. And I wish, more people could experience it.
Their advice?
Ask questions about your options and the expected outcome long term.
Tell me some of the specific questions that you feel are important to ask.
Will they match? What will it feel like? How it will move when I run? And it's your body that you're going to live with, and you want to be as informed as possible.
And Dr. Nguyen says patients should talk to their doctors about which breast reconstruction method is right for them. In the meantime, she and her colleagues plan to present their data next year, and they hope to see more surgeons learning this technique. And in case you're wondering, Dr. Nguyen and I are not related. We just happen to have the same last name. It is one that is very common in the Vietnamese community. Morgan, I know you know that.
Common and a beautiful last name. Thank you, Vicki. We appreciate it. Yep. So what if you couldn't get the medication that you desperately need? That's the reality for a growing number of Americans living in pharmacy deserts. What's leading to this trend? Coming up, you're watching NBC News Daily.
lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas.
We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
These were the homes the Hamas militants were going through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A sheriff's office in Colorado is investigating after a heavily armed 20-year-old man was found dead in the restroom of an amusement park. As NBC News correspondent Tom Costello explains, the man appears to have taken his own life instead of carrying out what authorities say could have been a devastating attack.
It happened at the Glenwood Caverns Adventure Park in Glenwood Springs, Colorado, about 40 miles from Aspen. The Garfield County Sheriff says park employees discovered the body of a 20-year-old man in the ladies' restroom as they prepared to open on Saturday. The unidentified man died by suicide, found on the floor dressed in a helmet, black tactical clothing, and body armor with patches and emblems, armed with real and fake semi-automatic rifles and handguns, including ghost guns, loaded magazines, and IEDs or explosives, both real and fake. On the stall door, he'd apparently written, "I am not a killer."
although he was very highly prepared, very highly weaponized, he chose not to take advantage of any of that, whatever his preparation was. We are, to say the least, extremely lucky that he did not fulfill whatever plan he may have intentioned.
The FBI and a nearby bomb squad searched the park and the suspect's home for any other explosives. Investigators say the suspect had no criminal history.
There was nothing to indicate any type of warning or any type of, concern on the part of family, friends, school, what have you.
The discovery came just hours after a 40-year-old shooter was discovered in Maine Friday night. He's suspected of murdering 18 people at 2 crime scenes before dying by suicide. The sheriff in Colorado says teams have combed the park property and the rides to ensure they're safe as they search for clues about what the suspect's motivations might have been. Tom Costello, NBC News.
In the Mexican resort town of Acapulco, locals are struggling after Hurricane Otis left a path of death and destruction in the popular tourist destination. NBC News correspondent Juan Venegas has the details on what people say they need in order to recover.
Sleek beachfront hotels in Acapulco now in ruins after Hurricane Otis ravaged the area.
We are living in a very difficult situation, and help has not arrived.
It's the strongest storm ever to make landfall on Mexico's Pacific coast, and the popular tourist destination, home to nearly 1 million people, now struggling to recover. The death toll jumping to 45 people, according to the state's governor, with dozens more still missing. Military officials saying dozens of boats sank and still more washed up on the shore. The marina completely devastated.
We tried to save the boats, but with these winds, we were unable to save any of them. They were big yachts, about 80 feet. They all disappeared.
Now, frustration with the government's response growing as residents say they're left to fend for themselves. Many flocking to makeshift shelters, lining up for hours for a chance to get food and water.
The government should help us with food. I only see that they are just patrolling. They should bring food and water.
Stores looted out of desperation for basic necessities. This woman pleading for help from the international community.
We don't have anything anymore. They looted everything. Not all of us looted. We really need help. There's nobody here.
The government saying 6,500 soldiers are working to keep the peace and help with the aid. Otis's rapid transition from a tropical storm to a Category 5 hurricane happened in just 12 hours, leaving Acapulco residents with little time to prepare. Winds gusting up to 165 miles per hour. The Mexican president detailing that not a single power line remains standing in the affected areas. This morning telling the country helicopters are being used to bring in new utility poles and get the power running as soon as possible, with the president also announcing a tanker carrying gasoline has arrived to help with the fuel shortage. But that will be just another early step in a long rebuilding process, with the cost of the destruction potentially reaching $15 billion. Just as this community's core tourist season approaches, the Mexican Hotel Association telling the Associated Press 80% of the hotels in the area have been damaged. Juan Venegas, NBC News.
And you are watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Morgan Radford. Thanks so much for joining us. And here's what's making news right now. First off, police are investigating the death of a former NHL player whose neck was cut by the blade of a skate during a game. 29-year-old Adam Johnson was in England playing for the Nottingham Panthers on Saturday when he was cut and he died at the hospital. Police are encouraging the public to avoid speculation about the incident while they're trying to carry out an investigation. The English Ice Hockey Association says it will require all players in England to wear neck guards starting January 1st.
A long-awaited report says the 2021 Oxford High School shooting was avoidable. The 572-page report came out of an independent investigation into that shooting in Michigan. It emphasizes the shooter should have been sent home after counselors met with his parents over behavioral concerns. Investigators also found the district failed to communicate and implement threat assessment policies within the school.
And anti-Asian hate crimes in the U.S. are down for the first time since the pandemic. According to data released just last week by the FBI, anti-Asian hate crimes, they decreased 33% from 2021 to 2022. Now, that data attributes the drop to several factors, including less opportunities for COVID-related scapegoating, and less inflammatory rhetoric from leaders.
We talk about it. Words matter.
Words matter to make a difference.
The Senate Appropriations Committee held a hearing with 2 members of the Biden administration today about funding for our allies abroad.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin pushed for lawmakers to pass a bill that would bundle aid for both Israel and for Ukraine. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now from Capitol Hill. Sahil, it is great to see you this Tuesday, first off, and thank you for joining us. Our big question for you, though, is why is the Biden administration just so adamant about passing one big spending package rather than several little smaller ones?
Well, Morgan, the short answer is they see all the various prerogatives wrapped up in the spending package as being linked. They believe that aid to Israel should go alongside aid to Ukraine. They believe there should be border security measures and also measures to contain China and effectively help Taiwan. That they believe these are all national security priorities that are lumped in together. And they faced a very receptive audience in the Senate Appropriations Committee, where both the chair, Patty Murray, and the vice chair, Susan Collins, a Democrat and a Republican, seemed very interested in advancing these proposals together in one particular package. Patty Murray said all these issues are connected and they are all urgent. Senator Susan Collins said they're authoritarian actors fighting Israel and Ukraine, and it's incumbent on the United States to help both of them. Secretary of State Tony Blinken testified and made his case for moving all of these together. Let's play what he said.
This is all one fight, and we have to respond in a way that recognizes that. If we start to peel off pieces of this package, they'll see that, they'll understand that we are playing whack-a-mole while they cooperate increasingly and pose an ever greater threat to our security as well as to that of allies and partners.
And Blinken got some backup on that front from Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, who also testified, said that in both Israel and Ukraine, democracies are fighting ruthless foes who are out to annihilate them, and that the United States must not let Hamas or Putin win. So that's the situation in the Senate. They have a reasonable chance of getting these provisions in one package, given the bipartisan support. In the House, however, it's a very different story. Newly minted Speaker Mike Johnson wants to break off just the Israel aid and pass it separately. That vote could come in just the next few days, and he's also tying it to a partisan policy provision that would rescind IRS cuts that President Biden and Democrats passed last year in their signature bill, which Democrats have called a non-starter. So this is shaping up to be a real fight going forward.
Yeah. All right, NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, thanks.
Meanwhile, more pharmacy workers, they're walking off the job this week, and organizers tell NBC News they're protesting unsafe working conditions.
Yeah, they say the walkout started yesterday. They're expected to continue until tomorrow. They are affecting some of the largest pharmacy chains in the country, including CVS, Walgreens, and Rite Aid. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has more on the impact.
Pharmacy workers fed up are walking off the job again. But protest organizers say the issue is not pay. It's about the growing workload and staffing concerns.
The main job of pharmacists has always been to accurately check prescriptions. And now that's almost an afterthought.
More than just doling out medications, protest organizers say workers are being asked to administer a growing number of vaccines, deal with insurance companies, and spend a lot of time fielding phone calls. Pharmacist Shane Jerominski worked at large pharmacy chains before moving to an independent drugstore.
If you asked every pharmacist in America if they would rather a $5 an hour raise for themselves or they would rather an extra technician working in their store, they would all opt almost unanimously to have another technician.
Some customers taking their business to smaller independent pharmacies.
What did you experience at the large pharmacies that sort of pushed you over the edge and made you say no more?
Wait time, attitude of the staff, the whole playing with the prescription.
Nick Tini owns the independent Sanatoga pharmacy in Pottsville, Pennsylvania. He says they're getting daily calls from large chain customers asking to transfer prescriptions to them.
Speak to the pharmacy.
What do they tell you about the reason that they made that switch?
The obvious reasons, just customer service, like I guess frustration of the employees there, the long waits.
In many cities, options are becoming more limited. Large retailers have announced they're closing hundreds of locations. And in rural areas, the number of retail pharmacies has decreased from 2003 to 2021 by more than 14%. Researchers at the Center for Rural Health Policy Analysis say one reason is large chain store pharmacies often drive smaller independent drugstores out of business. And when the box stores shut down,
now the community pharmacy at all because of that phenomenon.
All contributing to growing pharmacy deserts, usually defined as areas where people live a mile or more from a pharmacy. CVS issued a statement saying, in part, we're focused on developing a sustainable, scalable action plan to support both our pharmacists and our customers. Rite Aid's statement saying, in part, we remain committed to providing safe, productive, and supportive work environments to all our associates, including our dedicated pharmacists. A Walgreens spokesperson saying they recognize the hard work of staff and they're taking steps to, quote, ensure that our teams can concentrate on providing optimal patient care. For now, both pharmacy workers and patients
call a customer complaint, and what do? Nothing.
Continue to express frustration.
All right, Stephen Romo joins us right now. Stephen, I know that you also mentioned pharmacy deserts are something people are concerned about. How does that affect patients?
Yeah, they really do affect patients. With these pharmacy closures, the University of Southern California actually says that Black and Latino communities are disproportionately affected by these pharmacy deserts, making it much more difficult for them to get their prescription medications. And we mentioned when these pharmacies, these standalone pharmacies, close down in different communities, they're not only losing the pharmacy, there's also medical questions that the pharmacists sometimes answer about over-the-counter medications, and they also sell things like groceries. So it can cause a big problem for the communities where these shutdowns happen in.
All right, NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo for us there. Stephen, thank you.
Well, in an NBC News exclusive first reported on NBCNews.com, a Mississippi mother says she spent months looking for her son, only to learn he had been hit and killed by a police cruiser.
She also tells us that she wasn't told what happened for nearly 6 months. Police did not respond to our request for comment. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander spoke with that mother who says her son deserved better.
The last time Betterstein Wade saw her son Dexter, the two had an argument and he left the house. But 3 days later, when her 37-year-old still hadn't come home, she knew something was wrong.
He's never disappeared like that.
He never disappeared like that. He never.
Within 2 weeks, she filed a police report. For months, her calls to police got the same response, no update.
Help me understand what that time was like for you.
That time was horrible. You would lay in your bed. You would think he might have been out there suffering. Somebody might have had him, tortured him. You just want that call to say, Mom, I'm all right. I'm all right. All you want to do is see your child.
Then, in August, nearly 6 months after Dexter went missing, an investigator finally told her Dexter had been hit and killed by an off-duty Jackson police officer while crossing a highway. It had happened less than an hour after he left home that day in March. Then another bombshell. Dexter had already been buried in an unmarked grave behind the county jail. The only sign, a pole with the number 672.
Dexter, I tried to find you, and I couldn't. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry you're here.
You saw buzzards circling, and you're talking about a frightening thought. Did they even put him in a wood box? Or did they just put him in a body bag and drop him in the ground?
Jackson police have not responded to NBC's request for comment. According to the coroner's office, an investigator identified Dexter and shared contact information for his mother with police. But she says she never received a call. After NBC News broke this story last week, Jackson's mayor said this.
That at no point have we identified or did any investigation reveal that there was any police misconduct in this process, and that there was any malicious intent.
Do you believe that?
No.
Attorney Ben Crump says they're asking for the DOJ to open a civil rights investigation. They also plan to exhume the body and perform a private autopsy before giving Dexter a proper burial.
And lay some flowers there, and just to know he's in a safe place.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News, Jackson, Mississippi.
Our thanks to Blaine for that story.
Meanwhile, the cast of Friends is breaking their silence after Saturday's tragic and unexpected death of their co-star Matthew Perry. The 54-year-old was found in a hot tub outside his California home after an apparent drowning, according to authorities.
In a joint statement, the actors wrote, quote, "We are all so utterly devastated by the loss of Matthew. We were more than just castmates. We are a family. There is so much to say, but right now, we're going to take a moment to grieve and process this unfathomable loss. In time, we will say more as and when we are able. For now, our thoughts and our love are with Maddie's family, his friends, and everyone who loved him around the world. The cause of Perry's death is under investigation." Well, coming up, Road to Recovery, we are hearing from Olympic legend Mary Lou Retton after more than 2 weeks that she spent in the ICU. What she says about her battle with pneumonia and her message to fans coming up. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Today marks the third day of former FTX CEO Sam Bankman-Fried's testimony. FTX was the crypto exchange that he founded back in 2019 that went bankrupt 3 years later. The 31-year-old is on trial facing 7 charges of fraud and conspiracy related to the company's collapse. He has pleaded not guilty. CNBC reporter Kate Rooney joins us now. Kate, Bankman-Fried faces life in prison if, in fact, he's convicted. So what have we heard from him thus far?
So the defense, Morgan, has been arguing that he did not know about some of the issues at his crypto exchange. There's $8 billion missing. He has argued that he delegated, that some of his top executives were the ones handling this, and that he was simply too busy to handle some of these things. He ran the crypto exchange FTX as well as this hedge fund Alameda. He was a 90% owner, but was not the CEO, and has said that he did not know about some of these issues. So that has really been what they are arguing, that he was naive, didn't know what was going on, and didn't know the details. The prosecution, though, in the last couple of days with their cross-examination, they've tried to show that he did, in fact, know some of these things. They talked about conversations he had. They showed some Google metadata showing that he opened certain documents, financial documents, that showed this big $8 billion hole, and said that he knew about it. So it's really, they're trying to juxtapose what was said publicly, his public image, with what was going on behind the scenes. And those are two very different stories for the jury to kind of think about and determine whether or not he's telling the truth. It comes after a couple big testimonies, too, from his top executives that have pleaded guilty.
Yeah, you talk about the tension between those two stories. So what can we expect sort of in this case over the next few days? What happens next?
So the jury actually went home for the day. They are doing this charging conference where they decide what the judge can actually present to the jury. Certain things, certain pieces of evidence may not be included. So that's going on. It's more procedural, but the jury is going to come back tomorrow. We could get this case to a jury, and the jury could see it by the end of the week. And then it's up to the jury in terms of how long they take to make a decision. But things could wrap up as soon as Friday.
All right. CNBC reporter Kate Rooney. Kate, thank you so much.
Olympic gymnast Mary Lou Retton is speaking out for the first time since being hospitalized for a rare and life-threatening form of pneumonia. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung shares Retton's message as the support from fans grows.
We still don't have many details on the specific health challenges she's faced, but the beloved gymnast says she's now home recovering, posting on her own behalf that she's feeling positive and grateful for all the support.
After spending more than 2 weeks in the ICU fighting a rare, life-threatening form of pneumonia, Olympic hero Mary Lou Retton is speaking out for the first time. Writing on social media, "I'm beyond blessed to have the opportunity to make this statement." The 4'9" gymnastics dynamo, who's now at home recovering, posted on Instagram Monday, "I'm with family, continuing to slowly recover, and staying very positive as I know this recovery is a long and slow process." Earlier this month, her daughter McKenna Kelly, first revealing her mother Mary Lou was fighting for her life and not able to breathe on her own. Less than 2 weeks ago, Retton's eldest daughter Shayla sharing news of possible complications.
And yesterday we had a pretty scary setback. She is still in ICU, and we're just working through some things.
Her family asking the public for donations, explaining that Retton is not insured. Their call was answered, more than 8,000 donors contributing nearly $500,000, far surpassing the family's $50,000 goal. Fans continuing to wish her well online. And Mary Lou responding, "I am overwhelmed with all the love and support from the world as I fight. I am forever grateful to you all."
Mary Lou herself has posted, "I know this recovery is a long and slow process." What could that potentially look like?
Anytime you've been in the ICU with your lungs battling some type of infection or inflammatory disease, It needs time to heal that scar tissue. And as her lungs recover, she's going to start to feel like herself again.
It's been nearly 4 decades since Mary Lou Retton won gold at the 1984 Olympics, becoming America's sweetheart at just 16 years old.
It's always been a lifetime dream for anyone, I think, any athlete, to be on the Olympic team.
Now at 55, Retton is asking for privacy, but says she hopes her story can help others who may face the same battle.
And guys, we may learn more about Retton's condition soon. In her post, she also promised when the time is right, she will share more information about her health issues. For now, though, it's certainly good to hear she's on the mend. Guys.
All right, and you are watching NBC News Daily.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
All right, setting the tone. American cities with spooky histories like Salem, Massachusetts, and New York's Sleepy Hollow. They're seeing a surge in Halloween-related tourism. NBC News correspondent Emily Akeda visited one of those areas to find out why more people are hitting the road to get into the Halloween spirit.
Witches are swarming the streets of Salem again.
I just love the vibe of it.
There's no shortage of ghost schools and everything in between either. The city of Salem, Massachusetts, known for its dark history of witch trials centuries ago, has transformed into a history lover's must-see and one of the Halloween destinations in America, with 100,000 plus visitors on a single day and more than 1 million this month. A boom for businesses like Black Cat Tours, which just expanded to open a store.
It's just wonderful to see that on people's faces, that moment of, I don't have to be a grown-up anymore, I can be a kid here.
Dazzle me, my darling. Also home to parts of big screen Halloween hit Hocus Pocus, the city proudly laying claim to the haunted season. But it's not the only spot recording a spike in Halloween tourism. Cities like New Orleans and Las Vegas also seeing a surge compared to a typical fall weekend.
Gen Z and millennial prioritize spending on travel
and not just travel for those big summer vacations or long weekends, but celebrations of more micro holidays like Halloween.
Total Halloween spending is expected to reach monster levels, $12.2 billion, exceeding last year's record of $10.6 billion. Popular Halloween attractions like Universal Studios' Halloween Horror Nights in Orlando have been sold out for over a month, according to amusement park app The Touring Plans. The events attract 30,000 to 35,000 people per night. Social media also driving tourism to Halloween hotspots. Feeds filled with colorful frights in the best decorated neighborhoods, including New York's Sleepy Hollow, home of the Headless Horseman. Back in Salem, officials urging visitors to use public transportation to ease traffic, so there's room for everyone to relish in the spooky fun.
We'd like to say, if you're going to come to Salem, come by train, come by ferry, come by bike, come by broom. Don't come by car.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Well, you may feel like you've seen a lot of Barbie this year, but at one Washington state home, there's a different sort of resurrection happening. Kim Holcomb from our NBC affiliate King TV shows us the horde of zombie Barbies that are taking over one front yard this Halloween.
Meet the girls and a few Kens, transformed into a zombie horde with the deepest affection by Danielle Davis.
I love it. I love it so much, and that's why continuing to make it grow and grow and grow. There are 271 Barbies as of today. I see no stopping.
All of them were donated, and the more pre-loved, the better. Only then can they live their best afterlife.
Okay.
Turning them takes several days and a lot of gray spray paint.
That's how we start. All the clothes get tea dyed. I boil them in tea water, just changing them up, that sort of thing.
Then comes the makeup part of their makeover.
First, I yellow their eyes, and then once all that is dried, then I go back in with glow-in-the-dark. And my trick is a toothpick for the blood. You don't want that dress to be pretty.
She looks like a Mattel nightmare, but there's still one final step Danielle leaves to Mother Nature.
She'll get out in the weather and just get even more zombied. The rain, the wind, all of it just makes it even better. When they go in the ground, they're secured as good as possible, and then however they move and adjust in the weather makes it even better, makes it perfect, because that's them migrating around the yard.
There are so many small details, from a congregation of brain-eating Ariels to a recreation of the Barbie movie's Do You Ever Think of Dying dance? But Danielle doesn't want her display to be just for fellow Barbie enthusiasts. It's for anyone with a sense of play and humor.
That is epic. I know you love Halloween.
Love
Think
Halloween.
About decking out the yard too.
Ooh, maybe next year.
Maybe next year. Our thanks to Kim Holcomb.
All right, I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Happy Halloween Tuesday, October 31st, 2023. Reality on the ground. Israeli troops push deeper into Gaza, losing soldiers in the process. And with still no deal to free the hostages there, the family of a rescued Israeli soldier is speaking out. We have the latest from the region.
A mother's outrage. A Mississippi woman spent nearly 6 months searching for her son, only to learn he was hit and killed by a car driven by an off-duty police officer, and no one told her. What she's now saying exclusively to NBC News.
Walking out, pharmacists at some of the biggest drugstore chains are walking off the job, but they're not asking for higher pay. Their complaints about an increased workload and the impact it'll have on customers.
And all treat and no trick. We all love a good scare on Halloween, but not when it comes to safety. As we creep closer to trick-or-treating time, we have the best ways parents can make sure there's no real fear.
And again, happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. We're
Yeah.
going to get to the candy and the treats and
maybe the costumes
a little
bit
later.
later, but we have serious news to begin with.
That's right. So let's get started this hour with Israeli forces pushing deeper into the Gaza Strip.
Israel's military says 2 of its soldiers were killed fighting in northern Gaza. The military is reporting fierce battles with Hamas fighters as it expands its ground operation in response to the Hamas terror attack on October 7th. We're also learning about an explosion at a refugee camp in northern Gaza. The Hamas-run health ministry claims dozens of people were killed. Israel's military has not yet commented on this, and NBC News hasn't been able to independently verify the details of what happened.
A World Health Organization official says a, quote, public health catastrophe is imminent in Gaza. A United Nations relief agency says an immediate humanitarian ceasefire is a matter of life and death. Israel is rejecting all calls for a ceasefire. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from Jerusalem. So, Josh, what else are we hearing from Israel's military about the fighting in Gaza tonight where you are?
Zinclair, Kate just mentioned that explosion at a refugee camp in northern Gaza. You're going to be hearing about this for at least the next few days. And just as we were coming on the air, Israel's military commented for the first time, confirming that its fighter jets did strike Jabalia, saying that they were going after Hamas infrastructure and actually took out a commander of Hamas who was hiding there. They also say that that strike caused underground facilities, tunnels used by Hamas, to collapse. And so that may speak to why we saw such massive destruction in what the Israeli military is describing as wide-scale attacks on that site. We're now hearing from a local hospital saying there are dozens of injuries and hundreds of wounded. Hamas is putting the number at a far higher amount, but it is still to be determined exactly how many people died. But this is already leading to a lot of international condemnation, with Jordan saying through its foreign ministry that it condemns this strike in the strongest possible terms.
Josh, really appreciate that late breaking news right there. I know we also heard from the family of the Israeli soldier who was rescued during a ground operation. What is the family saying about having her back home?
Well, they, no surprise, are extraordinarily relieved that she is not only back at home, but appears to be doing fairly well. We saw this video released by Israel today showing her reuniting with her family. But of course, the big question is, how many more hostages will be freed, if any? We heard from the National Security Advisor for Israel today saying that at this point, no deal to release a large number of hostages is on the horizon. Kate and Zinclair.
Josh Letterman for us in Israel. Josh, thank you.
Staying in the Middle East, the Pentagon says Iranian-backed groups are stepping up their attacks on American bases and facilities in the region. The Pentagon press secretary says in the past 2 weeks, U.S. infrastructure in Syria and Iraq were targeted at least 27 times. No injuries have been reported. This includes at least 6 attacks since the U.S. launched retaliatory strikes last week. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby is following this for us. So, Courtney, what appears to be the motivation behind these attacks on American facilities? And do Pentagon officials believe Iran is ordering this?
So while they aren't saying that Iran is directly ordering these attacks, defense officials here are calling on Iran to tell these proxy groups to stop carrying out these attacks. But they aren't going so far as to say that Iran is directly ordering them. And these include groups like Kataib Hezbollah. That's mainly who is generally behind the attacks in Iraq and Syria that we've seen really uptick in the last 2 weeks or so since October 17th. What we do know, as you mentioned, there have been more than 24 of these attacks since October 17th. And that is a dramatic change from where the U.S. had been. Since about March, there really hadn't been these sorts of attacks. Now, fortunately, they have been largely unsuccessful, meaning that many of the drones, the mortars, the rockets, the indirect fire aren't even reaching the base in Clay.
And Courtney, to be clear, these retaliatory strikes last week have not, right, stopped these groups from continuing their attack on U.S. targets. I know the Secretary of Defense just spoke about this. So is the U.S. planning on intensifying its response?
Yeah, there have been at least a half dozen attacks since the strikes in northeastern Syria last Thursday evening, Friday morning. And you're right. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin was just on the Hill this morning, talking about this. And he said that they have deployed additional assets forward for more force protection. Here's what he had to say.
We've taken a number of steps to make sure that we increase our force protection posture. We've deployed a number of assets into the region as well. We maintain the right to respond. We have the capability to do that, and we will respond at a time and place of our choosing.
That includes troops, ships, aircraft, fighter and attack aircraft, and air defense systems all moving into the region. We now know that at least 900 troops have been sent forward. Additional 300 were just actually announced at the Pentagon briefing only moments ago, Clay.
Courtney QB with those developments. Thank you so much. And of course, as we just mentioned, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin was testifying on Capitol Hill today. He and Secretary of State Antony Blinken were appearing before the Senate Appropriations Committee regarding aid to Israel and Ukraine when protesters stood up calling for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Take a listen.
Why
are we handcuffing and arresting them?
Committee will suspend.
Let them be at the table. Why aren't they at the table? Ceasefire now! I beg you! Ceasefire now!
At least 25 protesters were escorted out of the hearing room. U.S. Capitol Police says they arrested approximately 12 people for the disruption.
And let's turn from Capitol Hill to what's happening on some college campuses today. Federal and local authorities are stepping up security to keep students and faculty safe after a surge in anti-Semitic and Islamophobic crimes. New York State has both the largest Jewish population and one of the largest Muslim populations in the U.S. And earlier today, Governor Kathy Hochul announced $50 million in grants to local law enforcement to help prevent and solve hate crimes. Another $25 million going toward protecting houses of worship and community centers in New York. She also says New York State Police will be monitoring social media for threats on schools and college campuses. The governor's announcement coming after President Biden rolled out his own plan to combat hate on campuses. But as NBC's Stephanie Gosk reports, many students say more needs to be done.
On college campuses nationwide, Jewish and Muslim students worry the war overseas is fueling hate here at home.
I do not feel safe. It's not just me. It's most of the Jews on our college campus.
Earlier this month at Columbia University, an Israeli student was allegedly assaulted while posting images of Israeli hostages. A suspect has been charged with a hate crime. These Jewish students say it's just one of many anti-Semitic incidents on campus, and they're calling on school leaders to do more to protect them.
Have you felt a change in tone on campus since the war began?
Absolutely. People are being spit on. We're seeing swastikas.
Muslim students tell us they're worried too. The group Columbia Students for Justice in Palestine said they had safety concerns about doing an interview, adding Muslim students have had hijabs ripped off. Students wearing keffiyehs are jeered at, photographed, and followed. On Monday, the Biden administration unveiled new steps to combat anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on campuses, including improving coordination between law enforcement agencies and making it easier to file a discrimination complaint.
President Biden has been clear. We can't stand by and stand silent in the face of hate.
The kind of hate that Cornell University says it is facing after anti-Semitic messages threatening violence were posted online. Campus police now protecting the Center for Jewish Living, but students are rattled.
Most of us aren't able to focus on our studies.
And it's not just students. The conflict on campuses affecting faculty and staff, too. 70-year-old Erwin Chemerinsky is the dean of UC Berkeley Law School.
I've certainly seen anti-Semitic incidents through my life, but I've never seen anything like the last 3 weeks. On my campus,
He supports freedom of speech, however hateful, but says the key is how schools respond.
we've got to speak out against hate when it occurs.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
It's time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. The FDA issuing a warning about a snack for kids that may contain lead.
And Kim Kardashian's underwear brand has a major new partner. CNBC's Christina Partsinevelos joins us now. Hey, Christina.
Hi, Kate and Clay. Well, let's talk about that candy. Parents who purchased Wana banana pouches are being urged to check the label. It's not candy, I should say. It's a fruit puree, but they're being urged to check the label and potentially get their children checked out for lead poisoning. The FDA issued an alert for the brand's apple cinnamon flavor, saying these pouches were found to contain elevated levels of lead, which can be dangerous, especially for small children. Several retailers, including Amazon, Sam's Club, have sold these pouches. More than half of Americans reported feeling financially stretched in a new survey. Lending Club found 62% of people are still living paycheck to paycheck as of September. The revelation comes as the Federal Reserve meets this week to discuss its next interest rate move to calm inflation. And Kim Kardashian's shapewear brand just landed a big partnership. Skims will become the first official underwear partner of the NBA, WNBA, and USA Basketball. The company launched a men's line earlier this month. I wonder if any of the players will wear it.
It's a good question. I'm still stuck on your second story, though, that 62% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. That is stunning.
Yes, but you always have to take these surveys with a grain of salt because it's from the Lending Club, and you know they're paying for this survey, and then they're also encouraging possibly lending, or you know if it's a bank doing the survey, maybe they want you to use their products. So I'm always a little skeptical of these surveys.
Appreciate that. Christina Partsinevelos, thank you.
Thanks. Well,
Thank you.
Coming up, pharmacy workers are walking off the job, but it's not over wages.
Plus, missed warning signs involving the gunman in the Maine mass shootings. Why concerns expressed by the family for months did not lead to intervention to prevent the tragedy. You're watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer deliberations.
All right, it just made too.
Newly released details from law enforcement in Maine are raising even more questions about the warning signs before last week's mass shooting.
A local sheriff's office says it was in contact with the gunman's family members dating back to May after the family raised concerns about his mental health, noting that he did have access to firearms. Let's bring in NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter. Tom, when you see the new details that we're learning, it looks like a gaping hole, a lack of action on the part of people who were getting warnings from his family.
Well, I mean, not only that, but the Sheriff's Department that you just showed there actually included within one of their records this note from the Army reservists detailing exactly why they felt like he needed Robert Card, the person responsible for that shooting in Maine, why he needed to go to a mental health facility for 2 weeks over the course of the summer. His behavior, it's very clear that a number of people had concerns, including his family. His family brought this to the attention of the sheriff's office there and also to the Army reservists, as well as his fellow members in the Army Reserves talking about this issue. It goes back to this spring. Most recently, they said, and you pointed out some of the dates, they said, the family said, look, we'll make sure that we can separate him from his weapons. And that's what the sheriff's office kind of relied on. Obviously, that didn't occur because we're sitting here talking about a tragedy.
And the deputy never actually spoke to Mr. Card, right?
Yes, so they did several wellness checks, went to his house, and at least one occasion, his car was out in front of the property. They thought he might have been there, but they weren't able to contact him. At that point, you know, with the benefit of hindsight, looking back at it, he was answering the door, according to family members, always armed or frequently with a gun on him, and was stating that people were casing the house. And of course, there's no evidence of that. So it appears he was in the depths of a mental health crisis.
And briefly, is there anything else the family could have done? Because it seems like they took all the right steps.
So I think the big question looking back at this, whether it be the Army, whether it be the sheriff's office, whether it be the family members, was there a critical point there where they could have gone to a law enforcement agency and a judge and been able to remove those guns by law from his house?
There is a yellow flag law in Maine.
Yes.
But complicated to do.
That's also correct.
Tom Winter, thank you.
Thanks so much. Now to an NBC News exclusive. A mother in Mississippi searched tirelessly for her son, who went missing after an argument.
Then she learned that he had been struck and killed by an off-duty police officer, but no one had told her for 6 months. NBC's Blaine Alexander spoke exclusively with that mother.
The last time Betterstein Wade saw her son Dexter, the two had an argument and he left the house. But 3 days later, when her 37-year-old still hadn't come home, she knew something was wrong.
He's never disappeared like that.
He never disappeared like that. He never.
Within 2 weeks, she filed a police report. For months, her calls to police got the same response, no update.
Help me understand what that time was like for you.
That time was horrible. You would lay in your bed. You would think he might have been out there suffering. Somebody might have had him, tortured him. You just want that call to say, Mom, I'm all right. I'm all right. All you want to do is see your child.
Then, in August, nearly 6 months after Dexter went missing, an investigator finally told her Dexter had been hit and killed by an off-duty Jackson police officer while crossing a highway. It had happened less than an hour after he left home that day in March. Then, another bombshell. Dexter had already been buried in an unmarked grave behind the county jail. The only sign, a pole with the number 672.
Dexter, I tried to find you, and I couldn't. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry you're here.
You saw buzzards circling, and you're talking about a frightening thought. Did they even put him in a wood box? Or did they just put him in a body bag and drop him in the ground?
Jackson police have not responded to NBC's request for comment. According to the coroner's office, an investigator identified Dexter and shared contact information for his mother with police. But she says she never received a call. After NBC News broke this story last week, Jackson's mayor said this.
That at no point have we identified or did any investigation reveal that there was any police misconduct in this process and that there was any malicious intent.
Do you believe that?
No.
Attorney Ben Crump says they're asking for the DOJ to open a civil rights investigation. They also plan to exhume the body and perform a private autopsy before giving Dexter a proper burial.
And lay some flowers there, and just to know he's in a safe place.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News, Jackson, Mississippi.
A sobering report. Blaine, thank you. Well, coming up, the Friends cast speaks out for the first time since the death of Matthew Perry. Their touching message as new details emerge about his final moments. Don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
In California, 4,000 people were forced to evacuate from their homes Monday due to a massive wildfire. The wildfire, dubbed the Highland Fire, broke out just after noon southeast of Los Angeles and grew quickly due to Santa Ana winds with gusts of over 40 miles per hour. Officials say that as of this afternoon, the flames had spread over 2 square miles of land and was 0% contained. The fire destroyed 3 buildings and damaged 6 others, but it's not clear if any were homes. Fortunately, so far, no injuries have been reported.
Following the death of a hockey player, the English Ice Hockey Association is announcing new protections for players. We told you about Adam Johnson yesterday. He was playing for an English elite hockey team when his neck was cut by a skate blade during the game. The association now will mandate that neck guards are worn by all players starting in 2024. In the interim, they're recommending that all players wear neck guards before the new rule even takes effect. British police are also announcing that they are investigating the death, but added, quote, "We would encourage the public to avoid speculation regarding the incident while we continue our inquiries." Johnson's originally from Minnesota, previously played in the NHL before moving overseas to play for clubs across Europe. He was only 29 years old.
So young.
Yeah.
Well, let's turn now to Florida. Hundreds of churches are fighting back against the state's controversial restrictions on just how Black history is taught in public schools after the state's Board of Education announced new guidelines and standards earlier this year.
These churches are taking matters into their own hands, teaching their own lessons in response during Sunday school, Bible study, even as part of sermons. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson has more.
Why is this important?
for us to talk about Black history.
It sounds a lot like a middle school history class, but it's actually Bible study at New Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church in Miami, Florida.
If you don't have an appreciation of what they've gone through, you will never have an understanding of where they are now.
Pastor Alfonso Jackson Jr. is one of hundreds of religious leaders across the state, now teaching Black history in their churches, pushing back against controversial new standards enacted in Florida schools this year.
Florida schools must now teach students about the, quote, benefit of slavery when teaching Black history.
When you heard about the new Black history standards, what was your reaction?
My initial reaction was initially of disbelief, and then it turned into anger.
Then he found this online toolkit created by social justice coalition Faith in Florida, filled with books, documentaries, and videos that churches can use to counter the new standards.
It's up to us to be able to write our own story and to tell the truth.
And that's what you feel like this is about?
Absolutely.
More than 300 churches in over 22 states have pledged to teach the material. Its creator, Rhonda Thomas, says the guide, which covers topics including from Africa to America and race, racism, and whiteness, is not about making any race feel bad, despite what some opponents of teaching this history say.
No child should be taught in a way that it's hurtful or painful for them, but to dilute a whole teaching was just totally unheard of.
The initiative is part of a storied history in Black churches. From leading the civil rights movement,
it will be a victory for democracy,
to helping establish freedom schools and historically Black colleges. And much like in the 1960s, non-Black faith leaders are also getting involved.
There was a procession.
Pastor Andy Oliver leads Allendale United Methodist Church in St. Petersburg, Florida, and is also teaching the Black History Toolkit to his predominantly white parishioners.
When we learn African American history, we make different decisions. We don't repeat the mistakes of the past.
Lessons in history that hold meaning for those in his community.
I think it's good for us to be uncomfortable and to talk about things and to see things from different perspectives.
And for others back in Miami. Faith leaders hope their teachings will resonate with state leaders too. What message do you hope this will send to the Florida Department of Education and perhaps even the governor?
The Black community will not be silenced. Our heritage will not be erased. Our struggle will not be watered down, and the truth will not be muted.
Priscilla Thompson, NBC News.
Coming up, banning people from seeing your posts online. It's pretty common, but can public officials ban the same way? The landmark arguments that just wrapped up at the Supreme Court.
Stay with us. We're going to be streaming here 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us on all those places you see wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
School district officials in Uvalde, Texas, have officially broken ground on the new school that will replace Robb Elementary. That building was the site of that mass shooting last year that killed 19 children and 2 teachers. The new campus will include a memorial for the shooting victims, as well as a state-of-the-art security upgrades. The new school is expected to open at the start of the 2025 school year.
The man who confessed to killing Natalie Holloway is staying in the United States for a little longer than expected. You'll remember 36-year-old Joran van der Sloot was supposed to be transferred to prison in Peru on Monday, but the plane had mechanical issues. While in the U.S., van der Sloot confessed to murdering Holloway, a case that made headlines worldwide in 2005. He pled guilty to extorting her family afterwards, and now he's being sent back to Peru to finish serving a 28-year sentence in Peru for murdering another woman back in 2010.
Now to a huge headline from the sports world. In the NBA, 10-time All-Star James Harden is leaving Philadelphia to join the Los Angeles Clippers, according to ESPN. ESPN reports that Harden asked to be traded from the Philadelphia 76ers after clashing with Daryl Morey, the team's president of basketball operations. Harden, no stranger to team swapping. In fact, the Clippers will be his 4th team in just 4 seasons.
Wow, keep him busy. Well, pharmacy workers in some of the largest drugstore chains in the country, like CVS, Walgreens, and Rite Aid, are off the job today. It's day 2 of a 3-day walkout that started Monday and will last until tomorrow. Organizers are calling it Pharmageddon.
It's to protest what they say are unsafe working conditions that impact both employees and patients. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is with us following the developing story. So, Stephen, what can you tell us about these walkouts? What's the motivation?
Yeah, these pharmacy workers say they are really just overworked and understaffed. And they say it actually gets to the point of patient safety because they say they're not getting enough time to focus on each prescription.
Pharmacy workers fed up are walking off the job again. But protest organizers say the issue is not pay. It's about the growing workload and staffing concerns.
The main job of pharmacists has always been to accurately check prescriptions. And now that's almost an afterthought.
More than just doling out medications, protest organizers say workers are being asked to administer a growing number of vaccines, deal with insurance companies, and spend a lot of time fielding phone calls. Pharmacist Shane Jerominski worked at large pharmacy chains before moving to an independent drugstore.
If you asked every pharmacist in America if they would rather a $5 an hour raise for themselves or they would rather an extra technician working in their store, they would all opt almost unanimously to have another technician.
Some customers taking their business to smaller independent pharmacies.
What did you experience at the large pharmacies that sort of pushed you over the edge and made you say no more?
Wait time, attitude of the staff, the whole playing with the prescription.
Nick Tini owns the independent Sanatoga pharmacy in Pottsville, Pennsylvania. He says they're getting daily calls from large chain customers asking to transfer prescriptions to them.
Speak to the pharmacy.
What do they tell you about the reason that they made that switch?
The obvious reasons, just customer service, like I guess frustration of the employees there, the long waits.
In many cities, options are becoming more limited. Large retailers have announced they're closing hundreds of locations. And in rural areas, the number of retail pharmacies has decreased from 2003 to 2021 by more than 14%. Researchers at the Center for Rural Health Policy Analysis say one reason is large chain store pharmacies often drive smaller independent drugstores out of business. And when the box stores shut down,
now the community pharmacy at all because of that.
phenomenon.
All contributing to growing pharmacy deserts, usually defined as areas where people live a mile or more from a pharmacy. CVS issued a statement saying, in part, we're focused on developing a sustainable, scalable action plan to support both our pharmacists and our customers. Rite Aid's statement saying, in part, we remain committed to providing safe, productive, and supportive work environments to all our associates, including our dedicated pharmacists. A Walgreens spokesperson saying they recognize the hard work of staff and they're taking steps to, quote, ensure that our teams can concentrate on providing optimal patient care. For now, both pharmacy workers and patients
call a customer complaint, and what do? Nothing.
Continue to express frustration.
Fascinating stuff. I mean, Stephen, you mentioned pharmacy deserts in your report, right? Areas where people live a mile or more away from a pharmacy. So what kind of impact is that having on communities and the people who live in them?
Yeah, there's some interesting research about that, Zen Clay. The University of Southern California says that Black and Latino communities are disproportionately affected by these pharmacy deserts. And when one of those standalone pharmacies closes, they actually lose a lot more than just their prescriptions. Pharmacists are sort of the first line for so many people to ask questions about over-the-counter medications. They also have food in these standalone locations, so they can lose a whole lot when one of them shuts down.
Yeah, that's for sure. Stephen Romo, thank you. Very interesting.
Thanks. Well, have you ever blocked someone on social media? It's a tool that allows users to keep another person from seeing their content or posts. But should public officials be able to block critics from seeing their posts, particularly if those posts affect the community? Well, the Supreme Court is now digging into this modern First Amendment debate. The justices heard two separate cases today. Both are similar to a lawsuit you may remember against former President Donald Trump. He was sued for blocking people on his personal Twitter account while he was in the White House. The Supreme Court dismissed the case after he left office. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward joins us now. So, Jake, first, can you just take us through the two cases SCOTUS is seeing right now, and what are the justices saying about these arguments?
Well, Zinkley, we've been listening to the oral arguments this hour in these pair of cases. Basically, they both involve, in one case, a pair of school officials, another a city manager, who were using what they consider their private social media accounts to communicate some public business, but went on to block certain constituents that they did not want to hear from. In this case, they were both sued on First Amendment grounds. And this, of course, brings back, as you mentioned, this Trump-era case in which the former president was blocking his critics on Twitter. In these oral arguments, it's not quite clear yet which way the justices are likely to lead, but we do know that Justice Clarence Thomas, back during the Trump case, essentially invited anyone, to bring him cases that would settle this question once and for all, because as the court has been arguing increasingly over the last few years, it's just not clear where our private expression on social media ends and public expression that might be regulated by the government begins.
It truly isn't clear. I mean, I'm sure the founders hadn't thought about Twitter when they were making the Constitution. But, Jake, we mentioned the lawsuit against the former president was ultimately dismissed, right? But before that happened, an appeals court ruled that he could not block his critics. So how could that decision affect today's cases?
Well, what we're all watching for today is not so much for the specific answer to this one. It's about the larger questions that are going to be raised in cases coming up on the docket. There's one coming up that deals with laws in Texas and Florida that would require social media companies to carry political speech, even if it's hate speech, even in some cases if it's illegal speech that incites violence or other sorts of dangers. The other one is taking up the question of whether the government can directly communicate with platforms over disinformation. It's all part of our effort here in the United States to try to create some rules around this stuff. And as experts I've been speaking with say, we are falling behind the rest of the world. Have a listen.
I think if you look at Europe, they've been passing new platform regulation laws pretty steadily for 8 years or so. By contrast, here in the US, we've had Congress kind of gridlocked. They can't even pass a federal privacy law, which I think most people agree that we need.
The difficulty that experts have been pointing out to me is that rather than coming up with an informed sort of pre-research set of policies at the federal level, we are instead grinding it out case by case, and that's why we're watching this one today, Zinkley.
It'll be so fascinating to see how this one plays out. Jake Ward, always bringing the latest and greatest. Thank you.
We're learning new details about the circumstances around actor Matthew Perry's death as friends, fans, and former colleagues share tributes to the beloved actor, colleagues including his cast of Friends. Here's NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas.
Hey there, still reeling from the shock of Matthew Perry's sudden passing, the cast of Friends is speaking out for the very first time, saying that they are utterly devastated by his loss. The cast of Friends coming together again to grieve the sudden loss of their beloved Matthew Perry and issue a joint statement. We were more than just castmates. We are a family. Jennifer Aniston, Courtney Cox, Lisa Kudrow, Matt LeBlanc, and David Schwimmer writing, "There is so much to say, but right now we're going to take a moment to grieve and process this unfathomable loss." The 54-year-old actor was found unresponsive in a hot tub Saturday afternoon at his Pacific Palisades home. Sources familiar telling NBC News that Perry's assistant had left to run an errand and returned to find Perry unresponsive and called 911. The Los Angeles Fire Department said that firefighters removed Perry from the hot tub, but that he was already dead when they arrived.
I'm not great at the advice. Can I interest you in a sarcastic comment?
While he will always be remembered for his signature role as Chandler Bing on Friends,
Someone at work ate my sandwich.
Well, what did the police say?
Perry also starred in movies like The Whole Nine Yards, 17 Again, and Fools Rush In, which he once called his best film work. His co-star Salma Hayek posting, "I will continue to cherish your silliness, your perseverance, and your lovely heart." Behind that trademark wit and charming smile, there was darkness. In his 2022 memoir, Perry opened up about his decades-long battle with drugs and alcohol. But more recently, the sport of pickleball had become an outlet during his recovery journey, according to his friend and former coach.
And he brought people to the court that had struggles, similar struggles to his own.
Just hours before his death, the star had been playing with mutual friends at a nearby country club. Broken-hearted fans have been laying flowers outside his LA home. And last night, pop singer Charlie Puth leading his audience in an emotional version of the Friends theme song.
I'll be there for you when the rain starts to fall. I'll be there for you.
Although there have been no reports indicating foul play, the cause of death is being investigated by the LAPD and the LA County Medical Examiner's Office. Officials saying that they now await toxicology results, which could take up to 3 to 4 months. Back to you.
Chloe Malas, thanks so much. Well, coming up, a sweet reminder about safety this Halloween. How parents can ensure tonight only involves treats and no tricks.
Yeah, kind of looking forward to that. It is Halloween. Happy Halloween, everybody. You know who's running the camera over there? Take a look.
We've got some costumes in the house,
hey,
folks. That's Noah. He makes us look good, and he looks good. I think so.
It's a good costume. I like the giraffe. We'll be right back.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Well, in case you missed it, it's Halloween, hence the orange, right?
Yes.
So it's time to break out the orange, the costumes, and don't forget the candy.
Plus, a lot of us love a good scare on Halloween, but not when it comes to safety. We don't want a safety scare. So editor-in-chief of Parents.com, Grace Bastidas, is with us today with some tips to help keep families safe while we have fun on a spooky, scary Halloween. Good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
Let's just start with costumes, because, you know, sometimes you don't think about it. I've had this happen in my life. Like, you put your kid in something, and then you're like, oh, can they even see?
Yes, yes, yes.
What's your advice?
So you want to stick with bright colors, first of all, but if your kid is already dressing all dark and spooky, Wednesday Addams or Gothic Vampire, add reflective tape to their costumes so that they are visible. And if you have an older kid going trick-or-treating on their own, give them a glow stick or a flashlight so that they're easily seen. Another thing to keep in mind are potential trip hazards. So steer clear of capes that go below the ankle or dress that drags on the floor. And masks, you may want to steer clear of masks
what I was referring to.
Yes, see,
because you've got this stuff all over your face.
Any hazard. So better to, leave those at home.
Yeah, better safe than sorry. And I know that can also apply to candy, right? Some of my most vivid memories of childhood were sifting through it because we had some peanut allergies in my house.
Oh,
so
yes.
What are your recommendations there?
Yeah, so parents should really inspect every piece of candy. So you want to throw out anything that's unwrapped, has a tear, pinhole, or looks suspicious. And any homemade treats, maybe toss those out unless you personally know the giver. And for children under 4 years old, check out the candy for potential choking hazards. So nuts, gum, hard candy, popcorn, and get rid of those. And just let your kids know that you will be going through everything before they can sample. So maybe give them a healthy snack before venturing out.
My kids used to sit on the floor and sort through. Other kids do this, all the candy. What about tips for parents to make sure that trick-or-treating is just like as safe as possible as it can be?
So in terms of trick-or-treating, kids under 12 should be accompanied by an adult. If you have an older kid going on their own, make sure that they only go to familiar houses that have the lights on. Remind them not to go into anybody's home. Maybe even have a pre-planned route and set a curfew and have a way that they can reach you if necessary.
And you're talking about sort of kids under 12. What about older kids, teenagers who maybe are going out, going to a party? How do you encourage them to be safe without being overbearing?
Yes, that's tricky. You want to have an open, honest conversation with your teenager about drugs and drinking. Let them know that they can get in touch with you if they're in an uncomfortable situation and that they will not get in trouble if they ask for help. Communication is key.
We used to have a secret code. Well, we still do, I guess. I'm not saying what it is, but a secret code that our kids, seriously, when they were teenagers, that they could, text us and no questions asked. We would come and get that, or we would call to give them an out.
That's
give them
great.
a way to get out of a bad situation. Some of the biggest concerns that parents have, talk about what we should be on the lookout for.
So car accidents are really high on Halloween. It's dark, kids are excited. So remind your kids about street safety, basic street safety, to cross at the corner, look out for traffic lights and symbols. Make sure you look left, right, and then left again, maintaining eye contact with drivers. And for anybody driving this Halloween, just be especially mindful of pedestrians and slow down in residential neighborhoods. And for older kids, put away those devices. They can be a distraction when you're walking around.
You don't need a phone when you're going trick-or-treating.
Yeah, it's so key. And I mean, this is a time you have a bunch of strangers, essentially, right, knocking on your doors. Any tips for stranger danger, sort of staying safe during this time when you're walking around on the streets?
I think it's just, those tips, just maintain constant visibility with your kids so you know where they are at all times, especially if you have a kid under 12. And for the older kids, just keeping those lines of communication open and making sure that they go where they're meant to go with their friends and they get back on time.
That's the key. You're going as what tonight?
A Martian.
A Martian with your whole
Yeah,
family.
my whole family.
And favorite candy, Grace?
We gotta know.
Ooh, Kit Kats. Kit Kats. So anything chocolate, really.
But just make sure you open the wrapping before, or check before.
Yes, I will check that wrapping.
Reese's peanut butter cups. And candy corn.
Yeah, controversial,
that
folks.
is controversial.
She doesn't like candy corn.
Chocolate, yes. Candy corn, no
Who's
thanks.
with me on candy corn?
Let us know.
Let us know. At TV Kate Snow. At Simply Zinkley.
Grace Bastidas, always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good to see you.
We've got a lot more news ahead.
Happy Halloween. You're watching NBC News Daily. But first, we do have one more thing for you. It is today's Daily Snapshot. President Biden, First Lady Jill Biden opened their doors last night. The White House all decked out, and they handed out candy and books.
Oh.
That's a good treat on the South Lawn.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Halloween's finally here. We just talked about how to stay safe when it comes to things like trick-or-treating and dressing up, and now we want to get into the nitty-gritty. How much are we going to spend on the candy, on the costumes? Here to break it all down is NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. You got a good gig today, Brian.
I do. That was a spooky intro, by the way.
I like that
music.
intro.
Oh,
yeah.
my gosh.
Thank you, John Duber, our director. How much is coming out of our wallets on Halloween?
Yeah, well, it's in the billions if we're aggregating all of it. Yeah, very spooky. $12.2 billion according to the National Retail Federation. That's how much is expected to be spent over this holiday. $108 per person. Most of that is going to go into costumes. And by the way, $4.1 billion on costumes nationwide. Wow. It's getting expensive. And by the way, candy also getting a lot more expensive. Cocoa specifically, very, very expensive this year.
Chocolate.
Yeah, futures went up last few months.
All right, but it's not Halloween without candy. So can you break it down for us?
Yeah, let's get a little bit deeper into the candy. $3.6 billion projected in spending on candy. By the way, the top candy is Reese's peanut butter cups.
I just said that.
That's the correct answer. Peanut butter and chocolate. Oh, perfect.
Zinkley listening over there?
Hopefully she's not a hater. Hopefully she's not a. Oh, come on.
Okay, keep going.
Hey, also, 68% of Americans do hand out candy. And by the way, this is a fun fact. 1908, the candy apple was created by accident. They were trying to showcase the cinnamon glaze on top.
Yeah.
They put it on an apple, put it in the stand, and people were like, whoa. on an apple, and it became the candy apple.
Candied apple. That's interesting. All right, can we talk costumes?
Yeah, so the number one costume, no surprise at all, Barbie after the hit movie this year. But I got some other stats for you as well, kind of the history of it. 1962, the little Monster Mash, that was when that song came out. And these are some actually pretty surprising stats. 53% of Americans, just over half, plan to decorate. The other half...
It's getting bigger.
It's getting a little bigger. I mean, maybe it's just because we see those 7-feet skeletons, but still, 47% don't decorate. And 21%, this is kind of a bummer, pretend to not be home so they don't have to give candy out during the holiday. So they just shut the lights off, no candy today. I mean, look, it's expensive this year, I get it, but, you know, good for the other 79%.
Some people really are out of town.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right.
Brian Chung, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Brian, Kate, thanks, but hard pass on the candy corn from me, okay? Well, while many are prepping their candy bowls for trick-or-treaters, others are hitting the road looking for a little Halloween adventure. A number of holiday hotspots are seeing big jumps in tourism this spooky season. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda reports from one of the most iconic Halloween towns in America, Salem, Massachusetts.
Witches are swarming the streets of Salem again. I just love the vibe of it. There's no shortage of ghost schools and everything in between either. The city of Salem, Massachusetts, known for its dark history of witch trials centuries ago, has transformed into a history lover's must-see and one of the Halloween destinations in America. With 100,000 plus visitors on a single day and more than 1 million this month. A boom for businesses like Black Cat Tours, which just expanded to open a store.
It's just wonderful to see that on people's faces, that moment of, I don't have to be a grown-up anymore. I can be a kid here.
Dazzle me, my darling. Also home to parts of big screen Halloween hit Hocus Pocus, the city proudly laying claim to the haunted season. But it's not the only spot recording a spike in Halloween tourism. Cities like New Orleans and Las Vegas also seeing a surge compared to a typical fall weekend.
Gen Z and millennial prioritize spending on travel, and not just travel for those big summer vacations or long weekends, but celebrations of more micro holidays like Halloween.
Total Halloween spending is expected to reach monster levels, $12.2 billion, exceeding last year's record of $10.6 billion. Popular Halloween attractions like Universal Studios' Halloween Horror Nights in Orlando have been sold out for over a month, according to amusement park app The Touring Plans. The events attract 30,000 to 35,000 people per night. Social media also driving tourism to Halloween hotspots. Feeds filled with colorful frights in the best decorated neighborhoods, including New York's Sleepy Hollow, home of the Headless Horseman. Back in Salem, officials urging visitors to use public transportation to ease traffic, so there's room for everyone to relish in the spooky fun.
I'd like to say, if you're going to come to Salem, come by train, come by ferry, come by bike, come by broom. Don't come by car.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Emily, thank you so much. We found some common ground.
It's true. Chocolate.
Chocolate and peanut butter.
We like that. Now, candy corn, we don't agree, folks. Sorry.
Let's put up our social media handles again if we can. You guys can write us. You can weigh in on what your favorite candies are. Let us know.
We want to know. Thanks
Happy
for watching.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zinklea Samoa.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Tuesday, October 31st, 2023, battles on the ground. Israeli forces clash with Hamas fighters deep inside Gaza, with new reports about a deadly explosion near a refugee camp. We're live across the region. Clashes on campus. Colleges nationwide seeing an increase in anti-Semitic incidents.
How much clearer do we need to be? We do not feel safe here. When will our administration get the message? When it's already too late?
Muslim students also facing threats. How universities are trying to address the alarming surge of hate. Bitter pill. Pharmacy workers nationwide walk off the job. The changes they're demanding in the name of safety and what to expect if you need to fill a prescription. And I'll be there for you. The cast of Friends rallying together, speaking out for the first time since Matthew Perry's death. How they're remembering their beloved co-star. We're so glad to be with you on this Halloween. Yes. Happy Halloween. Going to get to that and talk about Halloween a little later in the hour, but we do need to begin with serious news overseas. We begin with that massive explosion at a refugee camp in Gaza today. That's right. The Indonesian hospital in Gaza says dozens of people were killed and hundreds more were hurt. NBC News has not independently verified those numbers. Israel's military says it was targeting a Hamas stronghold in the area. The Israeli military also says 2 soldiers of its own were killed while fighting in the Gaza Strip. Israel is expanding its ground operation in response to the Hamas terror attack back on October 7th. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is live in Ashdod, Israel for us. Raf, let's start with this explosion at the refugee camp. I know we're just getting details in, but what do we know?
So, Kate, this happened at the Jabalia refugee camp in northern Gaza. It's home to about 100,000 people. It's the largest of the many refugee camps inside Gaza. And Israel's military has confirmed it targeted the camp. It says it was going after and successfully killed a senior Hamas leader who was responsible for a commando unit involved in the October 7th massacre inside of Israel. They say they killed him. They killed a number of other Hamas operatives, and they destroyed a series of underground tunnels that ran below the camp. Now, when you look at the footage from the Jabalia refugee camp, you can see these absolutely enormous craters that seem to have basically swallowed neighboring buildings. That could be a sign that there were tunnels underneath the camp which collapsed. It could also be a sign of just these very, very heavy Israeli bombs. They're called bunker buster bombs, which may have just blown out the foundations of neighboring buildings. NBC News has not been able to verify Israel's claim that it did kill this senior Hamas operative inside the Jabalia refugee camp. Hamas is denying that he was killed there. But we do know, or it does appear, that a number of civilians have lost their lives also. This is one of the most densely populated parts of the Gaza Strip, which in turn is one of the most densely populated places in the world. The Palestinian Health Ministry in Gaza, which is run by Hamas, says more than 8,500 people have been killed inside of Gaza so far. 3,000 or so of them children, and all of this coming amid just that absolutely dire humanitarian situation with shortages of food, of medicine. And what the UN and different humanitarian organizations are saying they need most right now is fuel to keep the lights on at the hospitals and to actually distribute what little aid is making its way in through Egypt. Guys.
Really important context. Raf Sanchez in Israel, thank you so much. Staying in the Middle East, the Pentagon says it is sending 300 additional troops to the region. It comes as the Department of Defense says Iranian-backed groups are stepping up their attacks on American bases and facilities in the region, striking U.S. infrastructure sites in Syria and Iraq. They say at least 27 times over just the past 2 weeks. No injuries have been reported. This includes at least 6 attacks since the U.S. launched retaliatory strikes last week. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby is following the latest on this part. Courtney, tell us more about these troop deployments. What is the Secretary of Defense saying?
Yeah, so the announcement today of 300 more troops, by the way, they're not going directly to Israel. They are going to the Middle East, and they'll do things like explosive ordnance technicians, some communication support troops. They follow after a recent announcement that 900 other U.S. troops have moved into the region. Those are included some of the forces who would be supporting and operating the air defense systems that Secretary Austin announced were going in about 10 days ago. Now, all of this, of course, comes after the U.S. has already surged thousands, frankly, of additional forces in on 2 carrier strike groups, additional fighter and attack aircraft. And then there are also still hundreds more U.S. troops who are on prepare to deploy orders ready to go if called upon to do so. So it's definitely fair to say that since October 7th, the U.S. has really plussed up their forces in the region. But it's also really important to point out that while they are in the Central Command area in the Middle East, they are not sending these troops into Israel or into Gaza.
Yeah, important clarification. And Courtney, what appears to be the motivation behind these attacks on American facilities? Do Pentagon officials think that Iran is directly involved?
So, I mean, they're not saying that they are directly involved, but a defense official has told us that they are calling on Iran to tell these Iranian-backed groups to stand down and to stop carrying out these attacks. So these are groups like Kataib Hezbollah. They are funded, trained, equipped by Iran and almost exclusively by Iran in some cases, particularly the ones that operate in Iraq and Syria. So while we don't know for sure, according to U.S. officials, whether Iran has sort of given them the green light to move forward with these attacks, there is an acknowledgement here that the U.S. believes that Iran is at least complicit in some way in these attacks by the fact that they train and equip these groups. Now, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin has made it very clear that the U.S. will continue, even as if these attacks continue, which we know there were at least 2 of them yesterday, even if they continue, the U.S. will continue to defend against them, and he's not taking off the table that the U.S. would even respond again if the strikes continue. He spoke about it a little bit on the Hill earlier today, and here's what he had to say.
We've taken a number of steps to make sure that we increase our force protection posture. We've deployed a number of assets into the region as well. We maintain the right to respond. We have the capability to do that, and we will respond at a time and place of our choosing.
The force posture that he's talking about, the additional force protection, those are those exact troops that I was mentioning. And also, I have to point out one of the major assets that they've added to our air defense systems, like the THAAD system, the Patriot missile defense system. The idea is they will bring these troops in, they will bring these systems in that will provide additional protection to the forces who are there, Cadence and Clay.
Courtney Kube for us. Courtney, thank you.
Okay, now to the latest on the threats on college campuses right here in the United States. NBC News has just learned a suspect is in custody following anti-Semitic threats against the Jewish community at Cornell University. It comes on the same day Governor Kathy Hochul was at the university addressing the spike in hate crimes and after President Biden rolled out his own plan to help kick campuses nationwide. NBC News' Stephanie Gosk joins us now with the very latest. So, Steph, can you remind us what's going on at Cornell? What do we know?
Yeah, sure, Zinkley. So the president of the university said that they do have a suspect in custody. That's short of charges. That doesn't mean there's been an arrest in this case yet, but it'll certainly be good news for students at Cornell University. You'll remember that on Sunday night, the president of the university sent out a letter to students saying that there had been, quote, in her words, a series of horrendous anti-Semitic messages threatening violence against students at Cornell, and that the president had called and notified the FBI, and that campus police were going to guard the building of Jewish living on campus. We spoke to some of the students who were in that building, and they told us that they were so on edge that it was impossible to go to school, to go to classes and to study because they were so nervous. So certainly that will help them feel a little bit more secure today. Zinkley?
And I'm sure that's a welcome feeling given the tensions right now. Steph, of course, this happened just hours after Governor Hochul was at Cornell, which is in upstate New York, speaking about this very issue. What exactly did she say?
So she has been determined to tackle this problem of increased anti-Semitic and also Islamophobic hate messaging that's been going on campuses. And she says she's going to dedicate state funding, state budget money to the effort, $50 million for law enforcement in their investigations of hate crimes, another $25 million for communities that want to secure themselves. Think about security at, synagogues synagogues and mosques, that kind of thing. She also mentioned that the New York State Police is going to expand their social media investigations. The students that we've been speaking to have spoken a lot about how there have been violent threats over social media and online that have contributed just to this sense of insecurity and the fact that they don't feel safe walking around their campuses, Zinkley.
Stephanie Gosk with the latest there. Thank you so much.
It's time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Stellantis shares its losses from the auto workers' strike.
And the newest doll in Barbie's world is proud to be Ken-nuff. CNBC's Leslie Picker joins us now. Hey, Leslie.
I got that. Hi, Kate and Zinkley. You're right. Stellantis, the parent company of Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeep, says the 6-week UAW strike cost it more than $3 billion in revenue. The world's third largest automaker says the strike will impact profit by less than $800 million, which is the smallest amount among the big three. The strike is ending this week after the union reached tentative contract deals with Stellantis, Ford, and General Motors. The parent of Bud Light beat expectations for the third quarter despite a boycott that unseated Bud Light as the top beer in America. It was the second quarter Anheuser-Busch dealt with the fallout of a conservative-led boycott of Bud Light over the beer's partnership with transgender influencer Dylan Mulvaney. Barbie is releasing a new doll inspired by Ryan Gosling's character. Barbie's parent company, Mattel, said fans celebrated Gosling's performance. His transformation built demand. The doll is modeled after Gosling and will wear a headband, horse charm necklace, and a tie-dye hoodie that says, "I am Ken-nuff." Probably a big Halloween costume today
I've
as well.
seen a few, actually.
Totally. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Mattel may have planned all of this in advance.
Hey, look, it's Barbie's world. We're just living in it, okay?
I love it.
Leslie, thank you. Well, coming up, bitter pill. Pharmacy workers nationwide walk off the job. What to expect if you need to pick up a prescription?
Plus, a mother spends 6 months searching for her son, only to discover he was killed by an off-duty police officer. How she is demanding justice. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with an NBC News exclusive. A mother in Mississippi was searching for her missing son, only to learn he'd been struck and killed by an off-duty police officer. And to make matters even worse, no one had told her for 6 months. NBC's Blaine Alexander spoke with the mother and has more.
The last time Betterstein Wade saw her son Dexter, the two had an argument and he left the house. But 3 days later, when her 37-year-old still hadn't come home, she knew something was wrong.
He's never disappeared like that.
He never disappeared like that. He never.
Within 2 weeks, she filed a police report. For months, her calls to police got the same response: no update.
Help me understand what that time was like for you.
That time was horrible. You would lay in your bed. You would think he might have been out there suffering. Somebody might have had him, tortured him. You just want that call to say, Mom, I'm all right. I'm all right. All you want to do is see your child.
Then, in August, nearly 6 months after Dexter went missing, an investigator finally told her Dexter had been hit and killed by an off-duty Jackson police officer while crossing a highway. It had happened less than an hour after he left home that day in March. Then, another bombshell. Dexter had already been buried in an unmarked grave behind the county jail. The only sign, a pole with the number 672.
Dexter, I tried to find you, and I couldn't. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry you're here.
You saw buzzards circling, and you're talking about a frightening thought. Did they even put him in a wood box? Or did they just put him in a body bag and drop him in the ground?
Jackson police have not responded to NBC's request for comment. According to the coroner's office, an investigator identified Dexter and shared contact information for his mother with police. But she says she never received a call. After NBC News broke this story last week, Jackson's mayor said this:
that at no point have we identified or did any investigation reveal that there was any police misconduct in this process and that there was any malicious intent.
Do you believe that?
No.
Attorney Ben Crump says they're asking for the DOJ to open a civil rights investigation. They also plan to exhume the body and perform a private autopsy before giving Dexter a proper burial.
And lay some flowers there, and just to know he's in a safe place.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News, Jackson, Mississippi.
Blaine, thank you for that. The cast of Friends is speaking out for the first time about the death of Matthew Perry. It comes as we learn new details about the investigation into how it happened. Here's NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas.
The cast of Friends coming together again to grieve the sudden loss of their beloved Matthew Perry and issue a joint statement. We were more than just castmates. We are a family. Jennifer Aniston, Courtney Cox, Lisa Kudrow, Matt LeBlanc, and David Schwimmer writing, "There is so much to say, but right now we're going to take a moment to grieve and process this unfathomable loss." The 54-year-old actor was found unresponsive in a hot tub Saturday afternoon at his Pacific Palisades home. Sources familiar telling NBC News that Perry's assistant had left to run an errand and returned to find Perry unresponsive and called 911. The Los Angeles Fire Department said that firefighters removed Perry from the hot tub, but that he was already dead when they arrived.
I'm not great at the advice. Can I interest you in a sarcastic comment?
While he will always be remembered for his signature role as Chandler Bing on Friends,
someone at work ate my sandwich.
Well, what did the police say?
Perry also starred in movies like The Whole Nine Yards, 17 Again, and Fools Rush In, which he once called his best film work. His co-star Salma Hayek posting, "I will continue to cherish your silliness, your perseverance, and your lovely heart." Behind that trademark wit and charming smile, there was darkness. In his 2022 memoir, Perry opened up about his decades-long battle with drugs and alcohol. But more recently, the sport of pickleball had become an outlet during his recovery journey, according to his friend and former coach.
And he brought people to the court that had struggles, similar struggles to his own.
Just hours before his death, the star had been playing with mutual friends at a nearby country club. Broken-hearted fans have been laying flowers outside his LA home. And last night, pop singer Charlie Puth leading his audience in an emotional version of the Friends theme song.
I'll be there for you when the rain starts to fall. I'll be there for you.
Although there have been no reports indicating foul play, the cause of death is being investigated by the LAPD and the LA County Medical Examiner's Office. Officials saying that they now await toxicology results, which could take up to 3 to 4 months. Back to you.
Chloe Malas, thank you. Coming up, public officials, should they be allowed to block critics on social media? We'll find out. The Supreme Court could soon weigh in. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry. Former Olympic gold medalist Mary Lou Retton is back home recovering after spending weeks in the hospital battling a severe case of pneumonia. The gymnastics icon now speaking out for the first time since falling ill. Kaylee Hartung has the details.
After spending more than 2 weeks in the ICU fighting a rare, life-threatening form of pneumonia, Olympic hero Mary Lou Retton is speaking out for the first time. Writing on social media, "I'm beyond blessed to have the opportunity to make this statement." The 4'9" gymnastics dynamo, who's now at home recovering, posted on Instagram Monday, "I'm with family, continuing to slowly recover and staying very positive as I know this recovery is a long and slow process." Earlier this month, her daughter McKenna Kelly first revealing her mother Mary Lou was fighting for her life and not able to breathe on her own. Less than 2 weeks ago, Retton's eldest daughter Shayla sharing news of possible complications.
And yesterday we had a pretty scary setback. She is still in ICU, and we're just working through some things.
Her family asking the public for donations, explaining that Retton is not insured. Their call was answered, more than 8,000 donors contributing nearly $500,000, far surpassing the family's $50,000 goal. Fans continuing to wish her well online. And Mary Lou responding, I am overwhelmed with all the love and support from the world as I fight. I am forever grateful to you all.
Mary Lou herself has posted, I know this recovery is a long and slow process. What could that potentially look like?
Anytime you've been in the ICU with your lungs battling some type of infection or inflammatory disease, it needs time to heal that scar tissue. And as her lungs recover, she's going to start to feel like herself again.
It's been nearly 4 decades since Mary Lou Retton won gold at the 1984 Olympics, becoming America's sweetheart at just 16 years old.
It's always been a lifetime dream for anyone, I think, any athlete, to be on the Olympic team.
Now at 55, Retton is asking for privacy, but says she hopes her story can help others who may face the same battle.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
Kaylee, thank you. Well, some researchers say climate change is haunting our forests, creating real-life ghost forests and zombie fires. But what exactly does that mean, and how are we seeing the impacts? Here's NBC News national climate reporter Chase Kane.
Down a dirt road through a forest still very much alive, Delaware Bay is haunted by death, a ghost forest.
As the salt comes in, it poisons things, it floods the soil and saturates it, and it kills these forests.
As sea level rise accelerates, it brings salt water farther inland, creating fields of wooden tombstones, ghost forests. Estimates vary, but potentially millions of acres of coastal forest have been lost to saltwater intrusion, accelerated by climate change.
Ghost forests are a double whammy because living trees absorb carbon dioxide, right? And a healthy forest is also a carbon sink, storing carbon and keeping it out of the atmosphere and out of our oceans. So when an entire forest dies, whether from saltwater or wildfires, all that stored carbon is released back into the atmosphere, further heating our planet.
Wildfires of the past can also come back to haunt the present. They're known as zombie fires.
And they have this zombie behavior. They go underground in the fall and winter months, and they can carry over in terms of continuing to combust in the ground fuels, sometimes right underneath the snowpack, right through the winter, and then they emerge like a zombie the following spring.
Merritt Turetsky studies zombie fires across Canada and Alaska, and she wants to find out if climate change is helping more undead fires rise from an icy grave each spring.
So what it means is through this zombie burning, fire years may not be totally independent on the landscape. One fire year might actually affect the next fire season, particularly given the extreme amount of resources and just human stress and toil and capital that went into fighting the fires across Canada in 2023. Truly an epic fire year.
Which produced those eerie orange skies no one wants to live through again. In New York, I'm national climate reporter Chase Kane.
Coming up, we'll stick with the Halloween theme, tricks and treats. NBC's chief candy correspondent, Joe Fryer, taste tests some of this year's spookiest sweets. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Spooky sweet sounds like candy corn to me. Well, we're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream.
It's a running joke. We'll explain.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
Israeli troops are running to the other side of the festival. We've heard gunfire. It seems like somebody has come in.
Now is real.
These were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The Screen Actors Guild says it's resuming negotiations with Hollywood studios today. It says both sides remain, quote, far apart on key issues. Studio negotiators have warned that a failure to reach a deal within the next week could have a major impact on next summer's movies.
In California, a massive wildfire forced 4,000 people to evacuate their homes. The wildfire, called the Highland Fire, broke out just after noon southeast of Los Angeles. It grew quickly due to Santa Ana winds with gusts of 40 miles per hour. Officials say as of this afternoon, the flames had spread over 2 square miles of land, and it was 0% contained. That fire destroyed 3 buildings, damaged 6 others. It's not clear if any of the buildings were homes. Fortunately, so far, no injuries, but we'll stay on it.
Longtime Congressman Earl Blumenauer has announced that he will not seek re-election in 2024. The 75-year-old Democrat from Oregon has represented his district since 1996. As a member of the Ways and Means Committee, he was a key contributor to last year's Inflation Reduction Act. Blumenauer became known for wearing colorful bicycle pins on his shirt, a symbol of his staunch advocacy for climate and transportation issues.
We're following some big breaking news just in from Gaza. The Rafah crossing on Gaza's southern border with Egypt will be open tomorrow to let some injured people leave Gaza.
That's according to the media director of the Rafah crossing. They say the injured can get treatment at hospitals in Egypt. As a reminder, right now, this is the only way out of Gaza. People there have not been able to leave since the war began on October 7th. Several convoys of aid trucks have been able to enter Gaza over the last few weeks. So far, over 8,500 people have died in Gaza since this conflict began.
Pharmacy workers at some of the largest drugstore chains in the country, like CVS, Walgreens, Rite Aid, are off the job again today. It is day 2 of a 3-day walkout that started on Monday and is supposed to last through tomorrow. They're protesting what they say are unsafe working conditions that impact both employees and patients. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is following this developing story for us. Stephen, what can you tell us about the walkouts and what are they talking about, these unsafe conditions?
Yeah, these walkouts, Kate, are part of an ongoing push for changes in the pharmacy industry. And those safety concerns, pharmacists say they're not getting enough time to focus on each patient's prescription, and they say that could compromise safety.
Pharmacy workers fed up are walking off the job again. But protest organizers say the issue is not pay. It's about the growing workload and staffing concerns.
The main job of pharmacists has always been to accurately check prescriptions. And now that's almost an afterthought.
More than just doling out medications, protest organizers say workers are being asked to administer a growing number of vaccines, deal with insurance companies, and spend a lot of time fielding phone calls. Pharmacist Shane Jerominski worked at large pharmacy chains before moving to an independent drugstore.
If you asked every pharmacist in America if they would rather a $5 an hour raise for themselves or they would rather an extra technician working in their store, they would all opt almost unanimously to have another technician.
Some customers taking their business to smaller independent pharmacies.
What did you experience at the large pharmacies that sort of pushed you over the edge and made you say no more?
Wait time, attitude of the staff, the whole playing with the prescription.
Nick Tini owns the independent Sanatoga pharmacy in Pottsville, Pennsylvania. He says they're getting daily calls from large chain customers asking to transfer prescriptions to them.
Speak to the pharmacy.
What do they tell you about the reason that they made that switch?
The obvious reasons, just customer service, like I guess frustration of the employees there, the long waits.
In many cities, options are becoming more limited. Large retailers have announced they're closing hundreds of locations. And in rural areas, the number of retail pharmacies has decreased from 2003 to 2021 by more than 14%. Researchers at the Center for Rural Health Policy Analysis say one reason is large chain store pharmacies often drive smaller independent drugstores out of business. And when the box stores shut down,
now the community pharmacy at all because of that.
phenomenon.
All contributing to growing pharmacy deserts, usually defined as areas where people live a mile or more from a pharmacy. CVS issued a statement saying, in part, we're focused on developing a sustainable, scalable action plan to support both our pharmacists and our customers. Rite Aid statement saying, in part, we remain committed to providing safe, productive, and supportive work environments to all our associates, including our dedicated pharmacists. A Walgreens spokesperson saying they recognize the hard work of staff and they're taking steps to, quote, ensure that our teams can concentrate on providing optimal patient care. For now, both pharmacy workers and patients
call a customer complaint, and what do? Nothing.
Continue to express frustration.
Okay, speaking about those pharmacy deserts, the University of Southern California says they disproportionately affect Black and Latino communities, saying that when these pharmacies shut down, these standalone pharmacies, they lose a lot more than just access to their drugs. They also lose that first line of defense in healthcare in asking a pharmacist about questions related to over-the-counter medicines and more.
Yeah, it's healthcare. Stephen Romo, thank you.
The Supreme Court is stepping into a controversial debate involving social media and free speech. It involves something you may have done yourself, blocking someone from seeing what you post online.
Well, today, the court is considering if public officials should have the same right to block. This echoes a case involving former President Donald Trump. He was sued for blocking people on his personal Twitter account while he was in the White House as president. The Supreme Court dismissed that lawsuit after he left office. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett joins us here. She's been following the Supreme Court today. So, two separate cases in front of the Supreme Court today. Walk us through what they are.
Yeah, two separate cases have nothing to do with the former president, but do have implications for public officials going forward. It has to do with two school board officials in California and also a city manager in Michigan. So these are state-level officials, but they're blocking people online. And the question is, does the Constitution prohibit that in some way? Does that violate the First Amendment? And it's not really clear where the justices are coming down on this. I think it's a really tricky issue, especially when it's not on their government-associated accounts. These are on their private accounts that they started years before, but they're sort of commingling, as we all do, posting stuff about work, posting stuff about their kids. And the question is, when they're doing that, if they're talking about work, can you then block people from seeing what you're posting?
And let's go back to Trump for a minute, because ultimately that case, the lawsuit was dismissed, right?
But only because he had left office already. And so the Supreme Court said, you know, we can dodge this one because he's not president anymore. So they punted on that.
But might it set some precedent, right? Because the appeals court did rule that he could not block his critics.
Sure, and other appeals courts have ruled similarly like that, but they're also sort of all over the map on where to draw the line. And so I think you're probably eventually going to see a decision from the Supreme Court that tries to set the rules of the road for people going forward and for people at both the state and federal level to say, look, if you're occupying public office, this is what you can and can't do.
And not just this issue, right? There's a bunch of cases that could be coming to the Supreme Court about social media.
Yes, if the last term was about voting and race, this is the term about social media, right? So there are many cases, one having to do with interactions between the Biden administration and social media companies. Remember back in COVID, there was a lot of discussion about trying to remove disinformation. Well, some courts of appeal said, nope, the Biden administration doesn't get to do that. The Supreme Court's going to take a look at that. They're also going to take a look at what is happening at a state level where different governors are actually trying to make sure that conservatives aren't censored on social media. And that's another case they're going to take up later this term.
All right, Laura Jarrett, thanks so much.
Yeah,
thank you. We've got some breaking news from Capitol Hill. The Senate just confirmed Jack Lew is the next U.S. ambassador to Israel. The Senate voting 53 to 43. That post has been vacant since July when the previous ambassador stepped down. Lew was nominated by President Biden just last month. He served as both White House Chief of Staff and Treasury Secretary under former President Barack Obama. Of course, we mentioned earlier that Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin was testifying on Capitol Hill today. He and Secretary of State Antony Blinken were testifying before the Senate Appropriations Committee about aid to Israel and Ukraine when protesters interrupted and called for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Take a listen.
Ceasefire now! I beg you! Ceasefire now!
NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now from Capitol Hill, where a lot of that action took place. So the tensions, Sahil, were obviously running high in that hearing room. What did we hear from Secretaries Blinken and Austin?
Yeah, there were 6 interruptions, by the way, Zinkley, just during Blinken's opening statement. So that was quite a commotion in the room, but they were all escorted out by Capitol Police and security forces. Now, as for Blinken and Austin, they both made an impassioned plea for Congress to advance that supplemental request from President Biden, more than $100 billion in total. Altogether, they talked about how the need for U.S. aid to Israel, the need for U.S. aid to Ukraine, to measures to contain China abroad, as well as U.S. border security are all linked together and all relate to U.S. national security, and that none of the pieces should be eliminated lest some parts of that larger goal be compromised. Let's play some of what Blinken had to say.
This is all one fight, and we have to respond in a way that recognizes that. If we start to peel off pieces of this package, they'll see that, they'll understand that we are playing whack-a-mole while they cooperate increasingly and pose an ever greater threat to our security as well as to that of allies and partners.
And Defense Secretary Austin warned in no uncertain terms that if U.S. stops providing aid to Ukraine, that Putin and Russia will win that war and acquire that territory, the sovereign territory of their neighbor. Now, these calls are playing well in the Senate, where Democratic and Republican leaders favor all the provisions of this package. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, as well as his Republican counterpart, Mitch McConnell, just spoke to reporters and reaffirmed their support for that. But it's not playing quite so well in the House, where the newly minted Republican Speaker Mike Johnson is breaking off the Israel aid and advancing it separately in a partisan bill that includes cuts to the IRS that Democrats do not support.
Okay, Sahil Kapoor with the latest from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Coming up, Maui police released body cam footage of the deadly fires that ripped through Lahaina. What that new video is revealing about the chaos that day on the ground. You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News hosts the Republican presidential debate, moderated by Lester Holt and Kristen Welker, joined by Hugh Hewitt. How would the candidates confront the critical challenges at home and abroad as the next commander-in-chief? Wednesday, November 8th at 8 p.m.
Now is Raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A stunning new report is highlighting the challenges that Hispanic students face in college.
Yeah, despite pandemic-era restrictions and COVID cases easing, a study by the Lamina Foundation and Gallup found that half of Hispanic students said they considered leaving college last year. For more, let's bring in MSNBC reporter Daniela Pierre Bravo. Danielle, it's so great to have you on set here. So why are Latino students experiencing this sort of disproportionate impact?
Yeah, well, first of all, Latino college enrollment has been lagging behind historically, but it had been on the rise in the decade before the pandemic. But now, as you mentioned with this new study, 52% of Latino college students actually considered leaving for at least a semester last year. I mean, that sentiment is higher than for any other races or ethnicities, and there's a few reasons. So I spoke to some experts, including those who commissioned the study, and there are those factors that include all students, right? The emotional and financial stress, especially after the pandemic. But for Latinos, there are very specific factors. For example, generally, they are more likely to come from multi-generational households. They live with a lot of their families. They hold family responsibilities. They're working one or more jobs while balancing school. And this is a big one. 40% of Latino college students, they're first generation. So they're the first of their family to be born in the U.S. So they're much more likely to navigate the college system on their own. And they also tackle the college experience differently than other students, as one longtime policy expert who's been working on this issue told me.
Latinos represent what we call a very post-traditional student body. And that's opposed to kind of, this traditional student that is going straight from high school to college, lives on campus, works less than 20 years, is college ready, and finishes in 4 years. Sometimes stop out, go part-time, are not always college ready, are working 30 to 40 hours. And we haven't seen higher education pivot to better serve those students overall.
So, right, Deborah emphasizes here the need for these students to be pragmatic in their approach to college, right? So asking themselves, should I try to find a way to cut a big check for tuition, or should I go out and start making money right away? One 21-year-old student tells me it's a difficult decision.
College has been difficult, I would say. I am pretty good at just finding work and making money on my own. And having that freedom of making money so early on at this age, it kind of has me stuck in between on what I really want to do. Having my father teach me how to work with my hands and do things like that, it's kind of driven me to kind of go towards that direction and not really think about going to school, because he didn't really have the support growing up to go to school, or my mother didn't really have the support to go to college herself.
And like many Latino families who are disproportionately affected by the pandemic, Avians went from a 2-income household to 1 because of job loss. And that changes the sense of financial responsibility and choices kids like Avian can make.
Everybody has to contribute to the family income, maybe, in that situation. Let's talk about solutions. What are some of the solutions to this?
Well, there are some colleges and universities who have extended greater flexibility for their students, trying to give them flexibility for their outside responsibilities and work. Creating a better sense of belonging for Latino students is huge, and an overall more support and guidance. And our friends and colleagues at NBC Latino have a great piece that covers all of that and more.
Excellent. Daniela Pierre Bravo, thanks so much for that report. Appreciate it.
Yeah, really insightful. Thank you. The Lahaina wildfire is already considered one of the deadliest wildfires in U.S. history. Nearly 100 people died.
And now, nearly 3 months after flames ripped through the town, we're getting a closer look at just how terrifying the fire was, the challenges that authorities faced there. Police just released dramatic body camera footage showing them struggling to evacuate thousands of people in Lahaina. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer here with more.
Miguel, what are we seeing in this police footage, and why was it released now?
Well, that heart-pounding video really captures the scramble to escape the flames and the race to save lives. As wildfires tore through Lahaina, Maui police responded to 15 people who were trapped inside a coffee shop on famed Front Street while the fire was closing in. Police also raced door to door to evacuate neighbors and even loaded a burn victim inside a police cruiser as he was transported to a local hospital. The harrowing scene unfolded August 8th. It's our first police perspective. Maui police selected 6 16 minutes of video from more than 20 hours of footage. The rest of the video has been requested by public records and should be released soon. That's why this initial batch of videos has been released today, guys.
And Miguel, you know, it's important to remember there are still people missing following the August wildfire. Several people. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Kate, the official death toll stands at just under 100, but not all of the missing victims have been identified because the fire burned so hot and so fast. Authorities say some people may never be identified. It's been tough for families of the missing. While their loved ones are gone, they have not been able to bury all of the missing victims, guys.
And Miguel, you were there when all of this happened. So as you watch that video that's newly released, what are you thinking about?
Well, I just remembered how so many people told us how quickly and how fast that fire exploded. In this video, you can see the panic and the fear inside the eyes of first responders who are used to intense situations. So it certainly was eye-opening, at least from their perspective, just how harrowed the scene was and how scary it quickly unfolded.
How fast it moved, right? Miguel, thank you so much for that. And Miguel, I know you're going to have more reporting on the deadly Lahaina wildfire. That's tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
There's a lot more news ahead. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Daily.
Coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Okay, we've been saying it all day. It's Halloween. That's why there's candy, and some might say the costumes get all the attention.
Oh, but others might argue that candy is just as important. So we're digging into some unexpected trends in the world of sweets. Here's NBC News Now anchor and chief candy correspondent Joe Fryer.
For many, Halloween is like a saccharine scavenger hunt.
Sadly, as you can see, my trick-or-treat bucket is empty right now, but we are going to fix that starting at Dylan's Candy Bar.
Here, they're selling the Dylan Dares You Tackle Box, capitalizing on the food challenge trend.
I feel like I'm gonna die.
I know. With their creepy collection of confections.
What are some of the things that people might be a little, what is that?
Everything.
Dylan Lawrence says it's like a game. Just spin the wheel. Small one on the package or the big one in the store.
Oh, it's one of the best and grossest.
Yeah, I got chicken feet gummies.
What does that taste? It's not horrible.
It's not horrible. horrible.
It's not horrible.
But that's
this is not bad.
But Dylan would not let me get away that easily, so I sampled a sour candy called Toxic Waste.
Yes, I think my tongue wants to leave my mouth now.
A hard candy that tastes like sour cream and onion.
You like it? Maybe you like it.
No, I don't. I do not like this one.
And this salty starfish made of black licorice. It's the candy equivalent of a horror movie.
This brings you joy, doesn't it?
I love it.
Okay, we've stocked up on some daring sweets. Let's see what other trendy candy we can find inside its sugar.
Here you can eat like an astronaut with candy that's freeze-dried. These are peach rings that are clearly crunchy, not gummy.
You can really taste the peach. It's like a super strong peach flavor.
They also freeze-dried Skittles, Starburst, and gummy worms.
That is super flavorful too. It's like really fruity. What does this do to the flavors?
When you take the moisture out of it, it really makes the flavors more intensified.
These days, the freeze-dried candy trend is especially popular on social media.
Nerd gummies, the crunch.
Perhaps such goodies will make it into trick-or-treat buckets, with candy spending expected to reach $3.6 billion this Halloween, up from $3.1 billion last year. I still have room in my bucket and some unfinished business, which takes me to Bon Bon, and the man in the top hat known as Mr. Licorice.
I have to admit, I had a not-so-positive black licorice experience earlier today. What do you think when you hear that?
I see it as a challenge. It's something I hear daily.
In Sweden, black licorice is huge. Well, in America, it's more divisive. Leo Schultz wants to change that by easing me in with gateway licorice that's heavy on chocolate.
Very good. I like the chocolate. And I can taste a little of the licorice, right?
Little hint.
Gradually, I build up.
I taste the salty, but it's not bothering me.
To a black Swedish fish.
I taste the salt. I do taste that black licorice, which isn't my favorite, but it's not like bothering me. I don't want to spit it out.
My God, I have another convert.
I learned mixing black licorice with other sweets makes it less scary, ensuring your treat is no trick. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Oh, man, Joe, I want that assignment.
I know, right? Okay, here's the question of the day. Candy corn, love it.
No thanks. Chocolate, folks, chocolate. But candy corn, no, okay? So let's take a look now at some other spooktacular stories that are trending.
Yes, if there's one thing that Americans are not afraid of, it is splurging on their four-legged friends. The National Retail Federation predicts that pet owners are going to spend $700 million on animal costumes this Halloween. Whoa. Top picks are pumpkins, hot dogs, bats, bumblebees like that guy, and spiders.
Your dog?
And Chewbacca was my dog. That was actually a few years ago, but I think we have a picture of Bowie where we dressed him up as Chewbacca.
Look at him.
He hated it.
Love it. Well, you know, some of our Today colleagues actually dressed up too. They revealed their long-awaited Halloween costumes. This year's theme, karaoke, celebrating, of course, the Kelly Clarkson Show. Moving right here to New York City. Hoda Kotb went as Cher, Savannah Guthrie as Taylor Swift, and our very own Laura Jarrett, who you saw earlier, not in a costume, and Peter Alexander as Gwen Stefani and Blake Shelton.
I didn't even recognize her as Gwen Stefani when I saw it. We couldn't miss out on the fun, so let's show you just a couple of ours that we've worn over the years. I dressed up.
Well, I dressed up as Kim Possible, alongside our colleague Morgan Radford, who went as Barbie.
I love it. And then here's me as Amy Winehouse, along with my husband.
And went as Ariana Grande, lolly props and all, 2018.
That's nice. And I was Princess Leia with my family.
That's a good one.
That's good.
story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If it's Tuesday, conditions worsen in Gaza as Israel's ground operation intensifies, as the FBI director warns that the Israel-Hamas war is escalating the domestic threat environment and that Hamas could inspire attacks here in the U.S. Plus, amid those threats, the White House and the Senate gear up for a potential standoff with the House Republicans and the newly elected Speaker Mike Johnson over emergency wartime aid for both Ukraine and Israel. And we are just 1 week away from Election Day 2023. What we're watching as both parties test key campaign messages ahead of 2024, with former President Trump dominating the Republican primary. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Garrett Hake in Washington, where the Biden administration's national security team has descended on Capitol Hill amid mounting concerns about security here at home and abroad as the Israel-Hamas war intensifies. The Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, the FBI Director, the Homeland Security Chief, and the nation's top counterterrorism official all testifying today, painting a portrait of an increasingly complex and difficult threat environment, both in the Middle East region and here at home. The FBI Director Christopher Wray saying the current terror landscape is something that the U.S. officials haven't seen since the rise of ISIS.
Just the past few weeks, multiple foreign terrorist organizations have called for attacks against Americans and the West. Al-Qaeda issued its most specific call to attack the United States in the last 5 years. ISIS urged its followers to target Jewish communities in the United States and Europe. Hezbollah has publicly expressed its support for Hamas and threatened to attack U.S. interests in the Middle East. And we've seen an increase in attacks on U.S. military bases overseas carried out by militia groups backed by Iran.
The U.S. is also dealing with a growing threat to our military forces and facilities. The Pentagon confirmed today that there have now been 27 attacks against U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria by groups supported by Iran. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin addressed those attacks today at a separate hearing on Capitol Hill.
Protection, the safety of our troops and our civilians is of utmost important to me and of utmost important to the president as well. We've been clear. The president's been clear, and I have been clear, Vice Chair, that if this doesn't stop, then we will respond. And so we maintain the right to respond. We have the capability to do that, and we will respond at a time and place of our choosing.
As for the White House, it continues to urge Congress to pass a supplemental funding request linking aid to Israel and Ukraine, with Secretary of State Antony Blinken making the case that the wars in Ukraine and in the Mideast and the threats posed by Russia, Hamas, and Iran are not independent of one another, especially when it comes to U.S. national security.
Increasingly, Russia and Iran are working together to challenge our leadership, to hem us in globally, to pose a growing threat to our own security as well as to that of our allies and partners. They've been partners in a devastating war in Syria, and now we have Iranian proxies firing missiles from Syria in northern Israel. Russia could stop this, but it doesn't. Instead, to the contrary, its government is hosting Hamas for talks in Moscow. Iran is sending UAVs to Russia to attack Ukrainian civilians. So we're seeing the profound connections here.
And in the Mideast, the ground war and the humanitarian crises are intensifying as Israel's military pushes deeper into Gaza. New images show the aftermath from a large blast in northern Gaza at the Jabalia refugee camp. You can see the rubble and debris surrounding a large crater in the ground. The IDF confirms it did conduct military operations in that region. They say they killed a Hamas commander involved in the October 7th attack. A local hospital reports that dozens have been killed and hundreds were injured in the explosion. NBC News has not independently verified any of the details surrounding this incident. And in southern Israel, sirens blared as a rocket hit a parking lot outside an apartment building. You can see here heavy smoke coming from cars as they burst into flames. Hours before that attack on Israel, the IDF says it intercepted a rocket fired towards Israel from Yemen. A spokesperson for the Iranian-backed Houthi militant group claimed responsibility for the attack and threatened to carry out more missile and drone attacks in the future. All of this comes as moments ago we have learned that the Rafah border crossing should open tomorrow. According to an official at the border, a number of wounded will be permitted to leave to receive treatment in Egyptian hospitals. Joining me now on the ground at the Israel-Gaza border is NBC's Ellison Barber, and NBC national security and global security reporter Dan DeLuce is with us as well. So, Ellison, give us the latest on the ground there. What more do we know about this strike in Jabalia?
Yeah, I mean, so the big question, Garrett, right now is exactly how catastrophic this was. I mean, you touched on this, right? There are different numbers coming out of Gaza right now, and that's partly because this is still so new. But we know there were multiple explosions inside of the Jabalia refugee camp. There are some reports coming from inside of Gaza, Hamas claiming hundreds have been killed. Officials with a large hospital there, the Indonesian hospital, they're saying at least 40 people have died, possibly 50. But again, those numbers, it's all very new right now. But we have seen the footage, things from our teams on the ground inside of Gaza, footage provided to us from people inside of Gaza showing just the scale of this, showing people frantically digging through the rubble, looking for survivors, pulling bodies out, wrapping them in blankets, and then lining them up at different areas. The IDF says they did carry out a strike in this area. They say that they were targeting a number of Hamas militants, that they killed a number of them, as well as a top Hamas commander who they say was partly responsible for organizing and training the militants that carried out the October 7th terrorist attack in Israel. They also say he was acting as one of the primary fighting leaders in northern Gaza in recent weeks. They say when they launched strikes targeting those Hamas militants, they were targeting underground tunnel infrastructure, and that in that process, when they targeted those areas, other buildings around it collapsed. I want to read you part of a statement that we have. It was a lengthy statement from the IDF spokesperson, Rear Admiral Hagari. He said Yahya Sinwar, who is the current leader of Hamas, does not care about residents in this area. He said, quote, this is from the IDF spokesperson, Sinwar purposely built the terrorist infrastructure of Hamas under the homes of civilians and is not only behind the massacre against the citizens of Israel, but also the massacre that causes the collapse of the Gaza Strip on its residents. Hagari then went on to reiterate the IDF's calls for civilians to evacuate south of the river. So right now, the IDF doesn't seem to be challenging some of the numbers that are coming out in terms of the toll this may have had on civilians. And inside Gaza, Palestinian officials are saying that the majority of the victims they are seeing are women and children, but they are blaming Hamas for any civilian casualties here, saying the IDF, was targeting Hamas militants. And because of the way Hamas operates in IDF's view, they are responsible for any civilian casualties that occur in that proximity of what they consider to be legitimate terror targets. Obviously, Hamas disagrees with that. A lot of Palestinians disagree with that. A lot of nonprofit organizations disagree with that. And the director of the Indonesian hospital just held a press conference where he says that the initial number of dead and injured in Jabalia is about 400. He said most of the bodies and wounded they are seeing are seriously injured, which to him, he said, indicates the use of different types of weapons. He said search and rescue efforts are still ongoing. People are still missing in Jabalia. And he reiterated from the hospital standpoint their cause and the urgent necessity for supplies to the hospital, medical supplies, medicines, and also fuels, saying they need all of it in order to keep treating people. We are going to get more information as the night progresses about what exactly has happened in Jabalia, how large the toll of it is. But IDF is not disputing that they carried out a number of attacks in this area. They're just saying they were targeting Hamas militants and saying civilian casualties that happened as a result are Hamas's fault, not theirs. Hamas strongly disagrees with that. They are saying that Israel was targeting civilians here, and it's mostly women and children who have bared the brunt of this assault. Garrett?
We're going to talk substantially more about the humanitarian impact on all this later in the broadcast. Ellison, while I have you, we know there's also been more attacks on Israel itself tonight. What more do we know about those?
Yeah, you know, there are strikes, rockets launched into central and southern Israel almost every day, and that's been the case for upwards of 3 weeks now. I spend most of my time here at the border with northern Gaza. Then when I sleep, I go to Tel Aviv. I can tell you almost every day I'm in Tel Aviv, I do hear 4 or 5 rockets intercepted by Israel's Iron Dome. You hear the booms, it rattles your windows. It's nothing compared to what we hear here. I mean, we hear hundreds of strikes into northern Gaza every single night. Yes, rockets are still being fired on Israeli cities. Most of those appear to be intercepted by Israel's Iron Dome because they have that advanced capability to intercept so many rockets. What we see every night here on the border, and you can see some of the haze there, that's from a rocket that fired just before I started talking to you, Garrett. It's every night. It's constant here. Yes, it's happening in Israeli cities still, but it really is leaps and bounds of a difference as what's happening inside of Gaza. Garrett?
Ellison Barber, thank you for that reporting. And tonight, as every night, please stay safe. Dan, we continue to see these attacks on U.S. facilities in Iraq and in Syria. Secretary Austin was asked about it today. Could we see the U.S. respond to these attacks like they did last week, or perhaps an even more fulsome manner?
I think, Garrett, that is a distinct possibility. Secretary Austin really seemed to be suggesting that today on the Hill. And of course, last week, the U.S. tried to send a signal to Iran with an airstrike in eastern Syria after American forces came under attack there and in Iraq by Iranian-backed militias. But after that airstrike, we've seen these rocket and drone attacks continue. And clearly, whatever deterrence was trying to be achieved there has not been achieved, has not been established. And so I think we should look for, at some point, more U.S. airstrikes. And yes, they might be more significant. They were quite calibrated last week. Maybe they will be more significant, slightly larger scale. But of course, this is a very difficult thing to balance. The U.S. doesn't want to trigger something bigger, something wider.
And yet we're moving more troops into the region. And Dan, there's also these Iranian-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen claiming responsibility for a missile, a drone attack on Israel. How does that fit into the wider war? And what are the implications with more U.S. forces going in, more regional actors, you know, launching something for an expanded conflict in the region?
You know, there are two dangers here, Garrett. There is the danger that one of the parties seeks a wider war, that Iran and its proxies intentionally try to trigger an expanded regional war and draw in the United States. There's also the danger that really is the focus of the White House, is a miscalculation, an unintended conflict, where you have a series of incidents like we're seeing that continue to accelerate, and each side feels they need to respond, and then pretty soon you have an unintended wider conflict. Now, this incident today with the Houthis was very significant. This was a ballistic missile that was fired over from the Red Sea and was taken down by Israel's air defense Arrowhead system, and it was believed to be headed towards Israel. And these are Houthi forces backed, armed, trained, and helped by Iran in Yemen. And this also puts Saudi Arabia in a difficult spot. They are right next door to Yemen, of course, and they have air defenses that could take down these kinds of missiles. But of course, it puts them in an awkward position politically. Saudi Arabia's public is very sympathetic to the Palestinian situation in Gaza. Saudi Arabia would much rather not get involved. So that is also kind of a politically motivated action the Houthis are taking there. But again, it raises the possibility of a kind of an expanded conflict spreading out across the region.
No, I appreciate that, Dan, and thank you for the gentle correction here. I mean, the difference between a rocket fired out of Hamas and into Israel and a ballistic missile that can cover that kind of distance is a qualitative difference in armament that we should be paying attention to. Joining me now on set is NBC's chief foreign affairs correspondent, Andrea Mitchell, and NBC justice and intelligence correspondent, Ken Delaney. And Ken, we were both watching Director Wray today talking about the threat of a Hamas-inspired attack. I want to play something he said about lone actors and ask you about it on the other side.
lone actors, homegrown violent extremists inspired by foreign terrorist organizations are in many ways the biggest threat we face here in the homeland. And those lone actors will draw inspiration from all sorts of things. And so to have this many foreign terrorist organizations, this explicitly calling for attacks, significantly, as I said in my opening statement, significantly takes the threat level, the threat environment, the risk to a whole nother level here.
So this isn't a new warning about foreign-inspired lone actors, but how does the war change the kind of threat posture, the administration's stance towards it now?
It sort of raises the temperature, the influences that are working on these lone violent extremists who may be living in cities and doing nothing right now. The FBI's concern is that all this rhetoric, all these calls from Al-Qaeda, from ISIS to mount attacks on the West, that it only takes one or two people to heed those calls for something horrible to happen. It's interesting, they're not talking about threats of cells of terrorists trying to infiltrate the United States. It's not the old Al-Qaeda model, it's the lone extremist model. It's still very dangerous.
I can't watch this without thinking about the fact that there's lone actors inspired domestically who do commit so many acts of non-theoretical violence, like the 18 people who were killed in Maine. How does the FBI view the difference between foreign-inspired lone actors and domestically inspired lone actors, and how do they do a better job of policing the latter when we're, focused, I think, nationally on the former?
I think it's a fair question. They would tell you they treat them both the same, but the reality is they have more legal authority to monitor the communications of people who are talking to actors abroad, particularly foreign terrorist organizations. And that's always been a distinction, and they've been criticized, the FBI has, for a failure to concentrate on the problem of right-wing extremism that has fueled a lot of these attacks by lone wolf extremists in recent years. Whereas after 9/11, they showed no such compunction about going hard after the problem of, potential terrorists infiltrating the United States who are Muslim and Arab.
Right. Those balances between civil liberties and security is at the heart of this whole discussion. Andrea, we have talked about this before. We'll talk about it again. The media director of the Rafah crossing says they may be open tomorrow. They may be able to get folks out to get medical treatment in Egypt. What more do we know about this time perhaps being the charm?
Well, they're being very cautious at both the White House and the State Department, and Secretary Blinken, of course, on the Hill today, as you know, Garrett, you were covering that, because they have been wrong so many times before, not because they're wrong, but because they've been misled. There's so many parties involved in this. Egypt had to agree. That took a while. Then when Secretary Blinken was actually going to Cairo that weekend and thought that Egypt had agreed, there was no agreement. And it turned out that Israel was requesting all sorts of inspections. Then it turned out that it's Hamas. Now, people in the region are denying that it's Hamas, saying that there are no obstacles, there are no roadblocks, but it's not a physical roadblock other than the gate itself, which Hamas controls. It's all the other things they are demanding, according to U.S. officials and Israeli officials, and Egyptian, by the way, right now, saying that it is Hamas, that they keep upping the ante about what they want from the U.S. to let the Americans out. There are about 400 Americans, including dependents. There are about 1,000 people lined up. The Americans were told by the State Department 2 weeks ago on a Saturday morning, go south, head south, there's a safe place and you'll get out Rafah, it's going to open. We were here in the bureau Saturday night, Sunday morning, nothing happened. Blinken was in the region and nothing happened. They didn't get out. And every day it's, they're going to get out. And promises,
we've heard
promises,
this before.
And they don't get out. So it is a continuous frustration, the blame game. Everybody's going back and forth about who's to blame here. But right now, the U.S. at least says, on the record, it's Hamas. That's what Blinken told the Senate today.
The Israelis managed to rescue a hostage yesterday. What's the latest on the diplomatic efforts to free the hostages by those means?
Well, they are ongoing, and I can tell you that even the devastation today in the north, which is being attributed to Israel, Israel says that they were going after terrorists, but we know at least that the visuals are, going around the world, and that is going to further inflame at least the critics of what is going on the bombing, at least from Barry McCaffrey telling me in real time, those are big craters. Those are bunker buster bombs.
Sure.
There's only one player here that has bunker buster bombs.
Easy for you to say.
Say it 3 times in a row. Anyway, the serious point here is that people are dying and civilians are being hit. The president urged Netanyahu on Saturday in a call, please try to be careful. But as the military will tell you, you can't be careful, quote unquote. You can try to.
Right.
But if you're going after Hamas terrorists in a tunnel, Israel says they're using these people as human shields above the tunnels, and they're going to get hurt. And that's the terrible reality.
The other question I have repeatedly asked Israeli officials on this show and not gotten satisfying answers to is what happens if and when this offensive is successful, and what a post-Hamas Gaza looks like? Do American officials, do other diplomats you're talking to have a better answer to that question?
They are trying to address it. They say they're looking at the long-term issues because Israel does not want to occupy, or reoccupy, because they got out voluntarily in 2005. But to that point, they have no idea. There's no one in the West Bank, no leadership there that's up to this. The Arab leaders are critical of Hamas privately, but they don't want any part of it. So that remains to be seen. I didn't fully answer your question about the hostages, though. I neglected to say that we learned today it has not been denied or confirmed by the Israelis. And I was asking Ron Dermer, and he talked around it. He's the closest advisor to Netanyahu, so it's a very sensitive issue that there was a secret meeting over the weekend on the hostages by the current and former Mossad leaders in Qatar, where Hamas is, being housed, the top leaders, and which finances, in part, Hamas. So stay tuned.
Well, Andrea, if you get that confirmed, come on back.
I would say that's a non-denial denial. It's confirmed.
Got it. All right, good. Andrea Mitchell, Ken Delaney, thank you both for your reporting. And coming up, we will be trying to speak to an aid worker trying to get help to civilians suffering in Gaza, as the UN warns time is running out amid the spiraling humanitarian crisis there. Plus, the brewing wartime funding fight that could engulf Washington and the newly elected Speaker of the House. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As we mentioned earlier, Secretaries Blinken and Austin also testified on Capitol Hill earlier today before the Senate Appropriations Committee in their case, as the Biden administration makes its case to tie emergency aid for both Israel and Ukraine into one big single bill. And while the White House and the Senate appear to be on board, House Republicans aren't. Newly elected Speaker Mike Johnson says his conference wants a standalone funding bill just for Israel and for the aid to be offset by rescinding money. That means cuts from the administration's signature Democrats' only achievement, the Inflation Reduction Act. Joining me now with the latest on the funding fight is my Capitol Hill colleague, Sahil Kapoor. So, Sahil, you watched this hearing along with me. What were your main takeaways from what we heard in the Appropriations Committee today? It seemed like the senators in that room, at least, were in agreement on linking Ukraine and Israeli aid together.
Yeah, that's right, Garrett. There is a lot of support for packaging these various funding requests into one bill. In the Senate, we heard Secretary Blinken talk about how this is all one fight. He was backed up by Secretary Lloyd Austin, who said in no uncertain terms that if U.S. aid to Ukraine stops, they will lose that war to Russia, and Vladimir Putin will acquire that territory. And they faced a warm reception, not only from the Democrats on the committee, including Chair Patty Murray, but also the top Republican, the Vice Chair Susan Collins. She's backed by the Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. There are other Republicans who support the idea of moving these provisions together, but there's also some reluctance to undercut their House Republican colleagues, especially the new Speaker, Mike Johnson. Let's play what a couple of Republicans, Marco Rubio and Lindsey Graham, had to say.
As far as linking Ukraine and Israel, that's just not, forget about my opinion, it's just not going to pass in the House. So we need to operate on that reality.
I think Secretary Blinken and Austin gave a good answer of why we should not break it apart. Hamas was hosted in Moscow by Putin, so there's a connection there. At the end of the day, I think all of these conflicts have to be dealt with strongly, and they should be dealt with together.
And I spoke earlier today to the number 2 Republican, John Thune, who said it's likely that these provisions will move together in the Senate. That is where the consensus seems to lie. But they're also keeping a close eye on what the House does, what the margins look like, what that Mike Johnson bill breaking off just the Israel aid and pairing it with IRS cuts, what that vote ends up looking like in the next few days.
As everybody in Washington starts to wonder, what's Mike Johnson thinking? A question that none of us are particularly well suited to answer right now. Sahil Kapoor, thank you for that reporting. And coming up, the final countdown. Our man Steve Kornacki will be here with just 1 week until Election Day 2023 and 8 days until what may be the last debate for some of the Republican presidential field. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
Welcome back. Cooler weather, kids in costumes. Here around Meet the Press World Headquarters, that means only one thing. It's election season. We're just 1 week now from Election Night 2023 with key races in places like Virginia, Kentucky, and Mississippi, with results that could echo well into 2024. And joining me now at the big board is who else but NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. So, Steve, it's Tuesday. Voters will be voting in a week. What races are we going to be talking about?
I think there's 4 places on the map we're going to be paying attention to closely on Tuesday night. A mix of a lot of different things here, but start with the state of Ohio. There are 2 initiatives on the ballot here that I think have some national implications, especially Amendment 1. This would put in the state constitution a legal right to abortion. It would also allow the state to restrict abortion past the point of fetal viability. So we've seen various initiatives in states across the country to put some form of abortion rights protection into law or state constitutions. These things have passed everywhere so far, including in deep red states. There was almost a test vote on this in Ohio over the summer where opponents tried to change the threshold that an amendment would need to win. That thing failed this summer, so just a simple majority, and this would be part of the state constitution in Ohio. Amendment 2 in Ohio is about the legalization of marijuana. Again, something we've seen elsewhere across the country. Is the tide turning on that at all? Is there any kind of a backlash? That's what we might look for in the result here in Ohio on legalization of marijuana. Then go to Virginia, where the Republican governor, Glenn Youngkin, controls half of the state legislature right now. The House of Delegates is Republican-controlled. The state Senate is Democratic-controlled. There has been massive money pouring into Virginia. Republicans badly want to get control of both of those chambers and then really move on Youngkin's agenda. One part of Youngkin's agenda, he has proposed on abortion legal until the 15th week of the pregnancy. That's something he says he would like to do if he can get control of the legislature. Democrats have tried to make an issue out of that as well. So we'll be looking at the Virginia state legislative races. And then we got 2 statewide races. Number 1 is in Kentucky. Democratic Governor Andy Beshear being challenged by the state's Attorney General, Daniel Cameron, a protege of Mitch McConnell, seen a few years ago as a rising star in the Republican Party. Surprisingly, given Kentucky's red tilt that we've seen, Beshear has been leading, I don't want to say comfortably, but by solid margins over Cameron in the polls. Cameron has changed tactics late in this campaign, trying to maybe put a softer edge on his image here. That's a sign, I think, that his campaign knows they're playing catch up here. We'll see. Still, red tendencies in Kentucky, but Cameron is the underdog here going into this against Andy Beshear. And I think the sleeper race here is Mississippi. Again, you think of Mississippi as a deep red state. The Republican governor, Tate Reeves, being challenged by Democrat Brandon Presley, by the way, a distant relative of Elvis Presley, if that holds any water still in Mississippi. But a couple things to remember here. First of all, Tate Reeves has been plagued by a scandal in his administration involving welfare money paid to former NFL star Brett Favre. His image is suffered in Mississippi. And keep in mind that when Reeves got elected 4 years ago in Mississippi, again, supposedly deep red Mississippi, he barely won. The margin was 5 points. So in Mississippi, Democrats have a big floor of support because there's a big population of black voters. And when you talk about a statewide race as opposed to federal office, the presidency, the Senate, the governor's race, you find more Republican-leaning voters willing to cross over and vote Democratic if it's the right kind of Democrat. Presley has run a pretty conservative campaign, pretty conservative messaging here. So I think Mississippi, we haven't talked a lot about that, but the possibility of a Democrat beating a Republican governor, I think that's a real possibility going into Tuesday.
Well, Democrats just lost their one governor's mansion in the Deep South in Louisiana, so taking one back next week would be a really interesting storyline. Steve, yesterday we talked about the new NBC News Des Moines Register Mediacom poll showing Donald Trump with that huge lead in Iowa, as if that weren't demoralizing enough for the rest of the field. I understand you have new numbers from that poll that will provide even more evidence on how difficult it might be for another candidate to catch him there.
Yeah, I know this has certainly frustrated all of the candidates. That Donald Trump has yet to appear on the debate stage with them, has indicated no plans to change his posture on that. I think his opponents felt when this campaign began that he might pay a price with voters for skipping those, that he might be pressured to join in, that they may get traction from the debates that would force him to reconsider. But look, we asked Iowa Republican voters here, does it bother you or not? Should Trump be participating in these debates? And should participate? 42% say he should. Look at this. Nearly 60% say, doesn't matter. That's not the kind of poll number, given the lead we show that he has in Iowa and elsewhere. That's not the kind of number that's going to make Trump think I should reconsider this.
Yeah, given how much we heard, Ron DeSantis, some of the other candidates say that Trump is disrespecting the voters by not showing up. The voters are saying, we're cool with it. All right, Steve Kornacki, thank you for breaking that down.
You got it.
And as a reminder, you don't want to miss that third Republican presidential debate on NBC and NBC News Now on November 8th. And coming up, we'll do a deep dive into the current president's wartime struggles with a key block of voters. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Welcome back. As we've been reporting in recent days, President Biden is navigating some complicated political crosscurrents when it comes to his unwavering support for Israel. And we've got some new reporting now that Muslim American voters in multiple swing states are threatening to vote against the president next year due to his handling of the situation in Gaza. Muslim Americans voted overwhelmingly for Biden in 2020, and in a close election, margins are everything. I'm joined now by one of the reporters behind that piece, NBC News senior politics reporter Alex Seitz-Wald. So, Alex, talk us through this new reporting. How concerned should the Biden campaign be about this potential protest or backlash from Muslim and Arab Americans?
Yeah, Garrett, I think they should be concerned. I mean, obviously we're a year out from the election. Emotions are high. As Joe Biden always says, don't compare him to the almighty, compare him to the other guy. And the other guy, probably Donald Trump, is not out there yet. But we have talked to numerous Muslim and Arab American voters in Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia, Minnesota. These states are all familiar to all of us. And to a person, every single one of them have said they are hearing from multiple voters who are saying that they will not vote for Biden, that they're so upset about the way he's handled the Gaza situation. They feel like he's not been giving as much weight to the lives of Palestinian civilians, and they feel left behind and furious. And so the plan from a lot of Muslim American leaders and groups, and these are not just activists, these are elected officials and get out the vote groups. They're saying they will definitely turn out their vote next year, but whether they encourage people to vote for Joe Biden or not remains to be seen. And that could be a huge problem for him in those swing states because these are small portions of the electorate, but margins matter. When Joe Biden is winning some of these states by 10, 12, 14,000 votes, a big defection from Muslim Arab Americans could really cost him a lot.
Well, in the almighty versus the alternative argument, the alternative called for a Muslim ban. I mean, what does this protest look like here? I mean, is it more like folks just staying home or leaving the top line blank, or is it too early to say at this point?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And they just feel like they of course, are aware of that, and they don't want Donald Trump to be president again, but they just also feel like they can't support the current president at the moment. So what this might look like is all those things he laid out, probably not voting for Donald Trump, but possibly voting third party, voting for a write-in candidate, or just leaving the top of the ticket blank. I've heard that there are even ideas of working up a voter guide, which a lot of groups put out, where they tell you, who they think you should vote for, and just not putting anyone for president. And as a Georgia state representative I spoke to, she's the first Muslim woman elected to the state rep. She said she feels like, she's Palestinian American. She said she feels like she has to choose between protecting her personal safety by voting for Biden because she feels like Trump endangers her personal safety, or she has to sort of endorse what she views as the killing of her family and her extended family in Palestine by supporting Biden. So she just feels like she's in an awful situation. And there's a lot of other Muslim Arab Americans who right now feel like they're also torn between two bad options.
All right, Alex Seitz-Wald, thank you for that reporting. And for folks who are interested, please go to NBCnews.com where you can read Alex's whole piece. Joining me now on set is Dan Merica, national political reporter for The Messenger, former Florida Democratic Congresswoman Stephanie Murphy, and Republican strategist Doug Heye. And Congresswoman, you were nodding along while Alex was giving his reporting, so I'll go to you first here. How perilous do you see this moment for the president? How do you think the White House is handling their embrace of Israel and Netanyahu's policies here? Where do you see these crosscurrents going?
I think he's in a tough situation because if you are making foreign policy and national security decisions based on domestic polling, I think you're already in a bad spot. But in this situation, there's also the Jewish American vote, and they happen to be twice the size of the Arab American vote and are also a key constituency. I think the White House is doing the best they can in difficult circumstances. They are saying, on the one hand, that Israel has the right to defend itself against terrorist attacks, but it has a responsibility to do so in a way that respects human rights and the war rules. And they're trying. They are having meetings, doing outreach with the Muslim community. But this is a situation where emotions run high, and it's going to be hard to satisfy everyone.
Dan, you heard Alex go through the states. I mean, when you tick them off, this is the places where elections are decided. It's Wisconsin, it's Michigan. I mean, how seriously should the Biden campaign be trying to address this now? Do they kind of wait it out? I mean, everybody involved in this conflict predicts a long war. It is 2023. Yeah. Is the response now in October of the off year really going to be a deciding factor?
I think it's a dynamic that the Biden campaign will want to address probably later into the election, probably next year at some point, see how things changed over the course of the last, the next few months, and then go about it. But you're absolutely right. I mean, the states at play here are critical. I mean, they're the states that you and I will probably be in a lot next year at some point. And these margins do matter. These margins in many of these states are tiny. And so a few voters, maybe they don't vote for Trump, but they sit out the vote or they vote for a third party, that can really matter. Now, I think it's important to note here, a year out from an election is a lifetime in politics, as you all well know. So a lot can change. But I do think there are Democrats who are looking at this, acknowledging the fact that this is what happens when you are the incumbent and you're running for president. There are international issues you have to handle that impact your reelection, but also acknowledge there's a lot of time in between now and when voters actually decide.
And interestingly, Doug, the flip side of this coin is Donald Trump has angered a lot of Jewish American voters the way he has talked about the war and talked about Hezbollah. Is there an opportunity for the White House? How do you see that dynamic there, where all of a sudden there are a lot of sort of pro-Israel hawks who are looking at the way Joe Biden has handled this, and they're pretty happy?
I always laugh when Joe Biden talks about the alternative versus the almighty, because Donald Trump believes that he's the almighty. And in every way, in every issue, in every way that he campaigns, that's how he at least
blows
tries
up the metaphor.
Exactly. Look, I think there's the challenge for Biden here is not polling in one community versus another. It's that his polling is bad in every community. And if we were talking about a Joe Biden who is at 48% approval right now, then we're not really looking at this poll in the same way as could this be perilous in Michigan or Wisconsin. He has not just this problem, he has a myriad of problems that more and more don't seem solvable unless he's running against the one person that he thinks that he can beat the most.
He's bailing out a leaky boat. Congresswoman, I want to ask you about what we're about to see in the House this week. The new Republican Speaker's version of an Israel aid bill is this $14 billion just for Israel, no Ukraine, and it has cuts in it. It has, I think, served the immediate purpose of dividing Democrats who don't know exactly what to do about it. I'm curious, if you were still in Congress, would you vote for that bill? And what do you think of the way that the new Speaker is trying to handle an issue where Republicans in the Senate, including Mitch McConnell, are aligned with the president on the other side of it?
Well, I think by selecting the IRS funding that was in the Inflation Reduction Act as the pay-for the Israel funding, that really allowed some Democrats to have an excuse not to vote for this. I think he would have created an even bigger division within the Democratic Party had he put forward a bill that was bipartisan and acceptable.
Even if it had just been a straight Israel aid, no pay-for, it's just sort of dare Democrats to vote against that? Yeah, you'd definitely see more of the division there. But now they have an excuse. Oh, well, the IRS funding is in this bill, and we don't want to do that. So I think between the resolution, the Israel support resolution, and this Israel appropriations, you'll really see where people fall out. But the good news is after 3 weeks of no bills and nothing happening in Congress, they are finally addressing some pressing issues. It's weird to be talking about legislation again at all, right? Right. Doug, I'm curious if you could answer the question that Sahil and I were sort of pointing out, which is nobody really knows that much about how Mike Johnson thinks about any of this. Right. I mean, he is an unknown quantity. What do you make of the strategy and of the potential division it creates between he and Mitch McConnell?
Well, first, I don't think he should be an unknown quantity. Look, he was the Republican Study Committee chair. That's a large group of House Republicans. He was the vice chair, so he's elected by Republicans to be in leadership. If, frankly, y'all want to chase members of Congress down the hall because they tweet something stupid, that means we're not paying attention to the members of Congress who put their heads down and do their hard work. How many times have you seen your colleague Gus Bilirakis on TV? Zero. Peter Welch, a great Democrat from Vermont. Zero. Maybe we should pay attention to the hard workers.
I would note, though, that the Speaker Johnson also was hard at work trying to undermine our Constitution and the election outcome on
Fine.
January
If you don't like what he did, okay, fine. But you didn't pay any attention to him. And, that's more of an attack on John Bresnahan, if we're going to be honest about it.
Let's not take shots at reporters who aren't going to defend themselves.
But I'm being serious here. So just because a member of Congress does something unusual or online or at a theater or whatever, they become household names. There are so many members of Congress who put their head down and work, and they don't get that attention they deserve.
But the fact that he's unknown is being used by both parties.
Yeah.
Republicans see it as a strength for him because he didn't have enough baggage to anger 8 or however many. He didn't have enough enemies because he's unknown, because he hasn't done X, Y, and Z that you mentioned. And Democrats are using that against him because he's easily definable now. He has all these hits that no one has heard of. And so Democrats are going to spend, you know this well, the next few months defining him with what he has said 15, 20 years ago. It's actually, for both of them, for both parties, they look at that unknown nature and think it's a strength.
I'm already getting fundraising emails from Democratic candidates getting sent to me about, defining MAGA Mike Johnson, which Matt Gaetz possibly unhelpfully nicknamed him the day he got elected.
He has a voting record, though.
Yeah, but he nicknamed him that because he thought it was going to be a strength. And now Democrats are running with that nickname as, you're going to hear it in every DCCC fundraising email.
Dan, I want to go back to you here for a second because you name-checked our travel schedules. I suspect I'll see you in Miami next week for the debate. We will not see Donald Trump there, and I don't know how much you heard of Steve Kornacki's breakdown here, but how problematic is it for these other candidates that appears a significant, or not a significant, but a small majority of Republican voters don't seem to mind if Donald Trump doesn't show up?
It's his hold on the base. I mean, he goes and they'll say that's a great idea, and he doesn't go and they'll say that's a great idea. And I think the interesting numbers from that poll were the Iowa numbers. I mean, you have candidates who are now saying it's Iowa or bust for me. I think the senator from South Carolina, whose Tim Scott, whose name eludes me at this point. There you go. The name
perfectly well.
Whose name eludes. I mean, he has said it. He said that recently. DeSantis moved a number of staffers to Iowa, basically signaling that this is kind of make or break for him. I've talked to a lot of Iowa folks over my career. They have said that strategy works when it works, and when it fails epically because you raise the expectations in Iowa. So if you get blown out by 30 points in Iowa in a state that you said was critical to your campaign, what's next?
Doug, I can't have you here and not ask you this, but you got to answer it fast. Do you buy or sell the Nikki Haley boomlet at the moment?
I buy it. I'm not sure how much of it I'm buying at this point.
Okay.
But I definitely buy some of that stuff.
Short-term hold.
Yes.
My CNBC training wheels on here. All right, folks. Stephanie Murphy, Doug High, and Dan Merica, thank you all for coming in with apologies to Tim Scott. But it tells us everything we need to know. All right. Okay. Still to come, the dire humanitarian crisis in Gaza that is growing increasingly desperate. The World Health Organization is warning of a public health catastrophe. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. As we reported at the top of the hour, an official at the Rafah crossing between Egypt and Gaza says that the crossing will be open tomorrow for a limited number of wounded people to receive treatment. But whether that will happen is in doubt. We've seen no confirmation yet from the Egyptian side of the crossing or from Israel. Meanwhile, aid organizations are warning that the humanitarian crisis in Gaza has reached dire levels. Last night, the head of the United Nations Agency for Palestinian Refugees said that the need for a humanitarian ceasefire has become, quote, a matter of life and death for millions. His comments came after reports Sunday that Gaza residents stormed a UN warehouse that held aid supplies, primarily food, waiting to be distributed to displaced families. The World Food Programme's Gaza director said that the raid was a sign that people are growing desperate and losing hope. At a press conference earlier today, a spokesperson for the World Health Organization said that they have the resources to address the crisis. They just need more access.
We don't have enough. People in Gaza don't have enough. They're in a terrible situation right now, under siege with nearly all supply lines cut off. And whether they do have 5 or 6% of supplies, I think it doesn't matter. They need lots more. And we are in a position to supply this if we have the humanitarian access, if we have a humanitarian pause and can supply these things. Everything is possible, but we need the access.
I'm joined now by Steve Taravelli. He's a senior spokesperson for the UN World Food Programme. So, Steve, we have obviously frustratingly little visibility into the situation in Gaza on the ground. Take us through what your colleagues are seeing there, just how dire is the situation about food and water, basic necessities?
Sure, Garrett, and you're right to use the word dire, because when water and food run out, people become desperate. And right now, Gazans are desperate for food, and the UN World Food Programme is desperate to bring food in. Conditions seem to be working against us on that front this week. We have managed so far to bring only 14 trucks of food across that border into Gaza, which is a trickle of what's needed given the severe need and the hunger that people are experiencing in Gaza right now. We estimate that 40 to 50 trucks of food per day is what is needed to meet just the bare minimum nutritional needs of those who find themselves in these conditions. So 14 trucks of food over 3 weeks is not enough. The food that we're bringing in, by the way, is food that is designed not to need cooking or heating or refrigeration. We call it emergency food. It's canned beans, canned chickpeas, canned tuna, and the like, so that people can access it immediately.
I mean, we talk about it being dire now. How long before it becomes worse than dire? I mean, give me the status of your warehouses, of your people on the ground there.
Sure. It's no exaggeration to say this is becoming worse by the hour. This is a real humanitarian catastrophe any way you look at it. It takes far longer than people in Gaza can bear to get trucks in. And you mentioned staff. Yes, this takes a toll on aid workers as well. We have aid workers who are themselves affected by what's happening. They've lost their homes. Some are staying in UN shelters at warehouses. Yes, there were UN warehouses, as you reported, that were looted. This is what happens in moments of desperation. People are wondering if they're going to live, how long they're going to live. Will they see food again? This is as bad as it gets in the aid world.
We talked about access, the question of access from the World Health Organization spokesperson, that soundbite I played just before you came on. What would sufficient access look like to kind of meet even the minimum needs of the people you're trying to serve there? Is it simply more trucks of food? I mean, what do you think is possible? What's realistic given the conditions on the ground there?
At the moment, what's most needed, yes, I would say, is food through that Rafah border crossing into Gaza at a much higher, more sustainable rate than we're seeing now.
Can I stop you for a second? Do you have any better information than we do on the subject of Rafah, of whether or not that will actually be open tomorrow? This has become the most unhumorous version of Groundhog Day, where we talk about this possibility day after day.
Right. We have seen it open for short periods, and trucks have come through. What will happen tomorrow, I don't know. We have appealed and appealed and appealed again to the authorities who can make this happen to allow aid trucks in. And it's not just the trucks, Garrett. It's an environment where aid workers need to feel safe to deliver and distribute food, not just feel safe, but be safe. And those in need need to feel safe and be safe to come out and seek food. And right now, with missiles and other warfare happening, those safe conditions aren't in place. We need safe access for trucks, food, and people.
To that end, I know you lost contact with some of your team over the weekend when internet was cut. I mean, do you have a sense of if your people are safe and well and back in contact now?
We did lose access for about 36 hours and had to halt operations. We are back in touch with our staff. WFP has not lost any of its staff to the fighting. I wish we could say the same for the whole UN. UNRWA, our sister agency, has lost many aid workers. And yes.
Go ahead, Steve. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say one of the things that, I mean, you asked what would be most necessary, and I mentioned food and the trucks. Fuel is another critical element to getting people into safe conditions again. And the absence of fuel affects agencies like WFP as well. Before the conflict started, we contracted with 23 bakeries in Gaza to provide fresh bread to people in need. Right now, 3 weeks later, only one of those 23 bakeries is able to operate and provide bread because of an absence of fuel or because of damage due to bombing. That's shocking, and that just shows how much our capacity has been affected by what's happening.
All right, Steve Taravella, so appreciate you shedding some light on this for us. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
And
Bye.
Thank you all for joining us for this hour. NBC News Now coverage continues with Tom Costello in for Hallie Jackson right now.
Top of the hour, and as we come on the air with Israel's ground invasion moving further and further into the Gaza Strip, we're watching multiple developments on multiple fronts right now. Let's begin with what is happening right now at a refugee camp in which it appears that Israel has bombed a refugee camp in Gaza. We have a report of a significant number of casualties, including, according to Israel, a leader in the Hamas movement. We'll have the lead details on that coming straight ahead. Other developments also include the following. We are watching whether the border may open up finally south of Gaza into Egypt. Then the former crypto billionaire Sam Bankman-Fried has finished his testimony in court trying to push back on the allegations that he's the mastermind of one of the biggest financial frauds in history. What we're watching for ahead of tomorrow's closing arguments. Plus, a massive wildfire raging through Southern California right now. Thousands of evacuations, thousands of acres burned. We'll tell you if there's any hope at all to get it contained anytime soon. And our original looks at how one breast cancer reconstruction technology may really be good news for people that they've never heard of before. Breast cancer patients who are running out of options. It's spooky season, and one group is bringing it all to the way back to the 1600s. Witchcraft trials. How they're now trying to clear the names of those they say were wrongfully accused. Good day, I'm Tom Costello in for Hallie, and tonight Israel's ground invasion into Gaza is pushing further north as conditions in the region grow more desperate by the hour. A massive blast hit a refugee camp near Gaza City today. Dozens killed, according to a nearby hospital. An Israeli military spokesperson confirmed a short time ago they were responsible for that strike and that a top Hamas commander they have been targeting was killed in the process. The pictures show the enormous craters left behind by the blast. Israel giving no indication that the bombardment will ease up. For many Gazans on the ground, the situation has become untenable. Doctors at one hospital in northern Gaza say they've had to perform surgeries in hallways without anesthesia. They have no more room, they say. Today, one UN agency is pleading for a ceasefire from Israel so more critical supplies can get into Gaza. The UN says it's a matter of life and death. Meanwhile, the U.S. is defending Israel's rejection of a ceasefire. Here's the Secretary of State earlier today.
When it comes to a ceasefire, in this moment, you're exactly right. That would simply consolidate what Hamas has been able to do and allow it to remain where it is.
We also have new video today from Israel's military showing what it says are troops inside the Gaza Strip, vehicles clearing paths for tanks and troops walking by destroyed buildings. One big focus of the ground invasion is rescuing the now 240 hostages being held by Hamas and getting them back home, though Israel's national security advisor says right now there is, quote, no deal in sight to release the hostages. One glimmer of hope, though, those few hostages who have been released are now being reunited with family. And here you see the Israeli soldier the IDF rescued yesterday celebrating being back with her loved ones. NBC's Hala Garani is in Tel Aviv for us. Hala, what's the latest that we're now learning about the strike on the refugee camp in northern Gaza? Israel has accepted responsibility.
Yeah, they're accepting responsibility. They're going further than that. They're saying that it is one of their strikes that caused that massive crater in Jabalia refugee camp. This is what the IDF is saying, that over the past the IDF troops commanded by the Givati Brigade operated in the western part of the Jabalia camp and that they managed to kill a Hamas leader. Hamas is denying this. The death toll, though, is very high. It seems that it's at least in the several dozens. We're hearing some reports of potentially hundreds, though those are unconfirmed. Jabalia, of course, is in the northern part of the Gaza Strip. This is not the southern part where the Israeli military and Israeli officials have told Gaza residents to move to. But it has caused immense damage both to buildings and, as we just mentioned, a certainly very high number of civilian casualties and injured. The Israeli military is also claiming that it destroyed in the process some of these underground tunnels, these networks of underground tunnels in Gaza. So this is what we can tell you so far about this. But one can imagine that in a refugee camp as densely populated as the one in Jabalia, that even if there was a military target that the Israeli military was going after, that inevitably you were going to have this type of very, very high civilian toll. And this is what we're hearing, in fact, from sources on the ground, that the casualty toll is extremely high, Tom.
That's what's discouraging and really concerning here, right? Yes, there may have been a Hamas target there, but how many collateral casualties, which is a nice way of saying people, civilians died in that kind of an attack. By the way, Hamas said earlier today that it told negotiators in the hostage negotiations that they'll be releasing a number of foreigners in the coming days, but Israeli officials say that there's been no progress. What do we know about where things stand right now on the hostage front?
So on the hostage negotiation question, we are always trying to piece together this puzzle, both from Qatari sources, from Israeli sources, and also from what we're hearing Hamas say. What Hamas is saying, and they said this through their spokesperson of their armed wing, the Qassam brigades, is that there is a willingness on their part to release foreign hostages, not Israeli hostages in this case, and that this is something that could happen in the coming days. I'm hearing from Qatari sources that the talks are ongoing, despite the fact that the IDF has moved deeper into the Gaza Strip, perhaps even more than 2 miles, so that these talks are not completely dead, despite the increase in military activity. But if what Hamas is saying and the fact that the hostage negotiation talks are not dead, if we could put those two together, intersect those two strands of the story, perhaps there is some hope that we might see a release in the coming days. But so far, it's only hope, Tom.
Okay, Hala, thank you very much. Hala is in Tel Aviv. Questions now about whether the Rafah border is going to be opening up anytime soon. That's on the Palestinian side. The talk was maybe tomorrow to let some of the wounded in Gaza get treatment over in Egypt. It comes as health officials in Gaza say the humanitarian crisis there shows no end in sight if they don't get more aid and fast. NBC's Megan Fitzgerald has more on that.
We're at the Rafah border crossing where we know in the last 11 days, 144 trucks have managed to make their way through the Rafah border crossing behind me here and into Gaza. While we are seeing the pace of these trucks picking up and making it across, humanitarian aid agencies say it's not fast enough. Meanwhile, Egyptian officials are shedding some more light on what goes into the process. They say these trucks have to make their way to an Israeli border that's about 10 miles away. Everything has to come off of the trucks. They're inspected by by Israeli soldiers before they go back on and then make their way here to the Rafah crossing and then into Gaza. It's a long process that officials say needs to be expedited. Meanwhile, fuel is not on board. The Israelis have not agreed to that. They fear it will get into the hands of Hamas. Meanwhile, 2 hospitals in Gaza say they are on the brink of running out of fuel. They say they have 24 hours left before thousands are in jeopardy of dying. Back to you.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald, thank you very much. To court now, where closing arguments are set to start tomorrow in the trial of former crypto billionaire Sam Bankman-Fried. He took the stand again today, facing more cross-examination from the prosecution. He insists he didn't know employees of his Alameda hedge fund had spent something like $8 billion on FTX customer funds. He did admit, though, that he did know that his crypto company did not have enough money to cover all of its clients' holdings. He also said a comment he made to a reporter during an interview in which he said blank the regulators was taken out of context, that he was frustrated with regulators and became skeptical of regulation. Bankman-Fried is facing more than 100 years in prison for defrauding customers and investors. The jury could get the case as soon as tomorrow or even Thursday. CNBC's Kate Rooney has been following it all. She's joining us now. Kate, Bankman-Fried is only 31 years old, and he could spend the rest of his life behind bars. You've been in the courtroom. You've heard him on the stand. What jumped out at you while you were listening today?
Yeah, so Tom, it was a less hostile tone, at least compared to yesterday, from Sam Bankman-Fried. He's been on the stand. The defense wrapped their case today, and we do expect closing arguments tomorrow. But he really tried to explain some of the evidence that the prosecution set up yesterday. So one example, he was presented with a bunch of statements that he made in the media. This is a unique case. He gave dozens of interviews. He said almost 50 interviews to journalists. Yesterday, we heard him tell the jury that he didn't remember some of what he was quoted as saying. Today, he's trying to explain it, saying he wasn't being evasive. He just didn't recall every statement he made. So they went through a ton of those examples and tried to kind of explain why he answered certain questions the way he did. But the judge got frustrated yesterday and really asked him to answer the questions directly. Today, it was a little smoother when he was questioned by his defense team. They also got into things like his cozy relationship with Prime Minister in the Bahamas. They said that at one point he offered to repay $11 billion in debt the Bahamas had. They talked about his use of a private jet. He argued, though, that it was appropriate based on how much he was traveling to Washington. So we got sort of a response to the prosecution's cross-examination yesterday. And he seemed more calm than he was yesterday. He got very frustrated on the stand. But again, this is the end. This is the grand finale. He's the last witness. And we could hear this wrap up by the end of this week, Tom.
And he's admitted to making mistakes that led to FTX's bankruptcy, but he's sticking to his story, right? That he didn't steal customers' money. He's been offering up a variety of reasons for where that money went. Can you walk us through these explanations and how much of it is believable at this point?
So he has acknowledged that the money at least went to his hedge fund to pay back loans. So it was used to also invest in other companies. So they call them venture investments, but basically take some of that money, invest it in smaller companies that the hope is that they'll grow and make money back. They had a venture capital investing arm, and then he also spent some of that on political donations and then real estate as well. So he has admitted to that, but when he was asked about that, roughly $8 billion of his customer money, rather, was used and borrowed from his hedge fund. But he has said that he thought it was okay. He said he deeply regretted it. He should have taken a closer look. He's maintained that he thought this was allowed because he owned the hedge fund. There was money deposited by FTX customers. He says, yes, it happened, but he thought it was within the rules and within the guidelines, and he sort of tried to use this excuse of he was naive at the time, that his lawyers told him that it was okay and that it wasn't an issue. So that's his defense there.
You know, he's Ivy League educated, and yet he's really playing the dumb defense here, right? That's it.
That's it. And it's also hard for a lot of jurors to square, at least if they've heard of Sam Bankman-Fried in the past couple of years. Smartest guy in the room, studied math at MIT. That's something the prosecution brought up. They sort of said, you consider yourself a smart guy, don't you? You graduated from one of the top schools in the U.S. You were able to raise billions of dollars from some of the smartest, most well-known investors in the world. It's hard for a lot of people to believe now that he would have been naive really to anything, but that has been his defense so far. And we'll see what the jury says.
Kate, thank you. Kate Rooney, who's watching it in New York for us. The Supreme Court wrestling with another issue right at the intersection between social media and free speech. Today, seeming to agree that some posts by public officials on those platforms are directly linked to their government jobs, and that blocking people from seeing those posts amounts to a violation of the First Amendment. Now, the case tracks back to the presidency of Donald Trump and his tendency to block critics from viewing his social media accounts. He was sued for that, with the plaintiffs arguing his Twitter posts were part of his role in government and that the public, no matter their opinion of his presidency, should be able to see them. The case was dropped when Mr. Trump left office, but then the issue picked up again because of lawsuits targeting lesser-known officials, 2 California school board members and a Michigan city manager. You might say, well, I don't really care about what public officials post online, but the court, set to rule in June, could be forecasting big changes to what you can and can't see when you log into your favorite apps. NBC's Jake Ward is following this for us. Jake, did I get it right there? And it sounds like from the questioning today that the court wants some kind of guardrails on how public officials interact with social media, right?
That's absolutely right, Tom, and you did a great job with what is a really complicated case. There's a micro and a macro to this. The micro is this question of if you are a school board official or a city manager and you post things related to your job on what is otherwise considered your personal account, are you required under the law to let everybody see it, or are you allowed to block people that you find annoying or perhaps disagree with politically, which is what seems to have happened in these 2 cases. What the court could not agree on today really was whether there is a single test that applies to all of this stuff. They couldn't tell the difference between, posting, the closure of a highway or, something like Donald Trump's circumstances in which he was blocking, people from seeing things that were big pronouncements that affect the entire world. That sort of is the micro. The macro here, of course, is these larger questions of the degree to which the public interest is served by having the government actually come in and regulate what you can and can't see in free speech. We were listening to this court case in particular, not just because we care about school board officials and city managers, but because we were looking for some inkling of what the Supreme Court justices, and specifically the conservative majority, might be telling us about the future, Tom.
Okay, well, social media companies and these cases are taking up a lot of the court's time this year. You have this case, and then you've got others, right? 2 others, which deal with social media companies that ban users over their rhetoric, and the White House requesting some material to be taken down. If the government is now getting involved in regulating what we see on social media, what doors might that potentially open up?
Well, let's say that coming out of this case, Tom, they take suddenly a very friendly view towards state officials in Texas and Florida, where new laws have been passed that basically require that any political speech that's put on the social media cannot be taken down. And that includes hateful speech, that includes perhaps illegal speech, things that incite people to do crimes. All of these things, right, could in theory just be absolutely guaranteed under First Amendment freedoms if, for instance, the court decides to move in that direction. And this is why experts have been saying to me it's such a big deal to be watching these cases, because not only is this about how officials use social media to communicate with the public or anti-misinformation and moderation efforts, it also has to do with this larger issue, right? Europe right now is sprinting ahead, Tom, to take these very considered measures in regulating social media. Here in the United States, we are grinding it out court case by court case, and that's why we're watching this one so closely.
Okay, Jake, thank you. Continue watching it for us. Thank you very much. We want to take you out to California, where Jake is right now. Thousands of people in southern Cal are right now evacuating their homes as a massive wildfire bears down. That's it right there. Take a look. Fueled by gusty winds ripping more than 2,000 acres in an area between L.A. and San Diego. Fire commanders say it is 0% contained right now. Let's bring in NBC's Liz Kreutz, who's in Los Angeles. Liz, what more are we learning about the fire, and when might we get it contained, or is that still a ways in the distance?
Hey, Tom. Yeah, I mean, you said it. This fire exploded overnight. In fact, it doubled in size. And we're starting to hear from people who say they had just minutes to escape the flames. We're also hearing from people who say they've lost property. One man said he's able to return to his property late today and saw that his son's home was destroyed. His firewood business was destroyed, and 12 of his prized cars also completely destroyed. And this comes as firefighters continue to fight this fire. You mentioned it is 0% contained right now. It's burned more than 2,000 acres. 4,000 people have had to evacuate their homes, and more than 1,000 people are under evacuation warnings. As far as fighting this fire and actually getting it under control, that's really going to come down to the wind. There have been very windy conditions, up to 40-mile-per-hour gusts, and that has made this extraordinarily challenging. There is a red flag warning in effect through that area through today, and what that means is low humidity, high heat, strong winds, and those are the conditions that are ripe for fire to spread. So that is really what we're watching and what firefighters are watching all today, Tom.
Okay, and zooming out here, Liz, it's the unofficial end of wildfire season in California. So how does this fire compare to the others that we're seeing this year in that region?
Yeah, it's actually interesting, Tom, because it's been a rather quiet fire year so far. It's kind of hard to grasp that when you see the numbers that CAL FIRE puts out. They say they've responded to more than 400,000 emergency responses. They've fought more than 6,000 fires, but that's actually considered rather slow and quiet. Right now, I think even though it is sometimes considered the end of fire season, this also, late fall, has been the time that California has seen some of the worst, most devastating fires. In fact, 5 years ago in early November was the Camp Fire, the deadliest wildfire in California history. And so seeing this fire, the Highland Fire, yesterday and knowing that, it's just a sign that we're not out of the woods here yet, Tom.
All right, Liz Kreutz, thank you very much. We'll keep coming back. Well, it's looking more snowy than spooky in parts of the country today. Some spots are getting the first snowfall of the season. More than 70 million people from California to Connecticut are under frost and freeze alerts. And for a majority of folks, highs today are plunging below average. Oh, look at that. Flakes are in the air. Some seem very, very cold temps. We want to bring in right now meteorologist Michelle Grossman. No, say it isn't so, Michelle. All right, how cold are we talking and how long is this going to last?
Tom, you're feeling it the most. You had a really warm day yesterday. You saw a 30-degree plummet today. So we are chilly across the area. Lots of little kids out tonight need to be layering up because we're looking at freezing temperatures at this hour. And then especially as we go throughout the overnight hours, we're going to see those temperatures plummet. 77 million people impacted by frost and freeze alerts from the northeast into the southeast, the south central states. And we're looking at this hot pink color. That is a freeze warning. That means we're going to see temperatures below freezing for so many of us. Look at the temperatures right now, just 30 degrees in Sioux Falls. That's 22 is what it feels like once you factor in the winds, because we have a pretty gusty northwesterly wind. I'll show you that in just a minute. Feeling like 28 degrees in Chicago. It feels like the 30s in Wichita, St. Louis, feeling like the low 40s in Lexington and Raleigh, and even cool as you head down to portions of the Carolinas as well. We're looking at wicked winds as well, so it's not just the cold air in place. We have this conveyor belt from Canada. That is a northwesterly flow. That means we're bringing down that really cold air. We're looking at winds gusting up to 35 miles per hour. And Tom, we're going to see people feeling like the single digits as we go throughout this Halloween evening. Back to you.
Yep, it's chilly here in D.C. Michelle, thank you very much. Coming up from us, this new warning today from the FBI, what the agency says it is doing to prevent Hamas-inspired attacks in the United States. Plus, new details in the death of a former NHL player, Adam Johnson, after that freak accident on the ice. What the English Ice Hockey Association is now asking players to do. That's coming up in our 5 Things to Watch. Stay with us. We're back, and NBC's Hoda Kotb has just spoken exclusively with the co-creators of Friends about the death of one of the show's stars, Matthew Perry. Here's some of what they said about the last time they spoke with him.
I know you just spoke to Matthew 2 weeks ago. Will you just tell me what that conversation was like?
It was great. He was happy and chipper. He didn't seem weighed down by anything. He was in a really good place, which is why this seems so unfair.
It's absolutely awful. Perry died over the weekend at the age of 54 of an apparent drowning. A lot of folks are saying that they've been depressed because of this. His official cause of death still under investigation. No foul play is expected. You can watch that full interview tomorrow morning on Today with Hoda. Well, across the country, some CVS and Walgreens stores could be about to face pharmacy closures and some major staffing shortages after some pharmacy employees stopped coming to work on Monday. The action is supposed to last 3 days, with as many as 900 pharmacy workers walking out across 10 states. Protest organizers telling NBC News it could continue. They're protesting issues that include understaffing and what they say are unsafe working conditions that put them and their patients at risk. The organizers are calling it Pharmageddon. NBC's Stephen Romo has more.
Yeah, the trouble in the pharmacy industry has been brewing for a while now. We've seen smaller walkouts in the past few months, but this Pharmageddon is set to affect CVS, Walgreens, Rite Aid, and possibly even more than that. Now, they don't have one governing union organizing all of this, but organizers tell us they have invited pharmacists and pharm techs from all over the country, no matter where they work, to join them over this 3-day period ending tomorrow for them to walk off the job or to simply stay at home. Now, the reason, unlike so many other protests we're seeing right now, is about not pay, but patient safety, they say. They say they're simply overworked and don't feel like they can focus on each prescription in the way that they need to. With the push for these chains to administer vaccines, sometimes on a walk-in basis, they say they just feel swamped right now. And sometimes these pharmacies will only have one person working behind the counter at a time. Now, you throw in dealing with insurance companies and fielding questions from patients and phone calls, and they say it's just too much.
If you asked every pharmacist in America if they would rather a $5 an hour raise for themselves or they would rather an extra technician working in their store, they would all opt almost unanimously to have another technician.
Now, these organizers, again, emphasize this is about patient safety, saying they feel like they just need more time to focus on each patient and filling their prescription. Now, we have heard from all three chains, CVS, Walgreens, and Rite Aid, each of them saying that they are listening to their employees and they're looking at adjustments to make as needed. But the workers here want those changes in writing, in policy form. This walkout is expected to continue until tomorrow, and organizers say if you plan on going to pick up a prescription today or tomorrow, they say you may want to call ahead first to make sure your location is staffed and open. Back to you.
Good idea, Stephen Romo. Thank you very much. We want to get you over now to the 5 things or team things you might want to know about tonight. Number 1, Joran van der Sloot is getting sent back to Peru to serve out his sentence after admitting to killing Natalie Holloway back in 2005. He cannot be prosecuted in the United States for that murder since the statute of limitations expired, but he was sentenced to 20 years in prison for extortion and wire fraud. And as a part of the plea deal, that sentence will run at the same time that he serves a different sentence in Peru, where he's in prison for killing another woman in 2010. Number 2, police are now investigating the death of former NHL player Adam Johnson. Now, remember his team, England's Nottingham Panthers. They said it happened after a skate blade slashed his neck during a game. The English Ice Hockey Association will also require all players there to wear neck guards starting on January 1st. Number 3, JetBlue's stock fell to a 12-year low today as the company heads to court over its proposed merger with Spirit Airlines. Now, we told you yesterday how the Justice Department is suing the airline, claiming the merger would increase fares and reduce route choices. But JetBlue says it would help it compete with the bigger carriers out there. Number 4, the parent company of Bud Light says its revenue in the United States tumbled almost 14% over the past few months. That after the conservative-led boycott over its partnership with transgender influencer Dylan Mulvaney earlier this year. Bud Light says it'll now focus on marketing in more traditional outlets like college football and concerts. Number 5, American gymnastics legend Mary Lou Retton speaking publicly for the first time after being hospitalized for a rare form of pneumonia. She says she is, quote, overwhelmed with all the love and the support she received over the past month, and that she knows the recovery will be long and slow, but she's doing better. Good news there. When we come back, about a dozen people arrested on Capitol Hill today, the important hearing with the Secretary of State that they interrupted, and why? Blood on their hands? That's coming up. Plus, how rescue crews found a pilot hours after his plane crashed in the Florida Everglades. It's in the local, coming up.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We're back. The director of the FBI is out today with a very serious warning that the Hamas attack on Israel is inspiring the worst terror threat America has seen since the rise of ISIS a decade ago. Those comments coming during a Senate Homeland Security hearing, underlining the work that the intelligence community has ahead of itself to prevent potential attacks on American soil. Here's the FBI Director, Chris Wray.
Here in the United States, our most immediate concern is that violent extremists, individuals or small groups, will draw inspiration from the events in the Middle East to carry out attacks against Americans going about their daily lives.
Law enforcement agencies nationwide say they're watching for threats against the Arab, Jewish, and Muslim communities, and American intel leaders say that they're working with thousands of police departments around the country to address the threats. Now, we've been talking about it on this show extensively. 312 reported cases of harassment, vandalism, assault targeting Jewish people since war broke out between Israel and Hamas. That's a 400% increase over the same period last year. Now, against the Muslim community, one group is reporting more than 800 hate-related complaints just since the start of the month. NBC's Ken Delanian joins us now. Ken, the director of the FBI, I want to quote him here, Here's what he said, quote, that it will do everything in our power to protect the American people from a Hamas-inspired attack, it says. It went on to say if the threats are on the rise as much as the stats would show. So what tactics do they need to employ here? And they are so, it seems to me, overstretched. Every single day you hear about more investigations the FBI is called into.
I think you're absolutely right, Tom. What we learned from 20 years after 9/11 that one of the keys to thwarting terrorist attacks is intelligence. But this is the most difficult kind of terrorist attack on which to gather intelligence, the lone extremist not connected to other compatriots, right? But what the FBI has shown the ability to do is to track people online. So, for example, they were able to arrest a man in Houston who was learning to build bombs online, even as he was sending threats to Jewish people online. So there's been other incidents where they've been able, and President Biden has a cybersecurity initiative to help protect against hate speech on campus. And we saw how quickly the FBI was able to catch somebody who was sending threats to Jewish students at Cornell as a result of these kinds of actions. They're sending cybersecurity experts to work with campus police. So those are just a couple of examples of how they are trying to do their best. But the reality is these are hard plots to detect. And what Ray said today is this climate is more dangerous than it's been since ISIS declared a caliphate. There's just a lot of hate coursing through the internet, and it's reaching people sitting in their homes in the United States.
Anybody can get radicalized in front of their computer in their basement, right?
That's right.
That's the bottom line. Ken, thank you very much. You bet. Other news now, about a dozen people have been arrested on Capitol Hill for protesting a key Senate hearing focused on getting more emergency funding to Israel and Ukraine. Here's the scene. Spectators and protesters crowding the room and shouting, quote, ceasefire now, as both Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and Secretary of State Anthony Blinken provided testimony. Here's just a sample.
All of us are committed to the protection of civilian life. All of us know the suffering that is taking place as we speak. All of us are determined to see it end.
And this, we're learning more about the funding battle that's brewing between the newly minted Speaker of the House and the White House over how the U.S. will pay for billions in emergency money for Israel. We bring in now NBC's Sahil Kapoor, who's on Capitol Hill. Sahil, let's start with this big hearing on Capitol Hill today. What more are we learning about what's going down and what comes next there in terms of the funding battle?
Hey, Tom. Well, the two secretaries made their case before the Senate Appropriations Committee for President Biden's sweeping funding request that covers aid to Israel, covers aid to Ukraine, some other national security measures. And these two men, the two secretaries, said that they were very much linked together. They cannot be separated from one another. Blinken said this is all one fight, that breaking off some pieces of it would only leave other elements of U.S. national security and ally security vulnerable. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said in no uncertain terms that Ukraine will lose the war to Russia if U.S. stops providing aid. Let's hear what else Austin had to say.
Israel and Ukraine, democracies are fighting ruthless foes who are out to annihilate them. We will not let Hamas or Putin win.
Now, their message got a warm reception to the senators, including the Democratic chair, Patty Murray, and the Republican vice chair, Susan Collins. Other Republicans, as well as the overwhelming majority of Democrats, support the idea of moving these measures together in one particular package. But the House has a very different idea. Newly minted Speaker Mike Johnson wants to break off the aid to Israel, move that separately in a single vehicle, and he's also putting some other measures in it that are guaranteed to provoke a fight and not pass the Democratic-controlled Senate.
Yeah, so let's drill down on that. The new speaker, very conservative, he is suggesting that before you give money to Israel, you've got to agree to essentially cut funding to the IRS, right? I mean, how is that going to go over?
Yeah, that's right, Tom. The Speaker, Mike Johnson, is pairing $14.3 billion in aid to Israel with the same amount of cuts to IRS funding under President Biden's signature law called the Inflation Reduction Act. This is not a cut that Democrats are in favor of. They overwhelmingly oppose it. They voted for those funds. And they note that independent analysts, including the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, scored that IRS expansion as a deficit reducer because it'll lead to more taxes collected. Senator Chuck Schumer, the majority leader, said this is an attempt by House Republicans to try to help tax cheats as a condition for providing aid to Israel. That gives you a flavor of how strongly Democrats are going to oppose it. Nevertheless, Speaker Johnson did say this was the first draft of the bill, which indicates that he has a plan B if and when it does fail in the Senate. The question is, what does the second draft look like, and how does he navigate this dilemma between what his hardliners want in the House and the realities of divided government, a Democratic Senate, and Democratic White House? That dilemma ultimately felled his predecessor, Speaker Kevin McCarthy. We'll see what Johnson does.
Importantly, though, Johnson himself has a history of being a hardliner, so we'll see how this progresses. Sahil, thank you very much. As Israel's ground offensive in Gaza is underway, much of southern Israel has been evacuated. That includes most of the towns and the kibbutz that Hamas terrorists attacked on October 7th. And now, 3 weeks on, a return to normal life still seems far away as people there are trying to clean up and piece together their shattered lives. NBC's Josh Letterman visited the community in southern Israel where that brutal music festival massacre occurred, and he brings us the story tonight.
Weeks after terror struck at Kibbutz Re'im, there is no closure. The dusty pathways are lined with the mangled remnants of lives that were. The air is heavy. The unmistakable smell of death hasn't left. One of the only signs of life, Israeli troops on patrol where kids once played. On a still morning, Noam Mark has returned to start picking up the pieces. He takes me on a drive through the kibbutz.
Here, you see, this is one of the terrorists.
A terrorist died right here?
Yeah.
To an area Noam has started calling the kill zone.
Sunday morning, when I came in to check everything, I found out 4 girls on. I found out four girls naked on the floor here, murdered.
These are memories now etched into the consciousness of a nation traumatized, but persevering.
The images will stay with me all my life. We have to know how to live with it.
After Hamas terrorists barricaded themselves inside this house, the army decided to bulldoze the house with the terrorists still inside. With southern Israel now a war zone, most residents are staying away, relocating to Eilat, a 3-hour drive. But life on the kibbutz must go on. 18-year-old Eli Oren has returned to work the potato fields, where he has to lie on the earth during rocket attacks and wait for the all clear. How does it feel to have to wear a flak jacket while you're working in your fields?
זה מפחיד.
Scary.
Yes. אבל עושים מה שצריך.
It's what you have to do. For Israelis living on the front lines, the attacks of October 7th were a dividing line. There was a before, now there's an after. For some, there was an in-between. Moran Hajbi spent 3 days living in her safe room while terrorists marauded through her town.
Personally, I think I haven't even started to deal with the trauma. We're still on the fight.
Some 100 communities in the south near Gaza and the north near Lebanon have been evacuated, Israel's emergency management agency says. Israel says it could last a year. This is a tent city that's being erected in the Tel Aviv suburbs to house some of about 130,000 Israelis who have been evacuated. And come with me and I'll show you what it looks like inside. You can see that they have set up multiple mattresses. There's a mirror, there's a refrigerator, and an air conditioning. It's more like glamping, really. It's not too shabby, but it's also not home. At a nearby hotel, many are living as refugees in their own country, kids passing the time on makeshift playgrounds on the brick pavement. Eti Baton and her son Ori left their home in Sderot, less than a mile from Gaza.
I feel like I'm in a prison because I have my family and nothing more, like I'm doing nothing.
Do you worry that your son is going to have trauma that stays with him forever?
Sure, they have a trauma.
And yet, despite all of that, do you want to go back to Sderot?
This is my home. I born in Sderot. This is my home. Who wants to come to Sderot? Nobody.
Josh Letterman, NBC News, Israel.
Good reporting from Josh there. You know, NBC News covers a lot of stories, hundreds each day, and it's tough to read, watch, or listen to all of them. So our bureau teams have done it for us, and here are a few of the highlights they say are going down in their region. We call the segment The Local. From our Western Bureau, police in Maui have released 16 minutes of body cam video taken during the deadly wildfires back in August. Officers are seen rescuing 15 people from a coffee shop. Another clip shows them helping people evacuate, all part of 20 hours of footage being released as part of a public records request. There are multiple investigations into the response and the cause of the fires, which killed at least 99 people, making it one of the deadliest in U.S. history. From our Midwest Bureau, watching Indiana, where the trial for the Delphi murder suspect has been pushed back until next October, that after his defense attorneys were removed from the case and his new lawyers say that they need more time to review everything, he is accused of murdering 2 teenage girls while they were on a hike. And out of our Southern Bureau, check out this video of rescue crews saving a man whose plane had crashed into the Florida Everglades. You can see him sitting on the wing right there. Police say the plane went down about 2 in the morning, but they did not get a call for about 8 hours. The man is being treated at a local hospital. No word on what caused the crash. I don't know, 2 in the morning in the Everglades alone, alligators, not for me. Coming up, for some people with breast cancer, the typical reconstruction surgery isn't really an option. But doctors now say they found a new method that a lot of people may not know about. They're starting to learn about it. That's coming up next in the original. All right, we're back now with today's original in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. And we're taking a look at a little-known breast cancer reconstruction procedure that's giving patients who feel like they're out of good options a way of getting back to the things they love. With today being the last day of Breast Cancer Awareness Month, NBC News Now anchor Vicki Nguyen brings us the story.
As a ceramics student at San Diego State, Carly Foss is used to shaping something beautiful from a lump of clay. The 25-year-old leaned on her art to stay positive through 2 cancer diagnoses. Foss first beat non-Hodgkin's lymphoma at 18. A few years later, she found a lump in her left breast. It turned out to be breast cancer, and she had to undergo a mastectomy.
Automatically your whole world changes and you're like, what is going to happen? And really it's an amputation of your body.
Foss didn't want a synthetic implant, but she didn't have much body fat available for the usual natural breast reconstruction methods.
I just didn't want to put something foreign inside my body that I knew does have potential risks down the line.
Her doctors at the Stanford Women's Cancer Center told her there might be another way. Surgeons combine something called omentum, a layer of tissue that hangs from the stomach, with regular body fat to create a breast implant out of a person's own tissue. Dr. Yung Nguyen and her team developed the procedure 4 years ago for a patient in a similar situation.
She's very slim. She's physically active. She wants reconstruction, but she doesn't want to have any implants. So what are we going to do?
That patient was Kitty Wild, a nurse from Central California.
You were the first patient. It's been 4 years. How do you feel now?
I'm really happy. I didn't need to be bigger in size. I just wanted to look normal and not be sad every time I looked in the mirror. I was back in my regular bras and out doing the trail and didn't miss a beat.
Dr. Nguyen says there are some key benefits to this procedure: shorter recovery time and smaller scars.
I think we've been doing fat grafting, we've been doing implants for a long time, but the challenge that was posed to us was to create something that didn't exist before. And I think sometimes we have to kind of step back and take a look at the big picture to come up with a new solution to a problem.
You've done almost 100 of these. Why are you speaking out about it now?
I think it's important for women to know that there is an option of reconstruction for every woman.
Plastic surgeon Elizabeth Potter says innovations in this space are promising, but cautions more research is needed, especially compared to more established methods like deep flap that harvest belly fat and abdominal skin, which have been performed since the 90s.
It's exciting to me that doctors are really pushing the boundaries and trying to find better options for their patients. I think that the jury is still out on whether this is going to be a viable option for the future.
Another concern?
Breast cancer oftentimes affects both the inside of the breast as well as the skin surrounding the breast. A big limitation of omentum reconstruction is that there's no skin at all involved. The omentum might fill the volume of the breast, but it doesn't solve the problem of bringing new, healthy, unradiated skin.
For patients considering any kind of breast reconstruction, Dr. Potter says seek multiple opinions. Talk to patients who've gotten the procedure to learn about their experiences, and ask your doctor how many similar surgeries they've performed. Foss and Wild say they have no regrets.
Whenever I tell people about my reconstruction, nobody has ever heard of it. And yeah, that shocks me every time.
Because you had such a positive experience?
Exactly. And I wish, more people could experience it.
Their advice? Ask questions about your options and the expected outcome long term.
Tell me some of the specific questions that you feel are important to ask.
Will they match? What will it feel like? How it will move when I run? And it's your body that you're going to live with, and you want to be as informed as possible.
And Dr. Nguyen says ultimately all patients should talk to their doctors, ask all sorts of questions about which breast reconstruction method is the right one for them. In the meantime, she and her colleagues plan to present their data next year. They hope to see more surgeons learning this technique. And in case you're wondering, Dr. Nguyen and I are not related. We just happen to have the same last name, one that is very common in the Vietnamese community. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Vicki. When we come back, how super hot weather this summer may have impacted pumpkin production, what farmers are doing to protect their crops for next season after the break.
to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Okay, on this Halloween night, you probably heard of the Salem witch trials, but what about the other witchcraft accusations and convictions in the area? They happened in the 1600s in colonial Massachusetts, and the people convicted in Salem have had their names cleared. But one group says there were more than 150 others accused, convicted, or executed for witchcraft, and they've been ignored. The Massachusetts Witch Hunt Justice Project wants to change that, insisting the state should clear everyone's names.
We're just looking for them to say mistakes were made, a miscarriage of justice was done, these individuals were all innocent.
Let's bring in Danny Savalos for more on this. Danny, this is a talker. This group is not only focused on those convicted, but also those accused. So how would this work? I mean, have we seen this anywhere else?
Tom, I've handled a number of wrongful convictions and appeals of convictions. I have never handled any Salem witch trial conviction. So on this, this is a novel issue for me. And really, what's very interesting about this is that we do talk about exonerations and wrongful convictions sometimes